Binding completed. Congratulations to the host, you were hit by a car and died. Bah, you were lucky enough to cross over. The sound of machinery sounded in Yes0U's ears, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind like a tide. One by one, the images flashed in front of your eyes like a marquee. The Rebellion of the Nine Tails, Orphans After the War, Hinata, Ninja School, Crane Tail, Knight Zero Feather was blinded. Shrimp situation, did he cross and was hit by the system? But, what the hell is this life's marquee? Wouldn't it just cross over and be over again? Wearing a lonely? Zero Yukon. Just as Yes0U was puzzled, a gentle call came into Yes0U's ears, almost melting his heart and pulling him back to reality. When he opened his hazy and sleepy eyes, he was greeted by his wife, Hinata-chan, and his current posture, good guy, actually lying on Hinata's lap, hugging Hinata's little man's waist. This temperature, this softness, this faint fragrance, and the heat from the head, no, hurry up and hug your wife. Yura0U showed a look of enjoyment, closed his eyes again, pillowed on Hinata's lap, buried his head in Hinata's arms, rubbed and hugged Hinata's small man's waist tightly. What happiness! This must be a dream, this dream is so cool. Maybe it was afraid that Hinata would run away, or maybe he was afraid that he would wake up too quickly, and the strength in Yes0U's hand couldn't help but increase a little. It seemed that the strength was too great, hurting Hinata, who snorted softly. This voice, pure with a little shyness and a trace of tenderness and pampering, I don't know how many young men's hearts have been knocked open. In the classroom, one murderous gaze after another focused on Yes0U's face, eager to eat him. Damn it, this damn guy actually slept on the lap of little Princess Hinata again. He actually dared to rub, and dared to put his arm around little Princess Hinata. I want to move up. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. Finally, a student couldn't help it, and was about to go to work with red eyes, but was stopped by another person. Don't be impulsive, impulsivity is the devil. Private fights are prohibited in the school, let's talk about it when we leave the school. The red-eyed man snorted unwillingly and left angrily. He is not the only one who is such a person, and more than half of the people in the classroom are like him, Hinata's crush, and they all dream of killing Yojiba. Don't look at Hinata's childhood because of his eyes, he was called a monster and bullied. But that was when I was a child, and now that I have grown up, who in the ninja school does not know that Hinata's eyes are the blood succession limit, and she is the eldest lady of the Hyuga family, the #1 family in Konoha. People are truly white, rich and beautiful. In Konoha, anyone who wants to climb the high branch of Hinata can expel 2 miles away. How can he let the pig arch? A group of popular straight stompers. Zero Yukon. The gentle call sounded again. It seemed that after a few seconds, it seemed that a long time had passed, and Yes0U woke up from the gentle country, rubbed his eyes, and yawned, naturally as if he had gotten up from his bed in the morning. It's so comfortable, and the feeling of sleeping with my wife in my arms is different. Yes0U said to himself while stretching his waist. When Hinata's adorable face met his eyes again, he was stunned. Reach out, pinch it, slippery, tender. Holding the grass, it's actually true, I crossed Yes0U's eyes widened in amazement before he reacted. Zero Yukon, are you okay? Hinata's little face was slightly red, and he looked at Yes0 Feather shyly, and the deer in his heart were bumping. What's wrong with Zero Yajun today, so enthusiastic, so intense? And also called her wife. In the past, Zero Yajun just liked to sleep on his lap, but today he had a lot of small movements and was more daring. Involuntarily, Hinata's face turned even redder. Zero Yukon, after school, let's go home. Hinata, who usually went home with Knight 0U and was not very shy, became shy again because of Knight 0U's strange performance today. Oh, good. Yes0U was still a little confused, subconsciously agreed, got up and walked out of the classroom with Hinata, but in his heart he was sorting out the memories in his mind. A few minutes later, Yoruto was absolutely sure that he had really crossed over and crossed into his pit anime, Naruto. Also replaced Naruto and got Hinata-chan's favor. Although crossing this kind of thing is a bit off the beaten track, he likes it. After being excited for a while, Yes0U calmed down and began to think about the current situation. Excitement is excitement, but also to be alive. After all, this is the world of Hokage, or the Naruto era. Even in the first 3 Ninja World battles, Yes0U felt that it was okay, although there were many crises, there was at least a limit. But the 4th Ninja War that is flying in the sky can't be provoked. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment is to improve the strength. He didn't want to hug the beauty before he returned, so he would first grave 3 inches of grass. That's right, the system. Yes0U's heart moved. According to the routine in the novel, the system is a combat hanger in the plug-in, so you must not take him to pretend to fly with him, take him to rush into the garbage. Ahem. In short, according to his many years of experience in reading novels, with a system, his improvement in strength should be smooth. Yes0U was secretly happy in his heart, and called out expectantly, System? Brother Tonze? Can you bubble up? Drip. It was not a mechanical sound that answered Yes Zero Feather, but a light curtain. Yes Zero you looked towards the light curtain, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Is this the legendary system? I saw that on the light screen. There were classifications, character guides, skill guides, weapon guides, biological guidebooks, map guidebooks, item guidebooks, and special guidebooks, a total of 7 categories. Yes Zero you opened the character book with excitement, looking forward to it. However, blank. Yes Zero you was stunned. Click on the skill book again, still blank. Weapon book, still blank. Biological guides, map guides, all blank. Shrimp situation. Yes Zero you looked confused and full of question marks. He wouldn't have encountered a pirated system, would he? System content not loading? Crashed? Yes Zero you was still not dead, and then opened the item book, the special guide. Without exception, it was still blank. What a pirated system. Did system home download? The mentality is broken. At this moment, a Konoha ninja dressed in a green ninja suit passed by. Yes Zero you only subconsciously glanced at first, but after this glance, he was attracted to it. Good fellow, isn't this the legendary 5-5? I actually happened to meet him. Just when Yoryu was surprised to meet Kakashi, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. Drip, light up the character book, Kiki Kakashi. Name, Kiki Kakashi ninja level, elite Sharingan ability, Sangoitama Sharingan, Ratchet, Psychic. Thousands of ninjutsu, proficient in 5 attribute chakra ninjutsu. Experience, the legendary Uchiha, lost his father at a young age, traumatized in his heart, no longer believes in bonds, and only has tasks. The Battle of Shinobi Bridge, stimulated by Obito, opens a new ninja path, knows how to cherish his companions, and obtains the Sharingan. Rin's death, open the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Kakashi's character guide is lit up, and information about Kakashi emerges one by one. Yes Zero you looked at these meticulous information, and a trace of surprise flashed in his heart. That's how the system works. At this moment, the sound of the system continued to sound. Drip. Light up the skill book, primary scouting, collection progress 1/10 drip. Light up the skill book, elementary anti-detection, collection progress 1/10 skill has been learned. Suddenly, his mind was like a clear spring flowing, becoming transparent and clear, and the surrounding information was in full view, as if he had opened up perspective. Every movement and expression of the people passing by was presented in front of Yes Zero Yu's eyes. He even noticed that Kakashi, who passed by, was looking at him with an afterglow that was not noticed by ordinary people. No, to be precise, he should have looked at Hinata beside him and glanced at him in passing. Yes Zero you was stunned. Is this the skill that every ninja must have, reconnaissance and counter-detection ability? Good guys, this ability similar to the sixth sense, can also light up the book? You can also learn it directly and master it instantly. So if you collect and identify ninjutsu, can you also light up the booklet and learn it immediately? If it is a physical skill, will he also be able to master it? If it is the blood succession limit, will he also have the blood succession limit? Yes Zero Yu's heart was pounding, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If he really can, then he is invincible. Is it powerful? Noons? Cow not cow pen? This time you see the power of piracy systems, right? The system said proudly, and the tail was about to rise to the sky. Although Yes Zero Feather is a little unhappy with the smug face of the system, I have to say that it is really a cow pen. However, despite the admiration in his heart, his mouth could not be weak, and Yes Zero you said calmly, it seems that you are still a little useful. I underestimated you just now. Don't look at the origin of this system, piracy system, the first in the world. Being praised by Yes Zero you like this, the system became more and more proud, but in the next second, it made Yes Zero you speechless again. Zig, a sound similar to a sudden computer crash sounded, and then, there was no more, and a picture of the main engine smoking appeared in Yes Zero Yu's mind. Yes Zero you could clearly feel that the system was gone again, leaving only the suspended light curtain. For a while, he couldn't find a suitable adjective to describe his mood at the moment. It took a few seconds before he said, piracy is really piracy. Fortunately, only the intelligent programs of the system disappeared, and the system itself is still there. It's just that it seems that it can't be like Fang Cai. The skill is directly and automatically learned, and it must be learned by Yes Zero you himself. To trigger the lighting book, it is also necessary for Night Zero Feather to trigger it himself, focusing on the target, rather than the system intelligence lighting it up by itself. For example, Hinata next to him, Yura Zero you focused his attention on Hinata. Drip, light up the character book, Hinata, name, Hinata ninja level, ninja school student ability, white eyes, soft fist experience, weak personality, often bullied when he was a child, even his father was not optimistic. Yura Zero you looked at Hinata's introduction to Hinata in the picture book, and he was familiar with it. But that's not the point is that Hinata's character booklet lights up at the same time, another booklet also lights up. Drip, light up the special book, Blood Succession Limit White Eye, Collection Progress 1/10, can learn. Yes, Zero Feather stared at the 3 words learnable on the top of the White Eye guide, and his eyes were straight. It really can, even the blood succession limit can be learned. This pirated system bullpen plus. It's a pity to crash. Yes, Zero, you couldn't wait to learn to roll his eyes now, but after looking at the surroundings and Hinata around him, he still forgot. After all, the White Eye is the blood succession limit, who knows what will happen after learning. If your eyes suddenly turn white, or if you have some side effects, convulsions all over your body, and weakness, that's bad. I'll talk about it when I get back. In addition, Zero, you looked back at Kakashi, who was gradually moving away, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. You can learn with white eyes, and you should be able to write chakra eyes, right? It seems that I have to find an opportunity to have a friendly exchange with Katien. But not now. With his current strength, it is estimated that he does not even have the qualifications to let Kakashi use the Sharingan, so let's find a way to improve his strength first. Thinking about it, yes, Zero, you temporarily put aside the affairs of the system and continued to send little Princess Hinata home. What he didn't know was that behind him, Kakashi suddenly stopped, turned slightly sideways, and looked at Zero Feather. Did this kid find me? Kind of interesting. Just now, he was indeed looking at Hinata, who is the eldest lady of the Hyuga family and is one of the important people in the village. Once the captain of the Dark Army, he instinctively paid attention to it, and glanced at Zero by the way. But what he didn't expect was that Hinata, who came from a famous family, received a good education since childhood, and had the most suitable for reconnaissance and the top blood succession limit white eyes, did not find him, but the kid next to him found him. Although he was not serious, he was an elite shinobi after all, and he was by no means comparable to a ninja schoolboy. Can't help it, Kakashi glanced at Yoryu more. This kid may be a good seedling for a ninja. However, it was only a glance, and it was quickly forgotten. A student who has not graduated from ninja school, even if he is a little talented, is not worthy of his too much attention. What Kakashi didn't know was that the moment he turned to leave, Zero turned back. Zero-kun, is there something wrong? Hinata looked behind him and asked, puzzled. After sending Hinata home, Zero returns home alone, but encounters 3 familiar figures around the corner, classmates A, B, and C, who do not want to be named. Yes, Zero, you looked at the arrogant appearance of the 3 people and their angry eyes, and knew what they were here for. It must be because of Hinata's affairs again, coming to him for trouble. That's right, this is not the first time Zero Feather has been asked for trouble. Before Zero Feather's soul crossed, Zero's body was just a muddy mess, sleeping all day except sleeping, and his personality was also very quiet. At that time, the 3 of them often sought out Night Zero, threatened him to stay away from Hinata, and sometimes beat him. And Zero Feather is not like Naruto, he has strong physical fitness, and he is beaten very badly every time, but he can't say, no one will pay attention to it, he is not a prince, who cares about him? Hinata had stopped it a few times, but it was of little use. And today, here they are again. You Cranetail, you have long let you stay away from Hinata, you actually dare to lie in Hinata's arms and sleep. Dare to hug her. When our words are wind in our ears, just you, too, worthy of Hinata. It seems that if I don't look for you for a few days, you are bold. Did my brother have a light hand last time and didn't let you remember it for a long time? The 3 of them surrounded and blocked Zero Feather into the alley, viciously threatening. It's not hard to imagine that what must be followed by violence. Zero, you glanced at the 3 people, did not speak, did not resist, but was forced by the 3 people to approach the alley where there was no one just like that. The 3 of them looked at the cooperating Zero, and couldn't help but be stunned, a little suspicious. No, he usually resists and tries to escape, why is he so cooperative today? No matter, beat him up. Up. Without saying a word, the 3 of them raised their fists and smashed towards Zero Feather, ready to beat Zero Feather fiercely as usual, and let out their anger. However, Classmate A punched out, but it was empty. Drip. Light up skill book, beginner physical skills, collection progress 1/10, can be learned. Learned. Drip. Elementary physical skills have been learned. In an instant, Zero, you only felt that the shackles that sealed his body seemed to have been opened, relaxed, and like an arm wave. A variety of combat techniques emerged in his mind and were deeply imprinted in it. Boom. Zero's body dodged in a strange posture, raised his leg and kicked Classmate A's stomach, kicking him out. Classmate A took a few steps backwards before he steadied himself, feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, and his face was incredible. He actually kicked by the tail of a waist crane. The other 2 were also stunned, obviously unable to believe what had just happened. Although Zero Feather is handsome, his strength is truly the first from the bottom. Not only can they not be able to do ninjutsu, but their physical fitness is no different from ordinary people, and even inferior to some strong ordinary people, and their kind of quasi-forbearance is even more incomparable. This is not their exaggeration, but a fact. Just let them have both hands, and they can easily defeat Zero Feather. The gap is that big. But just now, Yes Zero you not only dodged the attack of classmate A, but also kicked him back. While shocked, classmate A was extremely angry. In front of the little friends, being kicked in the tail of a crane who usually makes them bully and dare not fight back is simply an insult. Knight Zero Feather, you are looking for death, classmate A said angrily, his eyes full of fierceness. In the next second, he slammed under his feet, turned into an off-string arrow, and slammed into Yes Zero Feather with a punch. The speed was more than several times faster than before. Fang Cai did not show his real strength, but now, he obviously moved the real thing. But just when he was full of confidence and ready to beat Knight Zero Feather for a moment. Ugh, Yes Zero you dodged with a dexterous dodge, and actually dodged again. Then raise your leg and kick it right in the bullseye. SHHH, 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 SHHH. Suddenly, there were 4 gasps in the alley. The first sound was classmate A, which hurt. He covered his bottom, his legs were in the figure of 8, he was bent at the waist, his body was stiff, and he fell straight to the ground, his face was red. There were also 2 unnamed classmates B and C, who were all over the place, and cold sweat broke out behind their backs, as if they were kicking themselves. How much it hurts. The last sound was Yes Zero Feather, and even he felt pain, and sighed, what a vicious method, it's too despicable. Students A, B and C? Obviously it's your old yin better than the foot under the bottom? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say this? What are you two still stunned for? Go up together and beat him. Classmate A shouted angrily. Classmates B and C looked at each other, nodded, left and right, and launched an attack on Yes Zero U. Of course, it was shot while keeping an eye on the crotch. Although today's Knight Zero Feather was a little strange, they still didn't take him seriously. The tail of the crane is the tail of the crane, and it can still awaken once and the pheasant becomes a phoenix? Impossible, unless there is light in this world. And Yes Zero Feather told them with facts, you cannot believe in hokage, but please believe that there is really light in this world. Drip. Skill Collection Guide, Elementary Physical Technique, Collection Progress 2/10, Drip. Collect Skill Guide, Primary Physical Skills, Collection Progress 3/10. The progress of the skill book has been improved again. According to Yes Zero U's estimate, the physical skills of ordinary ninja school students are about 1/10 to 2/10, except for hanging, and now he is 3/10. This is not only 1/10 high, for classmates A, B, and C who do not have the aura of the protagonist, although it is close at hand, it is an insurmountable gap. Boom, boom, boom. Knight Zero Feather turned into a wandering dragon and wandered between the two. The two originally rushed forward, but they turned around for a while, and their eyes flowed, and they faced their heads down, grabbing the land with their heads. This was followed by a scrambling kick. For a time, a strange scene was staged in the alley. It was clear that there was only one teenager, but he kicked 3 people on the ground, and the 3 people who beat had no way to fight back. What's even more strange is that the 3 of them are desperately protecting their crotches, letting each other kick each other in the face, and never letting go. Typical stomach protection does not protect the head. 5 minutes later. Phew, so tired. Beating people is also a strength job. Yes Zero you moved his ankles tiredly and sighed. Classmates A, B, and C, big brother, are you polite? The 3 of us who were beaten didn't speak, you are actually tired. Of course, now it is to lend them 100 guts, and they do not dare to say a word. And what made the 3 people even more aggrieved was, why in the end? Obviously yesterday was still a crane tail, why did it suddenly rise and become so powerful? What an excessive time. Kneel. Yes Zero you put his hands around his chest and said coldly. The 3 did not dare to slacken, quickly got up, knelt on the ground, clamped their arms, put their hands on their knees, lowered their heads, and did not dare to breathe. Yes Zero you looked at the 3 people with blue noses and swollen faces, and his heart was much more comfortable. Those who were beaten before, this time they will all be beaten back, and they are all over the ground looking for teeth. Oh yes, what about teeth? Missing teeth? How can this work? My mother taught me from a young age that as a person, you must talk and count. Boom. Yes Zero you swept a wolf leg, kicked the 3 in the face, several teeth fell out in response to the sound, and flew out. The blood in the mouths of the 3 people flowed, and the severe pain made their eyes black, and they almost didn't faint. But what makes them matter more than the pain is why. Let them kneel on the ground, isn't it over, no longer hitting them? Why kick them again? Is it to let them kneel in a row, so that they can get out of their legs, kick, and wear sugar gourds? It's too much. The 3 of them were bitter in their hearts, but they did not dare to say it. And Yes Zero used next words, they were even more angry, and they almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Okay, let's find your teeth. It is said that if you are beaten all over the ground to find teeth, they will beat you all over the ground to find teeth. Yes Zero you said with satisfaction. Unnamed classmates A, B, C, poof. Engaged for a long time, it turned out to mean this. Moreover, hitting the ground to find teeth is a symbolic device. Well, why do you still understand it literally? Besides, when did you say that we were going to fight us all over the ground looking for teeth? The 3 were aggrieved and almost crying. Yes Zero you said solemnly. The three immediately stopped looking, although they were also making appearances before, honestly kneeling on the ground. It's just that the two hands that were originally placed on the knees are now covering the swollen old man's face and the other protecting the crotch. Covering your face, firstly, it really hurts, and secondly, I am really afraid. The three people were afraid of the Knight Zero Feathers to let them kneel in a row, and then kick again. Covering the crotch, it is to prevent the whim of Zero Feather in the night, and then give them a small benefit. If you lose your teeth, you can find them, but you can't fight them if your eggs are broken. Big brother, you have something to say. Classmate A winced, and his title changed. Listen, yes Zero, you looked down at the three and ordered, from now on, you three must see that I must. Don't worry, big brother, when we see you in the future, we will definitely take a detour, and it will never hinder your eyes. Classmate A is full of desire to survive. They have learned to rush answers, stammering, but the next second, go backwards. Clams. The three classmates ABC were stunned and looked puzzled. From now on, you three see that I have to go backwards, understand? Yes Zero, you said unquestionably. Upside down, backwards. The three were even more confused, and the black question mark face, obviously did not react to what Yes Zero you said. This is not to blame them, who would have thought of such a strange request? Why, you dare to say no? Yes Zero Feather raised his eyebrows slightly, moved his hands, and made a rattling sound, full of threat. Seeing this, the three of them couldn't help but tighten. How dare they say no? Stand up, back off and run outside the alley. In fact, for the average ninja, walking backwards is not a problem at all. The ninja's sensing ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people, and even the enemy behind him can sense it, not to mention simply walking backwards. But that's an ordinary ninja, and for students A, B, and C, who are still ninja school students, the difficulty is not ordinary. Coupled with facing the Knight Zero Feather, he was nervous and scared, and he was flustered for a while. Either you hit your head against the wall and make a dull banging sound, or you tripped over debris on the side of the road, kicked and kicked, so as not to be embarrassed. Especially classmate A, he was originally injured by his younger brother, walking twisted and pinched. This time it was even worse. I don't know how many times he rolled on the ground. After walking around the corner of the alley, the three turned around and ran, only hating that their parents gave birth to two legs. Yes Zero, you looked at the back of the three people fleeing in embarrassment, and his mood was much more relaxed, and he could be regarded as avenging his previous self. After salting the three of them, Yes Zero, you walked towards the house. The so-called home is actually the house that Konoha allocated to the orphans after the war. However, it was not in the central area of the village like Naruto, but on the edge. The house is just an ordinary bungalow, not too bad, but definitely not good, can only guarantee to live in, will not collapse, frozen, and will not die. Push open the door, the typical one-room zero hall, not even a piece of decent furniture, let alone household appliances. There was only one bed, lonely in the corner, a wooden cabinet at the head of the bed, containing clothes for the night, and opposite the kitchenette. After all, after the war orphans like them, their parents are just ordinary forbearance, and the best ones are medium forbearance, and they don't even deserve a shot. Although they are also sacrifices, where can they compare to those descendants of Shangnan? Not to mention compared to Naruto, the prince. It is estimated that 3 generations of old men do not even know his name. Of course, Naruto also has his own misery, and the identity of the 9-tailed man pillar force is not an ordinary heavy. Or, looking at all the pillar forces, there are few good ones. They are either imprisoned and trained as weapons, or they are targeted and forced into rebellion. Being isolated as a child is also an inevitable event. Even the most successful 8-tailed man Zuliki Rabbi has a miserable childhood. If Naruto is not the protagonist, with the aura of the protagonist, 1989 also rebelled, this is normal. Unfortunately, the identity of the protagonist binds Naruto to death. But who can be blamed for this? Blame the 3 generations for not taking good care of Naruto? Blame the 4th generation for putting the bomb of the 9 tails on Naruto? Strange to bring soil to kill the master after killing the master? Weird Banyi whimsical and believes in black nonsense? Or is it to blame the black desperate mother's heart? In this regard, yes Zero, you said there is nothing wrong, the fault is Tuanzang. So, Tuanzang, go die. Collection? Ahem, I don't want to be so much, it used to be before, now it's now. Let's look at the system. Yes Zero, you remembered the white eye blood in the system, and as soon as he entered the room, he rushed to the bed and couldn't wait to open the system. Special guide, blood succession limit, white eye, collection progress 1/10, learnable learn. Drip. Having successfully learned in an instant, yes Zero, you only felt a cool clear stream flowing through his eyes, which was extremely comfortable. In the next second, the world in his eyes became transparent, and his vision could see through the wall, 359 degrees. Even the chakra flow, acupuncture paths, and meridians in the body of the next door neighbor can be seen clearly. It is the world as seen by white eyes. You can really learn the blood succession limit. This piracy system is powerful. Yes Zero, you said excitedly. Although in Naruto's anime, the white eye is not as bright as the Sharingan, and it is not as brilliant as the tailed beast, but there is no doubt that the white eye is definitely powerful enough. If you cultivate the white eye to the extreme, you will definitely become a top powerhouse. However, Zero Feather's ambitions don't stop there. After having the white eye, he looked forward to other blood succession limits, such as the riding wheel eye, ice escape, melting eye, and dust escape. Wait a minute. Taking out a single blood succession limit realm alone is enough to be famous in the ninja realm. What if he has more than a dozen blood succession limit realms at the same time? It is estimated that it will shock everyone's eyes, right? At that time, he can also say in front of Banyi, "Let's dance." It's exciting to think about. That's right. Zero, you suddenly remembered something, jumped down from the bed, walked to the mirror and looked. Sure enough, the eyes changed, turning into the blue and white of the white eyes, but there were no green tendons next to the temples. Receive. Zero, you said softly, stopping to cast a white eye. His eyes returned to normal. It seems that when you cast a white eye, the eye will turn white, and when you stop casting, it will turn into a normal color. It's good that you don't get caught by Hineda's family to study as guinea pigs. Zero, you shrugged his shoulders and said to himself, if he was discovered by the Hineda family, or the Konoha high level, when he cast his eyes, he would say that this was his blood succession limit. Anyway, there is a difference between the expression form and the white eye, which can be regarded as a rhetoric. As for whether he will show his stuffing when he has other blood succession limits in the future, leave him alone. As long as the dog has a certain strength, what about loose stuffing? What can be done with him? If not, let's defect. Anyway, he is alone, who is afraid of whom? When the time comes, kidnap a little Princess Hineda, Hineda and Konoha cry. Think about everything. Zero U is no longer entangled. However, there is another thing worth noting, that is, this white eye consumption is really big. He still can't refine chakra, and he doesn't know how the system got it, so he used his eyes, made him dizzy, and almost died in place. Later, he studied the system again, summed up the previous experience, and found that the same guide, a person can only collect once. Also, through exercise, you can also increase your progress. And the higher the progress, the more powerful it is. One night without a word. The next day. Boom, boom, boom. Zero U-kun, are you up? Early in the morning, there was a knock on the door. When I opened it, Hineda stood in the doorway. You're finally here. When Zero U, who was still wearing pajamas, saw Hineda, his eyes lit up, and he pulled Hineda into the house, closed the door with his backhand, and said impatiently, quick, come into the house, you have come at the right time. Ha! Hineda was stunned, then thought of something, and his face instantly turned red. The textbook says that boys wake up in the morning. Could it be that Zero U-kun wanted? But, Hineda's heart was pounding, and her cheeks were red and hot. If it weren't for Zero U's efforts over the years, she would have fainted a long time ago. Hineda lowered his head and said shyly, Zero U-kun, am I and we okay? Of course, what's so bad about learning from each other? We are all approaching our graduation exams, and it will be too late if we don't study hard. You don't want me to graduate either, don't you? Zero U pushed Hineda towards the house and said eagerly, although he has a system, it doesn't matter whether he graduates or not. But it's good to be able to graduate, and it's more convenient to have a ninja name, and it's more convenient to do anything. Woo, woo, woo. When Hineda heard this, it was as if the kettle had opened, and the top of her shy head was about to smoke. She didn't expect that Zero Yujun was actually so eager. The book is right, boys at this age are terrible. The thirst for knowledge is like hunger. They are indeed adults now. I remember the upper generation of the clan, before graduating, they were already on the battlefield. Blah blah, what the hell is going on? At the critical moment, Hineda urgently pressed the brakes and pressed his throbbing heart. But just as she was about to open her mouth to refuse Zero U, she heard Zero U say, Hineda, don't you know how to doppelganger? Cast it, and come out in one piece. The anticipation in Zero U's eyes became stronger. According to the system's performance yesterday, he will be able to refine chakra and learn ninjutsu immediately. What? And doppelganger? But I won't be a shadow doppelganger. Hineda was completely shocked. Why do you still have to be separated? I already knew that when I was at home, I would like to learn shadow doppelganger with my father first. No need for shadow doppelganger, just ordinary doppelganger. There are also transformation techniques, stand-in techniques, all of which are performed. Also, do you want to transform into a technique? Hineda's cheeks continued to heat up, red as if they were something. Not only the shadow doppelganger technique, but also a strange transformation. She never dreamed that Zero Yujun would be so wild. Finally, Hineda couldn't hold on any longer, fainted, and fell backwards. Zero U's hand was quick, stepped forward, and put his arm around Hineda's little man's waist, so that she did not fall to the ground. Looking at Hineda, who fainted, Zero U looked confused. What's the situation? Don't you just perform a three-body technique? Why did you faint? Why is it so hard to learn? It seems that Hinata-chan needs to be tweaked more. Yes, Zero Feather shook his head and said. And Hinata's plan to faint and light up the ninjutsu book from Hinata was also in vain, and he had to find another way. After a simple meal, getting dressed, the princess hugged the little princess and went to school. Entering the classroom, one after another surprised eyes converged on Yezero Yu's face, and the noisy classroom instantly quieted down. That expression, as if to say, are they all so unbetraying people now? Although everyone in the class knows that you two are a couple, is it really good to be presumptuous like this? Of course, it was inevitable that some of the boys' eyes almost spewed fire when they looked at Yezero Yu. Envy, hate. They also want to hold little Princess Hinata. In addition, there are some girls with different expressions in their eyes. Not because of anything else, just because Zero Feather is really too handsome, the kind that is handsome enough to destroy the world. Even Suzuki, a recognized handsome man, was ashamed of himself in front of Yezero Yu. When he first entered school, Yezero Yu caused a sensation, but it was even greater than Suzuki. Unfortunately, it's a waste. A girl said regretfully and shook her head. Appearance is indeed important, but in the ninja world, strength is more important. When they learned that Yezero Feather was a waste that even chakra could not refine, these girls' attitude towards Yezero Feather naturally lost their initial enthusiasm. But it's not bad, after all, it usually looks quite eye-catching. However, in addition to Hinata, there is another person, that is, Zero Feather, early. Ino stepped forward and greeted Yoryu with a smile. That's right, this case is Ino Yamanaka. Like Hinata, Ino also loves Yoritoha. Unlike Hinata cut off Naruto's beard because of an incident when he was a child. But Ino implemented the saying, appearance is justice. It is a handsome who simply likes Knight Zero Feathers. As for the fact that Yezero Yu can't refine chakra and can't become a ninja, Ino has only one attitude, that is, I'll raise you. Although their mountain family is not as good as the Hyuga family, they can raise an ordinary person, which is still more than enough. At that time, she will go out to do tasks, Knight Zero Feathers at home to cook and bring babies, full-time daddy during the day, full-time husband at night, won't she be happy? Ino I appeared little stars, and was fantasizing about the future of Knight 08A. In this regard, Yezero Yu naturally did not know. If he knew, he would definitely correct Gino's wrong thoughts. As a man, how can you eat soft rice? Is to be a full-time daddy, but also a super daddy who can grab the 9 tails as a dog to ride for the sake of the baby. Early. Yezero Yu heard someone greeting him, turned his head and looked over, and said with a smile. And when he saw that the person was Jing Ye, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and a sentence appeared in his mind, white skin, beautiful long legs. If Hinata is the real Shiro Tomomi, then Ino is the impeccable leg player. Awesome. It's just that Ino didn't pester Suzuki. Why did he come to him? Yezero Yu thought curiously. Immediately afterwards, a memory emerged in his mind, which made him suddenly realize. Good fellow, it turns out that he not only replaced Naruto, but also replaced Urju, and Ino turned out to be interesting to him. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Yezero Yu shivered, a chill, and looked in a certain direction of the classroom. When he saw a certain pink-haired staring at a certain pillar with a foolish face, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good risk. Really, he was hit by a car and killed in his previous life, and he had never been so nervous. What a relief. Suddenly, a soft hum sound came into Yezero Yu's ears. Looking down, Hinata rubbed her eyes and opened her hazy sleepy eyes. You're awake. Yoriziroha saw Hinata wake up and said softly, Zero Yu-kun? Here it is. Yikes. Yes, sorry. Confused, Hinata didn't know what was going on and looked around. When she saw that she was being held in her arms by Yezero Yu, and still in front of the whole class, her face turned red again, and she hurriedly jumped down from Yezero Yu's arms, apologizing in a panic, while running to the seat, burying her head deeply in the desk, thinking, shame on death, actually in front of so many people, being held by Zero Yujun in her arms. Although it feels good, I want to continue to be held. Blah blah, what are you thinking, Hinata, what about your reservedness as a girl? Moreover, we were in Zero Yu-kun's house just now, why did we come to the classroom? Not only Hinata's heart was confused, but Ino's heart was also confused. Zero Feather actually smiled at me. Ino felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. Although Yoriziroha Yu is not as cold as Suzuki, he looks high and condescending to everyone, but he usually does not smile, giving people the feeling that although he is approachable, he deliberately keeps his distance. In so many years, except for seeing him smile at Hinata, I have never seen him smile sincerely at others. All of them are polite smiles. But today, Zero Feather actually showed a bright smile to her. Could it be that my dog-licking behavior for so many years? No, my care and pursuit for so many years has finally been rewarded? Sure enough, lick the dog, lick to the end, you name it. For a while, one picture after another appeared in Gino's mind. Holding hands, dating, he, with baby, lingering, woo-ha-ha. Yes, Zero, you looked at the infatuated Ino and suddenly had a sense of foreboding. This guy Ino won't collapse because of his arrival, right? Hinata is a little broken, won't she collapse too? Don't turn into something strange or get sick. Hurry up and slip. Yes, Zero, you took advantage of Ino's foolish kung fu and returned to his seat. At this moment, 3 burning sounds came from outside the classroom. Hurry up, you're going to be late. It's all to blame on you, getting up so late. The 2 of us waited for you for so long, and the flowers didn't see you get up. Can you blame me for this? My egg hurts. You don't know what happened yesterday, my legs are still shaking. Well, who isn't? Our legs are soft. No way, yesterday was too fierce. Students A, B, and C walked into the classroom with sad faces. But as soon as I came in, I suddenly found that the atmosphere was a little wrong, everyone looked strange, and some looked at them with a trace of disgust. Night Zero, Feather and Hinata did not hide from the dots and let them eat dog food, they understood, after all, people are normal orientation. But are you 3 really okay like this? People sprinkle dog food, you sprinkle. Evil or not? And the 3 classmates ABC did not understand everyone's strange eyes, but after a short period of confusion, they suddenly focused their eyes in a certain direction, which was Yes Zero U's seat. He's coming. What to do? The 3 of you, you look at me, I look at you, your eyes are full of panic and fear, and your face hurts unconsciously. And when they thought of Zero Feather's strange request last night, the expressions on the faces of the 3 became even more bitter. In the future, when I see Yes Zero U, I will go backwards. Is this a request that people can make? But what can they do? It's out. The 3 gritted their teeth, and under the surprised gazes of many students, they turned around and walked backwards to their seats. Suddenly, there was another sound of kicking, either hitting the table or tripping over the steps, like 3 clowns. When everyone saw the 3 of them like this, they were stunned and amused. You 3 have pits in your brains, right? Is there a problem with the sex personality, and the brain is not good? Why didn't you find it before? No, hurry up and stay away, it will be contagious. A group of students can hide, but those who can't hide find a way to hide, isolating the 3 of them, lest they avoid it. Only the stupid Naruto stepped forward, pointed at the 3 who were embarrassed, and laughed. Are you 3 okay? Brains let the door squeeze? Actually walking backwards. Could it be that you are practicing ninjutsu with eyes on the back of your head? Ha ha ha. Naruto's stomach hurt as he laughed. Classmate ABC listened to Naruto's mocking laughter, and they all exploded. Usually they joke Naruto, but today he was actually ridiculed again. How can he not be angry? But they really can't help it. They don't want to be beaten. Holding back, he could only swallow his anger and glared at Naruto fiercely, as if threatening, if you dare to laugh again, you will look good in the future. However, who was Naruto afraid of? Without taking the threat of the 3 in his eyes at all, he grimaced and returned to his seat casually. Zero U sat next to Hinata, just glanced at the 3 silently, and ignored it. Now he is no longer a person of the same world as the 3 of them, so there is no need to care too much. To put it bluntly, they just don't deserve classmates A, B, and C with names. Not long after, the good old man Irika walked into the classroom and began a new day of teaching. The morning class was unremarkable, it was all a cultural class, and the Night Zero Feather who listened to it was almost asleep. It is worth mentioning that Yes Zero U found that the system can not only light up ninjutsu, physical arts, blood succession limits and so on, but even textbooks can be lit. Drip. Light up item guide, ninja school textbook for learning study. More egregious happened, the system can not only light up the textbook book, but also instantly and flexibly grasp all the knowledge in the textbook. The theoretical knowledge that others have spent years learning can be done in 1 second by Night Zero Feathers. Hey, so angry, haha. In the afternoon, I finally waited for the ninjutsu class that Yes Zero U had in mind. Finally waiting for you, fortunately I didn't give up. Yes Zero U couldn't wait to walk outside, but before he took 2 steps, there was a circle of surprised eyes around him. Hinata asked strangely, Zero U-kun, are you going to a ninjutsu class? Yes, is there a problem? Yes Zero U was stunned when he heard this, and a memory immediately emerged. It turned out that because Zero U did not have any ninja talent, he had never taken it again, except for the ninjutsu class in the first period. Irika also gave him the privilege of not taking ninjutsu classes. Normally, an ordinary student like Zero U should not go to ninja class, but in ordinary class. Although the ninja school is called a ninja school, after several reforms, it has also established ordinary classes to provide education for ordinary people, but it is not as important as Boruto. However, Yozawa is in a special situation, his parents are ninjas, and they died fighting for the village, which makes him stay in the ninja class. Strange to say, according to the genetic analysis of the Naruto world, when both parents are ninjas, children can almost certainly become ninjas, but the difference between talent and strength is just a special case. But Zero U-kun, you didn't take ninjutsu classes before, Hinata said suspiciously. Oh, I'm in a good mood today, I want to go to see you guys in class. Yasuo snorted and said with a smile. So it is. Hinata nodded, did not ask, and continued, then let's go together. The two walked outside together. On the playground, Irika was slightly surprised when he saw Knight Zero Feather standing at the end. He actually came out to class. This is fine, although you can't learn ninjutsu, but it doesn't hurt to know it, in case it will be useful one day. The exam will be held in another month, and in this lesson we will review the seal of the three-body technique, as well as the essentials and precautions. Suzuki, you first come to give everyone a demonstration. Irika said to Suzuki, let's demonstrate transfiguration first. Boom! As soon as Irika's words fell, a person exactly like him appeared next to him. It was the transfiguration technique performed by Suzuki. Suzuki's transformed Irika, in addition to maintaining Suzuki's arrogance, no matter the appearance, figure, and wearing details, it is no different from the real Irika, which is perfect. Immediately attracted a group of little fans led by Pink, screaming with peach blossoms in their eyes. Naruto saw that Suzuki was playing handsome again, and he cut unpleasantly, and said to himself, isn't it just a transformation technique? What is so proud? I'm much better than you. After speaking, he did not forget to glance at Suzuki, but deep under the eyes, there is a touch of envy. How he wished to be recognized by everyone like Suzuki. And in the shade of the trees on the edge of the playground, Yasuo was almost laughing out of the stars. Drip. Light up skill book, elementary chakra extraction, collection progress 1/10, can learn, drip. Light up the skill book, primary transformation technique, collection progress 1/10, can be learned, learn. In an instant, Yasuo only felt a strange energy flowing in his body, making him feel refreshed and full of power at the same time. Under the baptism of this energy, every cell is rejoicing, and every meridian is cheering. Is this chakra? Yasuo looked at his hands, quietly rolled his eyes, and observed the flow of chakra in his body. A hint of blue lines, like an elf, beautiful. And that's just the beginning. Drip. Light up skill guide, elementary chakra extraction, collection progress 2/10, drip. Light up skill guide, elementary chakra extraction, collection progress 3/10, drip. Light up skill guide, primary chakra extraction, collection progress 10/10, primary chakra extraction guide has reached the full level, can evolve into intermediate chakra extraction. Evolution. Drip. Evolution successful. Light up the intermediate chakra extraction technique, collection progress 1/10. As a student performs ninjutsu, the system collection progress increases rapidly, but in just a few minutes, he successfully advances and is upgraded to the intermediate chakra extraction technique. In an instant, Yasuo Feather only felt that the chakra in his body became more and more pure and solid. Although the total amount has not improved much, the quality has improved by more than 10 times compared to before. Although there is no practice, the same ninjutsu can be performed, and the current chakra is definitely stronger than the previous chakra. Like chakra extraction technique, the three-body technique, transformation technique, avatar technique, and doppelganger technique have also been upgraded to the intermediate level. This is all thanks to this lovely group of students. Even if the vast majority of students usually don't wait to see Yasuo Feather doesn't have much good feelings for them, but now, love you guys, this group of tool people don't use too well. After the excitement, Yasuo collected the booklet on several people and found that it could no longer be lit. It should be that their level is already too low, lower than the intermediate Pokédex, so it cannot be lit. But that's enough, after all, it's just a group of students, don't ask for too much. Yasuo said to himself, very satisfied with the current result. And just when he was about to stop, drip. Light up the skill book, intermediate chakra extraction, collection progress 2/10, the sound of the system sounded again. Ha! Knight Zero Feather was shocked. It actually lit up again. Looking at the person who helped him light up, Yasuo was startled again. 2 pillars? Didn't this pillar light up for him just now? Why did it light up again? Could it be Yasuo had a guess in his heart, and immediately began to practice? Drip. Light up skill book, intermediate chakra extraction, collection progress 3/10, drip. Light up skill guide, intermediate chakra extraction, collection progress 4/10. Sure enough, Yasuo Feather was pleasantly surprised. His previous judgment was wrong. Not a booklet can only light up once in a person, but a booklet on a person can only light up once at a certain stage. For example, Urjuzi, although he is still a ninja school student, can start refining chakra and practicing ninjutsu since he was a child. Coupled with his own talent and bloodline strength, his true strength has long been comparable to that of ordinary students. If you ignore the comprehensive quality of a ninja, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is to achieve ordinary medium endurance regardless of the comprehensive quality of the ninja. So after Urjuzi contributed a primary Pokédex to him, he also contributed an intermediate Pokédex. Like Urjuzi, there are several other members of the 12 Xiaoqian, Hinata, Shikamaru, Dingji, Ino, and Ya, all of whom are from large families. Despite being a commoner, Sakura is a schoolboy and has contributed a double copy of the book to Yoruzuru. As for Naruto, he really didn't disappoint Yasuo, and there was no doppelganger guide, which was really a dish. The other books are very powerful and also contribute doubles. I have to say that Naruto is still very genius, and his talent is not bad. After all, he is the protagonist. In this way, there are a total of 9 people in the 12th Xiaoqiang, a total of him. Wait, why does something seem to have fallen? Leave him alone. Anyway, the Pokédex has advanced again. Drip. The intermediate chakra extraction book has reached the full level, and has evolved into an advanced chakra extraction technique. Collection progress, 1/10 drip. The intermediate avatar technique picture book has reached the full level, and has evolved into an advanced avatar technique. Collection progress, 1/10 drip. The intermediate transformation technique picture book has reached the full level, has evolved into an advanced transformation technique. Collection progress, 1/10 drip. Intermediate doppelganger guide, collection progress, 9/10. Cool. Yes, Zero, you felt good in his heart. Even if there was no actual battle, he was sure that in terms of the 3-body technique alone, he definitely surpassed everyone present, as well as the vast majority of Zongnin. This is also the strength of the system, which allows him to use a group of lower shinobi and promote to medium shinobi, use a group of middle ninja to ascend to upper ninja without the need for more advanced ninjas to help him break through. Soon, after school, Yes Zero, you couldn't wait to pull Hinata to run to the small corner where there was no one, and said excitedly, Hinata, show you something good. He can't wait to share what he has learned ninjutsu with Hinata. You're Zero, you doesn't like to show off, except Hinata, who wants to share everything with her. When Hinata heard this, his face turned red. Recalling the events of the morning, combined with the small corner where there is no one here, and the good things that Yes Zero you said, it is difficult to be. Poof. Yes Zero Feather shook his head and sighed. At this moment, Zero you, don't be lost, and me, I can also share your little secret, I don't know when, Ino actually appeared from behind, moving his 10 fingers, and walked towards Yes Zero Feather with a confused face, like a big bad wolf who wanted to eat a little sheep. Hold the grass, what the hell? Yes Zero Feather subconsciously punched out, and it came up with a blister. When the fist fell, I found that it was actually Ino. I wanted to close my fist, but it was too late, and the fist landed on Ino in the face, directly knocking her out. Yes Zero you looked at Ino, who fell to the ground, still maintaining his infatuated appearance, and couldn't help but freeze. It's embarrassing. Slipped away. Yes Zero you adhered to the irresponsible attitude afterwards, picked up Hinata and ran. Not long after, Ino woke up leisurely, touched the slightly blue eye sockets that were beaten, and was full of excitement, and a flush appeared on his cheeks. Zero U's loving punch, so comfortable. Ino seemed to have opened the door to a new world. On the other side, after Yura Zero you sent Hinata home, he did not rush back, but walked towards Konoha's back mountain. He was ready to try his luck and see if he could run into those 2 Konoha freaks. If it happens, it should be a big gain. Without waiting for Yes Zero you to walk into the forest, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Muggle, it's dead again. The depressed voice of the system sounded, followed by a series of complaints. It must have been caused by the vulnerability of the last upgrade. Are all set to not upgrade, and then secretly upgrade Lao Tzu. Don't you know that Lao Tzu is a pirated system? Upgrade waiting to crash. Yes Zero you heard the system's complaint, blinked, and was stunned for 3 seconds. Forget it, I didn't hear anything, I didn't see anything, it's all an illusion, it's all floating clouds. Let's go and find a way to improve your strength. Yes Zero Feather ignored the speech system and continued to walk towards the forest. Hey, host, what attitude do you have? This system is for you to die. The system said unpleasantly. Night Zero Feather, I didn't hear it. Ignoring the system? Believe it or not, the system teaches you to be human? The system said angrily. Night Zero Feather, still haven't heard. Wow, whoa. Angry puffed down. The system gradually became more and more open. Yes Zero Feather continued to ignore. Boy, you think you're strong, don't you? This system makes you kneel down and call daddy. The system is about to smoke, and the little temper can't stop erupting. The next second, drip. Enable the task feature. Release task, light up any 10 guides. Rewards, Physique Enhancement Card *1, Chakra Enhancement Card *1. Note, Physique Enhancement Card can directly help the host improve the physical strength of the body. Chakra Lift Card, which can directly help the host increase chakra capacity. Hahaha. How about it, boy? I didn't expect that this system not only lights up the book, but also has a task function. Weren't you surprised? Was it shocked? Do you think this system is awesome? Do you want to kneel down and call your father and beg your father to take the flight? Isn't it? Bayou. The sound of closing the screen sounds, and the sound of the system stops abruptly. Yes Zero you. After a short speechlessness, Yes Zero you was unable to complain, and could only say, this system is worthy of being a pirated system, really did not disgrace the system house, said that the crash is the crash, do not stick to it. My system will still be stuck on the screen for a while, but then again, this task is very good. He was very depressed before, and lighting up the picture book will only allow him to quickly learn ninjutsu, master skills, and so on. Although he also has the perverted ability to control the blood succession limit, the fundamental problem is that he cannot increase his total amount of chakra and cannot increase his physical strength. This is like, Ka Dian Kong has a big move to right wheel eyes, especially no blue. Kai Huang Kong has a bug 8 doors of Dunjia, and the body can't bear it. But now it's different, the system can even help him increase his chakra capacity, as well as his physical strength. Just imagine, if Night Zero Feather increases its chakra capacity to the level of the tailed beast, or even higher, are you afraid that there is no blue? If the body can resist the tailed beast jade hard without leaving the slightest trace, the strength is comparable to the seeking jade, and you are afraid of reaction? The future is infinitely bright. The more Yes Zero you thought about it, the more excited he became. Without further ado, hurry up and get the job done. Because many passers-by books were lit up before, this task was completed in an instant. Drip. Task, light up any 10 guides, completed. Rewards, Physical Fitness Enhancement Card *1, Chakra Enhancement Card *1, successfully issued. The system sounds. Yes Zero you opened his personal homepage and looked at it, and found that there was an extra backpack underneath. Click on it again, and there are 2 cards, the Physique Enhancement Card *1 and the Chakra Enhancement Card *1. Yes Zero Feather did not hesitate in the slightest and used it immediately. In an instant, Yes Zero you could clearly feel that the amount of chakra in his body had increased. Before, the amount of chakra in his body was just a child who had just learned to refine chakra, but now, it has reached the level of ordinary lower ninja. Although compared to Naruto who opened the hanging in the later stage, and the tailed beast, etc., it is still pitiful, but the progress is fast. Not only that, but the physical strength has also increased from ordinary people to the lower ninja level. In this way, it is also avoided to have the embarrassing situation that the brain thinks well and the hands and feet cannot keep up. Open your personal page. Host, Night Zero Feather Comprehensive Level, Lower Shinobi, divided into Lower Shinobi, Middle Shinobi, Special Upper Shinobi, Elite Upper Shinobi, Shadow Level, Super Shadow Level, 6 Deo Level, Chakra, Lower Shinobi Body Strength, Lower Shinobu Spiritual Power, Special Upper Shinobu Blood Succession Limit, White Eyes, 1/10. Skills, Primary Reconnaissance, 1/10, Primary Anti-Detection, 1/10, Primary Physical Technique, 3/10, Advanced Chakra Extraction Technique, 1/10, Advanced Transformation Technique, 1/10, Advanced Avatar Technique, 1/10, Intermediate Doppelganger, 9/10. Looking at the updated personal page, Yes Zero Feather raised his eyebrows slightly. He understood all the other attributes. How could this spiritual power reach the special level of forbearance? Could it be that because he crossed over, his spiritual power was extremely strong? It should be. Yes Zero you guessed and didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, getting stronger is always a good thing. Why do you care so much? Drip. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded again. Release task, light up any 10 intermediate booklet rewards, Physical Fitness Improvement Card *3, Chakra Promotion Card *3, Mental Power Improvement Card *1, any booklet Intermediate Direct Lift Card *3, any booklet Advanced Direct Lift Card *1. Note, at present, Night Zero Feather has lit up 3 high-level guidebooks and 1 intermediate guide, and the task progress is 4/10. I believe that the task will be completed soon. After being happy for a while, Yes Zero you collected his emotions and continued to walk towards the forest. The small benefits given by the system are given by the system, and the right thing still has to be done. Not far away, a conversation came into Yes Zero U's ears, 987, 988, 989, 990. Xiao Li, come on, you can. 1,000 more crouches are waiting for you in a moment. Kai gave a thumbs up, a mouthful of white teeth flashing. Yes, Kai-sensei, I can definitely do it. 991, 992. Xiao Li hung upside down on the tree, leaning his back against the tree, doing a reinforced version of the sit-up. Ah, burn it, sauce. For youth, for dreams. Maddie was moved to tears. Yes, Mr. Kai, I think I'm already on fire. So hot. Xiao Li's mood became more and more excited, and his heart was surging. That's right, this is the power of youth. Suddenly, Matt Kai's expression changed drastically, and he pointed behind Xiao Li and said eagerly, Hey, Kakashi, what are you doing? Xiao Li, run. Otherwise you'll really be on fire. Ha, Teacher Kai, what do you say? I think I'm already on fire. It's all thanks to you, teacher. My youth is burning wantonly. Xiao Li looked dazed and continued to worship. No, no, no. I didn't mean that. I mean, you're really going to burn. Matt Kai's jaw was about to drop. Yes, Mr. Kai, I'm really burning. Xiao Li's blood has been set on fire. In the next second, his body was also set on fire. Wow, Teacher Kai, help. I'm going to burn up. A scream cut through the sky, and tongues of fire crawled along the trunk of the tree, along the rope, towards Xiao Li. Suddenly, Xiao Li and Matt Kai were in a hurry. One struggled to run, but was tied to his feet, one went up to help, and the more it turned out, the more helpful it was. Zero Yu, who was standing not far away, saw the scene, and everyone was stupid. After crossing over, he knew that the master-apprentice pair of Kai and Xiaoli was a burning youth combination, and his brain was somewhat abnormal. Now it seems that conservative, this is not normal, this is brainless. You two are toxic, right? And Kakashi, you are a cold and handsome man, known as Kadayan. I don't know how many boys and girls have been charmed. Is it really good to set fire behind this? Can you be a little more naughty? Zero Yu, who originally wanted to get some physical skills from Xiaoli and Matt Kai, suddenly felt that he had come to the wrong place this time. To find these two comas, it is better to explore by yourself. Remove. Zero Yu silently turned around, ready to slip away. But just as he turned around, drip. Light up the skill book, Primary Scouting, Collection Progress, 2/10 drip. Light up the skill book, Primary Anti-Detection, Collection Progress, 2/10 drip. Light up the skill book, Primary Scouting, Collection Progress, 3/10 drip. Light up the skill guide, Primary Anti-Detection, Collection Progress, 3/10. The book lights up 4 times, the Primary Reconnaissance Progress reaches 3/10, and the Anti-Reconnaissance also reaches 3/10. In this regard, Zero Yu didn't know whether to be happy or smile bitterly. Happily, even at the ninja school, neither of his 2 illustrated books made any progress. It was probably a group of ninja school students who had not experienced any missions, so they did not develop the habit of being alert to their surroundings at all times. But now, Matt Kai and Xiaoli, who have experienced the baptism of tasks, pay attention to their surroundings anytime and anywhere, and it is logical that they lit up the book twice for him. Kakashi has been lit before, and the primary Pokédex stage will not light up again. With a wry smile, he was found and couldn't walk. Junior, why are you here? I don't know when. Matt Kai, who was still busy just now, has already appeared behind Zero Yu. Although he didn't make a move, there was also a distance between the two, but Zero Yu could clearly feel that he had been locked by Matt Kai. As long as he dares to make any changes, in the next moment, Matt Kai will let him see what it is like to be kicked and burst by a ripe watermelon. Oh no, he can't see it, because he's the watermelon. Of course, Zero Yu was not afraid. It is not that he has the confidence to survive from the Emperor, but that he believes that Matty will not attack him. Matty's position and actions are just a normal quality of elite patience, to maintain a fighting state at any time to deal with emergencies. Hello, Shangnan Senpai, I am a student of the ninja school, and I heard that there are often ninjas practicing physical arts here, so I wanted to come and take a look. Zero Yu said with a smile. Words that are said are modest, which is ordinary rhetoric. But in Matka's ears, it was, physical skills? Boy, do you also love physical skills? I knew it. Only physical skills are the romance of men waiting for me. Come on, let's train together and burn youth together. We understand you. Matty crossed his waist with one hand and gave a thumbs up with the other, flashing his signature big white tooth. Out of nowhere, a gust of wind came and blew the watermelon head of Matt Kai. Kai-sensei. Seeing this, Xiaoli was infected with tears again, and looked at Matt Kai with adoration. Zero Yu looked at the two and was speechless again. So, what did I say? How do you love physical skills? How does it burn youth? How do you understand me? I don't even understand myself. Kai, don't scare the child. At this time, Kakashi appeared and relieved Uraha. As he spoke, he glanced at Zero Yu without a trace, his pupils shrunk, and he obviously recognized Zero Yu. Seeing that Zero Yu couldn't leave, he said simply, actually, I really want to come and see the physical skills of a real ninja. We're going to have our final exams next month, and I want to improve before the exams. So that's the case. Is this class of ninja students graduating again? Matty touched his chin and said. Xiao Li's eyes flashed with nostalgia. Kakashi, however, stared at him with a complicated look. It's season again. Well, in that case, Xiao Li, you accompany him to practice. Matt Kai patted Xiao Li's shoulder and said. Yes, Kai-sensei. Xiao Li clenched his fists and said excitedly. He walked back to the training ground, put one hand behind his back, put the other hand and 5 fingers together, made a starting gesture, and said to Zero Yu, classmate, come on, let me train with you. Once upon a time, he also trained hard for the graduation exam. Fortunately, he had no chance of becoming a ninja, and met Matty and changed his fate. So when Xiaoli saw that Zero Yu was also working hard for the exam, he was particularly excited. When Zero Yu heard this, his blood was also a little boiling. Although he is not like Matt Kai and Xiaoli, who are carried away by blood all day long, there is one thing he agrees with Matt Kai, that is, physical skills are the romance of men. Youth, you should burn to your heart's content. So, Xiaoli kicked a roundhouse kick towards the Night Zero feather door. Drip. Light up skill book, primary physical skills, collect progress, 4/10. Zero feather did not dodge, he wanted to test how strong Xiao Li's strength was, and raised his arm to block. Suddenly, a strong force came from his arm, directly forcing him back several steps. So strong. Zero Yu was surprised in his heart, it is worthy of being a new star of physical skills. Li Luo, and his physical fitness and physical skills are not said. While sighing, Ye0U sincerely admired Xiao Li. He knew that everything Xiao Li had done today was something he had worked hard for, and even said that he had bought it with his life. If he were asked to choose one character he admired the most from Naruto, it would definitely be Xiao Li. Not everyone is like Xiao Li, with a firm will like steel and a spirit of not admitting defeat like a warrior. Not everyone can be like Xiao Li, even if he is unconscious, his body instincts will continue to fight. Fighting against such an opponent, the greatest respect that Ye0U can give is to go all out. Boom! The two keep colliding, fists and feet intersecting, beckoning meet. It hurts, but it's cool. This is not a battle between ninjas, but between men. Burn, this is youth. Matt K looked with tears in his eyes, and his eyes flashed. Although in his eyes, the battle between the two was a child's house, which was not worth mentioning, but the burning blood made him boil with it. Even Kakashi, who had always been calm, was slightly moved, and he didn't expect that the two little fart children would actually have such a realm of battle. Can't help but admire both Metkai and Kakashi. A little bit of appreciation for Ye0U. However, for the outcome of the battle, the two had already foreseen that Ye0 Feather would definitely lose. Don't look at the back and forth between Ye0 Feather and Xiao Li at this moment, but in fact, it is completely because Xiao Li is letting Ye0 Feather. Xiao Li is a subordinate ninja who specializes in physical skills, and if it is really a combat ability, the general middle ninja is not Xiao Li's opponent, but he just suffers a loss in not being able to ninjutsu. Especially with Matkai, the strongest upper ninja teaching of Konoha body art, proficient in Konoha fluid art, will the strength be poor? Ye0U, a student who has not yet graduated from the ninja school, how can he be Xiao Li's opponent? If it weren't for Xiao Li's reservations, within 10 rounds, Ye0U would have already lost. But just when the two estimated that Ye0 Feather could still last a few rounds, a scene that shocked them appeared. Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Fierce Wind. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Knight Zero Feather, who originally only used ordinary combat techniques, actually used the Konoha Fluid technique. How could he do Konoha Fluid? Matkai and Kakashi, as well as Xiao Li, were all confused. Konoha Fluid art in Konoha, although it is not a secret, the general physical ninja will have two moves, but not who wants to learn can learn, and can also learn, apply freely. Otherwise, Xiao Li would not have grown into the leader of the younger generation by relying on the Konoha Fluid technique and 8 Doors Dunjia alone. At least ninja school students who do not have a family background will definitely not be able to come into contact with Konoha Ryu Ninjutsu. But now, although it is a little jerky, the use of Knight Zero Feather is indeed a Konoha Fluid technique. What's going on? Could it be that he had just learned from Xiao Li? Won't it? Just read it once and learn it? No matter how genius a person is, it is impossible to just watch it once. Unless, like Kakashi, there is a chakra eye. What's that about? Or is there someone else behind this kid teaching him? That's how it should be. Matkai and Kakashi guessed secretly. Immediately afterwards, a scene that surprised them again happened. Kakashi, I read that right, he actually. Stronger than just now. Matty said with wide eyes. Kakashi's eyes were also full of shock, and he said in amazement, you read that right, this kid is improving fast. Only by fighting can a ninja grow, this is true, but you are growing fast, right? And what shocked them even more was still to come. Drip. Light Up Skill Book, Elementary Konoha Whirlwind, Collection Progress, 1/10 Drip. Light Up Skill Book, Elementary Konoha Fierce Wind, Collection Progress, 1/10 Drip. Light Up Skill Guide, Primary Konoha Great Whirlwind, Collection Progress, 1/10. While fighting Xiao Li, Ye0 Feather naturally lit up all of Xiao Li's physical skill guides, and mastered them instantly. Although the proficiency level is still low, it can be used quite well. At the same time, with the battle, Drip. After the unremitting efforts of the host, the progress of the primary physical technique guide has been improved, and the progress of collection, 5/10, Ye0 Feather can clearly feel that the physical skill has risen to a level. Previously, even if he used the Konoha Fluid technique he had just learned, he could only barely match Xiao Li. But now, crushing can't be talked about, but it can already cope with it easily. Ye0 Feather glanced at the lively Matkai and Kakashi to the side, and the corners of his mouth curved unnoticed. How can a ready-made elite upper ninja tool person not make good use of it? Ye0 flashed and deliberately led the battlefield towards Matkai and Kakashi. The two stepped on one foot, one rolled over, and landed gracefully on the tree trunk. It seems like a normal scene, but for Ye0 Feather, it is enough. Drip. Light Up Skill Book, Elementary Physical Skills, Collection Progress, 6/10 Drip. Light up the skill book, Primary Physical Skills, Collection Progress, 7/10. In an instant, the strength of Knight Zero Feather skyrocketed again. Just now, he could cope with it with ease, now, he has completely gained the upper hand. Although the proficiency of physical skills such as Konoha Whirlwind is not as good as Xiao Li, and the physical physique is not as good as Xiao Li, it doesn't matter, our basic physical skills are strong. When Matkai and Kakashi saw this scene, their eyes fell to the ground in surprise. How did this get stronger again? And it's even bigger than the last time. Even if he is a physical genius, he can't progress so fast, right? It's outrageous to open the door to outrageous to home. However, even if Zero Feather made great progress in terms of physical skills, he was still not as good as Xiao Li, who specialized in physical skills. After some fighting, Xiao Li no longer suppressed his strength and defeated Zero Yu in a few rounds. I lost, Zero Yu said with a smile, not frustrated by the defeat. First, he fought this battle very coolly. It was the first official battle since crossing. Second, isn't it normal for physical skills to lose to Xiao Li in the early stage? Matkai and Kakashi looked at the back of Yoryu leaving, with serious expressions. Just now, they asked Zero Feather, and found that no one taught Zero Feather behind his back. It was completely his self-taught physical skills. And Zero Yu is not a child of a large family, a commoner, an orphan after the war. In other words, the Konoha fluid technique just now was indeed learned by Zero Feather imitating Xiao Li. Obviously he is still just a student, but with only one battle, he learned the Konoha fluid technique, and he can also master it skillfully and comprehend it. What a physical genius. Recall that in the original work, even geniuses such as Suzuki successfully copied Xiao Li's physical skills by virtue of the Sharingan, and it is not difficult to understand why Matkai and Kakashi were so shocked. Even Medi couldn't help but have the intention of collecting Zero Feather as a disciple. But after he glanced at Xiao Li, who was a little depressed beside him, he immediately dismissed this idea. Xiao Li actually had self-doubt after seeing Zero Yu's physical talent. Originally, Xiao Li thought that as long as he worked hard enough, with physical skills alone, he would be able to surpass geniuses and become a qualified ninja. But now, can he really be? Just as Xiao Li hesitated, Matkai punched him hard in the face, grabbed his collar with both hands, and said deafeningly, Xiao Li, you must believe in yourself. Talent is important, but hard work is even more important. Kai-sensei. Under the fist of Matkai's love, Xiao Li woke up like a dream, his eyes were shining with tears of emotion, and he said indistinctly against the swollen old man's face, Kakashi, so, why did you punch Xiao Li? After Zero Yu left from Xiao Li, he did not go home directly, but went to the ninja shop. He's ready to do something big. It started last night. Drip. Light up the weapon guide. Kuwu, can evolve, can summon. It turns out that the weapon guide is like this. What does this evolutionary mean? Zero Yu wondered. Before, he felt that the weapon book was useless, so it was useless. When I was bored, I took a handful of bitterness to experiment, and found that there was no other hole. But does it mean to evolve? Suddenly, Zero Yu had a bold guess. He hurriedly took out another handful of kunao. Drip. Light up the weapon book. Kuwu *2, can evolve, can be summoned. The can evolve option has become a selectable state. Evolution. Drip. Kuwu evolution is successful. Consume Kuwu *2, obtain level 1 Kuwu *1, can be summoned. Summon. In an instant, a brand new Kuwu appeared in Zero Yu's hands. Zero Yu looked at the brand new Kuwu, as well as the two original Kuwu, and called the good guy. This is simply imaginary, fabricated, made out of nothing, dark and old. I never expected that the system could still play like this. Zero Yu held the brand new Kuwu in one hand and the original Kuwu in the other, and slashed at each other. Dang! With a crisp sound, the original Kuwu actually rolled the blade. The quality has improved so much. Knight Zero Feather looked surprised, followed by ecstasy. No matter what kind of battle, in addition to various means, one of the indispensable things is weapons. With a good weapon, your combat power is directly doubled. For example, the 7 people of the ninja knife, their own strength is not too strong, but with the ninja knife that suits them, the combat power has directly increased a notch. Another example is Ant Snake. Snake ninjutsu is really powerful, but the Kusanagi sword has also provided him with a lot of help. There are also 3 generations of old men holding Vajra sticks, and Obito with Deo seeking Jade. Wait a minute. All rely on weapons to make their own strength stronger and stronger. And now, since the system can help him evolve weapons, how can he not make Zero Feather excited? He didn't know what the upper limit of system evolution was, but if he could evolve to the level of an artifact, wouldn't he be invincible? Artifact level kunao, artifact level shuriken, senbon, or mass-produced. Others hold at most an artifact, and Zero Feather casually throws 1,000 books. Whoops, ninfa, god senbon rain technique. It's exciting to think about. It is a pity that the bitterness that has been lit once cannot be lit a second time. The bitterness of evolution and synthesis cannot be lit. Therefore, Knight Zero Feather needs a lot of ordinary kunao to light up the book. But is that a thing? Not at all. The most important thing in the Hokage world is ordinary ninja tools such as Kuwu and Senbon, which are a lot of things thrown out after a fight, and they are not recycled. Moreover, Yoruto also discovered that the strongest ninja in Naruto is not a Deo Jade at all, but a ninja bag. Fortunately, every day, there are space scrolls in people's bags. How did those without scrolls fit so many ninja tools? Suffice it to say, cowhide. It is worth mentioning that after the system lights up the weapon book, the original weapon does not disappear. After leaving Xiaoli, Ye0U went straight to the ninja shop and began his crazy plan. "Hello, welcome, is there anything you need?" Bored Tiantian stood up from behind the counter and said with a smile. Ye0U looked at Tiantian, and a different color flashed in his eyes. This little girl with Chinese style, no matter how she looks at it, feels comfortable. "I want to see Ku Wu, Shuriken and so on," Ye0U said while looking at the counter. "Please feel free." After saying a word, Tiantian sat back behind the counter and looked at the sky boredly. Ninja tools are not other things, and the people who buy them are purposeful, so they don't need her introduction at all, just need to collect money after buying. But just when Tiantian just sat down, he heard, "The quality of your ninja tools is not very good, can you change the batch?" Ye0U said to Tiantian. "Clams? What did you say?" Tiantian didn't react for a while, and asked subconsciously. "I said that the quality of your batch of ninja tools is not good, can you change the batch?" Knight Zero Feather repeated. Tiantian blinked Shui Lingling's big eyes, and after being stunned for 3 seconds, he smiled. "Little ghost, do you know what you're talking about? You actually said that my family's ninja is not good. Please inquire, my family's ninja is recognized by Konoha." Tiantian was laughed by Ye0U, holding his chin with one hand, tilting his head, and continued, "I think you should be a ninja school student, right? The ninja equipment issued by your ninja school is provided by our family. Do you still say that the quality of our ninja tools is not good?" Everyday playfully looked at Ye0 Feather, waiting to see Ye0U eat up. "Of course, this is not the main thing is, where did this little brother come from, how handsome? Judging by his age, he should be a few years younger than me, why didn't I notice him when I was in school?" Ye0U shook his head, pretending to helplessly take out a handful of kunao from his ninja bag, and said, "You can know the quality by comparing it." Ye0U waved the kuwu in his hand. "Compare it." Tiantian embroidered eyebrows lightly, and the strength not to admit defeat came up. She must make Ye0U so angry that she calls her sister today. "Oh, call sister if you lose." Tiantian took out a handful of kunao from the counter, circled it in his hand, handed it to Ye0U's hand, and snorted defiantly. "In a word." Ye0 Feather smiled brightly, his smile was full of sunshine, but he was thinking in his heart, hooked and hooked. This little Chinese mermaid is hooked. After seeing Ye0U's March smile every day, he couldn't help but be stunned. So handsome, it feels like it's going to fly. After being stunned for a short time, Tiantian thought that he was actually crazy, and his face couldn't help but blush, a little shy. But in the next second, the shame on her face froze, replaced by a thick incredulity. "Dang!" The sound of metal colliding sounded, and the kunao of the Tiantian family was knocked out of a small gap. "This letter back, the quality of your home is not good." Ye0 Feather will be knocked out of a small opening of Kuwu and handed to Tiantian. Tiantian took the kunwu, stared at the small gap, and said to himself in disbelief, how could this be? Although the gap is so small that it cannot be seen without even looking closely, it does exist. In other words, her family's bitter quality is not as good as that of Knight Zero Feather. This shouldn't be. Her home is the most famous ninja shop in Konoha, how can the quality be poor? By the way, it must be that the quality of this batch in the counter is not good. Although the quality of the ninja of the Tentonjia family is the best in Konoha, there are also grades of ninja tools. For example, the ninja tools used in ninja schools are slightly worse in quality. The school is full of students who don't have to fight, and most of the ninja tools are practice ninja tools, and the quality is naturally not too good. For example, the ninja tools of the middle ninja and upper ninja levels have always been sent directly from their families to the dark department or other institutions, and sold to ninjas by the village. And these in the counter, the quality can only be regarded as medium, for retail use. The shipping targets are also some civilians, students, tourists, or temporarily by some ninja tools. "You wait," Tiantian said stubbornly, ran to the store, and a minute later, he walked out holding a large wooden box and put it on the ground with a bang. "When I opened it, I saw that it was neat, and all the things placed were bitter. Each kunao is brand new, thick in texture, and obviously not a grade from what is inside the counter." Tiantian picked up one of the kunao, handed it to Ye0U, pinched his waist, and said confidently, "The one just now doesn't count, try this one. This is her family's superior bitterness, and it is definitely better than the one from Ye0 Feather. This time, she will definitely win." The corners of Ye0U's mouth turned up slightly, and he smiled even more happily. "In my mind, drip, 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 Kuwu *1, Kuwu *1, Kuwu *1. In the weapon book, the number of kunao increases rapidly. Ye0U took the kuwu handed over every day and cut each other hard. "Dang, still can't." Ye0U pointed to the slightly undetectable gap on the top of kuwu, which was smaller than just now, and shrugged his shoulders. In fact, according to normal conditions, the quality of the two kunyu is already comparable, and it does not affect the battle. But for Tian, who specializes in ninja tools and loves ninja tools, this is a loss. Why? Tian widened his eyes in shock again, unwilling to believe what he saw. This girl won't believe it. Everyday grabbed the kuwu in the hands of Zero Yu, and then took out a handful from the box and slammed it hard, or her family's kuwu was knocked out of a small opening, immediately followed by the second, the third, 5 in a row, all of which were of poor quality in her family, without exception. This, Tian was dumbfounded. This is her family's superior suffering, how can it not be compared to the Knight Zero Feathers? You wait. Tianation's little temper came up, walked to the back, and obviously went to get better kuwu. Zero Feather was not idle, and took the opportunity to synthesize a level 3 kuwu with the system. He is not afraid to find out every day that he has changed the kunwu, because the kunwu synthesized by the system is exactly the same, only the difference in intensity. A minute later, Tian took another box of kuwu out, put it on the ground, opened the lid, and said stubbornly, continue. This is the best of her family's best kunao, specially for the use of Shangnin. This time, it will definitely be confidence every day. However, look, it's still rubbish. I said your home is not good? Zero Yu turned around and said defiantly. This, impossible, absolutely impossible. Tianation's small mouth opened slightly, his eyes were round, and he stared at the kuwu in Zero Yu's hand. This is the best bitterness in her family, better than other villages, and she is actually inferior. Why the hell? Could it be that the kunao he was holding in his hand was specially made? But no, this is Kanaha, and even if it is a special ninja tool, most of it comes from her house. It is not a special ninja tool from her home, and the quality is by no means better than that of her family. And why? Could it be that there is a problem with the quality of this batch of ninja tools in our family? It must be so. Wait a minute. Tian, who repented 3 times, was a little embarrassed, his face was slightly red, but he was still willful. Not long after, she took out another box of bitterness. But, it's still the same. Hold another box. Same. 1 more box. Your family really can't. Go on. If it doesn't work, don't sell ninja tools, you can't get a handful of kunao. Come on. Hey, give up, obedient. Half an hour later, Tian weakly knelt on the ground, shrouded in shadows, and the whole person was not good. She shrugged her head, her eyes seemed to have stayed up for several nights, she had a circle of dark circles, her eyes were blank, and she began to doubt life, muttering, why is this? And inside the ninja shop, it was already full of denden, piled up with dozens of boxes, all of which were full of kunao. Every day was made to doubt life by Zero Feather, but Zero Feather was happy. Open the system, weapon guide, kuwu * 10,200, a total of 10,020 kuwu. Gee, cool. Zero Yu almost shouted out with excitement. So much kuwu, not to mention synthesizing an artifact, but making a 7 ninja sword level kuwu should be enough, right? But just when Zero Yu was excited, a sobbing sound suddenly entered his ears. Woo-hoo, wow. At Tian, who was crying louder and louder, Zero Yu was dumbfounded. He never expected that the strong woman who idolized Tsunade would actually cry every day. Isn't it only the green tea like pink Sakura who cries? Won't it collapse every day, right? Moreover, how can a crying girl coax? Zero Yu, who was single in the previous life, where would coax girls? I could only say in a daze, don't you cry. Woo-hoo. I cried even louder every day. Am I wrong? 1,000 mistakes, all my fault. Wow. Every day did not stop in the slightest, but the voice was louder and more aggrieved. Passers-by who did not know the situation looked inside curiously from time to time. Seeing this, Zero Yu became more and more big and secretly cursed, which Pen said in the previous life, saying that if a girl is angry, no matter what 3721, as long as you apologize, what a yarn. Zero Yu scratched his head anxiously, clueless. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the kunao in his hand. Pregnant. Zero Yu's spirit flashed, and he handed kuwu to Tian and coaxed, don't cry, I'll give you this kuwu, okay? If this scene is seen by others, they will be speechless to the point of dumb eating yellow lien and speechless to shout. Where is there a crying girl who sends bitterness? If you send flowers and jewelry, you are sending money, and you can't send bitterness. There should be a limit for straight men, right? But are we girls every day? Are we ordinary girls every day? Tian raised his head slightly, and after seeing the kuwu in front of him, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he took the kuwu over and held it tightly. She looked up at Zero Yu, twitched Kayang's nose, and laughed treacherously, 10, or I will cry. Wipe. Fooled. Zero Feather saw Tian like this, how could he not know that he was on the thief's bed every day? Boat? The dark way is broken every day, not simple. However, when he saw Tianation's cute face, smart eyes, and the playful smile in the depths of his eyes, how could he bear to refuse? Okay, 10 is 10. Zero Yu readily agreed. Anyway, it's all from your family, taken from every day, used every day, not at a loss. Yaziro's right hand reached out to the ninja bag, but in fact, he synthesized 9 third-level kunao from the system and handed them to Tiantian. Every day I saw 10 handfuls of kuwu, as if a mouse had seen rice, his eyes flashed with essence, and he snatched it again, for fear that Yaziro Feather would regret it. Okay, too clear, goodbye. Seeing that Tiantian stopped crying, Yaziro turned around and withdrew, and slipped away. If you don't go again, what if you cry again? Tiantian looked at the back of Yaziro Feather fleeing in embarrassment, and couldn't help but smile. This junior brother is quite interesting. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she rolled her bright eyes and shouted, "Sister." Clams? Yaziro's steps froze, and he looked at Tiantian in confusion. I said okay before, call my sister if I lose, call you sister, is there a problem? The corners of Tianation's mouth were slightly upturned, and his eyes were full of teasing. Night Zero Feather. This girl has a brain disease, I'm a man. Forget it, don't count with her in general, withdraw. Yaziro Feather shook his head and walked outside. Seeing Yaziro's helpless and deflated appearance every day, his smile became stronger, and he had an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart, sour and sweet. However, this feeling of first love only existed for 5 seconds before it was broken by a roar. Hey, boy, stop. You didn't give money. Chasing out of the store every day. Money? Just kidding, there are only 2 words in my life, white. Never give money afterwards. Yaziro Feather smiled, spread his legs and ran. I want to chase it every day, but it's too late. She looked at the destruction of the land, the bitterness that could not be sold twice, and the boxes piled up everywhere, like frosted eggplants. Her shoulders collapsed. It's over, I'm going to be scolded today. However, when he thought of getting 10 handfuls of kunao from Yaziro, his mood became beautiful again, and Miyazi said, it's okay, it's not a loss. By the way, I forgot to ask him what his name was. These 10 bitter handfuls are much more precious than those destroyed. And everyone is a ninja, and there will definitely be a time to meet in the future. Inexplicably, Tiantian is looking forward to meeting Yaziro Feather for the second time. Moreover, after Yaziro left from Tiantian, he immediately began to synthesize kuwu. System synthesis kun, level 1 to 2 handfuls, 5 for level 2, level 3 requires 10 handfuls. This is known to Night Zero Feather. But when you get to level 4, you need 100. The number has directly doubled tenfold. My obedience, this consumption is too big, and it is not level 4 that I promised to give Tiantian, otherwise I will really lose. Yaziro rejoiced. Continue synthesis. Yaziro Feather got a total of 10,200 kiwa maps from Tiantian, and after removing the 10 handfuls given to Tiantian, there were still 10,100 left. Drip, 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 drip. The system continues to synthesize. Level 5, 1,000 handles, level 6, 10,000. This is gone? Yaziro looked at the only 100 remaining kuwu guides, and his head was confused for a while. Busy for a while, but also provoked crying every day. The result is to level 6? Forget it, level 6 is level 6, for now, it should be enough, try the sharpness first. Yaziro Feather summoned the level 6 kuwu and held it in his hand. The weight did not change, the appearance did not change, even the texture did not change, an ordinary kuwu was undoubted. However, level 6 kuwu collided with ordinary kuwu, and that ordinary kuwu turned out to be cut off. Yaziro looked at the neat fracture and blurted out a sentence. That's too sharp, right? The weapon strength of the Hokage world is very vague. It's like Ant Snake's Kusanagi sword. You call it weak, and the demon ape that claims that King Kong is not bad must be treated solemnly after it becomes a golden hoop rod. You say it's strong, and I haven't seen it cut iron like mud, and ordinary weapons can also knock it. But this level 6 kun is really broken by touch. Bull batch. If you fight against a ninja in the future, the weapon fights, clicks, and the opponent's is broken, it will be interesting. And this is only bitterness. What if there are 1,000 more books? What about shuriken? Or ninja swords, and so on? The more Yaziro thought about it, the more excited he became, and he felt the urge to go back to find Tiantian, so he repeated his skills and swallowed senbon and shuriken in vain. But think about it or forget it, go back now, don't tickle him every day? Or wait for the day when she is not there every day, and lie to her mother. Gollum. I'm hungry. Yaziro patted his stomach, eat. Yoru looked around and happened to pass by Ichiraku Ramen. Drip. Light up the item book. Ichiraku Ramen, Tonkotsu Ramen, can be summoned, back home, summon. After eating, Yaziro lay on the bed and began to think about life. Why is there no mobile phone in this world? Why is there no Yo-Yo H? Why is there no Ben? Oh, there is a book, Intimate Heaven. Hey, do you want to copy the documents yourself and do some side business? What fitness trainers, secret neighbors, trainees? It should be possible to earn a lot of money. No, I have a system, and I still need to make money in a side business. Take out your wallet. Drip. Light up the item book. Currency, 100 taels, can be summoned. Drop. Light up the item book. Currency, 500 taels, can be summoned. Summon. Drip. Summoning success. Yes 0. You looked at the doubled money in his hand and wanted to say to Sister Nan, I have a billion project, I want to talk to you, a serious billion. And the money produced by the system is not afraid to distinguish between serious and fake, because it is all true, as long as two identical pieces of money are not spent together. After playing for a while, Yes 0, you began to think about the next thing, thinking about how to continue to become stronger. It is impossible to work hard, even if Yes 0 you wants to work hard. Is the system willing to let him work hard? Willing to make him tired and sweaty? Tired back pain? Tired chakra exhausted? System, I'm willing to do it. Yes 0 you, ahem, don't be serious. Although it has only been 2 days in the Hokage world, Yes 0 Feather has already seen through it, and if you want to become stronger, you just need to keep lighting up the book. All kinds of ninjutsu, weapon guides, all in the bowl. And where is the easiest place to light up the book? Dark part. But how can I get into the dark part? Yes 0 you was a little worried. In fact, under normal circumstances, people like him are the easiest to enter the dark part. One is a post-war orphan with a clean background, second, post-war orphans, who are easily brainwashed, third, orphans after the war. It is convenient to deal with the aftermath of death in war. In short, there is no one better to use than orphans. It's cruel, but it's a fact. Politics, power, and struggle have never been so-called justice, nor is there pure white and black. If everything really was as simple as right and wrong, Naruto wouldn't be a god. Tuan Zhang said, young man, you still understand me? Knight 0 Feather, I understand you melon baby, you pot king. However, the problem is that now in the eyes of the Konoha high level, your 0 Feather is a waste who will not refine chakra, and he will not consider recruiting him into the dark department at all. Although he had shown strength in front of Kakashi and Matkai, neither of them was in the dark division, and with their personalities, it was impossible to recommend him to the dark division. What should I do, or do I want to make some movement and come out? By the way, aren't there ready-made tool people? Yes 0 U's spirit flashed, and a name came to mind, Mizuki. The next day, daily school. After school, Hokage building. I have something important to report to Naruto-sama. Yora 0 U said to the two guard ninjas. The guard ninja glanced down at Yora 0 U, smiled, and waved impatiently. Naruto-sama is so busy, how can you see it if you want to? Children don't add to the mess and play while going. Yes 0 U was speechless. This he meows differently from what is played in the anime. Doesn't Naruto want to meet 3 generations to meet? Hey, let's figure it out yourself. Drip. Light up the skill book, primary scouting, collection progress, 5/10. Drip. Light up the skill book, primary anti-detection, collection progress, 5/10. Fortunately, it was not in vain. 2 guard ninjas helped him light up the booklet 4 times, and the primary reconnaissance and anti-detection were both 5/10. And the soft one does not work, then come the hard one. If you can't apply for entry normally, then I'll dive in. As for Graffiti Hokage Rock, let the 3 generations summon him for such a thing, don't make trouble, that's Naruto. Hokage is Konoha's hero, faith, symbol. Hokage Rock, like the hero monument, is an existence that cannot be desecrated. Yes 0 U was sure that he dared to pour a bucket of paint on the fire Shadow Rock, and the dark department dared to treat him as a spy. Although he wanted to enter the dark part, he wanted to enter the white, and when the white was finished, he withdrew, but he didn't want to go in and give away people's heads. Then again, do you want to defect with Naruto? Well, if Konoha is against him, it's not impossible. The people in the Knight 0 Feather's spare plan, in addition to Hinata, added another person. To get back to the truth, Yes 0 U is still self-aware, and with his current strength, wanting to sneak into the Hokage building is tantamount to dreaming. So, collect the Pokédex and go. Drip. Light up the skill book, primary scouting, collection progress, 6/10. Drip. Light up skill guide, primary scouting, collecting progress, 7/10. Yura 0 U kept wandering around Konoha village, specifically visiting the gates of large families and places where there were ninjas. In just one night, he upgraded the primary reconnaissance and primary counter-investigation to the advanced. At present, advanced reconnaissance, collection progress, 1/10, advanced anti-investigation, collection progress, 1/10. This is already the highest level that Yes 0 Feather can be upgraded to in a short period of time. In order to move up, you need a ninja who is particularly upward in the ninja level. Ninjas of this level are not something that can be encountered casually, and even the middle ninja are not often touched. That night, Yes 0 Feather did not act too heavily guarded at night. The next day, the school was on holiday, and as it was close to noon, Yes 0 U began his plan. Yesterday afternoon's boost proved necessary. When he came to the vicinity of the Naruto building yesterday, except for the 2 guarding ninjas, Yoruto did not notice anything unusual. Look at it today, good guys, 1, 2, 3, 4. Outside the Hokage building, there are 7 dark parts hidden. One of them, which seems to be particularly high-level ninja, once again lit up a reconnaissance and counter-detection guide for Yes-Zero Feather. Knowing the location of these people, it will be easy to do. Yes-Zero used the transformation technique to hide his breath, and although it was a little difficult, he still sneaked into the Hokage building. But just when he walked up to the second floor and breathed a sigh of relief, "Gan, I was discovered," Yes-Zero said depressedly. As soon as the words fell, a handful of kunao was already on his throat. "Don't move, watch your life." At some point, a dark ninja wearing a mask quietly appeared behind Yes-Zero. But before the dark ninja could finish speaking, a voice came from behind him. "Watch your life." Boom! Night Zero Feather, who was hijacked by the dark ninja, turned into a steak, and the real Night Zero Feather actually appeared behind the dark department and kicked him on the crotch of his pants. In an instant, the dark part hardened, his body was straight, and his facial expression was stiff. At this time, his only thought was marred, careless. However, it was already late. Boom! 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 Adhering advanced reconnaissance, collection progress, 3/10 advanced anti-detection, collection progress, 3/10 primary physical skills, collection progress, 8/10. Yes-Zero looked at the dark ninja who was about to twist in pain, and sighed with the same emotion. How cruel. In the future, this method is still less used and it is good, and it hurts people. After that, boom! Another hard kick. Dark ninja, you're an old sixth. Even if this dark ninja is particularly tolerant, he is also a human being, whether it is a weak place or a weak point. Yes-Zero's few feet directly made him lose his ability to fight. "Okay, stop, come in." Just as Yo-Zero was about to add some food to the dark ninja, a kind but powerful voice came from inside the house. Yoruto put down his raised foot and walked into Hokage's office. The dark man also stood up tremblingly, walked in, half knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and said in a pleading tone, "Naruto-sama, you go down first." 8th waved his hand, his tone was calm on the surface, but in fact, he had 100 MMP sentences in his heart. "You are a pit, and you were deceived by a child with avatar technique, can you still do it? Which fool chose you to guard the Hokage building?" It seems to be myself." "Forget it, a small mistake, forgive him." The dark ninja felt bitter. Who would have thought that a little fart child would have a avatar technique at the level of upper ninja? Whoever comes to this has to be planted. "Yes, Naruto-sama," the dark ninja replied and prepared to perform the instantaneous technique to leave. However, what is instantaneous technique? In fact, it is to exert the strength of the flesh and burst out in a short time, so that the initial acceleration of the ninja is extremely large, thereby increasing the speed. But this dark ninja was injured in the crotch and had difficulty walking, where else could he perform the transience technique? The foot was soft, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Yoruto and Naruto looked at the dark ninja at the same time, and in an instant, the room was quiet, filled with an awkward atmosphere. What Yes-Zero thought was, this product is like this, and you still want to perform the instantaneous technique. What 8th thought was, this product is a big pen, can you stop losing the face of the old man? The dark ninja bowed his head and left the Hokage office in embarrassment. He decided to quit his job when he went back. Death to the society. A special forbearance, not only was he played by the child with avatar technique, but he was also kicked in the crotch. And in front of the Hokage, a dog eats, and this day can't be lived. "Ahem, little friend, whose family are you from, is there something wrong?" After the dark ninja left, Sarutobi pretended that nothing happened, smoked his pipe, and looked at Night Zero Feather, actually thinking about the origin and identity of Night Zero Feather. At a young age, he was able to sneak into the Hokage building and kicked. Let's not mention it. Judging by his age, he should be a student of the ninja school, right? But he is not a child of some big family, nor is he a person at the top of his grade, so who is he? 8th Flying Sun was puzzled. 8th Flying Sun chopping is deeply inherited by the second generation of me, and inherits the brainwashing to start with. There is a fine tradition that education should start with dolls, so I have an understanding of the younger generation of major families, as well as the students of ninja schools with good grades. According to normal circumstances, a genius like Yes-Zero, the ninja school should have sent the information to him a long time ago, but why did he not have any impression? "Naruto-sama, my name is Yoru-Zero-Ha, and I am a student in the Irika class of the ninja school." Yes-Zero replied. "So it's you." When 8th Riko heard the words Night Zero Feather, he suddenly realized, and a special approval document appeared in his mind. This special approval document is exactly the document about Night Zero Feather, who does not have the ability to refine chakra, but is assigned to the ninja class, and is also the Irikaban where the children of the major families gather. Looking back now, 8th Flying Sun can't help but be confused. What did I think in the first place? How could I approve this document? Moreover, you call this not being able to refine chakra? Lao Tzu's Hokage building was infiltrated by him. Although it was finally discovered, being able to come in was no longer something that a ninja school student could do. There is another point that makes the 8th Flying Sun Chop very concerned. He recently heard that the eldest lady of the Hayaga family was very close to a guy named Yorizuroyu, and even openly played Princess Hug on the street. Wouldn't it be him? Ape Flying Sun Chopper took a deep look at Yorizuroyu. Boy, there is a future. It was about Hinata's family, and he had to pay attention to it. Naruto-sama knows me? Yorizuroyu asked. If Yezero Feather was a person in the original Hokage, he would definitely not feel anything. But he crossed over, how could he not know what the old fox was thinking? Isn't it just surprising that he can't refine chakra, but he uses ninjutsu again? I've heard about you, have you come here for something today? Sarutobi asked curiously. I have something I want to report about Naruto. Yezero said quietly. What about Naruto? Ape Fei was stunned. Not about the Hayaga family? But at the mention of Naruto, Sarutobi frowned slightly, gradually serious. Naruto's identity is special, and Yoroto is a child. What important things can he report to this Hokage? Tell me about it. Ape Flying Sun Chopper didn't pay too much attention to it, but was just curious about what Yezero Feather knew. But in the next second, his expression changed abruptly, his smoking action froze, he took down his pipe, and his sharp eyes looked at Yezero Feather. I found that Mizuki-sensei and Naruto have been very close recently. Mizuki is a teacher and Naruto is a student, it's normal for them to get close, right? No need to fuss too much. Sarutobi deliberately showed a natural smile and asked tentatively. I also found that Mizuki-sensei likes to take evening walks lately, and it's a forest walk. Yezero Feather did not answer Ape Flying Sun's words and continued. Ape Fei was silent, the smile he feigned disappeared, and he said solemnly, what else do you know? I also knew that I was going to have a ninja graduation exam, and if the content of the exam was not correct, it would be doppelganger. Naruto's worst is doppelganger, presumably Naruto-sama, you know, with Naruto's level, 9 out of 10 times you won't be able to finish your career, and then you will. Who are you? A Konoha orphan who knows your little secret. Ape Fei was silent, and the atmosphere in the room became more and more solemn. He stared at Yezero Feather without blinking, and the invisible momentum of the superior pressed down, as if he wanted to see through Yezero Feather, and it seemed that he wanted to suppress Yezero Feather's mentality collapsed. However, in the face of the momentum of the Ape Flying Sun, Yezero Feather was calm, and did not panic at all. He knew the old politician too well. If it was Tuan Zhang, he dared to be so arrogant, and he was probably dead. But the Ape Flying Sun Chop is the opposite, the character is too charitable, the means are too soft. The calmer and more fearless he was, the more cautious the Ape Flying Sun was. This old man loves to negotiate things too much. Sure enough, after a short silence, Ape Flying Sun spoke. What is your purpose? He could already see that Yezero wanted to negotiate with him, and his plan to plot Mizuki to trick Naruto into stealing the Book of Seals was a bargaining chip. Even, Yoryu had some chips that he didn't know, such as Hinata's family, otherwise he couldn't be so fearless. Thinking of this, Ape Fei took a puff of cigarette and couldn't help but sigh. Is Yezero Feather really just a 12-year-old child? I'm going into the shadows, Yezero said indifferently. Ahem. Ape Fei choked on a puff of smoke, and asked in disbelief, what did you say? Night Zero Feather repeated, I said, I'm going into the dark part. Ape Flying Sunko. He thought about it 1,000 times, thought of wearing thin, squatting in the pit until his legs were numb, but he didn't expect that Yezero Feather actually wanted to enter the dark part. Do you know where the dark part is? Sarutobi still didn't believe it, thinking that he had misheard, and asked. Of course you know, Assassination Tactical Special Forces, a group of people living in the shadows. Yezero Feather didn't care. Then you still want to enter the dark part? Ape Fei looked surprised. I do, can you handle it? Yezero raised his eyebrows, looking like Lao Tzu was willing. Sarutobi Sunko, am I special? You kid is very arrogant. Ape Fei did not agree, nor did he refuse, but smoked 2 puffs of his pipe and pondered, I will consider this matter again, you go back first. Yezero didn't say anything more, because he knew that with the character of the Ape Flying Sun, this matter was basically finalized. Dark part, I'm coming. My system is hungry. Night Zero Feather sneaks when he enters the Hokage building and swaggers when he goes out. The 2 ninja guards in charge of the gate, after seeing Night Zero Feather, looked inside the Naruto building, and then looked at Night Zero Feather who was gradually walking away, and people were stunned. What's the situation? How did he come out of it? Didn't you see him go in? Sure enough, things turned out as Yezero expected. Shortly after he left, Sarutobi sent the Dark Ministry to investigate Night Zero Feather. It turned out that Yezero Feather was as clean as a blank piece of paper. After the war, he was raised in an orphanage in Konoha and later assigned a house to live alone, entering the ninja school. Although he could not refine chakra, he was specially approved to enter Irakaban. Usually the performance is sparse and ordinary, and he is not particularly close to Naruto, and there is no doubt. There are only 2 notable points, 1, too handsome, 2nd, the eldest lady of the Hayaga family was abducted. Could it be that he is a talent secretly cultivated by the Hayaga family? Go and ask. That night, Saratobi Hinata visited Hinata Hayashi and vaguely talked about Yora's zero feather. It's okay not to talk about it. As soon as you talk about it, it exploded. My cabbage was arched by a pig. The whole village knows about Yes zero feather and Hinata. How could he, the father, not know? It's just that Hinata's affection is complicated, that his feelings for Hinata are complicated, but he still loves Hinata in his heart. The reason why he didn't intervene in Yes zero U's affairs can be regarded as giving Hinata a little tenderness. However, the more I think about it, the more angry I become. I have been raising flowers for 12 years, why did I pick a cow dung that cannot be refined from chakra? 3 generations, what do you say that kid is worthy of my Hinata? He's a trash. Hinata beat her chest and said angrily. On weekdays, he couldn't say these things, and no one listened to him. Today, when the ape flew to the sun, it was suddenly like an erupting volcano. When Ape Fei-Ri heard this, his old face turned red, and he thought to himself, that waste in your mouth just sneaked into my Hokage building during the day. If he's waste, then what are my dark guards? What is this Hokage of mine? Hinata Hayashi's complaints, as well as his dissatisfaction with Yora's zero feather, listened to Saratobi Hinata's ears, as if it were a slap on his face. Pia Pia sounded. Finally, Ape Fei-Ri's face could no longer hang up, and he pulled a face and said, I still have some things to deal with, go first. Say it, turn into a puff of white smoke, and disappear. Hinata looked at the disappeared ape flying Sunko with a question mark on his face. Have something important to deal with? What's the point of your shadow doppelganger? Inexplicable, Hinata said unpleasantly. He looked at the full moon in the sky and let out a long sigh. Oh, my precious daughter. 3 days later, Yo-Zero-U woke up with a letter, a mask, a ninja brace, and a ninja suit on the table. Open the envelope, 3 sheets of paper. One is a letter, one is a dark information sheet, and the last is a map. The letter is a letter of recommendation, and the general content is that Yo-Zero-U performed well, did not have to take the ninja school graduation exam, and directly joined the dark department, but was an alternate in the dark department. At the same time, Yo-Zero-U is also required to absolutely hide his identity from the outside world. Pick up the information form. Name, Yo-Zero feather, gender, male, age, 12, ninja rank, Shinobu. These are fixed. Others are code names, mastery of ninjutsu, physical arts, illusions, or special abilities. Yo-Zero-U took out a pen, waved his big hand, codenamed you, the rest, keep it secret, keep it all secret. After filling out the form, Knight Zero put on the mask, and pressed the map to go to the nearest dark entrance. The entrance to the dark part is very secret, hidden to the point of urgency to P, will not be found. Near the entrance, Yo-Zero-U easily found the 2 Naka Shinobi secret sentries hidden nearby with his reconnaissance and counter-detection abilities comparable to the upper ninja level. It's a pity that the strength is too weak to light up the book for Knight Zero feather. Enter the dark part through the entrance, the initial pole is narrow, only to pass people, repeat dozens of steps, suddenly cheerful, the most mysterious department of Konoha, the dark part, is displayed in front of Yo-Zero-U. Yo-Zero-U looked at this complex and huge underground building, and couldn't help but sigh. Wouldn't it be cool if it was poured with water at the level of the 9 Tails, or Deodaris explosives to blast? And what makes Knight Zero feather even cooler is that ninjas, many ninjas, flying away. Yo-Zero-Ha's eyes flashed with excitement and swept towards the passing ninja. Drip. Light up skill book, elementary physical technique, 8/10, 9/10. Drip. Light up skill guide, primary instantaneous technique, 1/10, 2/10. Drip. Light up the skill book, advanced reconnaissance, advanced anti-detection. Since the minimum requirement to join the dark part is middle ninja, so just by walking this way, the body art guide of Knight Zero feather has been upgraded to an advanced level, 3/10. The instantaneous body technique has been upgraded to an advanced level, 3/10. Middle ninja can be improved twice for the primary guide, advanced reconnaissance, counter-investigation, 9/10, advanced chakra extraction, 3/10. Even, he happened to meet a shadow avatar and learned the shadow doppelganger art, with a progress of 1/10 of the beginner. And this is just the beginning. After he officially enters the dark department, one word, refreshing. Sure enough, adding the dark part was the right choice. Yo-Zero-U came to the dark reception office, where dark ninjas usually asked about simple matters, or reported small things, and submitted ordinary reports. Yo-Zero-U handed over the completed form and said, newcomer report. Yo-Zero-U didn't deliberately change his voice, so he still sounded like a child. The reception ninja was stunned for a moment when he heard Yo-Zero-U's voice. Child? Listening to this voice, it can't be just a year or 2 after graduating from ninja school, right? To be approved to enter the dark department at such a young age seems to be a genius. The receiving ninja glanced at Yo-Zero Hataka. But when he saw the form handed by Yo-Zero-U, the people were dumbfounded. Grip grass, 12? There are rules in the dark part, and ninjas who join the dark part must be in the middle of the tolerant up. First, the level is low, the strength is not enough, and it is simply impossible to perform the tasks assigned by the Dark Department. Second, and most importantly, loyalty. The so-called shinobi stage is actually to test the ninja's loyalty to Konoha. Only those who pass the assessment are eligible to join the Dark Ministry. But this kid in front of him, who is in a small area to endure, has actually been approved by the Dark Department and does not need to be assessed? What surprised him even more was that he was only 12 years old. That is just the age at which this class of ninja school students graduated. If this age is placed in the past, although it is not common, it is not nothing, but without exception, all of them are famous in Konoha. For example, the man who was only 13 years old and served as the captain of the Dark Army. But this Knight Zero Feathers in front of him, people who are not famous at a glance, are the strength really enough to join the Dark Department? And this is not what shocked the reception of the Dark Department the most. What shocked him the most was that at the bottom of the form, there were 4 eye-catching words: Hokage Special Approval. And there are 3 generations of Hokage seals. Indeed, every ninja who joins the Dark Department requires Naruto's personal approval. But most of them were just the 4 words Hokage Approval. This kind of special approval, this is the first time he has seen it. According to records, those who were specially approved all became captain-level figures. For example, one of the current captains, Tenzo, the genius boy who used to be in the Uchiha family, Kakashi-senpai who became a copy ninja. Wait a minute. All of them are elite-level existences. And this kid can actually get the special approval of the Hokage. What exactly is his identity? The reception ninja became more and more curious about the true identity of Yura Zero Feather. However, he knew that this kind of secret was not something he could know. He didn't even register, but directly sealed the form and put it away, ready to hand it over to his superiors. In his capacity, he was not qualified to handle the entry process of Yes Zero U at all. The application for admission has been received, and I will accept the arrangement at this time tomorrow. The reception ninja said. Okay, got it. Can I visit the dark part in advance? Yes Zero U replied and asked rhetorically. If someone else had said this, the reception ninja would have replied with disdain, you think the dark part is your home, and you can visit it if you want? But Naruto's specially approved Knight Zero Feather, good, but you can only watch, you can't ask indiscriminately, you can't break in, and you can't interfere. Yes Zero U nodded in response and walked towards the inside of the dark part expectantly. As soon as Yes Zero U left, several curious dark ninjas stepped forward and asked, what is the background of that kid? I saw you very nervous just now. Although the identity of the dark part is confidential, it is not absolute. Not to mention that most of the members of the squad know each other, even between different squads, there are also discussions, but everyone has a degree. They just looked at the attitude of receiving the ninja, and estimated that 9 out of 10 of the Knight Zero Feathers were children of a big family, but they didn't know which family, so they were curious and came up to ask. If it were normal, the reception ninja would definitely reveal something to them, but today, I advise you not to ask more, just treat yourself as if you haven't seen anything. The reception ninja said solemnly, and after speaking, he turned and walked quickly in the other direction. Several dark ninjas were stunned, obviously not expecting the reaction of the receiving ninja, and they became more and more curious about the identity of Yes Zero U. What kind of background can a person receive a ninja like this? Or, let's take a look? Okay, there is no task now anyway. Several ninjas glanced at each other and followed in the direction where Yura Zero had disappeared. And Knight Zero Feather, drip. Light up skill book, advanced reconnaissance, collection progress, 10/10 advanced anti-detection, collection progress, 10/10 collection progress is full, successfully evolved into ultimate detection, 1/10 ultimate anti-detection, 1/10 in an instant. Yes Zero U only felt that his mind was clear to the extreme, and he could sense every move, breath, and even air flow of the people around him. Although he did not use wide-eye perspective, all the information around him was in his control. Even a sentient ninja must be ashamed of himself in front of Knight Zero Feather. With such a powerful perception, walking outside, you shouldn't be in, right? Yes Zero Feather thought excitedly. And he also knows that above the elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels, it is the extreme. The primary corresponds to the lower patients, the intermediate corresponds to the middle patients, and the advanced corresponds to the special upper patients and upper patients, which is extreme, which is almost the level of elite upper patients in Shadow. As for the 6 external levels, then I don't know. But not now. Yes Zero U continued to walk inside, ostensibly visiting the dark part, but in fact did not stop the system to light up the book. Here it is, training room? Knight Zero Feather stopped in front of a door. The door is completely closed, with no windows, only a handle, and not even a trace of air can penetrate through the gap, like a mountain, majestic. However, with the blessing of the ultimate detection ability, Yes Zero U could feel that a battle was going on inside the door. Looking at the scale and fluctuations, it should be 2 middle ninja, 1 proficient in earth attributes, and 1 proficient in water attributes. In addition, there were about a dozen people nearby. There are special patients, and 2 upper shinobi? No, this is no ordinary training room. Yaziro's eyes flickered, very curious about what was happening inside. But he has no reason to go in, and it is not good to break in rashly. Although Yaziroyu wants to become stronger, everyone is either an enemy or a stranger, and politeness still has to be dripping. Or, peep with white eyes. No, it will definitely be found, but this is the dark part. The entire Konoha village is shrouded in enchantment, not to mention the most important dark part. The reason why the battle in the room did not reach the outside world is probably because of the existence of enchantments. Hey, stupid, I'm struggling with something, but I know 3 generations of little secrets. Yaziroyu patted his head and laughed at himself. It seems that he is still not used to the Hokage world, and he always does things as he did in his previous life. With his current identity, although he can't be like Naruto, where he wants to go, what he wants to do, even the beard of the 3rd generation dares to pluck, and the Book of Seals dares to steal, but in the dark part make a little mistake, and then throw the pot ape flying sun, it's still okay, right? Don't care, look at it first. White eyes. It turned out that Yaziro's guess was correct, this training room was indeed wrapped in a layer of enchantment. It's just that this layer of enchantment is in front of the white eye, like the solid wall, it is all in vain, and the scene in the house is clearly displayed in front of Yaziro's eyes. And at the moment when the scene in the house appeared in front of Yaziro's eyes, drip. Light up skill book, elementary soil escape, collection progress, 1/10 drip. Light up skill book, to done Tuliu wall, drop. Light up skill book, primary water escape, collection progress, 1/10. Before Yaziroyu always thought that the ninjutsu picture book would be like the 3-body technique, each ninjutsu is a separate picture book, and it is also divided into separate levels, such as the primary soil flow wall, the primary waterfall technique. But I never expected that the various attribute dunjutsu and ninjutsu turned out to be separate guides. In the past, he was still worried, after lighting up the ninjutsu guide, how can he raise the guide to the top? Can't you find dozens of people and let them all perform the same ninjutsu all over again, right? A ninjutsu book is more than a dozen people, what about 10 ninjutsu and 100 ninjutsu? But now, the worries are gone. Attribute escape technique and ninjutsu are separated, that is to say, as long as 10 lower ninja level ninjutsu are lit, you can upgrade attribute escape technique to intermediate level. 10 medium level ninjutsu can be upgraded to the advanced level. It's so cool. Upgrade swish. But why are 3-body techniques, shadow doppelganger techniques, and instantaneous body techniques separate guides? Yaziroyu was a little puzzled. Could it be that these kinds of ninjutsu are attributeless ninjutsu? Thinking about it carefully, these kinds of ninjutsu are indeed attributeless, and any attribute ninja can use it. The only difference is that the replacement target of avatar is different in each village. But this is not a question of attributes, but of the characteristics of ninjutsu seals in each village. If there is a problem with attributes, then Konoha's ninjas will all avatar technique, and the replacement is all wood, and will it all be woody? And the doppelganger technique of each attribute is also different from the ordinary doppelganger. It's like separate water body, earth avatar, etc., all condensed by their respective attributes. That's how it should be. Yaziroyu thought about it and solved the confusion in his heart. What he didn't know was that it was today's speculation that made him take a lot less detours when lighting up the book in the future. And at the moment when Yaziroyu used his white eyes to peek at the scene inside the house, the 2 upper shinobi in the house noticed something strange, turned their heads one after another, frowned and looked outside the house. Who is so bold and dares to peek inside the shadows? Own? It's impossible, my own people know the rules, and they definitely won't do such a thing. Enemy spies? It is even more impossible, spies are not so stupid, and they have to secretly probe for intelligence, how can they be so blatant? Go check it out. One of the kami shinobu gave the man behind him a wink, and the man walked towards the door. Discovered so quickly. This scene clearly fell in Yaziroyu's white eyes. However, he did not leave, but withdrew his eyes and stood in place and waited. Just kidding, it's hard to find out what is special about the escape guide, how can you leave? There are so many tool people here, can't you make good use of it? Squeak! The door was opened, Yaziroyu's eyes did not dodge, and he walked into the room, looking indifferent, and a group of dark ninjas looked stupid. Please, we found you peeping, how did you look as if we opened the door and invited you in? Are you a leader? Who are you? Why voyeurism? The one who had spoken before asked in a cold voice, obviously hearing that he was a little unhappy. I am the candidate of the Dark Department who reported for duty today, Naruto's special approval. Hearing the first half of the sentence, the anger in the heart of the Shangren was even stronger. The candidate of a new report dares to peep, he doesn't understand the rules. But hearing the second half of the sentence, he was stunned. Hokage special approval? As a dark shinobi, how could he not know the particularity of these 4 words? But because I knew it, I was surprised. Who is this kid and why did he get the special approval of Hokage? It was another Shangnin, his pupils shrunk, and he seriously looked at Yezero Feather. Some of the other dark ninjas had heard about the particularity of the Naruto special approval, and some did not know, but without exception, they were all curious about the identity of Yoruto. And while they were looking at Yes Zero Feather was also looking at them. The difference is that they can only blindly guess the identity of Yes Zero Feather, but Yes Zero Feather knows their identity well. Drip. Light up character book, name unnamed Dark Division 5th Team Captain Ninja level, Elite Shangnan ability, proficient in Earth Escape and Water Escape experience, wonderful, but very water life. The 5th Captain messed in, #%. It's good that the villain is also the 5th Captain, can't you introduce it? How come it's water? Drip. Light up character guide, name, Yamato, Tenzo Ninja level, Elite Upper Ninja ability, Mu Dun, Earth, Water, Yang, experience, Captain of the 6th Team of the Dark Department, orphan, survivor of the Big Snake Pill human experiment, was hidden by the group when he was a child, Drip. Light up the character guide, name, Yuzuki Zian Ninja level, special shinobi ability, Kanaha Ryu swordsmanship experience, member of the 6th Team of the Dark Department, lover Shippuden protagonist, Moonlight Whirlpool, character guide, everyone information, Night Zero Feathers at a glance. In addition to the three, there are two who are also official members of the Dark Ministry, both are Naka Shinobi, and the others are Dark Department alternates and are undergoing assessment. The same goes for the two ninjas who are fighting, both Dark alternate candidates. After understanding the identities of several people, Yes Zero Yu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that by mistake, he would meet one of the people he wanted to meet the most so quickly, Yu. Mu Dun Yamato. Yamato is a supporting role in Naruto, but in Night Zero Yu, the protagonist. Absolute protagonist. Whether you can light up the Muta guide, it's up to you. And this is one of the reasons why Night Zero Yu wants to join the Dark Division. Yamato felt the strange look in Yes Zero Yu's eyes when he looked at him, and he couldn't help but become more and more curious about Yes Zero Yu in his heart. He should have met for the first time, so many people in the house, why pay attention to him? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Report. What's going on? The 5th Captain's brow furrowed even tighter. Although Night Zero Feather is a special approval of Hokage, as the 5th Captain, he is a high level in the Dark Department after all, and he has his own temper, and he does not put Night Zero Feather too seriously, but because of Night Zero Feather's rash act of peeping, he is very unhappy. And what happened next made him even more unhappy. I've seen Captain 5. The person outside the door stood still, bowed his head slightly, and said respectfully. But after saying this, he didn't pay attention to the 5th Captain, but quickly walked to Yamato and said, 6th Captain, this is what I asked me to give to you above, about him. Saying that, the man glanced at Yes Zero Yu gesturistically. Yes Zero Yu also looked at him. This look, warning and angry little eyes, at a glance recognized this person, it was the previous reception ninja. At this time, if the atmosphere did not allow, the reception ninja would want to point at the Night Zero Feather nose and scold the mother. For the murderous eyes of the receiving ninja, Yes Zero Yakuan did not see it. And, is he to blame for this? It's not to blame him, it's not that he wants to come in, they invited him in, right? Yamato took the documents, one was the application form of Night Zero Feather, and the other was the mission. He just glanced at the task and ignored it. This task Ape Flying Sun Chopper had already notified him in advance, just in writing. And when he saw a series of confidential 2 times on Yes Zero Yu's application form, he was stunned for a moment, and then chuckled, secretly said, this kid has a personality. But he didn't care too much, looked up and said to Yes Zero Yu, I am Tianzo, the captain of the 6th team, from now on, you will be the official candidate of my 7th team, follow me later. When Yes Zero Yu heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the Ape Flying Sun Slash actually arranged him under Yamato. Didn't this personally deliver Mu Dun to him? Ape Flying Sun Chop will not be a roundworm in his stomach, what do you want? This assist is okay. 3 generations of old men, I would like to call you the strongest assistant. However, there is one thing that makes Yes Zero Yu a little confused, that is, why did Sarutobi Hinata arrange him under Yamato? As far as he knows, although Yamato is the leader of the Dark Army, Sarutobi does not pay much attention to him, probably because Yamato grew up in the route controlled by Danzo. The old traitor who flew to the sun is famous. At least in Yorizero's opinion, Yamato, who is proficient in Kaidan, is more suitable for cultivating Naruto than Kakashi. Not to mention, Kakashi, as a disciple of the 4th generation, was obviously partial to Sasuke, and the cultivation of Naruto in the early stage. Can't say that, at least Naruto learned to value his companions, as well as step on trees, right? But Sarutobi Hinata did not arrange for Yamato to teach Naruto. Yamato was really reused, or after the death of 3 generations and Tsunade's rise to power. However, now, Sarutobi-san has arranged Yes Zero Yu, who knows his secret, under Yamato's men. Why could it be? Yes Zero Yu had a hint of speculation in his heart. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked, looking at Yes Zero Yu and Yamato in surprise. They didn't expect that Yamato would directly recruit Yes Zero Yu into the 7th team. The Dark Department is very strict about the recruitment of members, and the lower Shinobu to the Dark Department candidates is only the initial screening. After entering the Dark part, it is necessary to carry out a second screening, and through the execution of tasks, the people who are not strong or loyal enough are eliminated. At this time, the Dark Department candidate has no detachments, only temporary groups. Then there is the third screening. Through the competition assessment and comprehensive evaluation, enter the waiting list of each detachment, and become an alternate member. When a detachment member dies or retires, he will be promoted from alternate to full member. At this time, the third selection is carried out in the room. The fifth captain, Yamato, and Yuzuki Zien, are the examiners of this selection. This is only a standard process assessment, not to mention that there are many small assessments during the waiting period. But Yezero directly crossed many assessments and officially became an alternate member of the 7th team in one fell swoop. How could everyone not be shocked? Shock, there is jealousy and dissatisfaction, especially those ninjas who are preparing for the selection. Everyone is a candidate for the dark part. Why do they have to go through layers of assessment, and they may not be able to pass, but Yezero Feather crossed all and was directly selected? Just because he's a Hokage special approval? It's not fair. The eyes of a group of dark candidates looking at Yezero were full of unhappiness. Suddenly, a Naka Shinobu named Genkage who had passed the assessment stood up and said unconvinced, "Captain, since we are all the same batch of Dark Department candidates, I think we can have a discussion, so that in case we have the opportunity to do tasks together in the future, it is good to have an understanding in advance." As soon as these words were spoken, the already tense atmosphere became more and more tense, and all the alternate ninjas were eager to compete with Yezero Feather. If in normal times, this person named Xianying dared to say such things in front of two dark captains on such occasions, as a newcomer, he would inevitably be criticized. The rule in the dark part is to talk less, ask less, and do more, and on this occasion, it is not his turn to interject a candidate player. But this time no one spoke. Obviously, Uzian and other formal dark departments were also very curious about what was special about Yezero, which could be specially approved by Hokage. And the fifth captain of the dark department, his face was a little ugly. Almost all the official Dark Team members know that the fifth captain has a characteristic, that is, he is meticulous, extremely serious in his work, and follows the rules in everything. Therefore, the fact that Yezero Feather crossed the steps into the dark part was alien in his eyes. If it were normal, he would never allow this to happen right under his nose. But Night Zero Feather is a special approval of Hokage, and he has no right to interfere directly. However, the absence of the right to intervene directly does not mean that there is no way to interfere. Aren't you specially approved? Then I will make you lose the qualification of special approval. I think it's okay, everyone should get to know each other, right, Tienzo? The fifth captain spoke directly to Yamato. If you lose, the ability is not good, see how you still approve it. Honestly, climb up step by step from below. Yamato's brows furrowed slightly. He is familiar with the fifth captain, of course, he knows what the other party means. But he did not make a decision directly, but looked at Yezero, wanting to see Yezero's thoughts, and he himself did not recommend Yezero to accept it. To be honest, he was not very optimistic about Yezero either. Yezero is only 12 years old, under the level of ninja, and under normal circumstances, he has not graduated from the ninja school. How can he be compared with this group of old people who have been on the edge of life and death for several years? However, the picture book sent to his mouth, how can Night Zero Feather make him fly? Since the seniors want to teach, it is naturally better. Yezero accepted with a smile. Looking into everyone's gaze is like looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This steamed, that braised lamb, and then roasted whole lamb, beautiful and nourishing. For some reason, under the gaze of Yezero Feather, they actually felt that their backs were cold, as if something terrifying was blowing cold air on their necks behind their backs. But the thought of Yezero Feather was just a newcomer. The fear in their hearts dissipated with the wind, replaced by a touch of banter. Okay, I'll come first, codenamed Xianying, please advise. As soon as Yezero's words fell, Naka Shinobu named Xianying couldn't help it, stepped forward, and said arrogantly, but was stopped by Yezero raising his hand. Wait, why? I'm afraid, I want to regret it? This is the Naruto special approval? Genkage taunted. The others also looked at Yezero with disdain. They originally thought that Yezero Feather, this Hokage special approval, had some skills, but they didn't expect that they would only talk big. The fifth captain also frowned slightly, not liking the way Yezero turned his back. Since it can't work, what did you promise to do just now? Afraid? Think too much. A group of booklets sent to the door, he will be afraid? If nothing else, just with his current high-level physical arts guide, he can defeat this group of Zongnin. I said wait, I just wanted to wait until your business was done before dealing with mine. After all, I came later, you guys came first, how can you cut the queue? We have to be polite. In a word, offended the vast majority of people. Doesn't Yezero words mean that they are rude? But it is true, here is the dark part assessment, they suddenly intervened, it is really inappropriate. This made Xianying and the others' faces a little unbearable, and they became more and more unhappy with the Knight Zero Feather. However, those candidate ninjas who had not yet been evaluated suddenly realized and looked at Ye Zero Feather gratefully. If Ye Zero Feather doesn't remind him, what if something happens in a while that affects their assessment? Compared to Ye Zero Feather's matter, they obviously valued this assessment more. In order to evaluate, they have gone through a lot of hardships. Instead, everyone turned their displeased gazes to the Xianying people. Xianying and several people were all formal candidates who passed the assessment, and they didn't think about them at all. Feeling everyone's gaze, Xianying's face became more and more ugly, and all the fault was attributed to Ye Zero Yu. If Ye Zero Yu hadn't said what he had just said, how could he have become the target of everyone? This kid is so bad that he actually pulls hatred for him. Have you looked good in a moment? But in fact, Ye Zero Feather didn't think so much at all, just wanted to light up the book more. Okay, you guys go ahead. The fifth captain nodded and said to the group of candidate ninjas who had not yet participated in the assessment. At this time, the two people in the training ground had already divided the victory and defeat. The basic victory passes the assessment, and the defeat does not necessarily have no chance, but the chance is smaller. For a time, the competition in the training room was carried out in an orderly manner. Gradually, the ninja who participated in the assessment forgot about Ye Zero Feather and seriously participated in the assessment. This is the big thing that will determine their future. And the more serious they are, the happier Ye Zero Feather is. Drip. Light up the skill book. Primary soil done, collection progress, 2/10, 3/10. Skill guide. Primary soil done, collection progress is full, successfully promoted to intermediate soil done, collection progress 1/10, 2/10. Skill guide. Primary water done, collection progress is full, successfully promoted to intermediate water done, collection progress 1/10, 2/10. Primary fire done, collection progress is full, successfully promoted to intermediate fire done. Drip. Light up skill guide. Primary dark manipulation, collection progress 1/10. If someone asks Ye Zero Feather at this moment what happiness is, Ye Zero Feather will definitely tell him happiness is twinkle and shining, and the picture book is like a little star. The battle of several alternate ninjas directly made Knight Zero Feather come to the Potoken blowout. Among them, Tudun reached intermediate 3/10, water intermediate 5/10, fire intermediate 7/10, wind done primary 5/10, and thunder done junior 2/10. In addition, advanced body technique 5/10, advanced chakra extraction technique 5/10, advanced transfiguration 3/10, advanced avatar 3/10, advanced doppelganger 3/10, advanced transfiguration 5/10. Ninjutsu also lights up many guides. There is also the dark weapon manipulation guide, which has reached the intermediate level of 7/10. This dark weapon manipulation guide, including but not limited to kunao, shuriken, 1,000 books, etc., as long as it can be thrown out, it is counted. It was also when this book was lit up that Ye Zero Yu discovered that he had not seen anyone use a shuriken since he had traveled through to now. In addition to these, there is also a booklet that makes Ye Zero Feather extremely excited, that is, Special Guide, Primary Enchantment Art, Collection Progress, 1/10, that's right, it's the enchantment that shrouds the training room. When this booklet was lit up, Ye Zero Yu was really surprised. The enchantment is in the world of Hokage, very strong, strong enough to trap the 10 tails, can envelop an area, and monitor everything in the area. But it is very weak, and it seems that there is no attack power. To sum up, the setting is good, but unfortunately it is not taken seriously, like a blank eye. But in the hands of Knight Zero Feather, it must be dry. And after the Knight Zero Feather lit up many picture books, the system, drip. Task, light up any 10 intermediate booklets, completed rewards, physical fitness improvement card *3, chakra enhancement card *3, mental power enhancement card *1, any picture book intermediate ascend card *3, any booklet advanced jack up card *1, issued drip. Release mission, emerging edge, battle to achieve a victory reward, chakra boost card *1, any item booklet unlimited card *1, note, unlimited card, you can increase the number of a certain legend to no infinite, mission completed, rewards issued, joy. Ye Zero Yu did not hesitate and immediately used the 7 promotion cards. In an instant, Ye Zero Feather only felt that the power in his body was surging, multiplying. Open the attribute panel, host, Knight Zero Feather comprehensive level, special upper ninja chakra, middle shinobu physical strength, middle ninja spiritual power, special upper shinobu blood succession boundary, white eye, 1/10, skill, intermediate earth done. It seems that the promotion card cannot improve a large level at once, but little by little. Ye Zero Yu said silently. The 3 physique improvement cards did not raise his physical strength from lower patients to upper patients, only to middle patients. But it doesn't matter, it's enough. Boy, it's your turn. At this time, Xianying's defiant voice sounded. Ye Zero Feather came back from the joy and looked at Xianying. Hey, it was so pleasing to the eye. Although Xianying was unhappy with him, he not only provoked him, but also mocked him and troubled him from the beginning. But it doesn't matter, brother is happy now, forgive you. The most important thing is that brother urgently needs a sandbag now, and you came directly to deliver it to your door. How can you not let brother give you 5-star praise? So, don't worry, I won't let you down, I will, seriously. Yes, Zero, you said seriously with a smiling face. Humph. Don't cry and beg for mercy then, I won't show mercy to my subordinates. Xianying suddenly had a bad premonition, but still replied strongly. Begin. The fifth captain ordered, looking at the field with interest. He wanted to see what was so special about Knight Zero Feather, this Hokage special approval. The others are the same, expecting the performance of Knight Zero Feather. Only Yamato, who has secretly run chakra, is ready to strike at any time to save Knight Zero Feather in a time of crisis. Yes, Zero U is his team member no matter how he says, and he, the captain, can't see death without saving it. It's a big deal to lose some face. When the fifth captain's voice fell, oh. Yes, Zero, you didn't seem to react, standing in place, motionless. Ha, that's it. What Hokage special approval is a rookie? Xianying thought disdainfully. But just when Xianying's hand was raised, snap, one hand grabbed his arm from behind, making him immobile. At the same time, boom, the Knight Zero Feather in front of him turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Doppelganger. When Xianying was shocked, he never expected that the Knight Zero Feather in front of him turned out to be a doppelganger. From the beginning to now, not even a second, he is also always paying attention to Yes Zero Feather. When did Yes Zero Feather perform the doppelganger technique? Not only Xianying, but even Yamato and Captain Fifth were stunned, because even they couldn't see when Yes Zero Feather used the doppelganger technique. It's not that Yes Zero Feather is stronger than them, it's just that they didn't expect that Yes Zero Feather's doppelganger proficiency was so high that they didn't seriously observe Yes Zero Feather's actions. And Yes Zero Feather gave them a critical attack at the beginning. This level of proficiency, it is estimated that it has reached the level of upper patience, right? Don't look at doppelganger is only one of the most basic 3-body techniques, but it is a technique that all ninjas must master and must also master. Even if it is a shadow-level powerhouse fighting, it is inseparable from these 3 ninjutsu, which is enough to see the importance of these 3 basic ninjutsu. Take a glimpse of the panther. This kid is not simple. Tianzo, show me the information form. The fifth captain said seriously, and there was no contempt for Yes Zero U in his eyes. Tenzo handed the information form to the fifth captain. This information is not important and does not need to be hidden. And Yes Zero U's information form did not need to be hidden at all. Sure enough, after seeing the information form, the fifth captain's expression was more strange and strange. He really wanted to grab Yes Zero U over now, and then put the information form on Yes Zero U's face and asked, dude, are you serious? How can you fill out the information form like this? Indeed, this form is not very useful. It is a self-introduction that goes through the process, and no one will write their real whole cards on it. However, you are so good at writing a few good ninjutsu or general directions for specialization. What do you mean by this column of secrecy? Also, the fifth captain also wants to call the 3 generations over and ask, well, do you call this shinobi? With the level of his 3-body technique, at least he is also a middle endurance, right? Not to mention, the fifth captain looked at the field, his expression becoming more and more strange. Not to mention, he was already pressing an elite who had passed 3 rounds of assessment and officially became a candidate for the dark department. Moreover, after Yes Zero U grabbed Xianying's arm, Xianying was only briefly shocked, and immediately raised his leg and kicked back, forcing Yes Zero U to retreat and break free. At the same time, Xianying stepped hard under his feet and quickly distanced himself from Yes Zero U. Phew! Shout! Shout! The 3 kunao flew out of Xianying's hands and shot straight at Yes Zero Feather. His hands were even more quickly sealed. Fire escape how fireball technique. A huge fireball, followed by 3 kunao, crushed towards Knight Zero Feather. Genkage is worthy of being an official candidate for the Dark Division, and a series of quick and fierce reactions. Under normal circumstances, even if the opponent can dodge the 3 kunao, he cannot dodge the How Fireball. However, that is the usual situation. How can Yes Zero Feather be an ordinary opponent? Dang! While Yes Zero you didn't know when there was an extra kunao in his hand, his arm quickly shook 3 times, and he shot down the 3 kunwu's hands almost at the same time, and his body didn't even move. Immediately after, one-handed sealing, instant completion. Water escape waterfall art. The same as the waterfall art, the ninja at the beginning, the waterfall summoned is only 3 meters wide, but there are 0 feathers in the night, which is more than 10 meters. For Naka Shinobu, this is the art of waterfall. It is clearly the art of the great waterfall. The water pouring down in midair was like a small reservoir that burst the embankment, and as soon as they met, they swallowed the How Fireball technique, without even the slightest obstruction. Only the rising white smoke proves that it once existed, and the rushing water is unabated, whistling and sweeping the shadows. Xianying was shocked. He didn't expect that his How Fireball technique only evaporated a little splash. How is his water escape ninjutsu so strong? Xianying didn't have time to think about it. Took water, as a dual attribute of earth and fire, hurriedly sealed the seal again. Finally, a second before the current rushed to him, the seal was completed. Too done, Tuliu wall. Click, a thick earthen wall rose up to protect Xianying behind him and block the front of the water. Boom, the water collided with the earthen wall, making a dull sound, as if a force had hit the earthen wall. Good risk. Genkage breathed a sigh of relief. Took water, he should take Yura Zero Feather's ninjutsu. Genkage's judgment is correct, but only if nothing else happens. How could Ye Zero Feather stupidly watch his water escape ninjutsu being blocked? This is a battle. Tudun Mountain opening technique. Boom, Xianying's earth flow wall was actually cracked from it. What? Can it still be like this? Xianying is stupid, he never dreamed that his soil flow wall would be cracked by someone in this way. I saw that Ye Zero Feather didn't know when, he had already appeared in mid-air, and then a volley fell, kicking the earthen wall to pieces. Without the obstruction of the earthen wall, the water rushed in, submerging the shadow. This scene, not only Xianying is stupid, everyone is stupid. You call this Tudun? This meow is physical skills, right? Everyone didn't expect that Ye Zero Feather was not only strong in water ninjutsu, but also so strong in physical skills, and also reached the level of middle ninja. The so-called physical skills reach the level of middle ninja, not the level of physical skills that middle ninjas have, but the physical ninja can have the combat power of middle ninja with physical skills alone. Under normal circumstances, the physical skills of ordinary middle ninja do not have the level of middle ninja, which is much worse than that of middle ninja who specializes in physical arts, but the comprehensive combat ability has reached the level of middle ninja. And the physical strength of the system is the middle ninja of physical ninja. In other words, Ye Zero Feather can shatter ordinary ninjas with their physical bodies alone. Of course, Ye Zero Feather would not be stupid enough to use his body to catch the fireball. The water receded, and Xianying fell to the ground, choking on a stomach of water, and already lost his ability to fight. How's it going? Are you still fighting? Ye Zero, you walked in front of Xianying. Ahem. Xianying coughed up 2 mouthfuls of water, and his soaked appearance was extremely embarrassed. He smiled wryly and said, "No more fighting, I lost." Xianying's heart was convinced, and there was no longer the arrogance in his tone, but there was a trace of respect. Recalling his provocation and disdain for Ye Zero Yu just now, he felt helpless. He now understood that the little pride in his heart were a joke that was not worth mentioning in Ye Zero Yu's eyes. How can a tiger that is proud of the forest be like a monkey? At this moment, Xianying's state of mind improved, no longer the stunned Qing who only knew how to be arrogant before, but gradually transformed into a real ninja. However, what Xianying didn't know was that Ye Zero Feather didn't think so much at all. What disdains to calculate with him, what is in a high state of mind, tiger monkey, Ye Zero Feather did not think about that aspect at all. He had only one thought, that is, you are all family members who came to send me a booklet, how can I be angry? Thank you for not being too late. Without the support of my family, I would not be where I am today. People know how to be grateful. So, feel free to contribute to me. Ye Zero Yu looked at the other dark department candidates who were still in shock, and said with a smile, "Do you want to fight me? Let's talk." Although this group of ninjas have fought in front of him just now and have contributed a guide to him, it is inevitable that they will not have reservations. Everyone is a family, so we should help each other and be honest with each other. How can we have reservations? The last shred of value must be squeezed. Oh no, you have to dedicate everything selflessly, not even a beginner guide. In this way, everyone is a family that loves each other. However, after many dark department candidates watched the battle between Knight Zero Feather and Xianying, how could they still have the slightest intention of fighting Knight Zero Feather? They all shook their heads and refused. Although they did not think that their strength was worse than Xianying, they were definitely not as strong as Ye Zero Feather. The battle between Ye Zero Feather and Xianying, it sounds good as a battle, and if it is not good, it is a unilateral crushing. From beginning to end, but in just a few tens of seconds, not even a minute. Xianying didn't even touch the corner of Zero Feather's clothes, and he lost with only one ninjutsu. Such a Knight Zero Feather, how can they be opponents? Everyone finally understood why Ye Zero Feather was a special approval of Hokage, and the previous jealousy and unhappiness disappeared. Not only them, but even the fifth captain who was ready to rectify Ye Zero Feather before recognized Ye Zero Yu's identity and sighed at Ye Zero Feather's strength. He knew that Ye Zero Feather was only 12 years old. At the age of 12, he has the strength to crush Zongnan, which is too strong, at least much stronger than when he was younger. And Yamato also put down his heart, surprised that Ye Zero Yu was so strong. He also had to save Ye Zero Feather at a critical moment, and now it seems that the opponent who saved Ye Zero Feather is almost the same. Ye Zero Yu and everyone didn't want to fight him, and they were immediately displeased. Say okay family, you guys are so selfish. It seems that your consciousness is not enough, and you must re-educate and educate. So, Ye Zero Yu sighed regretfully, like an old father, facing his sons who did not argue, and said with hatred and steel, "Hey, how can you say no? You are young people, the new shoots of Konoha, the hope of Konoha, and the future of Konoha. You must have vitality and the spirit of not admitting defeat. How can you say no? Get dry, family. Even in the face of strong enemies, be fearless. Moreover, only by facing a strong enemy and putting it to death can we make progress. I am here, waiting for you to challenge, to defeat me, to surpass me. The competition in the Dark Division is fierce, and Konoha is still waiting for you to protect it. Opportunities are in front of you, you must know how to cherish them. Only those who seize opportunities can control the future. Yes, Zero, you talked eloquently, saying that the mood of the candidates in the Dark Department was high, and their blood was boiling. Your Zero, you is right, they are Konoha's hope, and Konoha's future depends on them. Not only these Dark Department candidates, but even Yamato and other professionally trained Dark Department members were a little moved. However, the profession is a profession after all, and Yamato and the others are just intentional, and they are not seduced by Yes Zero Feather. Moreover, the words of Night Zero you are inspiring, but how does it feel? Weird? What the hell are the family? Also, are you sure you are not selling melons in the Queen Mother, selling yourself and boasting about your strength? Shouldn't we be humble? I'll come, please advise. Finally, a dark candidate couldn't help it, and he stepped forward with confidence. He feels like he's okay now, very good. You can hammer the sky and the ground. But Yes Zero you shook his head and said, no, you can't. Why? The dark man asked in confusion. You are one unit, you have to challenge me together. Yes Zero you continued to stir up emotions. The many dark parts glanced at each other, saw the burning blood fire in each other's eyes, and said in unison, good. Together with us, that's right. Booklets. Let's get dry. Yes Zero Feather said excitedly. Oh, many of the Dark Department candidates answered in unison. Immediately, ugh. Swish. Swish. The three figures have long been eager to rush out, turning into afterimages, and besieging Yes Zero Feather from three directions. Drip. Mission emerge at the beginning, when the battle once, completed rewards, Chakra Boost card *1, any item booklet unlimited card *1, issued drip. The Chakra Boost card has been used, and the current Chakra level, especially Shinobi, Konoha Whirlwind. Relying on the detection ability of the upper ninja level, Yes Zero you instantly sensed the direction of the attack of the three people, and swept away, directly forcing two of the three to retreat. The remaining one was overjoyed, and the secret passage was successful. But suddenly, Yes Zero Feather actually dodged his attack with an incredible movement, one side of his body. While dodging the attack, Yes Zero you shook the momentum, grabbed the man's arm, and threw the man out with force. The joint assault of three Naka shinobi can easily deal with it. But at the moment when the three of them were just repelled by Yes Zero Feather, fire escape fire serpent art, wind escape wind windswept art. The two Dark Department candidates had already prepared, and actually used combined ninjutsu, and the roaring fire snake roared towards Night Zero Feather. Its power was at least 3 times greater than the How Fireball used by Xianying before. Wind and fire, worthy of combined ninjutsu. Yes Zero you sighed. At this time, the fire snake had already come to Yes Zero Feather and engulfed Yes Zero Feather. Was it successful? The two dark alternate Deo were full of expectation. The others also looked at the slowly dissipating fire snake, staring deadly. Success? No, it's just beginning. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind the two dark candidates. The two were shocked, and they didn't have to look back to know who appeared behind them. Just, how is it possible? They obviously watched Yes Zero Feather being engulfed by the fire snake, but why did Yes Zero Feather appear behind them? Only Yamato and the others outside the field could see clearly what had just happened. Is that Shadow Doppelganger? Night Zero Feather has been fighting with Shadow Doppelgangers from the beginning. However, when did the Shadow Doppelgangers separate? Where is the ontology hidden? This is not to say that Yes Zero Feather has reached their level of superior ninja, but that in their eyes, Yes Zero Feather is a mystery, and there is no intelligence at all. It is clearly written on the data form that it is shinobi, and as a result, the strength crushes shinobi. Even if the strength crushes the middle ninja, there are actually so many ninjutsu, and the proficiency is extremely high, and the physical skills are strong. It's just off the beaten track. At this moment, Yes Zero Feather didn't know when, but he actually separated into another doppelganger and easily swam among more than 10 middle ninjas, effortlessly. Facing more than 10 Zongnin alone, even if it is a general upper shinobi, you must take it seriously, and you will be caught and flawed if you are a little careless. But Yes Zero Feather does not have the slightest sense of effort, and is relaxed. Sensitive combat awareness, superb combat skills, skilled use of ninjutsu, and these middle ninja are not a grade at all. Even, Yes Zero Feather actually used 2 shadow avatars and used ninjutsu with different attributes to perform combined ninjutsu. Such a combat level is clearly the upper ninja level. However, the strength of the ninjutsu exhibited by Zero Feather at night is not as high as that of Xiangnin. At most, it is particularly Xiangnin. So much so that Yamato and the others' eyes looking at Yes Zero Feather became more and more strange, calling Yes Zero Feather a freak. At the same time, they are self-substituting. If they fight with Knight Zero Feather, and if Knight Zero Feather really has the chakra and ninjutsu power of the upper ninja level, can they defeat Knight Zero Feather? The answer is unknown. With the level that Knight Zero Feather is showing now, it really doesn't have to be. Knight Zero Feather is too comprehensive. So far, Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, and Knight Zero Feathers have all been used, and they are all proficient. It's like Naruto-sama. Could it be? Suddenly, Yamato and the others chuckled in their hearts and made a bold guess. Knight Zero Feather. It won't be an illegitimate child of 3 generations, or an illegitimate grandchild, right? For attribute mastery, even very likely 5 attribute mastery, unless the ape flying family, which other family in Konoha can give birth to such a freak? Even if he had, he could not have been a civilian. And yes, Zero Feather happens to be an orphan. This identity, there is a cat. Yamato and the others looked like the Monkey King had seen everything. If Yezero knew their thoughts, he would have to beat them on the spot, but he would also be beaten if he couldn't beat them. Don't insult me, okay, who has something to do with that lustful old man. After the battle of Knight Zero Feather, he was a little disappointed. It seems that he overestimated the family background of this group of family members, and he actually had no hidden hole cards at all, even if he didn't even squeeze out a low-level secret technique. Sure enough, the passerby character doesn't deserve a scene, not even a face, all with masks. For this, Yezero has every reason to suspect that Kishimoto's boss is lazy and too lazy to draw the faces of dark passersby characters, so they all wear masks. Saving trouble and lazy at the same time, but also very handsome, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Because, a certain little author of the street, just too lazy to name it, so he always replaces it with something messy. Dogs than authors. However, although the book did not light up, after this battle, Yezero also improved his combat experience a lot, became more familiar with the ninja's fighting methods, and his strength improved again. After fighting for a while, the Knight Zero Feather chakra gradually ran out. After all, his current amount of chakra is only particularly tolerant. If he had changed to other special shinobi, in the face of the repeated attacks of more than 10 Zonnin, even if he had strength, he would have exhausted chakra a long time ago. That is, Knight Zero Feathers, to the limit of the details, chakra province after province, in order to persist for so long. It's time. The corners of Yezero's mouth turned up slightly, and his eyes glanced at everyone outside the venue. Suddenly, a flaw appeared behind Yezero, and one accidentally was hit by a ninja's ninjutsu and fell out of the field. Just at this time, another ninjutsu attacked towards Yezero Feather. Knight Zero Feather can't be avoided. If he is hit, he will be injured lightly, and he will die if he is heavy. Not good. The candidate of the dark part who performed ninjutsu shouted that it was not good, and wanted to take back the ninjutsu, but it was too late. The other dark department candidates were also very nervous and wanted to come forward to the rescue, but chakra consumed 7788, and his own strength was not too strong, and he couldn't catch up at all. Although they had complained about Yezero Feather before, now, that complaint has long disappeared. Even when they complained before, they didn't want to kill Yezero Feather, they just wanted to give him some color. Everyone is a ninja of Konoha, how can they kill each other? Just as soon as it was about to happen, near the 2-ingot wall. Boom, 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 boom. 2 rows of wooden stakes emerged from the ground, bent upwards, and quickly closed to form a semicone, protecting Knight Zero Feather and easily fending off ninjutsu attacks. Drip. Light up the special book, Blood Succession Limit Boundary New Done, Collection Progress, 1/10, can be learned. Get it, New Done Blood Succession Limit is in hand. This is a battle hanger in the plugin, and the powerful blood succession limit of the Hokage world is absolutely bullish. Yezero, you don't mention how happy he is. It's so dangerous, it scares me to death. Seeing that Yezero was safe and sound, all the candidates of the Dark Department breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yamato, who saved Knight Zero Feather, as well as the 5th captain, Uzian and others, looked at Yezero Feather who'd survived the disaster with a strange look. Those alternate authorities in the Dark Department are fans, and their strength and experience are not too high, and they have not found anything. But Yamato and the others, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines and were experienced, clearly saw the flaws that Yezero deliberately exposed. Just, why? With the strength that Yezero showed just now, he can completely defeat everyone and end the battle. Why should he deliberately lose? And Yezero's next move made Yamato and the others suddenly open, and secretly said, small, their pattern is small. I saw Yezero reluctantly get up, and said to many Dark Department candidates with a happy heart, I lost, you are too powerful, worthy of being a member of the Dark Department. Konoha is protected by you, and if you are safe, you will definitely become the mainstay of the Dark part. When many Dark candidates heard this, they were greatly encouraged, and one by one they clenched their small fists excitedly, and their eyes flashed with stars. They defeated Knight Zero Feather, yes. However, they also have self-awareness, knowing that when it comes to single-player battles, they are far from Yezero Feather's opponents. But who let Knight Zero Feather be a special approval of Hokage? You are so strong, of course we have to go together. Many people who were just dissatisfied with the identity of Knight Zero Feather have now gladly accepted and completely accepted Knight Zero Feather. When Yamato and the others saw this, their jaws almost fell to the ground. Not only is the strength and talent strong, this means of enveloping people's hearts is also a batch of cattle. I have determined that the eyes are the people of the ape flying family. Everyone was more and more sure of the guess of Yes Zero Feather's identity. At this time, there were suddenly shocked sounds at the door. Is that person really a newcomer, so strong? My god, with 1 enemy and 10, cheat. He is actually proficient in the 4 attributes of ninjutsu, and he is too genius, right? The most important thing is that his physical skills are also so strong. Ninjutsu physical arts double cultivation, which big family is this a child? He should be better than us full members, right? Soon, the story of Knight Zero Feather slowly spread in the dark part. Yamato also truthfully reported the matter of Knight Zero Feather to Sarutobi Hinata, but with small emotions. You old man is not authentic. Yes, Zero Feather is so strong, you actually fill him in the patience. Can your family be able to suppress a group of middle ninja? What Yamato didn't know was that Sarutobi was also confused. He didn't know that Knight Zero Feather's true strength was fake, but Knight Zero Feather was a waste that could not refine chakra before, although I don't know why he could use ninjutsu, and he could also sneak into his Hokage building. How strong could he be? After all, he is still just a child, and it is normal to give a lower level of patience. Can't let him directly mention a person who hasn't even graduated from ninja school and hasn't done a single task to the middle ninja level all of a sudden, right? Not so dry. But now, Naka Shinobu. No, it's especially tolerant. Proficient in 4 attribute ninjutsu, proficient in physical arts, and experienced in combat, he is outrageous. The first 2 points of Ape Flying Sun Chop surprised and accepted. Geniuses like Kakashi, Itaki, and Shisui, he hadn't seen it. But with rich combat experience, wandering between more than 10 shinobi, and finally deliberately defeating, enveloping people's hearts, this is not what a child should have. Is he really only 12 years old? Ape Fei-Ri was shocked at the same time, but also very speechless, and at the same time very dignified. Yes, Zero you not only knows his little secret, but his talent strength is so strong, and his mind is mature, he can't help it. Tianzo, pay more attention to Yes Zero Feather, and report to me at any time if you have a situation. Yes, Yamato replied, but muttered in his heart, it is worthy of being a family, and this is taken care of. After Yes Zero you finished fighting with a few people, he left the dark part and went home. On the way home, Yes Zero you thought about the current situation. The system is very easy to use, and the booklet is also very good to use, but unfortunately, the improvement is too slow, if only it could be faster. In the battle just now, he only faced more than 10 Zongnin, and chakra looked weak. But in the final period, the 9-tailed Naruto was able to distribute chakra to the entire Ninja Alliance, and he still had quite strong combat power. You know, the Ninja Alliance has 80,000 people. 80,000, 10, not at all in an order of magnitude. If Urju's knew Yes Zero used thoughts, he would have to be angry to death. You have only been a few days, you have such a strong strength, but I have worked hard for several years to hang this sample. That's right, tailed beast. Suddenly, Yes Zero Feather's eyes flashed. The system can even light up the blood succession limits such as Mu Dun and White Eye, but what about the tailed beast? What will it look like after lighting up the tailed beast? Is it a chakra that can summon a tailed beast, or a chakra that can have a tailed beast? The more Yes Zero you thought about it, the more excited he became. However, now there was no tailed beast for him to light up the book. The 9 tails were in Konoha, inside Naruto. And if he really wanted to make a fuss with the 9 tails, Zero you believed that with the system, he could completely unlock the gossip seal on Naruto. But in that case, what if there is an accident and the 9 tails storm away? Although he didn't have much contact with Naruto now, he didn't want Naruto to have an accident. Forget it, wait, anyway, it won't be long before the Zongnin exam, and then there will be a tailed beast sent to the door. Yes Zero you walked to the corner, saw that there was no one around, took off his mask, opened the system, and clicked the return button. The so-called return button is actually a map guide. This is also Yes Zero you accidentally discovered. He found that all the lit places in the map book could be used as marker points, and he could teleport to the marker points anytime, anywhere, but the teleportation process took a little time. 3 seconds later. I'm home. Yes Zero you stretched and got ready to get a good night's sleep. Although it was only morning, after some fighting, he was exhausted and sleepy. But when his lazy waist was only halfway out, the man froze and stared blankly at the bed. On the bed, Hinata Kamozo sat down, lowered his head, looked left and right, and said in confusion, it seems to have grown up again. What should I do? Does Zero Yukon like small or big ones? Last time in the corner, Zero Yujun must have wanted that, right? And that morning, oops, what should I do? Zero Yu is not surprised by Hinata's appearance, because Hinata has the keys to his home. But, what a wolf word. Hinata-chan, if that's the case, I'm not sleepy. Suddenly, Yes Zero Yu spoke, a little dry mouth. Although he wants to give Hinata a complete growth process, who can withstand you like this? Ha! 0, you-kun. You, when did you get back? Are you all? Hinata stammered, her shy little face flushed. It's over, I'm not pure. Finally, Hinata smoked shyly, fell on the bed, and fainted. Urizuru walked to the bed and looked at the cute and seductive Hinata, feeling the urge to commit a crime. This little Nizai is so cute. But he held back. Everyone is a child, what do you think? Urizuru shook his head with a smile and posed Hinata. Bah, put Hinata away. Well, it doesn't seem to be quite right. In short, it was to help Hinata change to a comfortable position. Rub, the color is getting more and more wrong. Sleep, tomorrow. Yuzuru lay on the other side of the bed, sleeping deeply. When I woke up, it was noon. Yuzuru stretched, yawned, and opened his eyes. Oh, wake up, so is it big or small? Urizuru saw Hinata kneeling next to him looking at him, and couldn't help but tease. When Hinata heard this, he finally calmed down his emotions, and became shy again, lowering his head, not daring to look directly at Yuzuru. Night Zero saw Hinata's shy appearance, and a sense of happiness was born. I really want to spoil her for the rest of my life. But at this moment, Hinata was heard asking in a mosquito voice, so, does Zero-kun like big or small? Yura was stunned, obviously not expecting Hinata to ask him such a question. It took several seconds to react, and secretly said, Hinata has grown up? He said, of course I like the big ones. Oh. Hinata whispered in response, her face blushing again, and her heart was bumping. It turns out that Zero-kun likes big ones, it's great. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that she would ask such a question if she didn't know which tendon was wrong. Go, please eat. Urizuru took Hinata's little hand and walked outside. Hinata felt the powerful big hand of Yuzuru, and his heart throbbed again, and a sense of happiness was born. At this moment, Hinata made up his mind. Zero-kun, actually, I prefer to eat ramen. Hinata grabbed Urizuru's feather. Yuzuru looked at Hinata, so gentle. He knew that Hinata knew he had no money and was thinking about him. Although Konoha has subsidies for orphans, they are only subsidies, which are much worse than the living standards of normal people. But, that was the Night Zero feathers before, and now, hee. Drip. Any item book unlimited card, use the target book currency booklet, all types. Yuzuru was stunned, and thought in surprise, could it be? He hurriedly opened the booklet and found that sure enough, the currency book that has been lit up before, whether it is 100 taels or 500 taels, the back has become *n, that is, infinite. What a bonus! Yuzuru Feather was excited. At this point, the new plug-in banknote ability is officially unlocked. Yuzuru Feather pinched Hinata's cheek and said in an atmospheric manner, brother now, it's not bad money. Saying that, he pulled Hinata into the store. Hinata did not refuse, and he was very moved. In her opinion, Yuzuru Feather was completely forcing money for her. If it were someone else, Hinata might laugh at that person for hitting a swollen face and being fat, which is unrealistic. But she knows Yuzuru very well and knows that Yuzuru is not the kind of person who dies to face and suffers sins. This time the money must be for her, how can you not let her be moved? Hinata didn't debunk the Night Zero Feather, men always want face. When ordering food, Hinata was very sensible and only ordered a few things, wanting to help Yuzuru save some. Of course, it is not less than the point of reluctance to look at it, which will only make the two sides more embarrassed and make Yuzuru even more faceless. If it were other girls, Hinata was so careful, Urizuru might not have noticed anything. But the predecessor who has been with Hinata for so long and perfectly inherits his memories, he is too familiar with Hinata, and from Hinata's small movements, he found Hinata's gentleness. Not to mention, Yuzuru has seen the anime, the title of Hinata Big Stomach King, but even the fat Ding-ji has to bow down. Now, your husband has become a rich man, how can you make your wife hungry? I'll do some. Yuzuru Feather waved his big hand, and the meal ordered was directly doubled, and Hinata who looked at it was dumbfounded, and he has been persuading Yuzuru Feather on the side to order less and order more waste. In fact, she is afraid that she will spend too much money if she orders more. Waste? There is no existence in front of Hinata. Urizuru ignored Hinata and continued to order, ordering enough for 4 people before stopping. Although he felt that these were still not enough for Hinata to eat, how could a girl eat too much when dating? Just eat 3 servings. Soon, the roast was ready. Here, this piece is tender, eat a piece. This is baked, taste it. The meat in this place is delicious, take a bite. This piece of meat is delicate, suitable for you. Look how cute this piece of meat is, eat it. This one is not bad, open mouth. Night Zero Feather gave Hinata meat piece by piece, and the reason was gradually outrageous. Seeing this, the people at the table next to them cast envious eyes. A little couple in love, so sweet. Hinata felt the strange looks in her surroundings, and she was shy. However, I feel sweet and happy, and I really want to continue like this with Zero Yajun. So much so that half of the three of them were eaten by Hinata, who hadn't noticed it yet. It wasn't until the meat on the table was gone, and the envious eyes around him turned into shock, that Hinata reacted. Suddenly, a shy crimson red crept up Hinata's cheeks again. It's over, the embarrassment is big, and he actually eats so much in front of Zero Yajun. Woohoo, no one wants it. Zero was very satisfied with Hinata's performance. And that's just the beginning. Next, the snack street. This one is good, I haven't eaten it, try it. Is this new one? How have I never seen it before? Try the taste. It feels good, come, Hinata, taste. Knight Zero Feather opens the feeding plan and frantically feeds on Hinata. At first, Hinata was still very reserved, after all, she had just eaten half a portion of grilled meat for 3 people, and she was already very full. And considering Zero Feather's economic conditions, she wanted to save some money for Zero U and refrain from eating more. But Zero U was too active, sweet words and food offensive, and he couldn't resist at all. When he returned home in the evening, Hinata sighed, both upset and happy. Upset, it's over, his foodie attribute was discovered by Zero Yajun, or the kind that can be eaten more than pigs, and there is no face. Happily, I was really happy to have the company of Zero Hakun in food. Moreover, Zero Yukun seems to be really rich. Isn't he an orphan? Why is there so much money? One night without a word. The next day, the dark part. This is your team member, you are the captain, and the 3 of you will go on a mission together in the future. There is nothing special today, let's get to know each other so that you can cooperate in the future. This is your respective information. Yamato took Zero to a room, finished speaking, and left. In addition to Zero U, there were 2 other people in the room. These 2, like Zero U, are both dark subordinate candidates under Yamato. When Zero U left the Dark Department yesterday, Yamato briefly introduced him to the personnel mechanism of the Dark Department. The Dark Department is directly subordinate to Hokage, and there are various detachments under it. Yamato is one of the squad leaders, a true Dark Elite. Those who are officially selected as alternate candidates in the Dark Division will be assigned to the Dark Division. A regular member of the detachment then leads the team, forms a new team, conducts assessments, and completes daily tasks. However, usually, this official player is not always in the group, just a name. After all, there are not many official members of the Dark Division, they are all Hokage's henchmen, and they are very busy. Even sometimes there are people who are short of manpower, and they should go out in the form of a squad, but they can only go alone. On weekdays, alternate members team up, and nominal regular team members occasionally participate in 1 or 2 missions to test the ability of alternate members. Fortunately, Zero U was assigned to Yamato's men. The 2 people in the room are Zero U's teammates during the period when he was an alternate in the Dark Department. After Yamato left, all 3 took off their masks and got to know each other. 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. After seeing the lineup of the 2, Zero U was slightly stunned. Still a beauty. Unlike Hinata's shy cuteness and Tsunade's plump maturity, this one in front of her is a typical cold female killer. The cold face, indifferent eyes, and the tight ninja suit in the dark part perfectly set off the tall figure. It's just, Zero Feather glanced up and down. The family is rich, and the airport is built. The other man was a man and was very handsome. Why do I use the word showy? Zero Feather subconsciously opened the system's character guide to check it. It's good not to check, this time. His expression suddenly became strange, and said to the man, do your family know about your situation? Ninja level, middle ninja ability, fire escape, wind escape, secret technique, void transformation experience, IWA Shinobi Village Dark Department member, undercover Konoha Dark Department for 3 years, drip. Light up the special guide, secret technique, transformation technique, collection progress, 1/10, can learn. Knight Zero Feather instantly learned transformation technique, and found that this is actually a superb transfiguration technique, which can not only change the appearance, but also the body shape and body structure. In terms of similarity and accuracy, transformation technique is not as good as transformation technique, but transformation technique can completely change from one person to another. But the advantage of this transformation technique is that it is not as strong as the chakra flow of transformation technique, and it is extremely difficult to detect. This is also the reason why he was able to go undercover in Konoha, and is also the most dangerous dark part for 3 years. However, this was only what surprised Zero U, and what surprised him even more was that this product turned out to be a woman. Zero U was speechless. If you go undercover, you'll go undercover, and if you are easy to face, why do you have to change your sex? What a quirk! Can't help but be a little farther away from Ching. The 2 didn't know what Zero U was thinking, but Zero U's sudden words made the man stunned and asked, what did you say? Nothing. Zero U shook his head and didn't say much. Suddenly, the female ninja introduced herself. My name is Kaed, I am good at fire escape, and I am also a medical ninja. Fenlin's voice was cold, her words were concise, and she was gone after saying a sentence. Yes, is very suspicious. With Maple's personality, is he really a medical ninja? My name is Ching, I am good at fire and wind escape, although I am not Ascension Ninja, my perception ability is also very strong, and the frontal combat ability is also good, please advise. Compared with Fenlin, Ching is much more enthusiastic, like the image of a sunny boy. If you didn't have a system and didn't know Ching's true identity, he would like Ching's cheerful and lively personality. In the dark part, a place full of darkness, there are not many people with this kind of personality. In other words, in the entire ninja profession, the proportion of people with this personality is pitiful. But now, forget it, he really doesn't want to get involved with strange people. My name is Yu, and I am good at the 4 attributes of wind, fire, earth, and water, as well as physical arts. Yu introduced himself. He didn't say that he would use the thunder attribute, just as he didn't use the thunder attribute when he fought before. The thunder attribute is the most aggressive attribute, and Knight Zero Feather is ready to keep it as a whole card. However, no one spoke. Fenlin is cold in nature and will not take the initiative to speak. Yu sensitive Ching's identity. I don't want to say, Ching felt that Yu was a little alienated from herself, and it was difficult to speak. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the house was a little awkward. Ahem, finally, it was Yu, the captain, who spoke first. How about we talk and familiarize ourselves with each other's fighting methods? This makes it easier to cooperate in the future. Well, Knight Zero, you lied. What convenient to match, fart. He just craved their bodies. Ninjutsu. Well, I heard that you are a special approval of the Hokage, and yesterday there was a lot of movement in the dark department, and I wanted to compete with you, Ching said excitedly. You are an undercover agent, you actually want my information, right? Fanglan didn't speak, but the eyes that looked at you were equally eager to try. Okay, let's go to the training room. The 3 came to a training room. Drip. Light up the special book, Primary Enchantment Art, Collection Progress, 2/10. As soon as he entered the door, the protective enchantment of this room contributed a booklet to Knight Zero Feather. You two together. You said to the 2 women. Okay, then you're welcome. As soon as the words fell, Ching moved. Phew. Shout. Shout. Several ku was shot out and shot towards Zero Feather. She herself launched a frontal attack with a kunao in her hands. At the same time as Ching struck, Fenglin also moved silently. Swoosh. Instantaneous body technique was launched, came behind Yu, and blocked all of Yu's retreat. The 2 women are obviously not the first time to cooperate, they show a very tacit understanding, although they are only candidates in the dark part, they already have the unique sense of oppression of the dark part. However, Yu did not have the slightest nervousness, but was thinking, is it a second for them, or is it fun for them? The answer, of course, is the latter. Man, how can it be matched with the word seconds? Second man does not exist, it is impossible to be second man in this life, let alone second man. Less than 5 minutes later, hoo-hoo. The 2 women were flushed, panting, their chests were rising and falling rapidly, and their tired legs were shaking. Ching clasped his hands on his knees and waved his hand. Stop. We admit defeat and can't hold on, you are too strong. Ching never expected that Zero Feather's ability was so strong. Although Fanglan did not speak, her eyes were also full of surprise when she looked at Yu. She originally thought that the rumors about Zero Feather in the dark department were false. After all, who can beat 1 against 10 normal people? But it turned out to be true. The 2 of them took turns to fight, the wheels were output, and they were stunned that they didn't let Zero Feather surrender. Well, you can't either, the technology needs to be improved. Zero Feather shook his head and said. He originally planned to start in half an hour, not capped, but it turned out to be good, less than 5 minutes, and he couldn't hold on. Doesn't it mean that ninjas are very physical, that's all? As the saying goes, if you don't fight, you don't know each other. After this battle, the relationship between Yu and the 2 women has obviously become a lot closer. After a few brief conversations, the 3 of them left separately. For the matter of Ching being an undercover agent in Yan'an village, Yu did not intend to report it. To be honest, he didn't have much sense of belonging to Konoha. Even to say, all ninja villages are the same in his eyes, each village has the characteristics of each village, and each village has his favorite characters. Moreover, everyone will have to have a big war in the end anyway, reshuffle the cards, so don't care about these details, it doesn't hurt. As long as Ching honestly becomes an undercover agent and does not touch his bottom line. After the 3 separated, Knight Zero did not leave the dark part. What did he come to the dark department for? Picture book. The battle with Fenlin and Ching just now made him light up several guides. Now, he's going to light up more guides. So, the dark part of Konoha. Hello, I'm the dark department approved by Naruto, do you want to fight me? Hello, I'm the dark part of the Hokage special approval, and the 3rd generation said that I am very powerful, do you want to talk to me? Hello, I am a special talent recruited by the third generation of Hokage into the dark department. It seems to be stronger than all of you. Do you want to compete with me? Hello, I'm Naruto's special approval. The third generation said let's guide you ninjutsu, let's find a place. Hello, what, come one by one? No, let's go together. After a fight, Yaozuroyu sighed that Konoha is indeed a big family full of love, and the family is very good, and they keep sending him picture books. Drip. Light up the special book, primary multiplication technique, drip. Light up the special book, elementary shadow secret art, Nara secret technique, drip. Light up the special book, elementary psychic secret art, Yamanaka secret technique, drip. Light up skill guide, partial multiplication technique, flesh bomb chariot, shadow imitation book, shadow head neck binding technique, heart turn technique. Looking at so many guides, Yaozuroyu didn't mention how grateful he was. Worthy of his family. Since you are so kind to me, how can I not be polite? Then I'll give you a good guide to ninjutsu. So, under the guidance of Yaozuroyu, while many dark ninjas improved their ninjutsu, Kitty Konoha Hospital had a free 3-day experience card. Yaozuroyu Feather, who has reached a special level of upper endurance, can't bear it in the elite of Yamato's kind, and there is no Naruto's 10,000-year ninja, almost walking sideways in the dark part. And the elite shinobi of Yamato's level, even if it is an ordinary Sharingan, it is impossible to make a move against Yaozuroyu. Bullying a newcomer who is only 12 years old and can hang on to face? Of course, even if it is shot, who will not necessarily suffer. It was even said that Yaozuroyu wanted them to make a move. After all, Shangren could provide him with a lot of high-level guides. Moreover, even if he is invincible, what if he loses? He is still just a child, and he is not ashamed. Not bad, good, another fulfilling day. After another battle was completed, Yaozuroyu said cheerfully, and after speaking, he was ready to leave, but he was blocked. Stop, boy, I want to run after pretending. You think we eat dry food? Anaka Shinobu said angrily. Not only him, but almost everyone glared angrily at Yaozuroyu, clenching their fists tightly. Yaozuroyu was speechless and said, nonsense, you don't eat dry food, do you still eat dry? I'm eating dry food anyway, and besides, I'm hungry now, I'm going to cook, bye. After that, Yaozuroyu waved his hand and turned away, leaving a group of people with ugly faces, as if they really ate dry. Everyone looked at the back of Yaozuroyu leaving, angry, but unable to do anything. This is Konoha, or the dark part, and the rules are as strict as iron. Normal communication is fine, but forcing someone to fight is definitely not okay. Boom! Damn it! One of the dark ones slammed a punch against the wall, and the temples of hatred burst out. The others did the same, all looking angry. This is not to say how much they hate Yaozuroyu Feather. After all, Yaozuroyu Feather did not gouge their ancestral grave, and second, did not put a hat on them. Why hate it? The main thing is anger, shame. There are so many old people in the dark department, but they were educated by a brat who only came to report yesterday, and their faces were all lost. However, they are powerless, and they are not Yaozuroyu's opponents at all. While hating himself for not arguing, he couldn't help but be shocked. Yaozuroyu was only 12 years old, how could he be so strong? Could it be that this is the so-called Hokage special approval? Outrageous! But then again, the people who had fought with Yaozuroyu felt that their ninjutsu and combat skills had improved a lot, as if Yaozuroyu was deliberately guiding them. In desperation, everyone had to disperse. Dispersed along with it, there is also the proud record of Yaozuroyu Feather, invincible under the upper patience. The sensation caused is even greater than yesterday. The entire dark department, except for those who have not returned from missions these days, almost no one does not know that there is a rookie in the dark department, codenamed you. This matter also quickly spread to the ape Flying Sun's hand. Ape Fei Rico looked at the report in his hand, and his heart was galloping, but it was a grass mud horse. Yesterday caused trouble, today still caused trouble, the key thing is, no one can cure it yet. Why? Oh my goodness. Ape Flying Sun chopping headache. He originally thought that the hidden dragon Crouching Tiger in the dark part could not only monitor the Night Zero Feathers well, but also find out his details, but I never dreamed that the hidden dragon Crouching Tiger turned into a Tibetan worm Crouching Mouse, and was given a nest by the Night Zero Feather. It's only been 2 days, and the dark part has been made a mess. Oh. Ape Flying Sun took 2 puffs of his pipe, and the wrinkles on his face increased a few more. On the other side, Yaozuroyu Feather ate while checking the system. Drip. Mission, light up 5 special guides, completed rewards, Chakra Boost card *10, Physique Enhancement card *10, Mental Power Enhancement card *10, Any Picture Book Extreme Boost card *1, Any Item Booklet Unlimited card *1, Rewards issued. This is the newly issued task issued by the system after the completion of the previous task. Looking at the rewards one by one, Yaozuroyu did not hesitate to use it. Drip. Chakra Lift card *10, Physique Enhancement card *10, Mental Enhancement card *10, used in the Properties panel. Host, Night Zero Feather Comprehensive Level, Upper Ninja Chakra, Upper Shinobu Body Strength, Upper Shinobu Spiritual Power, Upper Shinobu Blood Succession Limit, White Eye 3/10, Mudun 1/10 Secret Technique, Primary Transformation Void Technique 1/10, Primary Multiplication Technique 3/10, Primary Shadow System Secret Technique 4/10, Primary Psychic Secret Technique 2/10, Ultimate Dark Device Control Technique Guide 1/10, Elementary Enchantment Art 3/10 Special, Banknote Ability Skills. Extreme Detection 1/10, Extreme Anti-Detection 1/10, Extreme Earth Escape 5/10, Extreme Water Escape 7/10, Extreme Fire 8/10, Advanced Wind Escape 6/10, Advanced Thunder Done 3/10, Extreme Body Technique 1/10, Ultimate Chakra Extraction 1/10, Extreme Transformation 1/10, Ultimate Avatar 1/10, Extreme Doppelganger 1/10, Ultimate Instantaneous Technique 1/10. Ninjutsu, Earth Flow Wall, Waterfall Technique. Backpack, Weapon Guide, Kuwu *100, Any Picture Book Intermediate Direct Lift Card *3, Any Picture Book Advanced Direct Lift Card *1, Any Picture Book Extreme Boost Card *1, Any Item Picture Book Unlimited Card *1. Night Zero Feather looked full of attribute panels, and his mood was quite comfortable. Due to the record of Zero Feathers last night, today's battle is basically very tolerant. In the eyes of the system, Special Upper Patience is equivalent to Upper Patience, and the highest can light up the Advanced Guide. In one circle, he directly let his earth, water, and fire attributes escape the art and reach the extreme, that is, the shadow level. There are too few ninjas with wind and thunder attributes, but they have also reached the level of advanced and upper ninja. The most important chakra extraction technique for ninjas has also reached the extreme, shadow level. If it weren't for this chakra extraction technique, Night Zero Feather would have been exhausted by chakra long time ago. According to the system panel, yes, Zero Feather has reached the level of upper patience. But in terms of real combat strength, the shadow level starts. After all, he was an all-round improvement in all attributes, plus white eyes, Mudun double blood succession limit, and a variety of secret techniques. Just ask, who else? Dr. Ninjutsu Sarutobi / Does he have white eyes? Will he go away? Do you know the secret art of shadow system? But if he fights against the ape flying sun, yes, Zero you is sure that the ape flying sun / he will be. Just light up the book. After roughly checking the improved guidebook, yes, Zero you set his eyes on several booklet direct promotion cards, his eyes blazing. What will it look like when the Ascend card encounters the Blood Succession Limit guide? Use any picture book intermediate lift card to upgrade Mudun. Drip. Any picture book intermediate direct lift card has been used, Mudun picture book has been successfully upgraded, and the book has reached the full level in an instant. A strange feeling flooded into yes, Zero you's mind, making his perception of Mudun reach the extreme. When he first lit up the Mudun guide, yes, Zero you only thought that he would use Mudun. But now, Mudun seemed to be deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul, like an arm wave. With Mudun, it is no longer a fixed ninjutsu, but a new ninjutsu can be created at any time. Then upgrade the white eye. Yes, Zero you thought excitedly, the ultimate of the white eye is the reincarnation eye. Will this direct promotion card make the white eye break through to the reincarnation eye? It turns out that yes, Zero you thinks too much. Boosters can only be used to upgrade, not to break through. The reincarnation eye is indeed the ultimate form of the white eye, but to some extent, the reincarnation eye is already another blood succession limit. At least this concept does not appear in Naruto, and it is necessary to relight up the guide. Drip. Any picture book intermediate direct lift card has been used, the white eye book has been successfully upgraded, and the book has reached the full level, although it did not break through to the reincarnation eye, which made yes, Zero you a little disappointed. But think carefully, Hokage is Hokage, what do you want to reincarnate the eye? Like Mudun, yes, Zero you's control over the white eye has also reached the extreme. Even if Hinata Hayashi comes, simply spelling the understanding and application of the white eye, you must be ashamed of yourself. To say that there is only one person who can be compared with yes, Zero Feather, it is Tatuma's Silly by Tien. Unfortunately, this girl is on the moon now. After upgrading the 2 blood succession limits, yes, Zero Feather was not satisfied, but set his sights on the Nara family's shadow secret technique. To tell the truth, when I used to watch Hokage, yes, Zero Feather liked 3 abilities the most. First, the human pillar power tail beast, whether it is tailed beast jade, tail beastization, chakra coat, simply not too handsome. The second is Tsunade's strange power, violent aesthetics, and how many men don't like it. Ahem, he really doesn't like Duan's basketball. The third is the shadow secret art of the Nara family. In a word, the reason is shadow, dark, handsome. There is also the influence of Uncle Long's shadow core, which also makes yes, Zero you have a soft spot for shadow secret techniques. After all, it was a generation's childhood memories. Thinking about it, yes, Zero Feather complained about the system is too crotch-pulling, and it can't light up the book across the world, otherwise the shadow core will be brought to Dora Wind. However, in case you have the opportunity to go to the world of IE-chan adventures in the future, when the time comes, of course, in addition to these 3, the other abilities yes, Zero Feather also likes very much. For example, cool ice escape, beautiful crystal escape, tall dust, and so on. Uchiha's Gundam is also very handsome, but unfortunately his eyes are always bleeding outward, which is strange and scary. What if he scares the little princess Hinata? Moreover, Zero, you did not feel that the shadow secret technique was weak. When Shikamaru was still a middle ninja, he was able to control the bug flying segment, although the flying section was not strong except for the immortal curse, but it was also an elite upper ninja level. The middle ninja controls the elite upper forbearance. Not enough cowpen? If your Zero Feather has the strength of the nine-tailed Naruto, can't he pose Atsuki's silly by Tien in minutes? Not only the shadow secret art, but also the spiritual secret technique added by the mountain, the doubling technique of the autumn deist, the ice escape that is known as extremely rare, the theory is invincible, and the dust that is cut again and again as a result, etc., are powerful enough. To put it bluntly, it's just that these secret techniques and blood succession limits are not on the protagonist Naruto. The foundation is not enough. No matter how strong the blood succession limit is, it will be in vain. The foundation is strong enough, and C-level ninjutsu will make you S-level. But now it's different. Now, these abilities are destined to converge on a new protagonist, Knight Zero Feather. And Knight Zero Feathers will also develop them to new heights. Therefore, system, use any picture book extreme enhancement card to upgrade the shadow secret art. Drip. Any picture book extreme enhancement card has been used, the shadow secret art picture book has been successfully upgraded, and the picture book has been upgraded to the extreme point in an instant. Zero, you only felt that everything around him had changed, as if he had changed a world. In the previous world, he could only see people, see things, and see the colored real world, but at this moment, he also saw a shadow on the ground. He could clearly feel that these shadows were not just shadows, but living individuals. They have thoughts and feelings, but they are attached to the colorful world and cannot act according to their own wishes. However, at this moment, Zero Feather came and became the light in their world. Under the light of light, the shadow will stretch longer and longer. In an instant, a strange scene happened. People in the real world were in normal activities, the sun rose in the east and set in the west, but for a moment, the shadow was still. The shadow of people is no longer moving with the movement of people, the shadows of things no longer change as the sun sets, all shadows are fixed. They are worshipping their hope, Knight Zero Feather. At this moment, Zero Feather finally understood why the Nara clan had the ability to manipulate shadows, because they understood the existence of shadows, and he will make the shadow secret art a new myth in the ninja world. Meanwhile, the Nara family. Shikamaru, who was playing shogi with his father Shikasa, suddenly froze there, motionless. After a few seconds, Shikamaru lowered the hand holding shogi, and the lazy gaze in his eyes disappeared rarely, replaced by shock and a thick puzzlement, and said, "Dad, do you feel it?" Luju replied lightly, but in his flat tone, there was unprecedented solemnity. "What's going on?" Shikamaru asked suspiciously. Luju looked at the sky and was silent for a while before saying, "I don't know, but our family may usher in a change, whether it is good or bad, it is still unknown." On the other hand, after Zero Feather upgraded the shadow secret technique, he did not continue to upgrade other legends. He was going to keep those few direct promotion cards first, and give them to other blood succession limits or secret techniques later, in case something unexpected happened one day. Anyway, the means are enough now, so keep one hand in everything. After eating, Zero you did not go home, but came to the back mountain to see if he could meet Xiaoli and Matkai again. If encountered, it should be able to force Xiaoli. Oh no, it should be Matkai, the 8-gate Dunji array, right? Once again, it turns out that handsome people are lucky. Back mountain forest. Before he could enter, Zero you heard the conversation between Xiaoli and Matkai. It's just this conversation. The corners of Zero you's mouth moved slightly, a little speechless. "Xiaoli, come on, you can, burn your calories." Zero you listened to the conversation between the two and was unable to complain. "How many years have passed? Why are you still playing this terrier? And Xiaoli, why am I chasing you?" Zero you walked in front of the two. "Zero you kun." Xiaoli was surprised. "Oh, boy." Matt K gave a thumbs up to Knight Zero Feather. "Long time no see." Zero you said with a smile. "Zero you kun, you're here to train for the graduation exam, right? Let me help you." Xiaoli said kindly, and put on a gesture. Knight Zero Feather, can I say, you are no longer my opponent, I came to find your teacher? Moreover, I am already a ninja, and I have also entered the dark department, and I no longer have to take the graduation exam. Since Yura Zero Feather changes his costume every time he leaves the dark part, outsiders don't know that Yura Zero you is already a ninja. Forget it, it's better not to say it directly, just let yourself know the facts. Zero you didn't want to hit Xiao Li's self-confidence, and replied, "Okay, then thank you. You're welcome, be careful." In an instant, Xiao Li moved. A few minutes later, Xiao Li knelt. Why is this? Xiao Li's whole person was shrouded in shadows, his eyes were empty, and he lost his light. A few days ago, Yez0U was not his opponent at all, but today, the two are reversed, and he is not Yez0U's opponent at all. In just a few days, what happened? Am I just that? Chinese cabbage, chicken, hairy vegetables, macaroni, oil, wheat. Why am I such a dish, such a dish, such a dish? Matt Kai was also dumbfounded, staring at Yez0 Feather in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. The last time he fought with Xiao Li, Yez0U's progress made him and Kakashi strange, and this time, it was directly outrageous. It's only been a few days, and he actually has the physical skills of the upper ninja level. Yez0U looked at Xiao Li, who gradually lost his radiance, and his head was a little big. I thought that letting Xiao Li slowly realize the gap between himself and him during the battle would make Xiao Li accept it a little, but I didn't think about it, and the blow was even greater. I already knew, just told him directly. Hey, give him some motivation, comfort him. Yez0U walked in front of Xiao Li, half squatted down, put her hand on his shoulder, and said, Xiao Li, don't be like this, although you lost to me, you are very strong. Xiao Li turned his head to look at Yez0U, suddenly more decadent, and kept repeating, I am garbage, I am garbage. Yez0U. Wipe, accidentally made up another knife. Ahem, Yez0U coughed awkwardly and continued, Xiao Li, don't be discouraged, you have to believe in yourself, you can. You see, you can't use ninjutsu, don't you still have what you have today? After your unremitting efforts, you have far surpassed your peers. Hard work will surely create miracles. Inspired by Yez0 Feather, Xiao Li gradually ignited hope, raised his head, and looked at Yez0U with tears in his eyes. But the next second, actually, you don't have to compare with me, you are a hardworking ninja, I am a talent type, I can't compare. Yez0U then comforted. Poof, a knife was inserted into Xiao Li's heart. Yez0U realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly changed his words, oh no, a hardworking ninja like you is incomparable to a talented ninja like me. Poof, plugged in again. It doesn't seem right, it's not comparable? Can't compare? Not a hierarchical one? Poof, Night Zero Feather continues to hit critically. Xiao Li had been cut all over his body, fell to the ground, turned gray and white, and his soul floated out of his mouth, to ascend to the rhythm of heaven. Gan! Xiao Li, hold on. Yez0's head is bigger, grabbing Xiao Li's soul and pressing it back, but he can't press it at all. Suddenly, he moved wisely, picked up Xiao Li's shoulders, shook it, and said excitedly, Xiao Li, wake up and sing with me, believe in yourself, oh, you will win and create miracles. Believe in yourself, oh, the dream is in your hands, this is your world. Under the deafening singing of Night Zero Feather, Xiao Li's originally swaying and flowing soul gradually regained its vitality, and sang along excitedly, believe in yourself, oh, you will surpass the limit, surpass yourself. Believe in yourself, oh. After the song, Xiao Li's soul had completely burned, and his body was full of power. Yez0U did not forget to add a fire at the end, and said loudly and firmly, remember, your target is not me, but the Sea of Stars. Yes, my goal is not Zero Feather Kun, but the Sea of Stars. Xiao Li's soul clenched his fists and shone like light. Yez0U looked at Xiao Li's soul who was inspired by him, and he followed suit, and sighed, sure enough, the power of the song is infinite. So, can you go back first, and then don't go back, you really wanted GG. Yez0U complained to Xiao Li's soul. After he saw Xiao Li regain his self-confidence, he breathed a long sigh of relief, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and sighed, the life of opening and hanging is so hard. And next to him, Matt Kai had already been moved to cry bitterly, snot and tears. It's so touching, this is youth. Matt Kai looked at the two with a burst of relief. It's just, how does Xiao Li feel different from before? Why is there a feeling of being bling, shining like a star? Think too much, must be thinking too much, how did Xiao Li change? Xiao Li will always be Xiao Li for the teacher. Matt Kai hugged Xiao Li fiercely, and the strength made Yez0U feel pain when he saw it. Senior Kai, do you want to compete with me? After seeing that Xiao Li calmed down, Yez0U said to Matt Kai, his eyes flashing with expectation. Matt Kai also understood Yez0U's intention today, and he was obviously coming to him, not Xiao Li. After watching the battle between Yez0U and Xiao Li, he was also very interested in how strong Yez0U was, and readily agreed, good. Brush. Night Zero Feather moved, and instantly appeared behind Matt Kai, and a whirlwind of Konoha swept out. But just when Yez0 Feather was about to attack Matt Kai, Meti suddenly disappeared, and a strong wind blew towards Yez0U's head from the side. It is worthy of being the pinnacle existence of physical skills among all the ninjas in Konoha now, powerful. Yez0U sighed with emotion. Since that's the case, he has to be serious too. Boom! Yez0U did not dodge, raised his right hand, and blocked Matt Kai's sidekick. Matt Kai was slightly surprised, but he didn't expect Yez0U to dare to resist his attack. This kick, in fact, Matt Kai did not use his full strength, although he promised to compete with Yez0 Feather, but in his eyes, Yez0 Feather is a junior even if he has the strength of Shangnan, how can he use his full strength? But now it seems that he still underestimated Ye Zero Feather, and Ye Zero Feather really already has the strength of Shang Shinobi. A while, two after images flew around, unable to see the figure at all, only the sound and the trees around that were occasionally kicked off. Xiaoli desperately opened his eyes wide, wanting to see the movements of the two clearly, but he couldn't catch up. How could he see clearly? He could only rely on his battle instinct to barely feel the orientation of the two, but the next moment the orientation changed again. Finally, the two stopped. Xiaoli saw a trace of blood on the side of Mat Kai's mouth, and his heart was shocked. Teacher Kai turned out to be hurt. For so many years, whether it was usual or on a mission, Xiaoli saw Medi injured for the first time. In his heart, apart from Naruto-sama, Mat Kai is an invincible existence, and no one can hurt Kai-sensei. But today, under the offensive of Knight Zero Feather, Teacher Kai was actually injured. Although the injury is not serious, it is also an injury. Is Zero Yukun so strong? Mat Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Ye-Zero-Yu, who was also a little embarrassed. His blood became more and more boiling, and his eyes were full of war. He said to Ye-Zero-Yu, "Young man, do you want to be ruthless?" "Just what I want." Knight Zero's eyes flickered. He knew that Medi was finally going to make that move. Sure enough, "Open the door, open it," Matty shouted in a deep voice, his tone revealing irrepressible excitement. Boom! In an instant, Mat Kai disappeared in place, turned into an off-string arrow, and slammed a punch into Knight Zero Feather. Knight Zero Feather's pupils shrunk. So fast. The speed of Medi has directly increased by a notch, completely exceeding the upper ninja level. And this is only the first door. It is worthy of being the pinnacle of physical skills, 8 doors Dunjia, and it is worthy of being the Kai Huang who almost kicked out of the finale. The combination of the two is just perfect. Being a halfway monk like Kakashi is not a level at all. If the single spelling technique, Kai, who opened the first door, is enough to crush all upper ninja, an ordinary upper ninja can only compete with it by relying on ninjutsu and other means. And at the moment when Matty opened the door, drip. Light up the special guide, Elementary 8-Gate Dunjia Array, Collection Progress, 1/10, boom. At this time, Mat Kai's attack had arrived, and it hit Knight Zero Feather the arm. A strong pain came, but Ye-Zero-Yu did not feel pain, but became more and more excited like a wolf who smelled blood. Immediately afterwards, a scene that surprised Mat Kai and Xiao Li happened. "Open the door, open it." Ye-Zero Feather was bearing Medi's attack while charging his strength, and after nearly 10 seconds, buzz. A powerful force suddenly burst out from him. "Not 8-Gate Dunjia, what is it? You actually can also 8-Gate Dunjia." Mat Kai stopped and looked at Ye-Zero Feather in shock. Yaman Dunjia is forbidden in Konoha, and Ye-Zero Feather is just a child who has not graduated from ninja school. Why would it? Ye-Zero-Yu did not explain to Medi, but said, "Senior Kai, I'm going to start fighting back." In an instant, Knight Zero Feather turned into a streamer and went straight to Medi. The two suddenly fought together again, and the momentum was even louder than before. Mat Kai, who could originally suppress Knight Zero Feather, also opened the door because of Knight Zero Feather, and gradually had less of such a big advantage. Finally, second door, Hue door, open. The third door, the Raw door, open. Mat Kai instantly opened the second and third doors, ready to end the battle, and then asked Ye-Zero Feather how he learned 8-Gate Dunjia. The green chakra lingered around Medi, making him like a god of war. But after more than 10 seconds, drip. Light up the special guide, Elementary 8 Doors Dunjia Array, Collection Progress, 3/10, second gate, closed door, open. Ye-Zero-Yu said in a deep voice. "Matty and Xiao Li, can you open a second door?" After a few more seconds, the third door, the Raw door, open. Mat Kai and Xiao Li, Wang Defa. And the third door. At this moment, Mat Kai and Xiao Li were completely shocked. Regardless of the 8 Gates Dunjia cultivation method that Ye-Zero-Yu obtained, just being able to easily open to the third gate would be out of the big spectrum. Although the 8 Gates of Dunjia is a forbidden technique in the high-level circle of Konoha, that is, in the upper ninja, there are cultivation methods of the first few sections. The reason why he dared to spread the forbidden art in this way is simple, that is, he can't learn it. Just like Sarutobi dared to let Naruto steal the Book of Seals, even if he stole it, he wouldn't be able to learn it. Usually at the ordinary level of ninja, at most, the 8 doors Dunjia will be open to 1 and 2 doors will be killed. One is that I can't go to school, and the other is that my body can't bear it. And for ninjas with average physical fitness, there is not much difference between the first 2 doors opening or not. Only ninjas who specialize in physical arts, the bonus is large enough. For example, Kakashi's kind of elite shinobi, at most, can open 4 doors, and 5 doors are difficult. But after opening the door, the person is basically abolished, and there are 10 days and a half months, don't think about getting out of bed. Therefore, except for Mat Kai and Xiao Li, basically no one will use 8 doors Dunjia, and the gains outweigh the losses. Otherwise, Konoha made a large group of Deadpool who opened 8 doors, and it didn't end directly? But Yes Zero you now easily opened the third door. It seems that there is still spare strength to open the fourth door. How can he not shock Matkai and Xiaoli? After opening the third door, Yes Zero you was the same as Metkai, wrapped in green chakra, and his combat effectiveness was directly doubled. The two were like destroyers, and everywhere they went, it was a mess. Trees were shattered, the ground was cracked, and sonic booms sounded in the air. The movement was so great that even in Konoha village could hear it, causing many people to stop and watch, and sighed with emotion. That should be a battle at the level of upper ninja, right? So strong. No one suspects that it's an enemy ninja, because this is Konoha, and it's safe. After another moment, stop. Stop fighting. Matkai took the lead in lifting the 8-gate Dunjia form and said with a bitter smile. He found that if he didn't continue to open the door and fight as hard as he did with the enemy, he couldn't help the knight in Zero Feathers. Obviously just a child, but strong as a monster. What's even more infuriating is that he is still a ninja school student. Yes Zero you saw that Matkai stopped, and he was not good to attack again, so he had to also lift the 8-door form, which was a little regretful. It's a pity that Matkai only opened 3 doors, only making his 8 doors Dunjia picture book progress, raised to 3/10 of the junior, if only 2 more doors were opened. The speed of opening the door is directly related to the progress of the guide. When he opened the first door, it took more than 10 seconds, but after the progress reached 3/10, when he opened the second and third doors, it was obviously much faster. Like the proficiency of Matkai, the first few doors are almost open in seconds, and there is no need to charge at all. Matkai walked up to Yes Zero you and asked curiously. The relaxed appearance does not look like it has just opened 3 doors. With Matkai's physical fitness, the first 3 doors are like play, and although there are side effects, they are small, but they are harmless. And when Matkai saw Yes Zero you, who was equally relaxed and unaffected in the slightest, he was shocked again. He wasn't actually affected much. Yes Zero you smiled and replied, just learned. Just learned? Matkai and Xiaoli were full of doubts, not understanding what Yes Zero you meant. Yes, I just learned from you. Yes Zero Feather didn't care. After 5 seconds of silence, the two laughed and waved their hands. Don't joke, how is it possible? 8 doors Dunjia but forbidden art, how can it be possible to read it once? That's it, Zero Yajun, you really like to joke, don't sell the lawsuit. Where did you learn the 8-gate Dunjia? I was taught by Mr. Kai. Who taught you? Yes Zero Feather shrugged helplessly. In these days, no one believes the truth? Well, I confess, I learned it from the dark part. I am from the dark department. Helplessly, Yes Zero you had to casually find a more reliable reason. Except for the dark part, he really doesn't know how to explain it. He can't say that he realized it himself, right? As for the fact that Ape Flying Sun Chopper asked him to keep his joining the Dark Ministry, it was just what Ape Flying Sun Chopper wrote in the letter himself. He didn't agree, it doesn't count. Moreover, Medi is a high-ranking member of Konoha, and he is loyal to Konoha, and it doesn't hurt to know it. Yes Zero you didn't say that it was okay, this said. Matkai and Xiaoli were even more shocked, and said in unison, what? You said that you entered the dark department. Didn't you say you were a student of the ninja school? Yes, I was a student 2 days ago, but yesterday I was specially approved by the 3rd generation to enter the dark department, and now I am a person in the dark department. Yes Zero you shrugged. Mat K and Xiaoli, The two shocked the elder of the lower bara and fell to the ground. Not only was he surprised that Yes Zero you was young, even 2 years younger than Xiaoli, but he was specially approved by Hokage and entered the dark department. Even more surprised, Yes Zero you had only been in the dark for 2 days. No, to be precise, from yesterday to today, not even 2 days. In such a short time, he actually learned the 8-gate Dunjia, a forbidden technique that is extremely harsh on learning conditions, and also easily open to the 3rd door. Not even a little side effect can be seen. You know, Xiaoli opened the 3rd door, but it took 2 years. This was when Matkai began training Xiaoli when he was a student at the ninja school. And the time when Matkai learned 8 doors Dunjia was no better than Xiaoli. But Yes Zero Feather took less than 2 days and dumped them 108,000 li. How a soul flew out of Matkai's mouth and flew into the sky. The body was like a deflated leather ball, paralyzed to the ground. But it was Matkai who was hit hard and couldn't bear it. On the contrary, Xiaoli, who had been shocked and critical hit by Yes Zero you many times, carried it down, caught Metka with an arrow, and said anxiously, Teacher Kai, what's wrong with you, Mr. Kai? You need to cheer up. Come, sing with me, believe in yourself, oh believe in yourself, oh, the dream is in your hands, this is your world. Xiaoli sang eagerly while pinching Metkai's people. Yes Zero you looked at this pair of tease masters and apprentices, and was very speechless. This is also shocking, that is also shocking, so what do you want from me? Hey, that's troublesome. How lonely is invincibility, how empty is invincibility. Knight Zero Feather took BGM and disappeared into the forest, leaving only a lonely back. After leaving, Yes Zero you directly teleported home with the map guide. Before teleporting, he still had a little expectation. Will Hinata be waiting for him in bed today? It turned out that he thought too much, and Hinata was not there. Yezero lay on the bed, his body was a little sore. This is a side effect of Baemon Dunjia. At the same time, it is also the question that Yezero is thinking about: how can the side effects of 8-men Dunjia be completely eliminated? According to his speculation, there are 3 ways to eliminate side effects: the first, the most thorough one, but also the most difficult one: improve 8 doors Dunjia and solve the problem from the root. But the possibility of realization is very small, otherwise it would have been improved long ago, and you can wait for him? I can't even create the second generation Hokage who has created an unknown amount of ninjutsu. However, although Zero Feather can't do it now, with more and more system guides, it is not guaranteed that it will be realized one day. The second, the most common one, is also the one that Matt Kai and Xiao Li are using now, to strengthen the body. The so-called side effect of Baemon Dunjia is nothing more than that chakra is too violent and his body can't withstand it. Then, it is good to directly strengthen the body. Just like Xiao Li and Matt Kai, Xiao Li opened the third door and it hurt to move, but after Matt Kai opened the third door, it only had slight side effects, just like playing. It's just that Konoha doesn't seem to have 2 good secret arts or ninjutsu that can exercise the body, and Matt Kai and Xiao Li can only use the most basic exercise methods, with little effect. Moreover, the strength of the human body is limited, it is impossible to increase indefinitely, there will always be a day to the limit. Thinking of this, a name popped up in Yezero-U's mind: Thunder Forging Body Secret Technique. Konoha mainly attacks ninjutsu streams, and there are very few people who practice ninjutsu, but Uninjia Village focuses on ninjutsu. The Thunder Forging Body Secret Technique, which has been compulsory for Thunder Shadow in previous generations, is also the pinnacle secret technique of ninja art, turning the human body into a human weapon that can hard shake the tail beast and is the second strongest 8-tailed human weapon. If you can learn Thunder Dun Forging Body, plus 8 doors Dunjia, it should be very interesting, right? A flash of anticipation and excitement flashed in Yezero-U's eyes. If he has the opportunity, he will definitely go to Yunin Village. The third is also a technique, or a forbidden technique: Tsunade's creation and regeneration. Tsunade's creation-regeneration can speed up cell division, allow cells to rebuild, and even regenerate all organs and tissues, which can naturally eliminate the damage of Yaman Dunjia to the body. But the problem is that this technique requires a large number of chakras, as strong as Tsunade, and they all have to release the chakra in the Yin seal, and then they have to be blessed by the 100 Hao technique to achieve the state of rapid self-healing and immortal Xiaoqiang. What's more, medical ninjutsu has always been delicate and lively, and the control of chakra is extremely strict. However, 8 doors Dunjia is an explosive type, and the two are completely opposite, and whether they can perform creation and regeneration in the state of 8 doors Dunjia is a problem. Don't worry, take your time, try one method at a time. In short, you must develop the perfect version of 8-gate Dunjia. Yezero made up his mind, and then rested. Hokage building. That's the situation. Matt Kai knelt on one knee and reported to the 8 Flying Sun / on the battle between Day and Night Zero Feathers. However, at this time, Matt Kai was very depressed. In fact, he did not come this time to report intelligence, but to inquire about intelligence. He was really curious about the identity of Yezero Feather, and wanted to know why Yezero Feather was so strong, and why he was arranged into the dark part by the 8 Flying Sun, so he came to ask the 8 Flying Sun Chop. The result is good: the 8 Flying Sun does not know. If it weren't for his identity, he really wanted to point at the nose of the 8 Flying Sun and asked, "How did you become a Hokage? There is such a strong genius in the village, you actually don't know anything?" 8 Flying Sun chopped his heart bitterly. Can I be blamed for this? He became a genius overnight. In just 4 or 5 days, I have the strength of Shangnan. What can you let me do? Go ahead, let's do it. 8 Fei Ri kept smoking his pipe, and his head was bigger. He found that Yezero Feather had completely exceeded his control, even beyond his imagination. It's terrifying. No, you can't let Naruto stay in the village during this time before Naruto gets the Book of Seals, lest something go wrong. 8 Flying Sun said darkly. The next day, the dark part. Naka Ninja and Special Shang Ninja can't satisfy me anymore. I hope to find some Shangnan to discuss today. Yezero hummed a little tune, and walked into the dark part gracefully. The relaxed and comfortable appearance was incompatible with the dark and cold dark part, which caused many dark department members to frown. Who was so daring to hum a little tune in the dark part? Sorry when I didn't say bye. Many dark departments saw that the person who came was Yezero, and they avoided one after another. This lord can't afford to mess with them, and they don't want to be abused. However, before Yezero could find Shangnan, he was found by Ching first. There is a task, Ching said seriously. Mission? Yezero was stunned. He didn't expect that he had only been assigned a task to him just a few days after joining the dark department. According to the normal process, can't you train in the dark part first, investigate it, and then arrange the task? Isn't it a little too hasty? Yezero was a little puzzled. However, since the mission is arranged, let's go and check it out. I haven't experienced ninja missions yet. But after Zero you got the task that night, his brows couldn't help but frown. There is a group of mountain thieves at the border of the Land of Fire, suspected to be a temporary stronghold of the ninja of Yunnan village. Go to monitor and investigate, and if the situation is true, cooperate with the support of the upper ninja to eliminate it. This task is tricky. The enemy village ninja disguised as a mountain thief and used as a temporary stronghold, isn't this waiting to be suspected? The mountain bandit gang is in the Land of Fire, but they are often taken care of by Konoha village. Moreover, this task is still to monitor and investigate. If it is true, you have to wait in place, wait for the support of Shangnan, and suppress the bandits together. If it is other dark ninjas who take this task, there is no problem, but the night Zero Feathers take it, it is definitely tricky. Because he is a person who knows the little secret of the ape flying sun, this task comes and goes, at least a month. If slow, a few months is not impossible. In less than a month, it was the ninja exam, and Naruto was going to steal the Book of Seals. The intention of spending him in the village at this time is too obvious, right? It was made clear that he did not want him to participate in the sealed book incident. It is worthy of the ape flying sun to cut this old fox, and his conscience is greatly broken. However, really think that this will hold him back? Yaziro's eyebrows were slightly raised, and a hint of playfulness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He already has a plan. Let's go, let's go. Wait, there is another person to go with the team. Ching stopped Yaziro and said, "Oh?" Yaziro exclaimed. "Is there anyone watching?" "Who?" Yaziro asked. "Me." A pleasant voice came, and Yaziro heard the prestige, and a slim, curvy figure came into view. He raised his eyebrows. Isn't this a little beauty of Uzian?" Uzian looked at Yaziro Feather. The surface was calm, but in fact, her heart was already terrified. Yaziro has heard about the events of the past 2 days, which simply subverts her worldview. Although she was previously a substitute for Uchiha Itake, she had also seen Itake's genius rise path. But who is Uchiha Itake? That is the blood succession limit boundary writing wheel eye, and is also the eldest son of the family master. Although he is also a legendary character, it can at least be explained. Night Zero Feathers can be poured well, the body of an orphan, without any bloodline power, but rising strongly. It's shocking. And today, she will come into contact with this magical man and lead the team to do tasks. Even if she is a senior, she is still a little nervous. No, calm down, come up with some style, you must be strong enough. After giving herself a burst of encouragement in her heart, Uzian was ready to speak, and a motivational speech from the seniors to the juniors would establish the prestige of the three of Yaziro. But, okay, everyone, let's go. Without waiting for Uzian to speak, Yaziro took the lead in speaking. After speaking, turn around and leave. Feng Lan and Ching were silent, followed closely behind, and walked outside, leaving only Uzian alone. Uzian, what's the situation? I'm your senior, I'm the leader. Why did you ignore me? How did she know that after Feng Lan and Ching had fought before, although they did not say it explicitly, they had already thrown themselves to the ground that Yaziro admired, and they were willing to obey Yaziro's orders? Unless the Hokage is close, Night Zero Feather is the captain who cannot be shaken in their minds. Helplessly, Uzian had to follow, but there was a breath of anger in her heart. Although Yaziro Feather is very strong, stronger than her, but the junior is the junior, you can't help but put the senior in your eyes. Uzian decided that along the way, she must use her superb technique and sophisticated techniques to make Yaziro happy and sincere. She wants Yaziro to know that the junior is the junior, and in front of her senior, she can only be passive and take the initiative. However, 10 minutes after leaving the village. What's going on? My body is out of control, and I actually moved on my own. Ching suddenly panicked. Mine too. Although Fenlin's voice was cold, it also revealed panic. Me too. There is danger, watch out. Uzian said solemnly, wanting to reach out and pull out the long knife, but he couldn't move at all. This made her nervous to the extreme. Unknown enemies, quirky means, and still near Konoha village. Who is it exactly? Just when the three of them were nervous, they heard Yaziro lazily say, "Don't be nervous, I did it." Clams? I said, I controlled your bodies and made you move on your own. Yaziro explained. It's good that he doesn't explain. As soon as he explains, the three of them are even more confused. Why? And how did you do it? No why, you guys are too slow to rush, help you. As for how I did it, guess what? Yaziro said jokingly. 3. Think we're too slow? Inexplicably insulted. At the same time, more was shock. Yaziro Feather was able to control their bodies silently, it was terrifying. Soon, the relatively old Uzian discovered an abnormality, that is, their shadow. Night Zero Feather turned out to be controlling their bodies through shadows. Isn't this the Nara family's shadow secret technique? How could he? Yu Inatsuki has teamed up with the ninjas of the Nara family to complete missions, so he knows a thing or two about the secret art of the shadow system. But then she realized something was wrong. The shadow secret art of the Nara family must be controlled by connecting the shadows of other people or things through the medium of their own shadows. However, their shadows were not connected to the shadows of Night Zero Feather. So how did he control their shadows? What surprised Yuiuzian even more was that the Nara family's shadow secret art could generally only control the enemy without moving, or do some simple actions, such as this kind of complex movement of rapid passage through the forest, which could not be done at all, let alone control 3 people at once. But Night Zero Feather did it. Could this be the new shadow secret technique? Yuzian found that Yes Zero Feather was far more mysterious than she thought. He was like a mystery that constantly surprised her. Shocked, he smiled bitterly. She still wants to give Yes Zero Feather some color. Her body has been manipulated at will. How to give him color? But then again, although I was fiddled, I don't need to move, I don't feel tired, which is still good. In this way, under the control of the shadow of Night Zero Feather, the 4 of them rushed forward, and what was originally a journey of 4 or 5 days arrived in 1 day. The 3 of them couldn't help but sigh again. The amount of chakra of Night Zero Feather was really amazing, and it had been consumed for so long, and it was like a nobody. How did they know that the amount of chakra in Night Zero Feather was actually not much, and it was on the level of patience? However, his chakra extraction technique has a high level and recovers quickly. Moreover, the shadow secret art has reached the ultimate guide, the proficiency is full, and the consumption of chakra is much less. For various reasons, Yes Zero you can play with the 3 women with the power of 1 person without feeling tired. This is the base camp of the mountain thieves? Yes Zero you looked at the dozen thatched huts in the ravine and whispered, how is this different from what he imagined? Gang of bandits, then you must not make a copycat that pulls the wind, hang a plaque, and act as a blessing? The result? A dozen thatched huts? 2 crotch pulling, right? Sure enough, the little Waka is the little Waka, and there is no comparison. You guys wait, I'll go first to find out the situation, Yu Zian said seriously. As a senior, she should stand up and take the lead at this time to protect this group of juniors. Although, she didn't feel that Yes Zero Feather needed her protection. But that was Yes Zero Yu's problem, and she, as a senior, had to stand up when she should stand up. Slowly, just when Yu Zian was about to get up, he was stopped by Yes Zero Yu. How, is there a situation? Yu Zian asked. You don't have to go, I'll come. Yes Zero Yu said, and then opened his eyes, white eyes appeared, and the surrounding situation was at a glance. There are 56 people in total, 46 ordinary people, 10 ninjas, of which 9 are supposed to be upper shinobi. Looking at the chakra attribute and the hidden forehead, it is certain that the ninja of Yunnan village is undoubted. There were hostages in the 3rd room on the left, 3 men and 1 woman, who looked like they were wealthy businessmen and were tied up. The 4th room on the right is the arsenal, all of which are cold weapons. Yes Zero you said one by one, and the 3 of them were stunned. Does this make it all clear? Make no mistake, right? You know, under normal circumstances, this information takes days, even dozens of days, to find out. After all, the other party is a ninja, and there is a shinobi, and if you are not careful, you will be discovered, and your previous achievements will be lost. But Yes Zero you actually understood all the information with just one glance. And Yes Zero Feather's eyes, could it be supercilious? It is impossible. The white eye is the blood succession limit of the Hyaga family, and it will never appear on outsiders. And the white eyes are usually white, but Yes Zero Yu's eyes are black. The shape of the eye opening is also different. When the white eyes are opened, there are meridians around them, but the Night Zero Feathers do not. So what's going on? Could it be the blood succession limit of Night Zero Feather? What kind of blood succession limit is this? Why have I never heard of it? Does Konoha have this white-eyed like blood succession limit? The heads of the 3 of them were as big as a fight, so much so that Yes Zero Feather called them several times, but they didn't hear it. Hey, what are you thinking? Be serious, we're doing a task. Yes Zero you said. Ha, oh. The 3 of them answered in confusion, their minds still confused. This is not to blame them, it is really the shock that Yes Zero Feather brought them too much. Listen, ordinary mountain thieves, you can handle it, you are sure of the safety of the hostages, and all the ninjas are handed over to me. Yes Zero you ignored the 3 and ordered. After speaking, without waiting for the 3 to answer, 3 Night Zero Feathers appeared behind him and disappeared into the night. But it's 3 shadow doppelgangers. Immediately, Yes Zero Feather also disappeared, leaving only the 3 of them looking at each other, wide-eyed and small-eyed. The 3 of them haven't reacted yet, they just arrived and started to act. Isn't it a little too fast? Especially Yu Zian, even more confused. As a senior, she should have arranged the action by her. How could it be arranged? Ching and Fenlin were the first to react, and according to Yes Zero Yu's instructions, quietly groped to the room where the hostages were held, and guarded the surroundings. Yu Zian also followed closely and followed. Yes Zero Yu took advantage of the moonlight to come outside the thatched hut of several Zongnin. System, mission, emerge and kill an enemy. Reward, chakra boost card *5, fitness enhancement card *5, mental power enhancement card *5. This is a newly released mission by the system after the completion of the previous mission. Zero you originally thought that this task would fall on Mizuki, but he didn't expect that these ninjas would be cheaper. Mizuki, thank you to a few old iron for saving us. Ninpo Shadow Mouth Covering Technique. Shadow Secret Art has reached the extreme, and Zero Feather can completely create his own ninjutsu. A black mass quietly passed through the crack of the door, covering the mouths of the three Naka ninja in the room. Immediately afterwards, they also experienced the feeling of a sharp and long object in their mouths. Poof! Using the same method, Zero you successfully solved the rest of the Naka ninja. As a result, only one Shangnin remained. Zero Feather did not use the same method again. The upper shinobi is much stronger than the middle shinobi, and it is estimated that the shadow will be found as soon as it climbs on him. So, enchantment, up. Zero Feather's three shadow doppelgangers sealed at the same time, and an enchantment silently enveloped the room where Shang Shinobu was. This is exactly the enchantment guide that Zero you stole from the dark part. Although it can't reach the level of 4 purple yen array that can seal a shadow level powerhouse, it can block a district of upper endurance, which is enough. Ha! Not good. Sure enough, as soon as the enchantment rose, that Yunin Murakami Shinobu had already discovered it, immediately drew the long knife beside him, and instantly went outside the house, wanting to escape, but it was too late. Whoosh! Sue! Shadows shot from all directions, trying to bind Yun Shinobu Shang. However, after all, the other party is a superior ninja, and Yun Ninja, who is also extremely good at ninja body art, how can he be caught so easily? Dodge left and right, body flexible like a loach, dodge road attacks. While dodging, he kept looking around, looking for the figure of Zero Feather, but he saw nothing. At this moment, not good. The ground suddenly became pitch black, like a mud swamp, grabbed Yun Shinobu's feet and dragged it down. Thunder Blade. A bolt of thunder and lightning slashed out from Yun Shinobu's long knife and slashed towards the black swamp, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it did not even stir up a ripple. Almost instantly, he was pulled into a black world. This is the world of shadows. Poof! Without waiting for the Kami Shinobu to react, shadows came through from all directions, resulting in his life. The shadow faded, and the corpse of Yun Shinobu appeared, and he was not blind. As a superior ninja, he had no power to resist. Zero you appeared in front of the corpse at an unknown time, and said to himself, Shadow Secret Art is really useful. At night, it is simply invincible. System, drip. Mission, emerge and kill an enemy. Completed rewards, chakra boost card *5, physique enhancement card *5, mental power enhancement card *5, issued. Knight Zero Feather did not hesitate and directly used all the booster cards. Properties panel. Host, Knight Zero Feather comprehensive level, elite Kami Shinobi Chakra, 2 Kai, Kakashi, body strength, 2 Kai, Metkai, spiritual power, 1 attack it, Uchiha attack it. Knight Zero Feather raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the improvement of this promotion card is not a fixed amount of improvement, but a proportional increase. For example, last time, he used 10 promotion cards, and Chakra's amount was upgraded from special upper patience to upper patience. But this time, with only 5 cards, it was upgraded from upper shinobi to 2 cards. If this is the case, it will be much more convenient to raise it in the future, and it is not impossible to catch up with the hanging group. After all, according to Kakashi, Naruto was 100 times more chakra than when he was only 16 years old and hadn't reached the perfect nine-tailed transformation, let alone later. In addition to chakra, physical strength and mental strength have also increased completely. To Yoru's surprise, after Kakashi, Metkai and Uchiha Ataki also became the system's unit of measurement. After solving the Cloud Ninja Murakami Shinobu, Zero withdrew the Shadow Doppelganger and dispersed the enchantment. At this time, the entire thief camp was silent except for the sound of insects. As everyone knows, on this quiet night, his boss has been killed. On the other side, the 3 of them. Why haven't you signaled yet? I don't know, wait a minute. The 3 lurked outside the thatched hut, silently. And suddenly, what are you doing? A voice sounded in the ears of the 3 people, which startled the 3 of them, and the tense spirit almost collapsed without being frightened, and immediately entered the combat state. But after seeing the person who spoke, he breathed a sigh of relief for the rest of his life. Fortunately, if it was someone else, so quietly touched next to them and killed them, they still didn't know. No, wait, Feather? Wasn't he supposed to be on the Cloud Ninja's side? How did he get here? What are you doing? How did you run our side? Didn't you say that you deal with the ninja and we rescue the hostages? Yu Zian frowned. Yes, Zero Feather looked inexplicable. Then you're going. Yu Zian was speechless, thinking secretly a newcomer is a newcomer, even if he is powerful, he is also a newcomer, and it is really impossible to do tasks. But the next second, I'm done? Why haven't you started yet? Are you a professional or not? You haven't acted for so long. Ye0U shook his head and secretly complained, this group of teammates is really difficult to bring. The three of them were confused. What do you mean? What do you mean you're done? It's just that I've already solved all the ninjas. Ye0U was too lazy to explain. The three of them, solved it? That was 10 ninjas, including one upper ninja, who was solved before even 3 minutes? Are you kidding? Ye0U was too lazy to explain, shook his head, and then cast the shadow avatar and the shadow secret technique, easily killing all the thieves. When all the mountain thieves were tied up and the bodies of 10 cloud ninjas were placed in front of them, the three of them realized that what Ye0U said was true, and he had really quietly solved the 10 ninjas. In an instant, the shock exploded in their minds, shaking their brains. They knew that Knight Zero Feather was strong, but it was a frontal battle. The dark ninja needs to lurk, assassinate, have rich combat experience, and a cool head. Ye0U is only 12 years old, just a child, and it is the first time he has been on a mission, and it is obviously impossible to have this. But I never expected that Ye0 Feather not only had the qualities of all dark ninjas, but even better than them. It's incredible. On the other hand, they didn't do anything, they didn't even deserve soy sauce, they could only clean up the battlefield. What about these thieves? After sealing the 10 Yunin corpses into the sealing scroll, Yuzian asked. In fact, this kind of thing should have been decided by her, but she couldn't help but ask Ye0U. Ye0U looked around and said, "Tied, leave it to them." Knight Zero Feather pointed to several hostages. Their mission targets are cloud ninjas, and these ordinary people are not in the scope of the mission. As for how to deal with these people, whether to kill or hand over officials, Ye0 Feather does not matter. Anyway, they are all fierce and evil people, and if they kill, they will kill. He is not Prince Naruto, and when he sees everyone, he must persuade him to be good. Some people, if they should be killed, they must be killed. For Ye0U's decision, the three of Yuzian had no objection. Ye0U said. The three of Yuzian sighed with some emotion. It is clear that the task will take more than a month, or even longer, and it will end as soon as it arrives at the place, like a dream. And what happened next really made them experience what it means to dream. Stop, let's go back to Konoha in another way. Ye0U stopped the three people who were about to run back and said. The three were stunned and asked, puzzled, change the way? In what way? Carriage ride? There are horse-drawn carriages around here. And we're ninjas, how can we sit on that kind of thing? Besides, the carriage was not as fast as us to run back. Ye0U smiled and shook his head and said, what kind of carriage? It's too low, come, take my hand. Ye0 Feather stretched out his hand to the three. The three looked at Ye0U suspiciously, not understanding what he wanted to do. But out of trust in Ye0 Feather, he still stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Everyone is a ninja, and they don't care about any skin kisses. Yuzian and Fenglin, one left and one right, holding Ye0U's two hands. Ching is holding Fenglin's hand, and then holding Yuzian's hand. The four of them form a circle. So, how are we? Before the words were finished, the three of them stopped abruptly, their eyes widened in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. I saw that the surrounding scene suddenly turned into a mysterious space. In this space, there is no physical object, only a colorful vortex, which seems to be constantly rotating and seems to be static. Don't wait for the three to see the situation in the space, hey. The surrounding scene changed again, and houses appeared, and the lights were bright in the distance, and the sound of passers-by talking and laughing was heard. Okay, here we are. Ye0U let go of Fenglin and Yuzian's hands and said, we arrived? The third daughter was still in a daze and looked around. Familiar feeling, familiar breath, here it is. Konoha. They actually returned to Konoha. From the border of the land of fire to Konoha, a few days away, I came back in an instant. This time, the three of them were really speechless in shock as if they were dreaming. Ye0U ignored the three and left directly while the three were in trouble. A few minutes ago, the Hokage building. It's good that there is no report about that kid for a day today. Ape Fei-Ri leaned back in the chair and said pleasantly. Although Zero Feather did not directly trouble him these days and nights, nor did he hinder him from doing anything, every day there was unexpected intelligence that shocked him with a headache. Now it's okay, less than a month, more than a few months, the Knight Zero Feathers will not be in Konoha, just think about it. Next, he only needs to use the same method to take away some of the troublesome Shangnin and let them do the task. Then arrange Naka Shinobu to the outside of the village, protect the village, or also go on a mission. At that time, there will only be some shinobi left in Konoha who can't be named, and they can't catch Naruto's little ghost head at all. You can also use the crystal ball to blind a few commands remotely and guide everyone in the wrong direction, leaving Irika alone. Gee, perfect. Ape Fei-Ri spat out a smoke ring, becoming more and more comfortable. What perfection. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Of course it's the old man's plan. Hold the grass. Halfway through the words, Ape Flying Sun Chopper suddenly realized that something was wrong. When I looked back, I saw that there was suddenly an extra person behind me, and I disappeared from the chair in fright, jumped across the table, supported the ground with one hand, opened my legs, and stared at Yes Zero Feather. That look, like putting a cucumber behind the cat, startled the cat. Who the hell could stand behind him without knowing it? After seeing the person coming, Ape Flying Sun Chopper was even more shocked. It turned out to be you. Why are you here? Aren't you going to do a mission? The person who came was none other than Yes Zero Feather. Ape Fei Chop deliberately arranged him and took such care of him. Wouldn't it be rude for him not to come to greet him? Naruto-sama, why are you so nervous? I'm not an outsider. Come, sit. Yes Zero Feather pushed the Hokage chair out of the desk, signaling Sarutobi to sit down, smiling, harmless to humans and animals. Coupled with a handsome face, it gives people an extremely close feeling. If you go out, I don't know how many girls will be charmed. However, the Ape Flying Sun Chop was unprecedentedly dignified, as if facing a tiger, leopard, and jackal. No, at this time, Yes Zero Feather was even more terrifying than a tiger and leopard jackal in his eyes. A few days ago, Yes Zero You was a rookie who sneaked into the Hokage building and was discovered, but now, he could stand behind him quietly, but he didn't find it. Just imagine, if Fang Cai Yes Zero You wanted to disadvantage him, could he hide? If this had been put in his youth, he would have found out before Yes Zero You got close. But now, it should. You won't be killed, right? Sarutobi drew a question mark for himself. There is no other reason. He can't feel through the Night Zero Feather now, and he can't see through his whole cards. Or, from the beginning, he didn't look through the Night Zero Feathers. Haven't you already gone on a mission? Haven't you set off yet? Sarutobi got up from the ground, turned his back to his hand, and regained his Hokage's form. However, at this time, his frightened old look had already lingered in Yes Zero Yu's mind. Ape flying, you monkey flies quite high. Yes Zero Feather saw that the ape flew into the sun and did not sit down, so he simply sat down by himself. Naruto can jump on Hokage's desk and sit back in the Hokage chair by himself, right? After the task is done, of course you have to come back. You can't celebrate the new year outside, right? Yes Zero You said with a shrug. When Ape Fei heard this, he was silent. He felt like he had been played. Although his surname is Ape Fei, he is not a monkey, right? And the task is done, it is himself. Change someone, he can't run. Just let Kakashi do that mission, and he can't get to the place for 2 or 3 days. It's only been more than a day, and you've come back from the task? Don't you make drafts if you lie? Just as Ape Fei was about to say something, Yes Zero You stood up, stretched, and said, "It's too late, I'm going back to sleep, good night." After speaking, Yes Zero Feather disappeared, but it was a shadow doppelganger. And that's gone? Ape Fei was stunned. He thought that Yes Zero You came tonight because he was dissatisfied with what he did and wanted to have a showdown with him to negotiate, but he left after frightening the old man? I'm ready. You make me very faceless like this, right? Naruto-sama. Just as Ape Fei was complaining, a serious voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hold the grass. The Ape Flying Sun, who had just been startled by Night Zero Feather, was startled again, jumped higher than just now, and jumped onto the Hokage's desk. When I fixed my eyes, I saw a dark woman with a mask on her face, her head bowed, and she was respectfully half kneeling on the ground. My mom Mia scared my husband to death. Ape Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart almost jumped out without being frightened. Fortunately, the dark part has always bowed his head and half knelt, not seeing his embarrassment, otherwise, he could abdicate in place. Ahem, it's Xian, let's say, what's the matter? Sarutobi pretended that nothing had happened, sneaked down from the table, sat back in his chair, and asked. Yes, Naruto-sama, this is the mission report. Xian put a document in front of Ape Flying Sunday mission report? What task? I remember that you should be with you. Before he finished speaking, Sarutobi closed his mouth. No, it should be that the mouth was opened into an O shape. He looked at Xian's report and was stunned in surprise. They turned out to be. Really finished the mission and came back. After roughly browsing the next mission report, Ape Fei frowned, more serious than ever. Tell me about the specifics. Yes, from beginning to end, Xian did not omit a single detail, and said it all. After listening, Ape Flying Sun fell silent. A shadow secret art that is more profound than the Nara family, strange eyes similar to the white eyes of the Hyuga family, which may be the blood succession limit, quietly solved 10 ninjas, and there was also one who was a strong combat strength of Shangnan. It is comparable to Flying Thunder God, a time-space ninjutsu that can teleport back to Konoha with 3 people. Night Zero Feather, who are you divine? Sarutobi stood up and walked to the window, overlooking the bustling village of Konoha, silent. But if you look closely, you will find that his hands are shaking. Sarutobi Hinata suddenly realized that Konoha village seemed to have unknowingly come to a fork in the road, leading to prosperity on the one hand. Most likely, it will lead to destruction. Night Zero Feather, this mysterious boy who suddenly appeared, is the beacon of that intersection. What should he do? Ape Flying Sun kept smoking and looked up at the night sky. What happened on the side of the 8 flying sun? Knight 0 feathers guessed 9 times out of 10. In other words, he honestly obeyed the arrangement of the 8 flying sun chop this time to do the task, and tonight's things are doing it for the 8 flying sun chop. He had long known that Uzian and those people in the dark department would report his situation to 8 flying sun in every detail. After all, this is Konoha, and Hokage doesn't know what he wants to know? And this incident, he is giving 8 flying sun a warning, plus a choice. He obeyed the task arrangement of Sarutobi Hibiki, telling Sarutobi Hinata that he had no idea of actively wanting to be an enemy of Konoha. The means he showed in doing the mission, and the late night visit tonight, were warning the ape to fly the sun. May the force be with you, don't be too presumptuous and useless. As the saying goes, don't be impressed in 3 days. It's been almost a week since he grows a little, won't he disgrace the vast number of traversers? Now he is no longer the waste that is just crossed over, but has his own strength and his own whole card. Maybe he can't subvert Konoha on his own, but Konoha can't keep him. Ape Flying Sun Chopper either chooses to cooperate with him as an equal and does not think about controlling him, either they parted ways or even became hostile. But to be honest, although Yura Zero Feather can't lick Konoha, he doesn't want to be an enemy of Konoha. After all, the old man's house is here. In case of a fight, it is very troublesome. As for how the moderate Ape Flying Sun Chopper would choose, yes, Zero Feather believed that the Ape Flying Sun Chopper would definitely give him a satisfactory answer. Sure enough, the rest of the day, everything was business as usual. Ape Flying Sun Chopper never deliberately arranged tasks for Yezero again, but only occasionally arranged some tasks that were usually done in the dark part. He didn't ask too much about the situation of Yezero Feather, as if Yezero Feather was really an ordinary dark part. But Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Knight Zero Feather both know that Knight Zero Feather is not destined to be an ordinary person. Because, Captain Tianzang, don't go, you are my captain, you have to guide me to cultivate. Captain 5, why are you avoiding me? We are friends, come, reminisce. Hey, are you all swollen? Aren't everyone happy playing together? Yes, Zero Feather sighed. Next to it, the corners of Fenglin and Qing's mouths moved slightly, and they really wanted to say, are you playing? You're a cruel dish, okay. These days, yes, Zero Feather has successfully broken into the enemy's inner core, the upper ninja circle, and after disdainful efforts, he has constantly lit up the book, and his strength has grown wildly. In the entire dark part, without a life and death fight, no one is Yes Zero Feather's opponent. Yes Zero you wants to say, even if you fight to the death, you are not either. Therefore, now in the dark department, Yes Zero Feather has become a plague god that everyone hides from, lest they avoid it. Especially Tianzang and the 5th captain, they were found by Yes Zero you the most times, and they cried bitterly. How did it get involved with this freak? When Yes Zero Feather first joined the dark department, they felt that Yes Zero Feather was only a special ninja level, although the strength was not weak, but it was far worse than them, and they didn't put Yes Zero Feather too seriously. But now, they can compete with them, and even have the upper hand. He's outrageous. Novels dare not write like that. At the same time, the two also determined one thing, that is, Yes Zero Feather was not a member of the Ape Fae family at all, because Ape Fae was not worthy. How could the Ape Flying family have such a miraculous young genius? And Ape Flying Sun Chopper has made it clear that he has nothing to do with Yes Zero U. In fact, Ape Flying Sun cut to the point of hoping that Knight Zero Feather is the person of their Ape Flying family, who doesn't want a genius in their family? And it can also save a lot of trouble, but unfortunately Knight Zero Feather is not. Not only was it not, it also gave him headaches all day. Naruto-sama, the 5th captain has requested a long-term outing mission. Naruto-sama, the 4th captain has requested a long-term mission out. Naruto-sama. Looking at the applications one after another, Sarutobi was numb. He suddenly had a hunch that the dark department that he had been working hard for many years was likely not to be collapsed by Tuanzang, but first by Yes Zero Feather. No, you still have to think of a way, otherwise this day will not be able to live. After thinking about it, Ape Fae Ri waved his pen and issued a confidential document. Hours later, Yes Zero U looked at the command document in his hand, a little speechless. Meow, he was actually expelled from the dark department. Ape Flying Sun chopping you an old thing, can't you afford to play? Actually stealing home. Don't talk about martial virtue. Forget it, just expel it. Anyway, the dark part already means little to him, and the booklets that should be lit are lit. Maybe you can squeeze a little out, but it doesn't hurt either. Properties panel. Host, Knight Zero Feather Comprehensive Level, Elite Shang Ninja Chakra, 2 cards, Kakashi, Body Strength, 2 Kai, Metkai, Spiritual Power, 1 Attack It, Uchiha Attack It, Blood Succession Boundary, White Eyes, with Secret Technique, Ultimate Shadow Secret Technique, Primary Transformation Void Technique 1/10, Advanced Multiplication Technique 1/10, Advanced Mind Secret Technique 2/10, Ultimate Dark Manipulation Technique Guide, Intermediate Enchantment Art 2/10, Elementary 8 Gate Dungeon Array 3/. 10 special banknote ability skills: ultimate detection, ultimate anti-detection, extreme dirt, ultimate water escape, extreme fire, extreme wind, extreme thunder, polar body surgery, ultimate chakra extraction, ultimate transfiguration, ultimate avatar, ultimate doppelganger, ultimate instantaneous technique. The progress of many avatars has disappeared, which means that the ultimate in the Hokage world has been reached. For example, physical skills. Although the picture book has reached the extreme, Yaz0U knows that there is no upper limit to physical skills. After Yora0U left, both the Dark Ninja and the Saratobi Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Finally send away this ancestor. In just about half a month, it seems that 10 years have passed, and I am tired. The only people who were a little disappointed were probably only Fenlin and Ching. They didn't get along with Yaz0U for a long time, and they didn't do a few tasks, but Yaz0 Feather brought them many shocks that they could not forget in their lifetime. He also often manipulated their bodies to fight while doing missions, teaching them many combat skills and postures. In addition, there is another person who has zero feather in his heart, that is, Hinata. Ninja school, lunch break. Zero Yukon didn't come to school today. Is it really like Irika-sensei said, Zero Yukon dropped out of school? However, Zero Yajun was not at home during the day. Where did he go? Hinata ate his meal without hesitation, and his heart was full of night feathers. These days when Night Zero U is in the dark department, he is basically not at home during the day, and Hinata has a curfew at night, so the two have not seen each other for a long time. Hinata. Suddenly, a sweet and playful voice sounded behind Hinata. Did you see Zero Feather today? Ino turned his back and tilted his head, leaning out and asking Hinata. No. Hinata, who was entering the gods, was startled by Ino and said a little shyly. Although Hinata's personality has changed a lot under the tutelage of Night Zero Feather, it is only for Night Zero Feather, and he is still shy in the face of others. Really, where did you run? Ino skillfully sat beside Hinata, holding his chin with one hand, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Since Yaz0U inexplicably dropped out of school, she came to Hinata every day to inquire about the situation. She herself went to find the overnight Zero Feather, but like Hinata, she was in vain. Could it be that he escaped because he was afraid of his sister's fierce attack? Really, blame my sister for being too attractive. Ino thought to himself that he felt good. Inadvertently, she caught a glimpse of Hinata's lunchbox and asked, puzzled, Hinata, why are you always eating papaya these days? Isn't it tired? Is this stuff so delicious? Ino put his arms on the table and leaned forward to look at Hinata's lunchbox. When she asked, Hinata's face suddenly turned crimson, and she hurriedly pulled the lunchbox to the other side, blocked Ino's sight with her body, and said stumblingly, no, nothing, just think it's delicious. Where did Hinata mean to tell Ino that the reason why she ate papaya every day was because Yaz0U once said that he liked big ones? Is this stuff delicious? I'll taste. Ino didn't notice Hinata's careful thoughts, took a bite, tasted it, frowned slightly, and said thoughtfully, it doesn't seem to be good. Yes, it doesn't seem to be good. Jing Yi's words fell, and another voice sounded, and the two women were stunned. Familiar timbre, familiar intonation, is Night Zero Feather. Zero Yukon. Zero Feathers. The two women said in surprise, looking at Yaz0U with joy. Ino jumped even more, opened his arms, and flew towards Yaz0 Feather. But I was dodged by Yaz0U, I hid, snapped, and fell to the ground. Ino got up from the ground, not feeling that Yaz0U had done too much, blushing, and said sweetly, it's true, Zero-U, you are naughty. This scene, the surrounding students were stunned. Backwards are not as upside down as you, right? Is it okay to order a face? Zero-U-kun, you're here. Hinata looked at Yaz0U with watery eyes, and his eyes were full of tenderness. Yaz0U touched his head dotingly, and said with a smile, there is something going on for a while, I haven't come, don't worry. Yaz0U looked down, saw Hinata's bulging chest, and praised, not bad, I have grown a lot again. Others were confused when they heard Yaz0U's words, but how could Hinata not know what Yaz0U said? I couldn't help it, my face turned even redder, but my heart was beautiful. The efforts of these days have not been in vain, and I will continue to work hard in the future. Ino, who was standing behind Yaz0U, naturally noticed Yaz0U's small movements. Following Yora0U's gaze, his gaze finally fixed in front of Hinata. Remembering that Hinata always eats papaya these days, Ino suddenly realized. Good guys, so it is. Hinata, you've learned. No, I wanted to. Since then, Ino has also embarked on this path of truth in pursuit of justice. Yaz0 Feather, let me just say, how can you drop out of school? We're all people who want to become ninjas. Suddenly, a golden figure rushed over and put his arm around Yaz0U's shoulder. Yaz0U turned his head and looked, and after seeing the person coming, he couldn't help but be stunned, and said in his belly, am I very familiar with you? The person who came was none other than Prince Naruto. It's just that in Yaz0 Feather's memory, although the predecessor and Naruto are the same two crane tails, they don't have much intersection. So what happened to Naruto today? Why did he suddenly care so much about him? Is it the same protagonist the stars attract? Yes, Zero, you thought suspiciously. What he didn't know was that although the predecessor and Naruto were not familiar, Naruto always paid attention to the predecessor. Because, although he could not refine chakra, he insisted on going to school and wanted to be a ninja's unyielding spirit, which silently encouraged Naruto and supported Naruto to keep moving forward in mockery. It can be said that without the predecessor of Knight Zero Feather, Naruto's mentality would be much worse than it is now. So the time when Knight Zero Feather disappeared hit Naruto very hard, and without others knowing, he quarreled with Iruka every day and asked for news about Knight Zero Feather. How can you not be happy to see Yes-Zero back to school now? Facing Naruto's enthusiasm, Yes-Zero naturally would not refuse, and explained with a smile, I've been very busy recently, I've had something delayed, and it's about to take an exam. How are you practicing your doppelganger technique? Doppelganger? Why do you need to practice doppelganger in the exam? Naruto wondered. Yes-Zero Feather, it's okay, just ask. I think this exam is very likely to test doppelganger. Yes-Zero saw that he had said it, and simply went along with it. What are you afraid of? If Naruto happens to pass the graduation exam, it is a big deal that he stole the Book of Seals and gave it to him. However, it is estimated that in that case, the ape flying sun is furious, Lao-Tzu's hard-to-deploy game is all gone. However, reality told Yes-Zero that he thought too much. No, it can't be, right? It definitely can't be doppelganger, don't be doppelganger. Naruto covered his head, looking like he had a headache. Seeing Naruto's painful struggle, Yura-Zero slapped his forehead, naive. The return of Knight Zero Feather caused a lot of movement in the class. Basically, everyone thought that Yes-Zero had a brain disease and took it upon himself. It's about to take the graduation exam, you a waste that cannot refine chakra, and after dropping out of school and coming back, isn't it sick? Is it bad to disappear with your tail between your legs as soon as possible? You have to come back and lose face. Even Iruka felt inexplicable and did not understand what Sandai and Yura-Zero thought. Sarutobi Hinata did not tell Iruka the news that Knight Zero Feather had entered the Dark Division. Soon, time passed day by day, and the days of accompanying little Princess Hinata every day were also comfortable. If it can continue like this, it will be very good. Zero knew that it was impossible. In a few years, all conspiracies will surface, and the ninja world will be in chaos. Time flies. Tomorrow is the graduation exam, so soon. Yura-Zero lay on Hinata's lap, fiddling with the hem of Hinata's clothes. Zero-kun, you. Hinata stopped talking, his eyes showing worry. Yura-Zero naturally knew what Hinata was thinking, and comforted with a smile, it's okay, don't worry about me, I will definitely graduate. He didn't tell Hinata about his ninjutsu, and with what happened last time, he was afraid that Hinata would faint again. Why do you get dizzy? I don't understand. Hinata forced a smile when she heard Yo-Zero say this. She knew that Yes-Zero Feather was just comforting her. Yes-Zero Feather can't do ninjutsu, and his physical skills are poor, how can he graduate? Can't help but feel sad and unwilling for Yes-Zero. Zero-kun is obviously so good, but he can't become a ninja. Why did fate tease Zero-kun so much? Unwillingly, it is a touch of tenderness. It doesn't matter if Zero-kun can't do ninjutsu, I'll raise it. Zero, it doesn't matter if you can't finish your career, you can't become a ninja, I'll raise you. Ino suddenly jumped out, blinking his big bright eyes, interrupting Hinata's thoughts. While speaking, Ino also deliberately straightened his chest at Yes-Zero, as if to say, look, has it grown recently? Yes-Zero glanced at the luxury airport in Jingyi, cut it, and said, you have become rich again. Poof. A knife was inserted into Ino's chest, and Ino was greatly shocked. But, it's cool. That's how it feels. A flush appeared on Ino's face. You don't need to raise Zero-kun, I'll raise it. Hinata said weakly, although his tone was weak and unconfident, but it revealed a firmness. Her Zero Feather June must be raised by her personally, and must not be allowed to be given to others. Ino put his arm around Hinata's shoulders and said, don't be so protective of food, the two of us together, you 135, me 246, how about it? What about 7? Yes-Zero looked up and asked. The two of us together. Ino winked provocatively at Yura-Zero. If it's a sexy water shadow jiaomeishi like this, the Knight Zero Feather is not allowed to move, but the hair has not grown Zyajinjai, I'm sorry, let's eat papaya for a few more years. Yes-Zero is now very sure that Ino is indeed seriously ill, or the kind that can only be treated by injections. Hinata didn't hear what Ino meant, and after a little contemplation, he said, okay, together. Knight Zero Feather, I pour. Hinata, do you know anything, just together? No, you have to keep the little princess away from Ino, otherwise you have to learn badly. Yura-Zero sat up from Hinata's lap, pressed Ino's face, pushed her away fiercely, and said, Hinata, stay away from this madman in the future, don't play with her. Oi! Zero Feather is caressing me again. Ino touched the place on his face that had just been touched by Yes0U, his body twisted strangely, and he sneered. Suddenly, Yes0U got goosebumps. He just wants to light up a book now, that is, Do Ei Tianlong, take this demon. The next day, graduation exams. He's really here. Do you want to make up the numbers? The premise of making up numbers is to be qualified to make numbers. Does he have the qualifications to be a ninja? You said what he thought, knowing that he couldn't pass, and came back. The brain is sick. A group of students talked about it and pointed at Yes0 Feather. Yes0U was too lazy to explain to these people, and these people were not qualified to let him explain. All of them should fart. At the front of the classroom, Naruto clasped his hands together and kept praying, "Don't be, doppelganger. Don't be a doppelganger." Irika walked up to the podium, glanced at the Chinese of his hand, and said loudly, "The content of this graduation exam is doppelganger. Clams?" It really made Yes0U right. It's over, and the thing I'm not good at is doppelganger. Naruto's eyes widened and he said in surprise. Immediately, like a frosted eggplant, the whole person withered. Everyone comes one by one in the order in which the names are pronounced, Irika said as he held the roster. Immediately, one student after another went in and came out, happily putting on a forehead brace. But when it came to Naruto, he was crying. Suddenly, a sneer came. How hard it was to hear and how hard it was to hear. Naruto lowered his head, lowered his goggles, and bit his lip tightly, trying to hide his inner sadness and loneliness. However, after years of hope, with the addition of a taunt, where can little Naruto bear it? The grievances that I didn't know how many years I had suppressed in my heart gushed out at this moment, and I could no longer suppress them. Without making a sound, he walked out quickly, trying to escape from this demon land. But at this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder and said without question, "Naruto, you will not only become a Hokage, but also a legend in the ninja world. Believe in yourself." Naruto was stunned, raised his head, and looked at Yes0 Feather. In Yes0U's eyes, he saw affirmation, saw trust, and saw firmness. It felt as if Yes0 Feather had foreseen the future. Inexplicably, a warm current welled up in Naruto's heart, warming his strong-looking, but soft and fragile heart. But at this moment, there was another mocking sound. Just him? Still want to be a Hokage? If he can become Hokage, I will be the new god of the ninja world. And you still mean to say, Naruto, you're all a trash? The two crane tails comfort and encourage each other, which is so touching. Ha ha ha. There was constant laughter around. A few people in the same class, but more people from outside the class. You brats, dare to say that my family has 0 feathers, looking for death. Ino huffed and rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward to lecture the group, but was stopped by Sakura. Ino, we're taking the exam. Hinata clenched his fists, his small face bulging, and his eyes were about to open. Naruto was even more angry and said angrily, "You are not allowed to say this about your 0 feather. Naruto's principle is to say he can, but say his friend, absolutely not." Just when the two sides were at loggerheads, boom, boom, boom. The people who taunted Yoro and Naruto just now, for some reason, all flew out upside down and fell on the wall, unable to stand up in pain. Yes0U's eyes were cold and oblique. He doesn't care doesn't mean he instigates, just feels that they don't deserve it. But if you provoke him, even if he is as weak as an ant, he will be pinched to death. The generosity of the strong to the weak? Inexistent. Only Suzuki, Shikamaru, and a few others seemed to sense something, but they didn't, frowning and looking at Yoryu strangely. Suzuki, in particular, frowned the tightest, staring at Knight 0 Feather as if he was watching his prey. His intuition told him that it was most likely that Yes0U had done all this, although it was very strange. At this moment, you actually dare to scold my brother you and kick them. Unnamed classmates A, B, and C jumped out and kicked at the group. This scene not only looked stupid to everyone again, but even Knight 0 Feathers looked stupid. These three buddies are broad, and there is something really good. Due to the appearance of classmates A, B, and C, those who were knocked down by Yes0U's blow fought with the three as if they had found an outlet. Naruto also rushed in, and Ino was not to be outdone. Even Hinata, who was usually cowardly, could not bear it and joined the battlefield. And this is the school corridor. The place is small, so many people fight together, it is inevitable that they will not be injured by mistake. No, really, a bunch of imps, you know what's coming. Suzuki put his hands around his chest, raised his head proudly, ready to leave, not wanting to turn around and mess around with this group of little farts. However, phew. Syllable. I don't know whose shoes, with the smell of sweaty feet, streaked over the crowd, and the precise blow happened to slap on the face of the second pillar that had just been raised. That look, as if the two pillars specifically raised their heads to welcome this weather-beaten shoe. Who is it? Suddenly, Urjuzu was furious. Someone dared to use smelly shoes to shoot the handsome faces of their Uchiha clan. Can't bear it, the name of Uchiha is not to be tarnished. Suzuki also joined the battlefield. Which bastard dares to move my Suzuki's handsome face? You come out, I promise not to beat you to your mother does not know. Sakura instantly turned into a female man, catching whoever beat whom. It's really troublesome, I withdrew first. Hey, who kicked me? Shikamaru was not spared. How can a fight be without me? Akamaru, let's go on. Yeah, like Naruto, feared that the world would not be chaotic, and rushed into the crowd with Akamaru. For a time, there was chaos in the corridor, and the canyon brawl began. You can't blame me for that, I didn't do anything. Yaziroyu shrugged, looked like he had nothing to do with me, turned and pushed the door, and entered the examination room. What even Yaziroyu didn't notice was that a person indifferently walked through the crowd, walked through the corridor, and disappeared around the corner, and no one touched him. Knight Zero Feather, what's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Irika stood up and wanted to go outside to see what was going on, but was stopped by Yoryu. Irika-sensei, nothing happened, they are so happy that they are celebrating. Oh, is it? Irika looked puzzled. This voice sounds so wild, how come it doesn't feel like a celebration? Of course it is, I'm the last person, hurry up and assess. Yes, Zero, you urged. At this moment, drip. Release task, complete the main plot line, pass the graduation assessment reward, chakra improvement card *10, physical fitness improvement card *10, mental power enhancement card *10, any picture book advanced helicopter card *1. The system voice suddenly sounded, and a new mission was released. Yes, Zero, you was stunned. After completing the killing task last time, the system was not releasing the task, and he thought that the system was buggy again, but he didn't expect the task to be triggered at this time. Only, system, are you sure that this task is not insulting me? After passing the graduation assessment, there is no problem with the content of the task, but why are the rewards so rich? What's the matter? Do you think that it is difficult for me, an elite Shangnin, to pass the graduation assessment, so give more rewards to treat me? However, it is still quite fragrant. Irika-sensei, the assessment content is doppelganger, right? Yes, Zero, you asked impatiently. Well, yes. Irika sat back behind the table and continued, however, we all know about your situation, Yoryu, so you. Nanny! Before Irika finished speaking, he jumped up from his chair, his shocked eyes popping out, staring at the front. I saw 5 identical Yaziroyu standing there. Even if he burst into tears, he couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. Irika was dumbfounded and asked in surprise, Yaziro Feather, why did you use the doppelganger technique? Aren't you unable to refine chakra? Irika-sensei, that was a long time ago, I would have used ninjutsu a long time ago. Yaziro Feather dismissed the doppelganger and said, Irika. At this moment, Irika didn't know whether to be happy or blame himself. Happily, Zero can use ninjutsu and can become a ninja. What he blamed himself was that his students had changed so much, and he, the teacher, did not know it. Teacher, have I passed the exam? Count, of course count, give, this is your protective amount. Irika handed the brace to Yora with both hands and looked at him with satisfaction. Yes, Zero, you saw Irika's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. In the entire Naruto, Irika is a rare good guy, right? On the side, Mizuki also looked at Yaziroyu in surprise. He had heard about Yaziro Feather, but he didn't expect that a waste could actually perform ninjutsu. Before leaving, Yaziroyu also glanced at Mizuki and lit up Mizuki's character book. After a rough glance, the guess in my heart about Mizuki was verified. Previously, he had always suspected that Mizuki was Sarutobi's henchman, and specially arranged to seduce Naruto. Otherwise, why did he just go to jail for such a serious matter as luring the nine-tailed man Zulai to steal the Book of Seals, and finally let him run? If this were to be placed in another village, if he was not tortured to death and forced to ask for all the information, he would have to be imprisoned in a small black house for a lifetime. After all, the human pillar power is equivalent to the nuclear weapon of the ninja world, and it is the most important thing. Now it seems that he has thought too much. Mizuki has simply become a pawn of the ape-flying sun. Zero tied the ninja brace around his arm and walked out of the room. Since Yaziroyu was the last person, after the assessment, Irika sorted out the documents and walked out with him. But the moment he stepped out of the door, Irika's eyes popped out again. He looked at the chaotic corridor, and everyone was dumbfounded. Turning his head to look at Yaziroyu, he pointed to the group of students who were still fighting and said, Yaziroyu, you call this a celebration? Yes, you see how much fun they play. Hey, little A, don't kick people's eggs. Little B, you too. Why do you always kick on eggs? Who taught you? Students A, B, and C said, Boss, this is what you teach by example. You guys, complete the main plot line, passed the graduation assessment, and have completed the rewards chakra improvement card *10, physical fitness improvement card *10, mental power enhancement card *10, any picture book advanced direct lift card *1, issued reward used host, Knight Zero Feather comprehensive level, elite Shangnin chakra, 5 cards body strength, 4 Kai mental power, 3 weasels, not bad. Yes, Zero, you was very satisfied. Zero, you kun, you become a ninja? Hinata said in surprise. Yes, I said it all, I will definitely pass the assessment. Yes, Zero, you said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, others also looked over, and Yes Zero Feather instantly became the focus of the field. Without him, how could Yo Zero Yu, a waste that could not refine chakra, become a ninja? But when they saw the forward protection on Yes Zero Feather's arm, they were all stunned. Actually, really passed the graduation assessment. How so? Irika-sensei won't desert, right? Shocked, it was ecstasy, and Hinata and Ino were both happy for Yamokuba. Naruto's mentality collapsed again, jumped on Irika, grabbed him by the neck, and asked loudly, "Why, Irika-sensei, he can pass the exam, why can't I? Are you using your power for personal gain? Did you deliberately not give it to me?" Irika's head hurt even more, and he grabbed Naruto by the neck, removed him, and said, "Naruto, don't mess around, people have long learned ninjutsu, but you don't know." The words fell, and two resentful gazes fell on Yaziroyu. Hinata looked at Yaziroyu aggrievedly, as if to say, "Why hide such a big thing?" Jinya even threw a wink at Yaziroyu directly, and said displeased, "It's true, Ziroyu, you are not well behaved, how can you not tell your sister about this kind of thing?" While speaking, he took the opportunity to fall towards Yaziro Feather. Yaziro Feather turned sideways, stretched out his foot, snapped, and Ino fell heavily to the ground. "Ah, Ziroyu, you are naughty again," Ino said comfortably. Suzuki and the others also looked at Yoryu in surprise, shocked by Yoriziroyu's sudden ability to use ninjutsu. After all, for so many years, Yaziro Feather has always been an ordinary person. Now that he has become a ninja, who can accept it? "I didn't want to surprise you," Yoriziro said to Hinata and Ino. Then he looked into the corridor and stopped, and all of them looked at him and said, "Why did you stop? Go on, make it, high skin. Everyone in the hallway looks at me, and I look at you. Ganli Niang, kick him." Suddenly, the corridor brawl that had been pressed the pause button turned on again. Irika mentality exploded. He now understands that it turns out that it is all the ghosts of Night Zero Feather. Hokage graduation ceremony. That, Naruto-sama. Irika followed Saratobi and walked towards the playground, unable to speak. "What's the matter, Irika?" Ape Fei Ri cut his back and was in a very comfortable mood. It's another year of graduation season, and another group of little guys will grow up and become ninjas on their own. Actually, the corners of Irika's mouth twitched, not knowing how to speak. Saratobi noticed Irika's strange appearance and asked, "Is it still Naruto's business?" "Don't blame yourself, I know your intentions, you did the right thing." Saratobi thought that Irika was going to say that Naruto had not graduated, and comforted Irika. In fact, the ape flying sun chops the fart of joy in the heart. "What I want is that he can't graduate, otherwise why do you think the graduation exam is doppelganger?" The embarrassment on Irika's face did not decrease but increased, and secretly said, "If only it were Naruto's business," but he was not. Finally, Irika plucked up his courage and said, "Naruto-sama, actually, we have prepared a surprise for you, we hope you are mentally prepared." "Oh? Surprise?" The ape was startled, and then smiled even happier. "The surprise is good, the old man is looking forward to it." Not only did the matter of Naruto's sealed book go smoothly, but there were also surprises, which was really happy. Huh. Irika looked at the ape flying sun's happy appearance, and could only laugh awkwardly. But if you look closely, you will find that Irika is quietly slowing down, and before he knows it, he has retreated to the back of the crowd. Ape Flying Sun did not notice Irika's abnormality, and hummed a little song happily in his heart. "We people, how happy he is. Hold the grass. What a situation is this?" Ape Face Sun's mood turned 180 degrees, and his eyes flew out, staring at the playground. "I saw this batch of graduates standing densely on the playground, all the students were in rags, tattered, and their faces were blue and swollen. Some still have their legs between them, and they have to rely on the support of their companions to barely stand up. The embarrassed appearance, calling them beggars, is to praise them. However, these cannot hide the worship of many students for the Ape Flying Sun Chop, and they all look at the Ape Flying Sun Chop expectantly. At this moment, Ape Flying Sun Chopper seems to have become the gang leader, or the gang leader who was beaten into the water dog." Saratobi stared wide-eyed and looked at Irika, as if to ask again, "This is the surprise you told the old man? This meow is frightening, okay? No, it should be called intimidation, how can it be regarded as a terrorist attack?" Seeing that the ape flying sun was looking at him, Irika quickly turned his head to look at the sky, and kept whispering, "I didn't listen to anything, I didn't see anything, I didn't know anything. Naruto-sama is generous and kind, and will definitely forgive me." "Hey, I obeyed you," Saratobi said with a wry smile and walked back to the playground. When he saw the only person behind the playground who was neatly dressed and looked leisurely and indifferent, an idea suddenly came to his mind. It must be this kid's ghost again. After making trouble in the dark department, and then making trouble with the graduation ceremony, you are a little ancestor, it is really not worrying. Yazero, you also looked up at the sky and said leisurely, today's weather needle does not poke, needle does not poke, needle does not poke. After the graduation ceremony, Yazero Feather found 8 flying sun slash, and there was only one thing, that is, he was going to participate in tonight's action. Ape Flying Sun Chopper naturally has no opinion, anyway, it is useless to have an opinion, and he can't stop Yazero Feather. And it's good to have Night Zero you there, at least for now. He doesn't think that Night Zero Feather has a vision that wants to harm Naruto. At the same time that Yura Zero you found Saratobi Hinata, Mizuki also found Naruto, but why aren't you lost at all? Mizuki looked at Naruto who was eating noodles, a little confused. Mizuki saw that Naruto took the initiative to greet him, with a fake smile on his face, and sat down next to Naruto. Naruto Sensei, you were working hard today, right? If you feel tired, come and eat Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku Ramen is the best. Eat a bowl to refresh the mind, never get tired after eating 2 bowls, eat 3 bowls of immortality. Uncle, another bowl, okay. Without waiting for Mizuki to speak, Naruto cared about Mizuki first. Mizuki, is it the wrong way to open my eyes? I close, I open. I close again, I open again. How is Naruto still happy to eat noodles? Calm, it must all be a fake. Naruto must be using this to hide his inner sadness, he is just a sinful 9-tailed fox demon. Mizuki thought viciously, and then put a fake smile on his face again, and said, Naruto, you didn't pass the graduation exam, did you blame Irika? Don't blame him, in fact, he is also. I know, Irika-sensei is all for my own good, I won't let him down, I will definitely become a ninja on his own. Uncle, another bowl. Naruto said with a fighting spirit. Mizuki, isn't this my line, why did you say it? Moreover, how can you not blame Irika? It's Irika who insists on not giving it to you, but I want to give it to you, you should be close to me. Ahem. Mizuki collected his emotions and continued that Naruto, I have a way for you to pass this graduation exam, do you want to know? Don't want to. Why? Because Zero you said, I will definitely become a ninja, and I will also become a Naruto, and become a legend in the ninja world. Naruto fiddled with his goggles, confidently. Uncle, another bowl. Mizuki, oh, this is not what you imagined. How can you not want to pass the graduation examination? Mizuki was directly given by Naruto, and he didn't know what to do for a while. And he also brought it up from Naruto's words, and Yura Zero Feather actually took a step ahead of him and brainwashed Naruto. Damn waste, actually bad for me. Mizuki thought fiercely. After he gets the Book of Seals, he must kill Yazero Yu and let him dare to spoil him for good. However, he still had to solve Naruto first. Mizuki continued to induce Naruto, although what Yura Zero Yu said makes sense, we have to pass this graduation assessment first, don't we? I know there is a way to make you. Why do you have to pass this graduation assessment? Not next time? Uncle, another bowl. Naruto interrupted Mizuki again. Mizuki was interrupted several times in a row, and his anger had been suppressed to the extreme. In addition, Naruto did not play cards according to the routine, and he was about to blow him up. But he still endured it and continued, do you think, the next time you pass the graduation examination, won't it be a year later than the ninja of the same class? A lot of things can happen during the year, and it's key to your growth. What does it matter, anyway, I'm going to be a Hokage sooner or later, and it's the same every year sooner or later. Moreover, I hope that the 3 generations of grandfathers will live a few more years. Uncle, another bowl. Naruto said indifferently. 3 generations of Kanyon, little Naruto, doesn't abdication equal death? Mizuki's anger continued to rise, and he gritted his teeth and forced a smile. However, graduating a year earlier is better than a year later, right? Besides, I have a way for you to pass this graduation assessment, why not? After a moment of deep thought, Naruto said, it seems to make sense. Right, so listen to me, I'll definitely let you through. Mizuki saw that Naruto let go, and hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, excitedly luring. Naruto, on the other hand, tilted his head, looked at Mizuki suspiciously, and asked, Mizuki-sensei, why are you so nice to me and want to help me pass the graduation exam? Mizuki, of course, I want to use you, the 9-tailed demon fox, to steal the Book of Seals, fool. Hee, of course I care about you, we are all orphans, we should take care of each other. Mizuki-sensei, you're so nice. Naruto was moved to tears. Mizuki gritted his teeth angrily. You little ghost, finally hooked. So, sensei, treat me to ramen. Okay. Uncle, check out. A total of 1,150 tails. Mizuki, clam? Hey, holding the grass, how did it become my checkout? And how much did your kid eat? Why so much money? Also, the rhythm doesn't seem to be right, obviously it should be Naruto begging him, how did it become that he begged Naruto? Mizuki, who reacted, scolded the mother's heart, gritted his teeth and helped Naruto settle the account, thinking, you wait, damn the 9-tailed demon fox, wait for you to look good. Late at night, somewhere in the forest, Yazero Yu stood on a tree. There is a small wooden house under the tree, which is not large, and there are ceiling talismans that are threaded with thread hanging around it, the kind that can be pulled off casually. Through the white eyes, Yes-Zero, you could clearly see that there was nothing else in the wooden house, only a sealing scroll placed in the center, and even the seal on the sealing scroll had been undone. Now any ordinary person can open this sealed book that is the most important to Konoha village and has a status no less than that of the Nine Tails. Looking at such an arrangement, Yes-Zero, you didn't know where to complain for a while. This is not releasing water, this is releasing the sea. Sarutobi simply put the Book of Seals on Naruto's face, ask him which one he wants to learn, and then teach him hand in hand. But think about it, with Naruto's IQ and strength when he was a child, it is estimated that it is beyond his ability when it is a little more complicated. Why don't you come yet, my task? Yes-Zero Feather said boredly. That's right, he came this time. One of them was to witness Naruto's growth, the second is to complete the system task. Mission, main plot line, witness Naruto steal the Book of Seals rewards, Chakra Boost card *10, Physical Enhancement card *10, Mental Power Enhancement card *10, any item illustrated infinite card *1. Night Zero Feather found that the rewards of the two main story missions are rich. It seems that the main story missions will be triggered more in the future. It's just, can you not go astray in this plot? Through the white eyes, Yoro-Zero, you looked at Naruto, who walked farther and passed by the log cabin, speechless. Unexpectedly, Naruto, this guy still has soul and potential. Hokage building, the ape flying son who was watching the crystal ball was also stupid. He did 1,000 calculations, but he didn't calculate that Naruto would go astray. What's wrong with that? Hey, forget it, help you. Yes-Zero, you shook his head and said. In fact, in addition to the Night Zero Feather, there are also some dark parts hidden in the shadows, all of which are the henchmen of the ape flying son. But the order they received was to protect the Book of Seals from being snatched away by outsiders, and Naruto didn't care. Yes-Zero, you sealed his hands and cast illusions. This is his magic guide lit in the dark part. Naruto said in surprise, rushed into the cabin, picked up the sealing scroll and ran. The dark part of the shadows also moved, following Naruto to protect the Book of Seals. Yes-Zero Feather did not move. With the ultimate white eye guide, everything is in front of him, is watching the live broadcast, or VIP, the security guard does not want to press him out. However, soon, Yes-Zero, you was speechless again. What is this? Can you actors pay some respect? Naruto is out of track. Mizuki, why are you still out of track? Irika, you are more ruthless, run directly in the opposite direction. Fart is a big forest, stunned by the three of you perfectly staggered. Should I say that you are stupid, or powerful? Hokage building. Oh my mother, take me away. Ape flying son chopped his head and had a headache. He had never seen such a pitted teammate. The heads of the remnants of the blood are sent to the face, you turn around and run off the stuck wall, go to the wild area, can you still do it? Quick, ask for field support. Yes-Zero Feather was helpless, so he had to cast the illusion again. He decided that after this incident, he must let the ape fly to pay him a salary. What can I do without him? Finally, with the help of Yoro-Zero HA, Naruto and Irika's touching short film was successfully released. It's just that Yes-Zero, you, who was originally going to witness this scene, was no longer in the mood. Tired heart. Drip. Mission, main plot line, witness Naruto stealing the Book of Seals, completed rewards, Chakra Boost card *10, Physique Enhancement card *10, Mental Power Enhancement card *10, any item illustrated unlimited card *1, issued, boost card used post, Night Zero Feather comprehensive level, Elite Shinobi Chakra, 9 cards body strength, 6 Kai spiritual power, 5 weasels, drip. Light up skill guide, elementary multiple shadow doppelganger art, collection progress, 1/10, it's really troublesome, it's time for me to appear. Yoro-Zero, you stretched and instantly disappeared in place, appearing in front of Naruto. Zero feathers. Naruto saw Yoro-Zero Feather suddenly appear, first stunned, as if he had found a life-saving straw, snot tears in his eyes and cried, Zero, you, come and see, Irika-sensei is going to die, come and check it out. Naruto said as he pressed Irika's wound to help him stop the bleeding. Irika, poof. Yes. Oh, Naruto, stop Naruto. Irika was intermittent, unable to utter even a complete sentence. Yoro-Zero, you looked at Irika, who was pressed by Naruto's face with painful teeth grinning, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Naruto, Irika usually treats you well, why do you want to take revenge? Get out of the way, I'll do it. Yoro-Zero said to Naruto. Naruto obediently let go and looked at Yoro-Zero Feather with his eyes open. Yoro-Zero, you crouched down, performed medical ninjutsu, and began to heal Irika's injuries. Irika looked at Yoryu, feeling the pain gradually relieving from the wound, a tear flowed from the corner of his eye, and with a smile full of gratitude, he fainted. Don't say anything, thank you for saving your life. Nine-tailed demon fox, dangerous. After Yoryu cured Irika, he handed it over to Naruto and said to him, just send it to Konoha Hospital and rest for 2 days. In fact, Irika's injuries have been completely healed by him, but he just used a little trick to make him faint. In this way, he could naturally receive the Book of Seals from Naruto's hand, right? Give me the Book of Seals, and I will give it to Naruto-sama. Well, thank you, Zero Feather. Naruto thanked Uraha and then left with Iruka on his back. And just after Naruto and Iruka disappeared, swoosh, Sue, several dark parts appeared, encircling Knight Zero Feather in the middle. Young man, hand over the Book of Seals. A dark part said coldly. The other dark part stepped forward, ready to strike at any time. Yaziroyu smiled slightly, took out a mask, put it on his face, and played with the taste. Oh, is it? You want to do something to me? Originally, many dark parts felt a little wrong, and felt that Zero Feather was a little familiar. Wait until Knight Zero Feather puts on the mask, familiar voice, familiar breath. This is not the dark killer a while ago, you? Holding the grass, it turned out to be him. The dark department was dumbfounded. When Zero Feather was in the dark part, he always wore a mask. Therefore, except for a few people such as Fenglin and Ching, no one knows his true appearance, and few people know his exact information. The people in the dark department only knew that Yoruto was very young and was a Hokage special approval, and his strength and talent were extraordinary. Now look at it, is this called young? This is a child. The dark department was shocked. Yoruto took off his mask and said, I will personally give the Book of Seals to Naruto-sama. You go and see Naruto, his identity, you should be clear. Little Naruto, I'm sorry to take advantage of you. Dark people, you look at me, I look at you, a little hesitant. The task given to them by the ape Flying Sun Slash was to protect the Book of Seals, and they must not leave half a step. Seeing the hesitation of the shadows, Yaziroyu spoke again, don't forget, I'm a Hokage special, Naruto-sama can trust me, can't you trust me? As soon as this remark came out, many dark parts no longer doubted. Yes, you as a special approval of Hokage, a person personally designated by Lord Hokage, how can it be wrong? So, they all left to protect Naruto. Yaziroyu looked at the disappearing backs of the dark parts, looked up at the sky, and smiled mysteriously. Hokage building. Inside the crystal ball, Zero Feather smiled mysteriously, and then it was forcibly closed, terminating the telescope art. Ape Fei Ri looked at the empty crystal ball, and chuckled in his heart, it's over, it's a big game. Ape Fei Ri sat on the chair with his butt chopped, his head buzzing. What he feared happened anyway. He had long suspected that Yaziroyu would hit the Book of Seals, but when he thought about it, Zero Feather actually knew his little secret, and he could steal the Book of Seals secretly without scaring the snake, and there was no need to expose it at all. In addition, although Zero Feather has made a lot of noise recently, it is harmless, and it is not bad for Konoha. In addition, Zero Feather is an orphan of Konoha, who grew up in Konoha with a clean background. Therefore, the ape Flying Sun Chop did not care too much, but unexpectedly, Zero Feather still did it. No, we have to hurry up and chase him back. Ape Flying Sun looked serious, and even the Hokage Duka didn't have time to wear it, so he was going out. But at this moment, oh, it's so late, where does Naruto-sama want to go? Playful voices sounded. Ape Fei Ri looked back, his eyes wide again. Knight Zero Feather. You. For a while, Ape Flying Sun Chopper was a little confused and unable to speak. He didn't understand, just now Yaziroyu had to steal the Book of Seals, why did he come to him again? Could it be that he had no intention of stealing the Book of Seals from the beginning? Why did Zero Feather smile mysteriously at himself that night and terminate his telescopic art? Ape Flying Sun Slash thinks about it, and there is only one possibility. Suddenly, Ape Fei Ri's face became extremely ugly, and he said with rare displeasure, don't make such jokes next time. Yaziroyu threw his hand away, threw the Book of Seals over, and said lightly, I'm not kidding you. Ape Fei Ri took the Book of Seals, couldn't help but be stunned, and asked nervously, what do you mean? Did you open it? What do you say? Yaziroyu put his hands in his pockets, looking like he was asking knowingly. It would be a fool not to look at such a good thing in front of you. Ape Fei Ri Chopper became even more nervous, and asked, how much have you seen? I've seen it all. You. The ape Flying Sun Slash was about to attack, but it held back. Forget it, just watch it. Yaziroyu from escaping his monitoring to reappearing, but for more than 10 seconds, even if he watched it all, he would at most browse it roughly. In such a short time, even if you have the Sharingan, it is impossible to learn all the ninjutsu inside. After all, this is all forbidden art, not to read it once, remember the seal gesture, you can learn. Without talent, without perseverance, without investing time and energy, everything is in vain. Otherwise, it would not qualify as a forbidden technique. Thinking of this, Ape Fei Ri cut his mouth and asked, how many techniques have you learned? Naruto can learn a multiple shadow doppelganger, and Yorizero can learn at least 1 or 2, right? Saratobi picked up his pipe and estimated it as he smoked it. All learned. All learned? All learned well, all learned to can. What the? You learned it all. Ahem. Ape Flying Sun Chopper almost didn't choke to death by the smoke, got up from his chair in shock, and stared at Zero Feather. Yes, I learned everything. Is there a problem? Yes, Zero, you said indifferently. I'm so old, don't joke with me, I have a bad heart. Ape Flying Sun Chopper still harbored a glimmer of hope, hoping that Knight Zero Feather was deceiving him. Yes, Zero Feather spread his hands and said, I have learned all of your bad kidneys. Do you want me to show you? After speaking, Yes Zero U's hands quickly froze. Highway Noon, fold your hands. Ghoul sealed. Yes Zero U looked solemn and shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, the room was overcast, the clothes moved with the wind, and the blue shadow slowly emerged behind Yes Zero U, as if some terrifying existence was crawling out of the gates of hell. Ape Fury's eyes widened, and his mouth opened into a zero shape. This is forbidden art in the Book of Seals, Ghoul sealed. He actually learned. Ape Fei Sun's shocked heart seemed to be about to crack. Without having time to think about it, he hurriedly stopped. Don't stop it, I believe it. Don't cast it anymore. If this technique is cast, you will die. Ape Flying Sun slashed forward, wanting to stop Knight Zero Feather. After all, in his eyes, Yura Zero Feather has always been Konoha's person, and although he did a lot of unexpected things, he didn't hurt Konoha, and he would never watch Yura Zero Feather die in front of him. But just when Ape Flying Sun was about to make a move, he saw Yes Zero Feather separate his hands, raised his eyebrows and said, How about it, isn't this handsome? This is my self-created ninjutsu, Ninfa Scare You to Death, which is specially used to bluff and intimidate the enemy. Ape Flying Sun Chopper, Sigma A. Scared to death? You're trying to scare me to death. You little ghost, don't make this joke next time, I'm really going to be scared to death by you. Ape Fei Ri wiped his cold sweat and sat back in his chair. After such a disturbance in the night and Zero Feathers, Ape Flying Sun Chopper also calmed down. He could see that Yes Zero Feather had not learned the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals at all, it was just to amuse him. Think about it, the forbidden technique in the Book of Seals is so difficult, no matter how genius Yes Zero Feather is, it is impossible to learn it instantly. Even he, a doctor of ninjutsu, has to study for many years. Okay, it's too late, I'm going back to sleep, give you a gift. Yes Zero you put away the ninjutsu and casually threw something to the Ape Flying Sun. What gift? Ape Fei Ri raised his hand to take it, swept his gaze, but could no longer look away, and his pupils contracted suddenly. This is Flying Thunder God Mark. Looking at the familiar mark of Ku Wushang, Ape Fei Riko's mood that had just relaxed was tense to the extreme again. He suddenly looked up at Yes Zero U, just in time to see Yes Zero Feather disappear a moment ago, and saw that mysterious smile. Looking at the empty Hokage office, Saratobi collapsed weakly on the chair, his brain blank. The next day, Naruto became a ninja as he wished. On the third day, a back-to-school briefing. Sakura, Zero Feather, Sakura, Zero Feather. Zero Feather Kun, Zero Feather Kun, Zero Feather Kun. Zero Feather, Zero Feather, Zero Feather. Naruto, Hinata, and Ino each meditated, all hoping to be in the same class as Yura Zero Feather. However, hope has been dashed one by one. 7th class, Naruto, Harano Sakura, Uchiha Suzuki. Yay! Great, a group with Sakura. Naruto jumped onto the table excitedly, but in the next second, his face instantly pulled down, looked at Suzuki, and said unpleasantly, Cut, there is a fly mixed in the group, how nice it would be if it were Zero Feather. Boom! Sakura punched Naruto on the head and said angrily, You idiot, who do you say is a fly? Ah, Sakura, it hurts. Naruto covered his head in pain. 8th class, Hinata, Inyazuka ya, Yarashino. It's not with Zero U-kun. Hinata said in disappointment. Great, it's not with Hinata, it must be with me. Zero Feather, get ready to accept my passionate love. Ino secretly cheered himself up. However, the 10th class, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Dingji Akimichi. Clams? Why two goods? Return the old lady's Zero Feathers. Ino angrily grabbed Shikamaru's neck. Hey, am I to blame? And you know, the three of us will definitely be a group. Shikamaru said in a cold sweat. He didn't want to punch this crazy woman. Women, what a hassle. Yes Zero you sat at the end, looking at Xiaoqiang, and couldn't help but smile. He touched Hinata's head and said, It's okay, even if I'm not in the same class, you'll see me often. Really? Hinata looked at Yura Zero Feather expectantly. Of course. Yes Zero you smiled slightly, handsome mess. Zero you, will I see you often too? If you come to me, you can come at night. Ino turned around, unabashedly hiding his passionate love for Yuraha. You? Go home and continue eating. Yes Zero U's gaze moved down, glanced at the plainness of Ino, and stabbed. Why is he the only one who is not in a class? I don't know, maybe the grades are too poor, so I can only team up with people from other classes. It makes sense, after all, he was a waste that even Chakra couldn't refine before. I doubt that he has passed the assessment, and it won't be that the school cares about his face and sends him a temporary guard, right? I think it's possible. One after another, strange eyes fell on Yes Zero U. Although Hinata and the others were angry, they were more worried about Yezero-Yu's situation, and they all looked at Yezero Feather worriedly. Just when most people were watching Night Zero Feather as a joke, Irika spoke. Night Zero Feather, teaching assistant. Teaching assistant? What is that? Someone asked suspiciously. It is the assistant instructor of the ninja you lead the team, and it has the same rights as the ninja you lead the team, Irika explained. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Assistant teacher, do you still have the same rights? Doesn't that mean he's our leading ninja? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, never dreaming that Yezero-Yu would actually change from the tail of the waist crane of the class to their top boss. Hinata and Ino and the others also looked at Yezero-Yu in shock, not expecting that Yezero-Yu was actually this identity in the end. In addition to being shocked, he was happy for Yezero Feather. Obviously, Yezero Feather was much more mysterious and powerful than they thought. After all, the position of assistant teacher, which had never been held before, now set a precedent for Yezero Feather. Hinata also understood the meaning of Yezero-Yu's words just now. Suddenly, Irika-sensei, he has a crane tail, why can he be a teaching assistant? I'm not convinced. One person is not angry. Immediately after the second and third, someone kept saying angrily, yes, I am not convinced. I'm not convinced. For a while, the already noisy classroom became more and more noisy, all of which were denouncing Yezero Feather. But at this moment, a voice sounded. Give you a chance, again. This voice was not loud, but it was as eerie as if it came from hell, and it sounded clearly in everyone's ears, and the shocked people did not even dare to breathe. I don't know when, there were suddenly a few more night feathers in the classroom, standing behind the students who were provoking trouble. The cold bitterness was on their necks, and with a little force, they could kill them. In an instant, needles can be heard in the classroom. Many students looked at Yezero Feather with a look of fear, as if they were looking at the devil. They didn't expect that Yezero Feather was so strong. They don't even know when they will part with their doppelgangers. It was also at this moment that everyone realized that the Night Zero Feathers were no longer the Night Zero Feathers before. Night Zero Feather, stop. After a short silence, Irika hurriedly shouted, and even a layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead, because he also did not see clearly when Yezero-Yu made a move. That is to say, the strength of Yezero-Yu is at least above Nakato. Irika looked at Yoru in surprise, as if looking at a stranger. At the same time, he finally understood why Ape Flying Sun Chopper specially arranged a position of assistant teacher for Yezero-Yu. Is this kind of strength still taught by ninjas? Night Zero-Yu saw Irika speak, disperse the doppelganger. He would not really kill this group of students. The students who were threatened by Yezero Feather slumped on their chairs like a tiger's mouth, panting heavily, and they were scared into a cold sweat. At that moment, they truly felt the breath of death. It's terrible. Night Zero Feather is a devil. They swore that they would rather die in the future than go to trouble with Yezero Feather. Wow, my family Zero-Yu is so handsome. Hinata and Ino looked at Yoria adoringly, and the worries in their hearts disappeared. The other Xiaoqian, especially Suzuki, frowned, seriously examined Night Zero Feather, and also changed his attitude towards Night Zero Feather. However, the proud uchiha still didn't put Yezero Feather in his eyes, but just felt that Yezero Feather could get a little into the eye. Soon, the leading ninjas appeared one by one and took the students away one by one. Yezero-Yu did not linger too much, and after saying goodbye to Hinata and the others, he left. Teaching assistant? Not bad either. Night Zero Feather lay on the cliff above the fire shadow rock, basking in the sun. The fact that he became a teaching assistant had already sent someone to tell him in the morning. The intention is nothing more than 2 points. One is to let him play by himself and don't cause trouble. The second is to let him have time to teach Naruto them. After all, Yezero Feather is the one who learns all the forbidden arts in the Book of Seals at a glance. That night, in order to celebrate everyone's successful graduation, Yezero-Yu was the host and invited Ju Xiaoqiang to eat barbecue. According to their previous relationship with Yezero-Yu, this treat will definitely not go. But today they have seen the strength of Night Zero Feather, plus Hinata, Ino, and Naruto, the relationship between the three of them and their team, so they agreed to Night Zero Feather. As soon as he entered the yakiniku restaurant, Hinata blushed a little, remembering the last time he ate yakiniku with Yejiyu. Although it is very happy and full of memories, it is so humiliating that I actually ate so much. Be restrained and restrained today. Hinata made up her mind. She didn't want to embarrass Yezero-Yu in front of so many people and let others think she was a foodie. However, come, Hinata, the meat is grilled. Come, Hinata, I'll feed you. Come, Hinata. Night Zero Feather turned on the feeding mode and frantically fed. And Hinata, faced with Yezero-Yu's enthusiasm, how could he refuse? So, under the surprised gazes of everyone, 3 or 4 mouthfuls in one bite, Hinata's label was in addition to being quiet and weak, and there was another foodie. Zero-Yu, I want it too. Ino leaned over to Yezero Feather, pretending to be a lady who opened her cherry mouth, waiting for Yezero Feather to feed her, and came to a beautiful picture of love. But the reality is, oh, these are for you, eat, gulp. Yes-Zero-You wrapped the meat that had been clamped in advance with lettuce and put it into Gino's mouth. Hey is feeding, but it has nothing to do with the word aesthetic. But Ino didn't care about this, and said happily, it's delicious, Zero-You are so gentle. Next to it, Shikamaru got goosebumps and his flesh was numb. A good meal turned into a large-scale dog food scene with zero feathers in the night. On the other side, Sakura-chan, I'll feed you, Suzuki, come, I'll feed you, open your mouth, hey, Suzuki, if you dare to eat I'll dare to drug you. Naruto pointed at Suzuki threateningly. Suzuki's face was indifferent, and he didn't pay attention to Naruto and Sakura at all. 10 people dinner, 3 people show affection, 3 people Azura field, yeah, Dingy, Yakamaru, their eyes are full of meat, only Shikamaru is alone, annoyed want to go home and sleep. Wait, why does something seem to be missing? Come and play the ninja game, participate in the assessment of any group of 9 small strong rewards, chakra enhancement card *5, physical fitness enhancement card *5, mental power enhancement card *5, any picture book copy card, can be gifted, note any book copy card, can be gifted, can completely copy any of the lit picture book, and can be transferred to others. The gifted person will have the ability to perfectly have the book ability, and the host himself will not be affected in any way. There is a task early in the morning, not bad. Yes-Zero-U's mood became more and more comfortable, and when he saw that any picture book copy card, giftable, in the mission reward, an agitated spirit sat up and was surprised. He didn't expect that the system guide could actually be given to others, and he himself was not affected in the slightest. Doesn't it mean that with this arbitrary picture copy card, he can transfer the ultimate white eye to Hinata? This one can have. The more Yes-Zero-U thought about it, the more excited he became. The upcoming Ninja World War is full of dangers. Although he has a system, he is confident that he can protect Hinata, but when the external protection is finally negligent, how can he be foolproof when he is strong? This copy card, he must get. Change, wash, eat. After everything was done, Knight Zero Feather opened the system's map guide. At this time, there are small points of light on the map book that are constantly moving, and these points of light are all character books lit up by Knight Zero Feathers. This is also a feature that Knight Zero Feather discovered later. The map book can not only be used to teleport, but can also be paired with the character book to monitor everyone who has lit the character book. As long as the target is within the range of the lit map guide, it cannot escape the surveillance of Knight Zero Feather. No matter where you hide, no matter where you use secret techniques or secret ninjutsu, it is useless. Even if you use Shadow Avatar, you can accurately find out the body. Yura Zero Feather locked onto the small spot of light that represented Hinata, smiled and said, let's decide it's your group. The words fell, and Yes-Zero-U had disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was Hinata's side, and the system locked accurately. Zero-U-kun. Hinata was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yura Zero Feather. Ya and Shino were also taken aback, and even Kaminobu Sunset Red showed surprised eyes, not discovering how Yura Zero Feather appeared. This couldn't help but make Shirihon a little curious about Yes-Zero-U, and looked at him with interest. And Yes-Zero-U's first impression on her was handsome, the kind that is so handsome that you have no friends. It is said that the lover's eyes are out of Shishi, but at this moment, the handsomeness of Yes-Zero Feather has overshadowed Asma's handsomeness in her heart. Teacher Hong, this is Zero-U-kun. Hinata introduced to Hong. I know, you're Naruto-sama's specially approved teaching assistant, right? Sunset asked. It's me, Sunset Red Sr. Yes-Zero-U said politely. Oh, you know me? Sunset Hong was surprised. Of course, the first person in Konoha's illusion, how could I not know? Yes-Zero-U looked at Sunset Red Eyes and said, Abs Data 4 Illusion 10 is not written blindly, and after Uchiha Ataki left, no one in Konoha illusion could beat it. Of course, except for Bug Karama Yakumo, counting her, the fourth Ninja World War is long over. Sunset Hong was stunned for a moment, and then a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, and secretly said, this little guy has a very sweet mouth. Since you are a teaching assistant, let's do it, the 4 of you together, as long as you can snatch the bell from my hand, even if you pass the assessment, how about it? Sunset Hong held 2 bells in his hand and said to the 4 people of Knight Zero Feather. The reason why she said this, in addition to inspecting the 3 of Hinata, also wanted to see the strength of Yes-Zero Feather. She was really curious about what was so special about Yoruto that Hokage-sama could set up a position of assistant teacher specifically for him. Since Sunset Red is a ninja placed by Konoha on the bright side, the affairs of the dark part are not known. Naturally they have not heard about the recent things about Knight Zero Feather, and they do not know the true strength of Knight Zero Feather. If she knew, there would be no doubt now. Yes-Zero-U smiled, shook his head slightly, and stepped forward and said, no, I think it should be a group of 4 of you. If you can take back the bell from my hand, even if the 3 of them are qualified, you, the upper ninja teacher, are also qualified to teach my family Hinata. How? When Yes-Zero-U's words fell, Sunset Hong suddenly shook, turned his head to look at his hand. Where was the trace of the bell? Looking at the Night Zero feather, there are two more bells in her hand, not her original bell, and whose one? Sunset Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, and her heart was shocked. Physical surgery? Ninjutsu? No, it's an illusion. He used magic on me, and I didn't even find out. Could it be just now? Sunset Red is also the first person in Kanahai illusion, and soon discovered the cat. Yes, Zero Feather actually took advantage of the moment when she was stunned and used illusion on her. Good old experience. This teenager is not simple. Sunset Red looked serious and began to re-examine Yes Zero Feather. It's good not to look at it. This review, Shirihong actually found that she couldn't see through Yes Zero Feather. In addition to his appearance or a teenager, Yes Zero Yu is not a teenager, but he is not a teenager, but like a ninja who has experienced 100 battles. It is worthy of being favored by Naruto-sama like this. Sunset Red sighed. After a moment of silence, she promised, okay, just do as you say, and we'll work in groups of 4 and grab the bell in your hand. Clams? Teacher Hong, you're not kidding, are you? Tooth, who didn't know what was going on, was surprised. In his opinion, Yes Zero Yu is at most a teaching assistant. How can he replace Shangdon Sensei? Hinata was also a little confused, but she still chose to support Yora Zero Ha. It was even said that Yes Zero Feather could be valued by Teacher Hong, and she was very happy for Yes Zero Yu. Only Shino, who was calm, realized that something was wrong, but he also did not know exactly what happened and could only remain silent. Yes Zero Yu ignored his teeth and smiled at Shirihong and said, then, let's start, there is no time limit. After speaking, he looked at Hinata again and said, little Hinata, you don't need to show mercy to your subordinates, let it go. Before the words fell, a gust of wind blew through, and there was no Night Zero Feather figure in the field. This scene made the Sunset Red shocked. It's still an illusion. And when? It seems that this time it is going to be taken seriously. Shirihong didn't expect that she was placed twice by Yes Zero Feather. I also blame her for being too careless, seeing that Yes Zero Yu is young and does not have too much vigilance, so she is on the way. Teacher Hong, do we really want to grab the bell together? Tooth still hasn't accepted reality a bit. Of course, don't underestimate him, he is far more powerful than you think. Sunset Hong said seriously. Cut. The Tooth cut in disdain. Come here, introduce each other to your abilities, and we will make a plan. From now on, we are a squad and we have to fully trust our teammates and learn to work as a team, understand? Sunset. In the forest, Yes Zero Feather lay leisurely on the tree, with a bell hanging from his waist. The breeze blows and the bells jingle, which is very good. Yes Zero Yu slowly opened his eyes and muttered, are you coming? Four-legged technique. Ugh. A figure like a fierce beast suddenly burst out from under the tree, and its sharp claws went straight to the neck of Night Zero Feather. As if he hadn't reacted, Yes Zero Feather was still lying on the tree, motionless. Humph, that's all. Tooth snorted softly and said disdainfully. Immediately, he changed his grasp to an elbow strike, and instead hit Xiang Yes Zero Yu's head. He and Yes Zero Feather are not enemies, so naturally they will not hurt Yes Zero Feather. But at this moment, an icy voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The first lesson, mercy to the enemy, is cruelty to oneself. Poof. Kuwu crossed the neck of the Tooth, and the blood flowed. Ugh. Inside the forest, Tooth let out a scream of pain. Outside the forest, Teacher Hong, Tooth him. Hinata said worriedly. It's okay, don't worry. Sunset Hong's brows frowned slightly, thinking, did Night Zero Feather go a little too far? Hope he is a little measured. Then she said to Hinata, ready? Hinata lowered her head and tugged at the corners of her clothes, silent. Hey. Seeing this, Sunset Hong held his forehead with one hand and sighed. A small couple in love, what a trouble. Suddenly, Sunset Red moved, thought of a good way, and said to Hinata, well, if you guys successfully grab the bell this time, how about I tell you a way to take your relationship with Yora Zero Feather to the next level? Really? Hinata's little eyes lit up, and he couldn't help it. Sunset Red, sure enough, a little girl in love is a good cheat. Of course it's true, how could the teacher lie to you? Okay, I'll go. Hinata clenched his small fists and said silently, Zero Yu-kun, don't blame me, it's all for us. Inside the forest. Whew, call. Teeth covered his neck, gasping for breath, his forehead was full of cold sweat, and his eyes were full of horror. And on his neck, where is the wound? And where he was on some tree, he clearly stood under the tree and did not move. This is magic? When? Only then did Tooth react, and he was hit by illusion. Oops, Akamaru. Tooth shouted loudly, looking left and right, looking for Akamaru's figure. His original plan was that he would attack first, get the best shot, and let Akamaru sneak attack. As a result, before he could make a move, he fell into the illusion. So what about Akamaru? Are you looking for it? Yes Zero Yu held a small white dog and walked out from behind the grass. Akamaru? Let go of Akamaru. If you dare to hurt him, I will talk to you. Clams? Halfway through the words, his teeth were speechless, and his jaw almost fell to the ground in surprise. I saw Akamera lying comfortably in Yo-Zero-U's arms, and even playing with Yo-Zero-U and coquettish with him. That look is even more intimate than when you talk to your teeth. Seeing this scene, Ya looked confused. What's the situation? Why is Akamera so close to him? Not to mention that in the usual class, Akamera and Yo-Zero-U have no intersection, and in terms of the current situation, Akamera will never be close to the enemy. Because Akamera is a ninja dog, once he enters the battle with the owner, even if his own mother comes, he can't bite it. But now, hey, what did you do to my Akamera? Let him go, Tooth said angrily. Yo-Zero-U didn't seem to hear Akamera's words, and continued to scratch Akamera's chin, making Akamera very comfortable, and enjoying his face. Seeing that he was ignored, plus Akamera's current appearance of licking the dog, he suddenly became angry. Four-legged technique. His hands and feet grew sharp claws, and the strength of his limbs skyrocketed, turning into a fierce beast again, and pounced on Knight Zero Feather. However, sneak attacks can be the illusion of Zero Feathers in the night, let alone positive? Yeah, Zero Feather's voice sounded in Tooth's ears for the second time. The second lesson: control your emotions, don't get angry easily, and stay calm at all times. Boom! Yeah, Zero-U dodged sideways, struck lightly, and pressed his teeth to the ground. When the Tooth finally stood up, he fixed his eyes and looked. Where is the figure of the red dog in Yo-Zero-U's arms? Tooth suddenly realized it's an illusion again. Without waiting for Tooth to make his next move, Yo-Zero Feather's voice sounded again. Lesson 3: if you confirm that you are a companion, then always and firmly believe in your companion. Boom! Once again, the Tooth was shot away by Knight Zero Feather. But the Tooth did not feel pain, but like a lightning strike, his heart shook violently. Yes, Akamera was his companion from childhood to adulthood. Even if he doesn't believe in himself, he can't help but believe in Akainu. What a bastard himself. Tooth stood up from the ground, spit out the blood in his mouth, and looked at Yo-Zero-U's gaze fiercely and sharply, like a wild beast. However, this gaze is not contemptuous and hatred, but more serious and respectful. From this moment on, Ya completely recognized Yo-Zero-U and was grateful to Yo-Zero-U for teaching him. It's just that, with his character, it is impossible to express this gratitude. Therefore, he wants to turn this gratitude into the motivation to attack himself. Four-legged technique. The corners of his teeth grinned, and he attacked Yo-Zero-U again. However, it was once again dissolved by Yo-Zero Feather. Again. Laughed to death, you can't beat it at all. Until exhausted, Tooth lay on the ground, and willingly said, I lost, you are strong. Yo-Zero-U looked at his teeth and smiled gratifyingly. Smiling, his voice rang out for the fourth time. Lesson 4, never let your guard down, especially, be careful behind your back. What are you talking about? What's behind me? Ya listened in the clouds, not understanding what Yo-Zero-U was saying. He sat up and looked behind him, wanting to see what was there, but he couldn't see it, and kept spinning in circles. Swoosh! At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Sunglasses, high neck, who is not Shino again. Shino? Tooth blinked, looking at Shino in confusion, not understanding why Shino suddenly appeared. Stupid, he's talking about me, Shino said in a waveless tone. But you didn't understand what Jinai was talking about at all, and after being slightly stunned, he scolded loudly, Hey, Jinai, why are you coming out? Didn't Teacher Hong say okay, let me attract attention head on, are you behind your back? Shino, pig teammate. How can anyone speak out loud about their plans? Moreover, that is not called the lower hand, it is called waiting for the opportunity. Can you not say it so badly? Shino didn't straighten his teeth, but looked at Yorawa warily and asked, How did you find me? He didn't understand that he had hidden his aura from the beginning, hiding in the shadows without making a sound. Coupled with his family's secret art, what he is best at is secretly playing a dark hand. Oh no, sneak attack. Therefore, Yo-Zero-U should not have found him. Just when Shino was puzzled, Yo-Zero-U raised his hand, and there was a small bug in his hand, and said, I don't like bugs when I am young, and when I see a small bug, I want to pinch it to death. After speaking, thumb and forefinger pinch, little bug, game over. Shino was calm on the surface, but his heart was dripping blood. Every worm is his brainchild, and every worm is his friend. A friend dies, how can he not be sad? But it doesn't matter, one friend died, and thousands of friends. Buzz. Airplanes. Shino raised his hands, and a dense mass of parasites flew out, shrouded in Knight Zero Feathers. That scene, hiss, no. Shino, give you a chance to put away your bugs, otherwise. Shadow Doppelganger Art, Fire Escape How Fireball. Knight Zero Feather divided into 5 doppelgangers and surrounded Shino, and the furious flames overwhelmed the world. Seeing this, Shino was so frightened that the glasses that he had not taken off for 10,000 years almost fell off. Hurriedly retracted the worm, anxiously shouted, Stop, I admit defeat. Shino, defeat without a fight. Yo-Zero Feather dispersed, Thinking back to the situation just now, he still had goosebumps. I'm sorry, Shino originally wanted to teach you a good lesson, but I really can't help it. You can't leave the family, change the secret technique. Hey, Jinai, you are really useless. Teachers Haihong still said that you are the key to our victory, and this is the result? Tooth said sarcastically. Shino, do you blame me? The other party is too strong. By the way, what about Hinata? Why hasn't she come yet? Tooth wondered. Red's plan is for him to take the lead, Hinata to assist, and Shino to the shadows. Shino, it's a sneak attack. Sneak attack. Tooth, well, don't worry about these details. But now, he and Shino have pounced on the street, and Hinata has not appeared. At this moment, a timid but firm voice sounded behind the three people. Zero Yukon, I'm coming. Hinata swung his soft fist pose, his eyes like a torch. Zero Yukon, don't blame me, it's all for us. Hinata raised his hand and attacked Yora Zero Ha. Hinata, kill him. Tooth excitedly cheers for Hinata. Although he doesn't know Hinata's strength, the people of the Hayaga family are not bad, right? If you don't get it, you can really beat it. Forget it, it's impossible to defeat, but it can always cause some trouble for Yes Zero Feather, right? Ya looked expectantly at the two who entered the battle. But looking at it, the expression on the Tooth's face changed, from excitement to doubt, to confusion, to numbness, and finally to anger. Shino was still expressionless, but judging from his slightly clenched fists, it was clearly no better. I saw that Yes Zero Feather and Hinata Na, which is a battle, respectively. You come and go, Yunan my nong. Hinata, be ruthless, don't keep your hands. Hinata, pay more attention behind you. Hinata, be calm, and don't rush when you point the hole. Hinata, the key to soft boxing is not only points, but also a soft character, which must be flexible and changeable. Yora Zero Ha hid while teaching Hinata. Sometimes, he will deliberately take a trick to show Hinata the effect of this move. In particular, Juquan is originally a hand-to-hand fight, and with Yes Zero Yu's personal guidance, the two are almost stuck together. Ya and Shino, two single dogs, seeing the scene, how can they stand it? 10,000 critical hits at the beginning, and remembering the attitude that Yora Zero Yu had treated them just now, he pressed his teeth to the ground and rubbed it, and a fire was about to burn Shino's bugs. Look at the current Hinata, Mada, the same people, why is the gap so big? Wipe, don't look at it. Tooth turned around angrily and sat on the ground, with his back to Yoro and Hinata. Wang! Woof! Akamera ran out of nowhere, shouting aggrievedly. Tooth was surprised. What? Night Zero Feather hoisted you? Damn it! Tooth said indignantly. Xiao Ziogu is so cute, Night Zero Feather can get his hands on it. Looking back at Yoryu, who treated Hinata gently, he became even more angry. And Hinata was guided by Yes Zero Feather for the first time, and it was the first time he fought with Yes Zero Yu in close range, and his heart was like a deer bumping, and he was throbbing with excitement. Especially every time there is physical contact with Yes Zero Yu, the heart beats faster. Although Zero Feather often sleeps on her lap at night, he will also touch her head and kill her, pinch her little face, and have many intimate actions. However, that feeling was not the same as it is now. Now she can better appreciate the gentleness and pampering of Yes Zero Feather, full of happiness. In addition to happiness, Hinata was surprised again. Why is Yes Zero Yu so familiar with Juquan and White Eyes? Why does he always find my shortcomings? Hinata even had a feeling that Yoryu himself was a Juquan Grandmaster, and his strength was the same level as his father. But as soon as this idea appeared, it was rejected by Hinata. Soft Fist must be used with White Eye, and White Eye is the blood succession limit of the Hayaga family. How can Zero Yukun be Soft Fist? Possible. Zero Yujun is simply strong. Hinata didn't want to believe the guess in his mind. However, Hinata did not believe it, but there was one person who did, and that was Sunset Red. Sunset Hong looked at Yes Zero Yu in shock not far away, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Yora Zero Yu's steps, movements, and moves are clearly Hinata's soft fists. As long as Yes Zero Yu's eyes are replaced by white eyes, he will point his acupoints. He is a true Juquan Grandmaster. He is not from the Hayaga family. How can he be soft boxing? Sunset Hong's heart was shocked. She found that she had overestimated Yes Zero Feather enough, but in the end, she still underestimated him. Soon, Hinata, under the guidance of Yes Zero Yu, was sweating profusely and couldn't stand it. Okay, so be it. Yes Zero Feather closed his hand and said softly. This scene was met with a roll of eyes from Tooth and Shino again. How are they? At this time, Sunset Red walked out. Good, very potential. Yes Zero Feather praised. As for why Sunset Hong didn't make a move, he also understood Sunset Hong's intentions, which was nothing more than wanting to exercise the three Hinata. Moreover, in the red eyes of the sunset, Yes Zero Feather is a junior after all. As a superior shinobi, how can she bully Yes Zero Yu? She definitely won't deal with Yora Zero Yu with Hinata and the three. and the battle between her and Yes Zero Feather has already begun. It's your turn now. Night Zero Feather smiled strangely at Sunset Red. The next moment, ugh! Several rattans burst out from all around, wrapped around her hands and feet, and pulled hard, confining the Sunset Red in large characters in the air. The rattan did not stop, but followed Sunset Hong's hands and feet, winding towards Sunset Hong's body. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Sunset Red was firmly bound, unable to move, and the protruding part was even more prominent. Seeing that Sunset Red was about to be strangled by rattan, boom! The Sunset Red turned into scattered pink petals and dissipated. Oh? Yes Zero Feather raised his eyebrows lightly. Drip. Light up the skill book, Ultimate Illusion, Collection Progress, 10/10, drip. The collection progress is full, the Ultimate Illusion book is full, the system voice has not fallen, oh. A seed quietly germinates at the feet of Night Zero Feather. Breaking the ground, growing, extending, and in an instant, the seed grows into a giant tree, wrapping the night feathers inside the trunk. You lose. Sunset Red poked out his upper body from the trunk of the tree, and he couldn't touch Night Zero Feather's neck. However, Yes Zero you did not panic in the slightest, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and said indifferently. Sunset Red's face changed, and he wanted to pull back, but it was too late. Click! The tree, which was supposed to imprison Night Zero Feather, actually reversed, but instead imprisoned Sunset Red inside, leaving only the upper body outside. Yes Zero you stood up, looked down at the Sunset Red that had just reached his waist, and smiled lightly. Teacher Hong, how is it? Is it comfortable? Sunset Red was shocked. When was his magic tree binding kill replaced by Night Zero Feather's illusion? This kid is so bad that he actually used the same illusion to confuse himself and imprison her. Sunset Red labeled Yes Zero Feather as a little villain. However, really think that this will defeat her. Little ghost, you are still too young, my sister will teach you a lesson today and make you rise your posture. Sunset Red smiled charmingly. In the next second, it was actually the technique of Night Zero Feather twisted together and disappeared. Yes Zero Feather was stunned, but I didn't expect that Sunset Red actually had a backhand, which is quite deep. It seems that the real strength of Sunset Red is much stronger than in the anime. Just when Zero Feather was stunned, petals suddenly fell in the sky, which was very beautiful. The air is also filled with a faint floral fragrance, which makes people feel refreshed, and the tense nerves unconsciously relax. Yura Zero U is no exception, fantasizing how nice it would be if he could be with Hinata in this romantic beauty. And at the moment when Yes Zero U let his guard down, swish! The petals flying in the sky suddenly turned into thousands of books, shooting towards the Night Zero Feathers. Sunset Hong looked at the defenseless Yes Zero Feather in the dark, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and commented, a child is a child, and his illusion attainment is good, but unfortunately his heart is not firm enough, and his mind is too simple. At present, in the ninja world, it is basically ninjutsu as the mainstay, supplemented by physical skills, and illusion is the worst. But it is undeniable that illusion can be a series of its own, juxtaposed with ninjutsu, and naturally has its own uniqueness. Not to mention the moon-reading, anti-heaven level illusion, it is an ordinary illusion, once hit, even if you know the method of lifting, it is difficult to lift. Because high-end illusion will not only construct a perfect world, but also reach the depths of people's hearts and confuse the mind. For example, the current Night Zero Feathers are already in a desperate situation, but they are still lost in the sea of flowers. Seeing that Night Zero Feather had no power to resist, Sunset Red came out of the shadows, ready to take away the bell, and was also ready to tease Night Zero Feather. Now, she likes Night Zero Feather more and more. Not only because Yes Zero U is handsome and looks good, but also because, like her, Yes Zero U is a rare ninja of the illusion department, which makes her feel sympathetic. But before Sunset Hong went far, poof! A handful of bitterness passed through her heart, and blood flowed down her fishing net. Sunset Hong slowly lowered her head, looked at her chest as bright red as the residual sun, and then looked up at Yes Zero U who smiled at her in the sea of petals not far away, and Yes Zero Feather's voice also came from her ears, Teacher Hong, I learned your posture, thank you. Whew! Phew! Sunset Hong gasped, her fair face covered with sweat, and her eyes were full of horror. Teacher Hong? What happened to you? Hinata's voice came. Sunset turned her head and saw Hinata looking at her with concern. Behind Hinata, Ya and Shino also looked worried, but more puzzled. They didn't understand. Teacher Hong, who was fine 1 second, was panting after talking to Yes Zero U the next second. Sunset Hong looked around again, and finally fell his gaze on Yes Zero U, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Only then did she react. Everything just now turned out to be all illusion. From the time Yes Zero U said the words that should have been her, she was already caught in Yes Zero Feather's illusion. And everything that happens in the illusion is only instantaneous. Such a strong talent, such a terrifying illusion, I am not as good as him. A wry smile appeared on Sunset Red's face. Yes still didn't know what was happening, and pointed at Yes Zero U and shouted to Teacher Hong, let's join forces together and snatch his bell. You're a good shinobi, you can definitely beat him. No need to fight, I've already lost. Sunset Red said with a complicated wry smile. What? Teacher Hong, you lost? If you haven't fought yet, why did you lose? Besides, you are a good shinobi, how can you lose to him? Tooth was confused and said in disbelief. Hinata and Shino also did not understand what Sunset Red's words meant. Sunset Hong smiled helplessly, a little difficult to speak. A superior ninja in his own hall, or a special ninja who specializes in illusion, actually lost to a child who just graduated from a ninja school in illusion. Shame. Shiri Hong is not the kind of hypocritical person, but still opened his mouth and admitted, we have already tried it just now, it was I who lost, I might as well. Teacher Hong, you are too modest, which is that you lost, just let me. I'm a child, how can I be your opponent? Teacher Hong, you have taught me a lot of postures. Yes, Zero, you said first. Sunset Hong was stunned, and then reacted, his eyes dodged, and he was even more embarrassed. Unexpectedly, it was clear that she lost, but she asked Yes Zero you to help her save face, hey. However, this little boy is still very gentle. Sunset Red's attitude towards Night Zero Feather was raised again. And what Yes Zero you said was not all polite, at least Sunset Hong really taught him a lot. Before, he did know that illusion must not only be real, but also understand the human heart, and learn to use the untouchable softness of the enemy's heart. It's like the magic of the weasel god, which can suffocate enemies every time. But knowing is knowing, doing is doing. This kind of illusion artistic conception cannot rely on the system's ultimate illusion art guide alone, and it also requires the growth of Yes Zero U's own state of mind. Give you the bell, you've passed. Night Zero Feather threw the bell to Tooth. Drip. Mission, come and play the ninja game, participate in the assessment of any group of 9 small strong, completed rewards, chakra improvement card *5, physical fitness improvement card *5, mental power enhancement card *5, any Pokédex copy card, can be gifted, issued rewards have arrived, Ness. Yes Zero U was overjoyed. He did not rush to give the copy card to Hinata, now the timing is not right, it is inconvenient. The promotion card was directly used by him, and his strength increased again. After Hinata's assessment was completed, there was nothing else, and Sunset Hong took them to dinner. Yes Zero U was also invited, but Yes Zero Feather refused. He didn't want to interfere too much with Hinata's class life. Although he likes Hinata very much and wants to protect her, Hinata also has his own circle and his own bonds. He wanted to give her plenty of space. And Yes Zero U also has other things to do. He opened the map guide, looked at the light point of the character belonging to Ino, and said to himself, you're done? Yes Zero U looked at the listless Ino 3 and asked, Zero Feathers? Zero U, you are finally here, this bearded uncle bullied me, you must help me take revenge. Ino threw himself at Yoryu, grabbed his arm, and said aggrievedly. Looking at Ino who was so aggrieved that he was about to cry, Yes Zero U rarely dodged it, and his brows wrinkled slightly. In his impression, although Asma looks fierce, he has an easygoing personality and is a warm man. But today is how to drop, those days of the month come, is the temper so short-tempered? Look at the little madman who was wronged. Shikamaru and Dingji were no better, sitting on the ground withered, obviously not lightly educated. After Asma saw Yes Zero Feather, she couldn't help but feel a little interested, and asked, you are the teaching assistant? It's me. Yes Zero U's tone was a little cold. Although he likes the character of Asma, he is very unhappy now. Asma did not hear the displeasure in Yes Zero U's tone, and said excitedly, your position as an assistant teacher is very interesting, but whether you have the ability to be my assistant, I have to verify it myself. How about it, dare to fight? Asma lit a cigarette, took a puff, spit out the smoke ring, and dragged it. This made Yes Zero U, who was already unhappy, even more unhappy. Your mother-in-law does not dare to pretend in front of me, and you pretend in front of me? Can you beat your mother-in-law? Well, that's exactly what I mean. Yes Zero U promised. Then he rubbed Ino's head and said to her, stay away, don't get hurt by mistake. Ino was stunned, his eyes straight. Zero, you actually treated her. Scratch your head and kill. Oh my god, so happy. Ino narrowed his eyes happily and clenched his small fists in excitement. In a comfortable mood, her strength kept gushing out, feeling like 1,000 pounds of power, pulling Shikamaru with one hand, dragging Ding Ci with the other, and while walking to the periphery, she said sweetly to Zero Feather, come on, burst him. Shikamaru and Dingji, who were dragged from the ground, were even more loveless. What kind of violent woman is this? Shikamaru, who came to the periphery, said, hey, Ino, do you really want the two of them to fight? Asma-sensei is a good shinobi, how can ya Zero you beat him, he will only be abused like us. Shut your crow mouth, my Zero Feather is the best. Ino incarnated as an idiot little fangirl, don't say that the other party is Shinobu Asma, it is her own father, she will shout loudly him, Zero you. Yamanaka Heike, you're really daddy's little padded jacket. For your sake, it's okay, I'll let you have a hand, how? Asma said handsomely. Oh? Then don't regret it. The corners of Yes0U's mouth raised slightly. Don't worry, manly husband, never regret it. Asma thought that Yes0 was afraid that he would repent, and said cheerfully. Okay then, let's get started. As soon as the words fell, Yes0 had already taken the lead. He slammed under his feet, turned into an afterimage, and kicked Asma's chest. Asma was a little surprised. The speed is good, but I don't know the power. Before Asma's pretending words were finished, the whole person was kicked out like a sandbag. It took several turns in the air before he unloaded the power and landed on the ground, slicing more than 2 meters away. Okay, come on Zero Feather, Ino said excitedly when he saw Asma's blow repelled. Shikamaru opened his eyes wide and looked at Yoryu in surprise. He didn't know Asma's power, and he didn't know the power of Knight Zero Feather, but he knew Dingji's power. Just now, Ding Ci used the family secret technique, but he failed to force Asma to take a step back. But now, Yes0 kicked Asma away with just one kick. Is his strength so great? Asma was also stunned, and touched the place where his chest was kicked by Yes0 in shock. One word, it hurts. Yes0 is just a child who has just graduated, but he can kick him as a shinobi, kick him so far, and even suffered a little injury. Interesting. Asma chewed on her cigarette but, getting more excited. With one hand behind his back, he clenched his fist with the other, and said to Yes0, boy, I'm going to be serious. Say it, rush towards Knight Zero Feather. However, Metkai, who specializes in physical arts, can only compete with Yes0 without using 8-gate Dunjia, and Yes0 at that time was far less strong than it is now. What's more, Asma, who is only inclined to physical skills and mainly relies on ninja to fight. Boom, boom, boom. How dashing Asma was when he rushed, how miserable he was when he was beaten up. After a while, he had a blue nose and a swollen face, and he was embarrassed. Seeing this, Ino shouted even more joyfully. Shikamaru and Dingji were directly dumbfounded. Is this still a shinobi? How did he get beaten so badly? Is Yes0 really their classmate? For so many years, why didn't they find Yes0 so powerful? How about it, do you want to use that hand? I'll let you have another one? Yes0 returned Asma's words. Suddenly, Asma was embarrassed and angry, but more shocked. He never dreamed that Yes0 was only 12 years old, just graduated from the ninja school, and his physical skills were actually so strong. To this extent, only Matt K is his opponent, right? But, as a man, how can he regret what he says? Bah, no need, go ahead. Asma spat out the blood from her mouth and said stubbornly. Hee, it's quite temperamental, I like to have temper. Yes0 continued to abuse the vegetables. A few minutes later, Yes0 proved with practice that no matter how hard a man is, he is afraid of fists. Stop. I lost. Asma said indistinctly. At this time, he undoubtedly answered the sentence, your father who beat you can't recognize it. Now that the ape flying sun is here, I really can't recognize it. Asma seems to have hit the foot beyond recognition, that is called a delicate. Outside, Ino couldn't laugh anymore, and he was in a good mood. Shikamaru and Dingji were expressionless, numbed by the power of Yoryu. The most pitiful is Asma, who is about to die of grievances. Which tendon did he make wrong just now? Why did he pretend? Why did he let Yes0 have one hand? If he didn't let that hand, he could. Hold on a little longer, and you'll be beaten like this bear again. Asma has recognized the reality, not to mention two hands. Even if he holds the chakra knife, he is not necessarily the opponent of Knight Zero Feather. This teenager is a monster. Of course, Yes0 didn't really make a ruthless move. Although Asma looked embarrassed and her face was swollen into a pig's head, she was not seriously injured, so she just applied some medicine casually and rested for a few days. And after a fight, Yes0 was in a much better mood, which was regarded as a breath for Ino. His relationship with Asma has also become much closer. Then, Yes0 left. Sarutobi sat on a chair, and the three people opposite him knelt on one knee, namely Kakashi and Sunset Red. So, which one are you? Sarutobi asked with a stunned puzzle. Asma, you old man, believe it or not, I am righteous and exterminated. Asma said angrily. Poof. Sunset Hong didn't hold back after all, and laughed. Kakashi shrugged his dead fish eyes, looking lazy and uninterested in anything. But if you look closely, you'll find that there is a slit in his left eye guard, and the writing wheel is round, preserving Asma's embarrassment forever, and he thinks this should be sold for a lot of money. Ahem, okay, let's talk about today's situation. Sarutobi returned to seriousness and picked up a pen and paper, as if reviewing something. Yes, the three replied and reported the day's situation one by one. Kakashi is not abnormal, as the plot suggests. When it came to Sunset Hong, he reported the situation of Yes0 with a serious expression, including Yes0's possible soft fist, and the matter of defeating her. In her opinion, for a blank newcomer who has just graduated from the ninja school, this kind of information is definitely important and will be of great help to the ape flying sun. After all, even if Sarutobi Hinata is a Hokage, he may know some information about Night Zero Feather, but it is impossible to know everything. Ninjas have little secrets. As expected by Sunset Red, Kakashi and Asuma were shocked after hearing her words. Asuma, in particular, looked strange at the same time as shocked. However, Sarutobi said, "I see, Asuma, how is the situation over there?" The old guy's calm horse, without the slightest fluctuation. Sunset Red? The reaction of the ape flying sun chop actually made the Sunset Red whole. Yeah, Zero Feather is so powerful, and there are so many doubts, shouldn't you, the Hokage, be surprised, and then make two shocking words? What do you mean by being silent? You make me feel like a waste, your daughter-in-law and I are illusionary. In fact, Ape Flying Sun Chopper is really not surprised? Of course not. Not only ninjutsu, physical arts, but also illusion can crush the Sunset Red. He is not surprised to have a ghost. But, get used to it, really get used to it. You are saying now that if Zero Feather can go to the sky, he will smile slightly, and he will not be shocked. Bite. Ape Flying Sun Slash gains a new skill, full resistance to Night Zero Feather shock. Asuma, tell me about your situation, Sarutobi said again. Asuma hesitated, lowered her head, and began to report the situation during the day, but said nothing about Yaziroyu. Originally, he wanted to report the situation of Yaziroyu, but now, just kidding, Laozi doesn't want face? How could he say it when he was beaten into this bear by an illusion ninja with physical skills? Asuma decided, turned around and invited the three of Gino to dinner, let them keep their mouths shut, and he would let it seal forever. And halfway through Asuma's report, Sarutobi suddenly interjected, "Raise your head." Asuma was stunned, a little did not understand the meaning of the ape flying sun, but still raised his head slightly. But just as he was about to continue to report, Ape Flying Sun said again, raise the point, look ahead, a little manly. Asuma, I'm like this, am I embarrassed to raise my head and hold my chest? Is this something to be proud of? But Hokage's order, he had to listen, even if Hokage was his father. Asuma gritted her teeth and said, yes. Asuma then reported, and soon the report was finished, and there was no sound. Then there was silence in the room. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The three of them looked at Asuma with anticipation and doubt. Asuma swept left and right with the afterglow towards Kakashi and Sunset Red, continuing to remain silent, pretending not to see it. The three of them also continued to stare at Asuma expectantly and suspiciously, and did not speak. For a while, the atmosphere in the house became strange. Finally, Asuma couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, "What are you going to do?" Kakashi pointed to his face, nodded to Asuma, and said, "So." Asuma was even more embarrassed, lowered her head, and pretended to be confused. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "No, you know. Kakashi, looks like you understand me." "I don't understand. I don't understand. I said I didn't understand." Asuma said frantically, his mentality was about to collapse. At this time, Shirihong came out again to mend the knife and said, "No, you really understand." Asuma, whose wife are you?" Asuma couldn't hold on, she was about to cry, and said in a coquettish tone like a child, "Oh, don't ask, this is not important." "No, this is important," Kakashi and Sunset said in unison. Asuma really collapsed this time, sighed, lost the light in her eyes, and said, "Whoa, what?" "Whoa." Asuma slurred and wanted to prevaricate. Ape Fei Ri relayed the knife and said in a deafening voice, "Asuma, like a man, say it out loud." "Asuma, are you your own father?" "I said, I was beaten by Night Zero Feather." Asuma sat on the ground with one butt, and the broken jar broke. Laugh as much as you like." "Poof, ha ha ha." Sunset Hong couldn't help it at first, and her stomach hurt when she laughed. Ape Fei Ri also smiled, like a kind old father. Kakashi wore a mask and narrowed his eyes into a slit. "Ahem, okay, stop, we are professional, don't laugh in general." Ape Fei Ri coughed twice and said seriously, "Unless you can't help it, ha ha ha. My father is crazy to mend the knife." After a few more seconds, "Stop, get down to business." The ape flying sun slashed the right color again, and the momentum around his body changed. Feeling the change in the momentum of the ape flying sun, Sunset Red and Kakashi stopped laughing, and Asuma returned to seriousness. Subsequently, Ape Flying Sun Chopper told all the information he knew about Zero Feather. Of course, the matter of the Book of Seals was not said. That thing was a back-of-the-scenes business, and even if the three of Kakashi guessed that it was the ghost of Sarutobi Hinata, it was impossible to say it on the bright side. After listening to the story of Sarutobi Hinata, the three of Kakashi looked more serious than ever. In addition to Asuma, only funny remains. The three of them didn't dare to imagine that Zero Feather was so strong, it was simply the legend of Konoha's new generation. Let all three of them feel ashamed of themselves. Zero Feather's status in the hearts of the three people has been raised again. In short, I can't see through this person Yaryu, and I don't know what his attitude is towards Konoha, at least not for now. If you can, try to be close to him. If this kind of person is an enemy, the consequences are unpredictable. Ape Flying Sun said solemnly. He no longer wants Yorizero to do anything for Konoha, he only hopes not to become an enemy. After the matter was explained, Kakashi and the three left, but Saratobi stopped Asuma alone. He called Asuma to the table and handed Asuma the piece of paper that he had been writing on. Asuma took it suspiciously, thinking, what kind of new secret mission? After you can see what is on the paper, snap. A nest formed a ball, flung it on the face of the Ape Flying Sun, and angrily slammed the door and left. Ha ha ha. Inside the house, there was the happy laughter of the Ape Flying Sun. On that piece of paper, what kind of confidential document is a portrait of Asuma's embarrassment? Asuma walked out the door, looked up at the sky, and sighed, it seems that we will have more good relations with the hospital in the future. Shirihong leaned against the wall, covered her mouth and snickered, and said, you should have a good relationship, and the next time you are injured by Zero Feather, I can help you heal. After Zero Yu and Jingye separated, they looked at the picture book and found that Xiaoli was also training in the forest, and went to Xiaoli by the way. Xiaoli saw that it was Zero Yu, and immediately greeted him happily and proposed to compete with Zero Yu. It's just that he is no longer guiding Zero Feather, but he hopes that Zero Feather will guide him. For Xiaoli, Zero Yu naturally did not hide his clumsy, and carefully guided him in physical combat skills. By the time he came back to his senses, it was already evening. I had some food with Xiaoli before going home. Open the door, enter the house, turn on the light. Dazzled, turn off the lights, turn the lights on again, turn off the lights again, hold the grass. Yorizero Yu looked at Hinata, who was sitting on the bed and wearing a seductive Yuan costume, and his eyes popped out in surprise. What is this benefit? Zero Yu-kun, welcome home, first, or eat me first. Just when Zero Yu was surprised, Hinata's shy voice came, and it went directly to the nest of his heart. Night Zero Feather. Poof. It's time to spray nosebleeds. At this time, he really wanted to turn into a hungry wolf and pounce on the cute little sheep, but he still held back. Be calm, be calm. Starting in 3 years, the maximum death penalty. The sheep are still small, raised and eaten, raised in various aspects. Nan no umatba Buddha, Prajnapramitha, Buddha ma coaxing, Dai Tianlong, take you this demon. Yorizero walked towards Hinata. Hinata lowered her head shyly, her heart pounding as Yoru approached, both shy, scared, excited, and even eager. She kept repeating in her heart, what to do? What am I going to do? What happens next? What do I do? Is it to lie down? Or meet the requirements of Zero Feather Sovereign last time and cast Doppelganger Technique and Transformation Technique? Heck, Teacher Hong didn't teach me either. Just when Hinata was extremely nervous and her body was trembling a little, Yoru picked up her clothes and helped her put them on. That, Zero Yu turned his head, suppressed the impulse in his heart, and said softly, it's been good lately, I saw it, keep up the good work. As soon as Zero Yu said this, Hinata, who was already shy, finally couldn't hold on any longer, his face was red like a ripe apple, his eyes rolled over, and he fainted. Zero Yu looked at Hinata, who fainted, and the lines he had originally thought of, but he forgot them. I won't use it anyway. He looked at Hinata, who was lying on the bed and could be slaughtered at will, subconsciously swallowed saliva again, his mouth was dry, and he whispered to himself, I was like this when I was a child, but I got it when I grew up. In other words, this trick must be from the Sunset Red sect, right? This dress, this night attack, except for the Sunset Red, there is no one else. Zero Yu lightly helped Hinata get dressed, lay down next to Hinata, and was heavy. Sleep a hair. How can you sleep? This night, Zero Feather had a rare insomnia. At the same time, one person also lost sleep. Hinata Hong. Tap-da-da. Hinata paced back and forth in the room, her steps hurried. His eyes opened to the maximum, covering the door of Hinata's house, as well as Hinata's room. However, Hinata's room was empty. He waited until midnight and did not see Hinata's figure returning from outside the gate. This little rabbit cub, you dare to bully my family Hinata, Lao Zi is not finished with you. The next morning, Hinata looked at the clothes on his body, a little lost, but more moved and happy. It seems that Zero Yajun really likes her and respects her, and did not take the opportunity to do anything to her. But at the same time, he was also a little unwilling. Is it because you don't have enough temptation? It must be like this, and I will work harder in the future. Hinata encouraged herself. A little girl's heart is so complicated. Hinata quietly got up, helped Zero Yu cover the quilt, and prepared breakfast before leaving Hinata's house. When Hinata saw Hinata back, he was going to open for the whole night, and he could see the red-white eyes in his white eyes closed. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, lay down on the ground in confidence, and slept. By the time Zero Feather woke up, it was already noon. Looking at the empty bed next to it, and at the simple, but exceptionally delicate and attractive breakfast on the table, Zero Yu suddenly felt the warmth of a long-lost home. He said to himself, if it goes on like this, it's good, but he knows that if he wants to maintain such a life, he must have enough strength. So, go meet that guy. Ye0U finished eating and went out. With the help of White Eyes, he quickly found the place he was looking for. Walking at the new route base, Ye0U looked around with interest. How to say, it really can't be compared with the dark part. In the Uchiha extermination incident, after Sarutobi used the route, he disbanded the route. Danzo can only secretly make small moves and restart the route with the support of 2 advisors, Koharu and Mito Minion, but the scale is far less than the original route. So much so that after the death of Ape Flying Sun, the candidate of Hokage was vacant, and he did not have the strength to fight for such a good opportunity. I could only watch as Koharu and the 2 went to find Jiraiya, a person with sufficient seniority and prestige, but obviously not suitable personality, to serve as Hokage. In the end, it dragged on for a long time, and Tsunade, who had not been seen for many years and was not even familiar with the current situation in Konoha, was recovered. It wasn't until 3 years after Tsunade took the throne that he used the matter of Xiao and Naruto to win the support of the 2 of Koharu, surfaced, and was almost beaten by Tsunade. Phew! Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came. Ye0U said to himself, finally discovered, I thought there was really no one, but unfortunately, it was too weak. Brush! Without waiting for Kuwu to shoot at Ye0 Feather had already disappeared, and instantly appeared behind the root ninja who was sneaking up, and when he just noticed that there was someone behind him, but did not react, he solved the battle with 1 kick. This strength, at most, is medium tolerance. Ye0U commented. Knight Zero Feather did not hide anymore, opened his eyes, and scanned in all directions. The root ninja's frontal combat ability may not be good, but in terms of assassination perception, it is absolutely top-notch. As soon as Ye0U opened his eyes, the root ninja in several dark whistles detected his presence. At the same time as the signal was sent, it quickly surrounded the Knight Zero Feather. However, Ye0 Feather is now an elite upper ninja, or an elite upper ninja with the ultimate physical technique and the ultimate 5 attribute escape technique. It is comparable to the shadow level, it is not exaggerated, against a few root ninja of the middle ninja level, it is not a hand to capture. Boom! Take a leisurely walk and solve it easily. Your Knight Zero Feather? Tuanzang was the first to speak, with the arrogance of the superior in his tone. Ye0U did not answer, smiled, and walked towards Tuanzang. Tuanzang frowned, and while being wary of Ye0 Feather, he couldn't help but be a little displeased. Although he has no real power now, he is also a veteran-level figure, and Ye0U, a junior, dares to be so unreasonable to him. But when he thought of the information about Ye0U, he was somewhat jealous, endured it, and continued, the old man has heard of you, only 12 years old, you can enter the dark department, and you have turned the dark department upside down, and finally have to fire you, you can be regarded as the first person in the history of the dark department. I don't know whether to say that the Ape Flying Sun Chop is too incompetent, or whether to say that you are too powerful. Tuanzang praised unabashedly, and did not forget to take the opportunity to ridicule his old rival Ape Fei Ri/, thinking, as an old husband, you have praised you like this, you should always have a good talk with your old husband, right? There are not many people who are praised by the old man. However, Ye0U still did not answer and continued to walk towards Tuanzang. Tuanzang's brows furrowed even tighter, and the displeasure in his heart had turned into anger, but when he thought of Ye0U's talent and strength, he still endured it. Such a good talent, the Ape Flying Sun Chop is not good to cherish, then don't blame him. That's right, he wants to draw Ye0 Feather to his side. Young man, Sarutobi doesn't value you, it's okay, cooperate with the old man, with your talent, plus the assistance of the old man, there is a chance to become a Hokage in the future. Danzo drew a large cake for Ye0U. Ye0U still did not speak, and continued to walk forward. Tuanzang thought that the cake he painted was not big enough, and then said, I believe the old man has this ability. Ape Flying Sun is old, he won't live for a few years, and when the time comes, the Hokage candidate is empty, and we can take advantage of the void. Your seniority problem, the old man will also help you solve it, not a problem at all. How about any interest? Ye0 Feather remained silent. In the face of one after another disregard, even the best temper will be angry, let alone Tuanzang? Tuanzang stomped on his crutches and said coldly, boy, the old man is talking to you. Ye0U still didn't speak. Don't go too far. Believe it or not, the old man killed you. Tuanzang was furious. Finally, Ye0 Feather spoke. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he almost killed Tuanzang. Old fellow, am I familiar with you? You talk to me so much. Ye0U looked at Tuanzang as if looking stupid. Tuanzang was stunned for a moment, and immediately became furious. When you come to my territory to beat people, aren't you coming at me? Now that you don't know me, why are you running to me? Ye0U is clearly provoking and despising him. Boy, you're good. Tuanzang gritted his teeth and said, the old man will teach you how to respect the old and love the young. Today, no one can think about it. Before Tuanzang finished speaking, Ye0 Feather suddenly disappeared, and a dangerous aura rose from the left side of Tuanzang. Tuan Zhang did not hesitate, took a step back, and reached out to block it, but his heart was extremely angry. This kid is ignoring him again, and he dares to take the lead. Really think that if you make a dark department, you will be invincible in the world? Today I will let you see what it means to be truly powerful. Danzo's left hand jerked hard, ready to catch Knight Zero Yu when he approached, and then counterattack. Facts have proved that Tuan Zhang is worthy of being a strong man of the previous generation, and his strength is extraordinary. At the moment when Ye Zero Yu's foot was about to kick Tuan Zhang backhanded and grabbed Ye Zero Yu's ankle, and Sen smiled coldly. Boy, you're still too tender. Boom! The result was that the foot kicked the arm hit the face was twisted, and the whole person was kicked out and rolled several times before stopping. When Ape Flying Sun saw this scene, he would definitely feel it. Why does this scene give me a familiar feeling? Tuan Zhang stood up and half squatted on the ground, his face full of shock. How could it be? How could his power be so great? If Ye Zero Feather is strong in ninjutsu and superb in physical skills, he doesn't think anything. After all, he is a genius. But you're a 12-year-old child. Why is your pure strength so great? Start frogging in the womb? Without waiting for Tuan Zhang to think more, Ye Zero Feather had already struck again, and kicked Tuan Zhang in the head again. If you have suffered a loss once, how can you suffer a second loss? Hurriedly bounced back and distanced himself from Ye Zero Yu. Wind escape vacuum wave. A scythe wind blade slashed towards Knight Zero Feather. Tudun Tuliu wall. The thick earthen wall rose to the ground, blocking the wind blade and also blocking the figure of Ye Zero Feather. Danzo kept an eye on the earthen wall, preparing for Knight Zero Yu to appear from behind the earthen wall, and then locked his tracks. However, boom! Ye Zero Feather actually appeared behind the group hiding out of thin air, and raising his leg was a slap in the in leg, when the chicken broke immediately. In an instant, Tuan Zhang's body straightened, rolled his eyes, clamped his legs, kept moving forward in small broken steps, gritted his teeth and said, "You vile." Ye Zero Yu ignored Tuan Zhang's words and reached out to grab the bandage on his left arm. Tuan Zhang's expression changed drastically, and he didn't know where the endurance came from, and he endured the pain of drilling his heart from below, quickly retreated, and distanced himself from Ye Zero Yu. He stared at Ye Zero Feather with hatred and vigilance, his right hand protecting his left arm. He can be insulted or kicked in the crotch, but only the secret of this arm cannot be revealed. Because now is not the time. Boy, the old man remembers you, we will meet again. According to the custom, Tuan Zhang put a cruel word and prepared to retreat. But, want to escape, is it possible? Buzz! The space rippled slightly, and Knight Zero Feather instantly appeared behind the group hiding. Tuan Zhang's expression changed drastically. This is Flying Thunder God. He actually knows Flying Thunder God. Before Tuan Zhang finished shocking, Ye Zero Yu's attack had already fallen, pressing Tuan Zhang to the ground and beating him. Danzo is not a physical ninja, and how can it be good if he is close to Ye Zero Feather, who is extremely illustrated by physical skills? Not long after, he was already beaten with a blue nose and a swollen face, and he was embarrassed. I'm so tired. Ye Zero Feather flicked his arm and frowned. When Tuan Zhang, who was seriously injured, heard this, he almost didn't jump up and scold his mother. You beat me, you are tired. Is there still a royal law? Is there still a law? Ye Zero Yu stepped forward and took advantage of the group's lack of preparation, and pulled off his bandage. Not good. Tuan Zhang secretly shouted that it was not good and wanted to stop it. But he was seriously injured and had difficulty moving, so it was too late. Suddenly, the densely packed blood chakra eye on his arm, as well as the chakra eye that stopped the water in his right eye, were all exposed to Ye Zero Yu. Tuan Zhang's face sank, and his face was extremely ugly. His biggest secret was actually exposed like this. It seems that even if he wastes a few Sharinan today, he must kill this kid. Tuan Zhang looked at Ye Zero Feather coldly. But to Tenzo's surprise, after Ye Zero Yu saw his Sharinan eyes, he seemed to see something extremely terrifying, and retreated in horror. Tuan Zhang was stunned, completely confused by Ye Zero Yu's reaction. What's the situation? I obviously didn't do anything. What is he afraid of? Could it be that because I write so many chakra eyes, the deterrent is too strong? It must be so. After all, the Sharinan is prestigious, and the power of one three-hook jade cannot be imagined with common sense, let alone 11. Ye Zero Yu must have been frightened by his chakra eyes. Thinking of this, Tuan Zhang doubled his confidence, and even developed a sick sense of superiority, and stood up with a twisted smile. But the next second, that's disgusting. Ye Zero Yu said in disgust, and he didn't want to look at Tuan Zhang for a long time, as if he would be defiled. Tuan Zhang felt Ye Zero Yu's undisguised disgust, and people were stunned. He is not afraid of me, but disgusted with me. He looked at his arm full of chakra eyes, and he was even more confused. Ye Zero Yu's disgust caused 10,000 points of truth to Tuan Zhang's heart, and at this time, he was extremely angry. So, he wants to kill. Tuan Zhang slowly eased the bandage on his head, and while untying it, he said coldly, "Boy, you are looking for death. When he finished speaking, his bandage was just finished, and the eyes of the water-stopping writing wheel dripped and turned twice. At the same time, Knight Zero Feather, drip. Light up the special guide, Blood Succession Boundary, 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes, collection progress, 1/10, 2/10, 10/10, full level, drip. Light up the special book, Blood Succession Boundary, 3-hook jade writing wheel eye, stopping water right eye, can unlock the second form, collection progress, 1/10, system Pokédex lit up. Knight Zero Feather was slightly surprised. The same as a 3-hook jade writing wheel eye, why is it divided into 2 guides? Isn't the water-stopping eye a kaleidoscope? How did it become a 3-hook jade? Sangha Jade and Kaleidoscope do not belong to the same book? And why only the right eye? Knight Zero Feather is full of question marks. Could it be that because the 3-hook jade to the kaleidoscope is already considered evolution, just like the white eye and the reincarnation eye, it is divided into 2 guides? And the 2 eyes of the kaleidoscope, with different abilities, can also be used when they take out one separately, so they are separated again? This unlockable second form should refer to the water-stopping kaleidoscope form, right? Writing wheel eyes, what a hassle. Yes, Zero, you complained. Other than that, he set his sights on the ordinary 3-hook jade writing wheel eye guide again, and suddenly lost 100 million. There is actually no difference between ordinary 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes, and Tuan Zhang's arm and 11 eyes directly raised the 3-hook jade picture book to the full level. Doesn't that mean that if he goes to Hineda's house for a walk, he can also raise the white eye picture book to the full level? But he used a helicopter card. Loss. Yes, Zero, you secretly sighed that he was still too young, and he must remember more in the future. However, he can't be blamed for this. Anyone who gets such a powerful blood succession limit for the first time, as well as a direct lift card, will not be able to help but upgrade it, right? To be honest, he wanted to raise the multiplication technique directly to the extreme, to bring the true human form up to the top. Yes, Zero, you refocused his attention on Tuan Zhang and secretly said, it seems that Tuan Zhang has to use a kaleidoscope and other heavenly gods. This is simple, beat him up. Yes, Zero Feather moved again, and a flying thunder god instantly appeared behind the regiment's hideout. See, with the blessing of the Sherinan, Tuan Zhang's insight is stronger than before, I don't know how much. Coupled with the fact that he was familiar with the Wave Feng Shui Gate and the flying thunder god, he had already reacted the moment the Knight Zero Feathers moved. New Dun Tree Root Explosion. Danzo's right arm creates a giant tree that devours him and Knight Zero Feather to destruction. The new Tuan Zhang slowly came from another place, his face mocking, and said to himself, boy, I didn't expect that the old man would actually be dead. It's a pity that you are a genius, is it not good to follow the old man? Well, you have to find your own death. Hey, Tunzo regretted it. Messing with you? You're also exalting yourself too much, aren't you? A sarcastic voice came from behind Tuan Zhang, and Tuan Zhang's pupil suddenly shrunk, like a monkey, and quickly jumped away. He looked at his original position, and an indescribable shock filled his heart. It's not dead. Thank you for your concern, I won't die if you die. Yes, Zero, you said indifferently. Drip. Light up the special guide, Izanagi, collection progress, 1/10, is Izanagi also a special guide? In that case, let's upgrade this book. Knight Zero Feather attacked again. Today's Danzo has long been addicted to the power of Izanagi, who has forgotten his original way of fighting, constantly consuming the Sherinan, and Zhou Xian, the Knight Zero Feather. Yes, Zero, you was also not in a hurry, and fought slowly, giving the group enough time to prepare a kaleidoscope of water stops. When the 10th Sherinan eye is closed, drip. Special book Izanagi has reached the full level, and Danzo no longer resisted, but stopped, defied Yes Zero you, and laughed arrogantly. You are very good to be able to force the old man to this state, but it is over. When the words fell, Tuan Zhang opened his right eye, and Sangyu suddenly turned into a kaleidoscope of water stops. Don't heavenly god. Tuan Zhang laughed even more wildly. Although 10 Sherinans were wasted, it didn't matter, as long as the Knight Zero Feathers were controlled, everything was worth it. Although Tuan Zhang was beaten badly by Yes Zero Feather, he also had to sincerely admit that Yes Zero Feather was really strong and extremely talented. With the talent of Yes Zero Feather, he will definitely bring him a lot of help in the future, maybe create a miracle. And such a person is about to be used by him. But just when Tuan Zhang thought he was going to control Knight Zero Feather, the next scene completely subverted his cognition. Drip. Special guide, Blood Succession Boundary, 3-hook jade writing wheel eye, water stop right eye, unlock the second form, kaleidoscope, collection progress, 1/10 drip. Light up the special guide, Bitenjin, collection progress, 1/10 drop. Any picture book intermediate lift card has been used, and the special picture book water stop right eye kaleidoscope has been upgraded to full level. Tuan Zhang looked at Yes Zero Yu's right eye, the exact same as his own water stop kaleidoscope. People are stupid. Why do you have a kaleidoscope? That's impossible. Moreover, why didn't Bitenjin take effect? Tuan Zhang's heart was shocked, and his brain was in chaos. Yes Zero, you said that you are a pirated container, facing the full-level water-stopping kaleidoscope published by the system, using Btengen, it can only be said that you have a lot of ideas. And yes, Zero you has no habit of explaining to others, and going up to face Tuanzang is a fat beating. Before, Danzo would also use his Agate and Knight Zero Feather Zhou Xian, but now, after seeing Yes Zero Yu's eyes, he has given up resisting, knowing that his last whole card is gone, and soon he was severely injured and dying again. Yes Zero Yu looked at the miserable Tuanzang and said, "Actually, you should thank me." When Tuanzang heard this, he was seriously injured, and he was angry and spat out a mouthful of blood, and said angrily, "You beat the old man like this, and the old man still wants to thank you? Do you think the old man is very much like a big wrongdoer?" Yes Zero Yu shook his head and continued, "You don't understand, you were supposed to appear in episode 252, but now, with my help, you appeared in less than 7 episodes, shouldn't you thank me?" Tunzo. What a mess. Don't talk nonsense, the old man recognized, "Come on, if you want to kill or kill, whatever you want." Tuanzang Dazang righteously and awe-inspiringly. Yes Zero Yu was silent, and after a few seconds, he looked up and sighed, "I understand you like this, but you still haven't recognized the reality." "What do you mean?" Tuanzang was stunned by Yes Zero Yu again, his brows furrowed, and he didn't understand what he meant. Yes Zero Yu continued, "The reality is that the gap in strength between you and me now cannot be made up by a Li 4 elephant seal, but also, it is certainly impossible for you to completely give up resistance like this." When Tuanzang looked at Yes Zero Yu again, there were no other emotions in his eyes except shock and horror. Who is this Knight Zero Feather? How can he know everything, and still have a kaleidoscope writing will I? No, he is not a man, he is a monster. Tunzo completely gave up resistance. But just when Tuanzang thought that Yes Zero Yu would kill him, he heard Yes Zero Yu say, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Tuanzang was stunned, no longer remembering that this was the first time he was confused by Yes Zero Feather's reversal, and habitually asked, "Why? Respect the old and love the young, this is what you just told me." Yes Zero Yu asked suspiciously. Tuanzang. "I'm going to die, you're still kidding me, do you have a little morality? Live well, someone else killed you." Yes Zero Yu left a word and left the root base. Tuanzang couldn't help but think of a man's figure, it was a pair of scarlet chakra eyes. However, although Yes Zero Yu did not kill Tuanzang, he did not say that he would let him go. In the following days, eating, sleeping, playing in groups, eating, sleeping, playing in groups, and fighting groups when there is nothing to do, and the group in Tibetan were all collapsed. "Didn't you say okay if you don't kill me, so why come and beat me?" On this day, Yes Zero Yu was just about to go to fight the group, and suddenly encountered the ape flying sun. Sarutobi asked, "Little one, what are you going to do?" "Fight the group," Yes Zero Yu replied casually. "Clams? Playing in a group? What is that?" Sarutobi asked puzzled. "Fighting a group is playing a group, do you want to join us?" Yes Zero Yu asked. "Okay," Sarutobi promised. He was very curious about what Yes Zero Yu was talking about. In other words, everything about Yes Zero Feather, he was curious, wanted to understand, and wanted to know all the information of Yes Zero Yu. And when Ape Flying Sun Chopper saw the embarrassed, gaze blank, like the Walking Dead Stanzo, he finally understood. Good guys, it turns out that this is what it means to fight in a group. After Tuanzang saw the ape flying into the sun, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why is this guy here? Immediately, as if grasping a life-saving straw, he pointed at Yes Zero Feather and shouted at Ape Flying Sun, "Ape Fei, this kid is definitely a big threat to us Konoha, kill him quickly." When Ape Fei Ri heard this, he couldn't wait to go up and give Tuanzang a big bicker. "You're stupid, can you say this kind of thing in front of Yes Zero Feather? And I didn't know he was a big threat to Konoha? Do I dare to kill? Can I kill it? Don't say kill, I can't control it." From the moment Knight Zero Feather entered the Dark Division, he was already out of control. Thinking of this, Ape Flying Sun Chopper was very depressed. Originally, he also wanted to let Knight Zero Feather enter the Dark Department. He could use the Dark Department to monitor Knight Zero Yu, prevent Knight Zero Feather from coming out to interfere with his seal book plan, and investigate Knight Zero Feather's intelligence. But I never expected that the strong J was not turned into AC, and was put together by Knight Zero Feather. Not only made trouble in the Dark Department, but also snatched the Book of Seals, and the one whose strength was fast was called. Sarutobi coughed dryly, turned his back on his hand, and said calmly, "Danzo, don't talk nonsense, Yura Zero Yu is a good person, it is our hope in Konoha." As soon as these words came out, Tuanzang and Yes Zero Yu were stunned. "Tuanzang, I've been beaten like this, okay? Still hopeful?" "Yes Zero Yu, you really don't blush, I'm embarrassed to listen to it myself." "Ape Fly, do you know, he will fly Thunder God." Tuanzang also wanted to fight for it, and roared solemnly, "I know, the Ape Flying Sun Chop is still carrying his hand, and the old god is there. But in my heart, I was thinking, can Lao Tzu not know that he was directly slapped in the face that night, right? You know?" Tuanzang was stunned, but he didn't expect that Ape Flying Sun Chopper knew that Knight Zero Feather would Flying Thunder God and other techniques, and let it develop. He continued to shout, he also has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and it is also a kaleidoscope to stop water. This time, Ape Feo was shocked, looked at Ye Zero Feather, and looked at Tuanzang seriously. Tuanzang saw the reaction of the Ape Flying Sun Chop, thinking that the Ape Flying Sun Chop was moved by him, and just wanted to say something, but heard the Ape Flying Sun Chop say, Tuanzang, I am old, my body is not as good as a day, but I am not blind, please don't press my IQ to the ground and rub it, okay? Ape Flying Sun Chopper was already speechless. He originally thought that Tuanzang was just anxious and a little excited, but now it seems that he is crazy. How could Ye Zero Feather have the sharing on, that was the blood succession limit of the Uchiha family, and it was impossible for outsiders to have it. Even if you have it, you can also grab it, and usually you can only write will eyes, not black eyes like Ye Zero Feather. Besides, the writing will eye of the water stop, just kidding, the water stop and the Night Zero Feather are not people of the period, they don't know where to engage in the writing will eye of the water stop? There must be some basis for making up blindly, right? Not to mention, the news sent back by Uzian is that Ye Zero Feather's eyes are similar to the white eye blood succession limit. How can there be a second blood succession limit? Although the similarity of white eyes is also outrageous, compared to Tuanzang, who has lost his heart and is crazy, Uzian is obviously more worthy of his trust. At first, Sarutobi Hinata thought that Yozo was a person from Tenzo, and specially arranged him with Yamato, but now it seems that he has thought too much. Tuanzang saw that Ape Fei Ichop did not believe it, and roared with tears in his heart, no, Ape Fei, you have to believe me. Aren't we friends? What about the bond between us? What I said is true. Sarutobi looked at such a group, a flash of sadness and regret flashed under his eyes, shook his head, didn't say anything more, turned around, and walked out. Finished, completely crazy, prepare for the aftermath. Zero you, this kid is more ruthless than the old man and has a future. Tuanzang looked at the back of the Ape Flying Sun Chop disappearing into the darkness, sat down on the ground, and his eyes lost their light again. He looked up at Ye Zero Feather aggrievedly. Ye Zero Yu shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I didn't say anything, who is to blame if he doesn't believe it? Tuanzang retracted his gaze, leaned against the wall, looked up at the dark roof, and said lifelessly, I'm tired, destroy it. Looking at Tuanzang, who was crushed by the Ape Flying Sun, Ye Zero Feather was a little unable to get off for a while. Forget it, this wave of the ball does not fight, develop away. Night Zero Feather opened the system map and teleported away. After leaving, Yoryu first went to see Hinata, who was not taking them on a mission, but was instructing them in their respective ninjutsu. After Hinata saw Night Zero Feather, he couldn't help but think of the events of that night, and his face turned crimson. Then I went to see Oino. Well, Ino still flew over as always. It's just that Yo Zero Yu's attention is not on Ino, but Asma. I saw Asma holding an infusion tube for dripping in his hand, and he was constantly stroking, and the more he stroked, the more energetic and energetic. Night Zero Feather was confused. Could it be that this is a new type of ninjutsu developed by Asma? This action is also too bizarre, right? Asma, what are you doing? Ye Zero Yu asked curiously. Because of the previous friendly competition, Ye Zero Yu did not add the word teacher when calling Asma. After Asma saw Ye Zero Feather, she was not angry because of what happened last time, and said with a smile, I'm practicing. What are you practicing this thing for? You don't understand, Asma said, shaking her head, I'll use it someday. All right. Ye Zero Yu didn't know what to say for a while. After being entangled by Ino for a while, Ye Zero Yu left. Then, I cared about the next two original protagonists, good guys, who are Yunan Minan. Sure enough, Naruto is true love, and brother Sakura is just an accident. Calculate the time, it's almost time to go to the dark part to buy goods, Ye Zero Yu said to himself. Open the system map, dark part, armory. A lot of bitter shuriken. Looking at the neatly placed weapons, Ye Zero Yu's eyes straightened. He has not forgotten the grand goal of using the system to synthesize an artifact, so since he first entered the dark department, he will regularly come here to loot. Now, the highest level of Kuwu in his hands has been synthesized by him to level 8. What the specific strength is, there are no targets for comparison, he does not know, but it has long completely surpassed ordinary weapons. Senbon and Shuriken have a relatively low level, with a maximum of only 3 levels. This kind of dark weapon that can only be thrown out, no matter how high the level of the union is, it is not much use, he still likes to be nervous. The long sword has also been synthesized, but it is only level 5. Unfortunately, there are too few ninjas with swords, and they are not easily damaged, and the arsenal is updated too slowly. Other messy weapons, although they are not used, can also light up the booklet and put it in the system, and it will be useful one day. After the looting, Ye Zero Yu secretly left. It's night. Zero Yu, you teach me to cultivate. Naruto's blue nose and swollen face blocked the door of Night Zero Feather, and his eyes shone brightly. I taught you to cultivate? Why are you looking for me? Also, how did you get so embarrassed? Yoruto looked at Naruto in surprise. Was Naruto and Sasuke's two-man sport so intense during the day, so miserable? Because you're awesome, Naruto said with adoration. Am I awesome? Who did you listen to? Yes, Zero, you asked suspiciously. Except for the matter of stealing the Book of Seals, he didn't seem to have shown his strength in front of Naruto. How could Naruto think he was powerful? Don't pretend. Did you beat Asuma's bearded man? Ino told us, and we all already knew. You are so powerful, teach me quickly. The light in Naruto's eyes grew. Yoruto suddenly knew why Naruto was injured. Ino is also good enough, revealing his teacher's shortness. Is he really not afraid of being put in small shoes? Ino said, if he dares to put small shoes on me, I will ask my family Zero-you to beat him. Zero-you stared into Naruto's hopeful eyes, and after a while, he let out a long sigh of relief and said, okay, Zai-Lei, it's really not that I want to rob your apprentice, this is sent to the door by myself, I can't help it. Come in, I'll treat you first, and I'll teach you tomorrow. Zero-you let Naruto into the house and perform medical ninjutsu to heal him. Naruto looked at the green chakra light emanating from Yoroha's hand and asked curiously, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It's amazing. Medical ninjutsu, you don't know? It is said in textbooks. After saying this, yes, Zero-you reacted. This is Naruto, could he read the book so carefully? Sure enough, Naruto smiled awkwardly, unable to remember at all. Yes, Zero Feather can only say, worthy of you, such important knowledge can be forgotten. But thinking about it, Naruto can hand in white papers for the exam, and it is relieved. Zero-you, can I learn this medical ninjutsu? It seems to be very powerful. Naruto said interested. You? Forget it, it doesn't fit. Yes, Zero Feather shook his head. It's hard to make a print, let alone medical ninjutsu, that's called medical malpractice. Tomorrow I will give you an exclusive skill, I promise you like it. Great. Naruto left happily, but Zero fell into deep thought. How to solve the matter of the 9 tails? Do you want to use the Sharingan? Naruto is still young, can he bear it? No matter, let's try it tomorrow. Early the next morning. Undress. What are you doing? I like Sakura, Naruto said with a twist, his face flushed. Night Zero feathers were cold, full of black lines. If you want to fart and eat, I want to see your 9-tail seal. You should be very clear about the situation in your body, right? When Naruto heard this, he couldn't help but think back to the past, and his expression was a little lonely. Zero-you also felt that he was speaking too directly, patted Naruto on the shoulder, and encouraged, don't you want to be a Hokage? Then I tell you, if you want to be a Hokage, the 9 tails in your body will be your greatest help. Why? Isn't it a demon fox? Isn't it the monster that destroyed Konoha village? Naruto asked, looking more and more lonely. It is because of the demon fox that he has been disliked since he was a child, but why would Zero-you say that the demon fox is his biggest help? Zero-you looked at little Naruto, and his distressed and sad emotions inexplicably welled up. He was tempted to tell Naruto everything, but he held back. Instead of telling Naruto the truth, isn't it warmer than Feng Shuman personally saying that the picture of father and son reuniting? To Naruto and Feng Shuman and Jushine, a family reunion moment. He is an outsider, so don't rob the father with Feng Shuman. Moreover, Zero-you believes that this day will come soon. He touched Naruto's head and said to Naruto, you are you, the 9 tails are the 9 tails. Look at your friends around you, have they ever disliked you? Sakura, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Dingy, and Irika, none of them have ever disliked you, and there are always many people around you. The 9 tails are only sealed inside you, it is not you and cannot dominate you. Of course, if you remember those who bully you and want to be a traitor, it is not impossible, rest assured, I will support you. Zero-you raised his eyebrows and said to Naruto with deep meaning. He wasn't joking about it, but it was true. With Naruto's experience as a child, it was too normal to defect to Konoha. Anyway, if it was replaced by him, he really had no sense of belonging to Konoha except for a certain number of people. Just like him now, if it weren't for Hinata, Ino, and Naruto and Kono, he would have gone out to wave. However, Yoru overestimated Naruto. What is rebellion? Naruto asked with a puzzled look. Night Zero Feather. What is this setting? Can't you set Naruto to normal? Also, normal is not that Naruto. Zero Feather said secretly. Oh, Naruto agreed, and while undressing, he asked Zero Feather, what did you just say about the 9 tails? The demon fox in your body, it is called the 9 tails, also called the 9 horns. The 9 tails are also living beings, and they also have feelings, you will know in a moment. Okay, seal, condensed chakra. Yoruto saw Naruto finish undressing and said to Naruto. He looked at Naruto's abdomen and secretly said, when Naruto condenses chakra, a gossip seal will appear, I don't know. What seal? Zero-you was thinking about it, when Naruto suddenly interjected. Clams. Zero-you didn't know why, looked up and asked. Didn't you ask me to make a seal to condense chakra? What kind of seal? Child, ugly, yin, oh. Naruto counted as he snapped his fingers. Yes, Zero U. Yes, Zero U was speechless. Do you need to ask this kind of question? You can do whatever you like, the main thing is to condense chakra. You're a Zero U said casually, and then studied Naruto's seal. I have to say that Bofang Shuman is really a genius in this aspect of sealing. The Bagua seal is composed of 2 4-elephant seals, which are stronger than the iron armor seal of the Kyra than Yaoi. What's more, while the Bagua seal is strong, it can also release a certain amount of chakra from the gap for Naruto to use. This is outrageous. After all, the tailed beast seal is, first and foremost, firm. The other pillars were either violent or tailed beasts, but Naruto was able to use the 9-tailed chakra to fight early, thanks to multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Yes, Zero U was thinking, boom, boom, boom. There was suddenly an extra bunch of Naruto in the room. Yura Zero U looked up and saw that Naruto's knot was the seal of multiple shadow doppelganger. Night Zero Feather is full of black lines. I made you seal it, but I didn't let you release ninjutsu. Naruto didn't know why, and said suddenly, look at how powerful I am, this is my newly learned ninjutsu. Yura Zero U looked at the stupid cute Naruto, and suddenly understood something. No wonder Naruto and Sarutobi have such a good relationship. You are a funny person invited by the monkey, right? Be serious, condense chakra well. Yoruto gave Naruto a pop and educated. I'm seriously thinking of a way here, and you're playing. Naruto didn't play anymore and concentrated on condensing chakra. Sure enough, the gossip seal appeared. Drip. Light up the special book, Primary Sealing, Collection Progress, 5/10 drip. Light up the skill book, Bagua Sealed, drip. The sound of the light up skill guide, 4-elephant seal system sounded. The sealing technique, like the enchantment technique, belongs to the special guide, and the Bagua seal and 4-elephant seal are skill guides. As for why it is 2 guides, it is easy to understand that although the Bagua seal is composed of 2 4-elephant seals, it is not simply coincided together, or the Bagua seal. If it's really that simple, what 12 trigram seals, 16 trigram seals, not just reach out? Hinata, you scold again. Feeling the trace amount of 9-tailed chakra that seeped out of the Bagua seal, yes Zero U's right eye suddenly changed, and the kaleidoscopic chakra eye that stopped the water appeared. Naruto, yes Zero U said coldly. Huh? Naruto subconsciously looked into Yura Zero U's eyes, and before he could react, he had already appeared in another space. Pitch black, dark, hollow, and a fear that hits the depths of your heart. This is. Naruto didn't have a hippie smiley, replaced by fear. It is not a fear of strength, but a deep fear of despising, disgust, and disgust of the people of the same village. It's the fear of unbearable childhood memories. Naruto slumped on the ground. He knew that this was where the demon fox was. It's the doom he carries. Just when Naruto's mind was about to collapse, a hand on his shoulder pulled Naruto up. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yoruto's voice was like a ray of light in the darkness, shining on Naruto, and Naruto's mood gradually eased. Yura Zero U looked at little Naruto and regretted it a little. He shouldn't have taken Naruto to face the 9 tails so early. Although Naruto is optimistic in his heart and has a strong ability to bear, in some aspects, he is not as strong as the adult defense. After all, he is still a child, and he has not yet developed a foundation with the second pillar, cough. But just as Knight Zero Feather was thinking about Naruto's sake, Naruto turned his head to look at Knight Zero Feather, just happened to see Knight Zero Feather's right eye, jumped away, pointed to Knight Zero Feather's right eye and said, Zero Feather, your eyes, are you going to be blind? Knight Zero Feather, you little bunny, care about you, I'm your dad. Yes, Zero U was really speechless. Naruto is worthy of being the first ninja in accident, this brain circuit, how to be strange. Sharingan, Uchiha. Suddenly, a voice full of resentment sounded, 2 huge eyes lit up in the darkness, and the 9-tailed hideous and huge body appeared in the sight of the 2 of Yezero-yu. Naruto was still a little scared and involuntarily took a step back. No, you're not Uchiha. The 9 tails stared at Knight Zero Feather and wondered. Hee, your perception is good, this can be sensed. Yezero Feather raised his eyebrows and said, as if he had not seen the momentum of the 9 tails. Uchiha's breath smells bad, and you're. The 9 tails' eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't continue. After a pause of a few seconds, Fang said, your breath old man can't smell through, little ghost, what are you? Why do you have Uchiha's kaleidoscope? The 9 tails was confused. On Yezero-yu, he felt the breath of the pure Uchiha Sharingan, which was not something that could be found by casually buttoning the Sharingan, but I felt the breath of an ordinary person. This is not what confuses the 9 tails the most. What confuses it the most is that it also feels a mysterious aura from Yezero Feather, as if it does not belong to this world. What the hell is going on? If Yura-Zero-yu knew what the 9 tails thought, he would be surprised. The 9 tails is worthy of being a chakra condensate, and the chakra of the Hokage world is of the same origin, with natural sensing, and unexpectedly detects the abnormality of his soul as a traverser. And the doubts of the 9 tails, of course Yezero-yu did not know. At this time, he was pleasantly surprised by something else. Drip. Light up the special book, Tailed Beast, 9 tails, Yang, half-pulled 9 tails, can be summoned. Summoning method 1. Entity, can be used for combat. 2. Chakra body, in the host's body, provide chakra for the host. Hold the grass, hold an Amazon man eating grass. The Tailed Beast book can really light up. Not only can it be lit, but it can also be summoned directly. Yaz0U was extremely excited. He originally planned to experiment with Ichigo first to let Naruto grow and grow, but he didn't expect that it would end up on the 9 tails. Sure enough, plans didn't change quickly. And the 9 tails. Yaz0U looked at the 9 tails, his eyes narrowed, and he smiled slightly. Very charming. The 9 tails, who was about to threaten Yaz0 Feather with his power, saw Yaz0 Feather's expression, and suddenly there was a wind behind him, and he had a sense of foreboding. But then he put this absurd idea behind him. Just kidding, he's the 9 tails, and if it's ominous, who can compare to him? The eyes of the 9 tails became more and more ferocious, and he threatened Yaz0. Boy, give you a chance to honestly explain, otherwise, the old man killed you. The 9 tails took a step forward, and the momentum became even more aggressive. But the next second, buzz, the powerful chakra suddenly erupted from Night Zero Feather's body, forming a huge figure behind him. With orange-red hair, sharp teeth, sharp claws, and oppressive momentum, it is another identical 9-tailed. Naruto looked at the 2 identical tailed beasts, constantly turning his head left and right, confused about the situation. And the 9-tailed original fox, his eyes were as wide as copper bells, shooting lightning like confusion. Shrimp situation, how can there be another me? Yin 9 horn? No, the breath is not right, it's another me. How can there be 2 mess in the world? He is me, so who am I? Who took my place, and who am I? Just when the 9 tails were full of small 9 tails, and kept spinning in circles in confusion, an angry shout came out of the mouth of the 9 tails. Wicked beasts! Ah no, son, see your father, don't say hello yet. 9 tails, clam? Father? What are you still stunned for? Hurry up and call dad, I'm your dad. Night Zero Feather controlled the system 9 tails, and continued to scold at the stunned 9 tails. The 9 tails was stunned for a while, and the confusion on his face disappeared, replaced by anger, and in a voice that suppressed his anger, he roared in a deep voice, "You are looking for death, you dare to insult the old man's father. The old man's father is Lyudeo. The old man is going to kill you." The words fell, like a landslide, and the imposing pressure was pressed towards the system 9 tails and Night Zero Feather. The terrifying red chakra swept through the seal, like a tsunami. If it weren't for being sealed, the 9 tails would have already killed Night Zero Feather. However, for such power, buzz, an aura erupted from the system 9 tails, easily crushing. Not to mention that the 9 tails are sealed, the strength that can be exerted is not as good as before, that is, it is not sealed, and the system 9 tails is also equivalent to the real 9 tails. Not to mention, the kaleidoscopic chakra I owned by Night Zero Feather also had restraint against the 9 tails. You are an unfilial son, that's how you did to your father. That old boy in Lyudeo, that's how he educated you. How to teach you such a thing? Yaz0U forced a smile, and then scolded. The 9 tails was stunned again, frowning and asking, "You know Rokido?" Naturally, when Lao Tzu was sealed, in desperation, he could only hand you over to that kid in Lyudeo. The system 9 tails showed a look of unbearable looking back. "Impossible, you lied to me. 6 ways is my dad." The 9 tails didn't believe it and refuted. But careful people will find that the 9 tails have been a little shaken. "That's right, he's your daddy." The system 9 tails changed his words and said affirmatively, but then said, "He is your adoptive father, and I am your own father." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You lied to me." The 9 tails roared. "I lied to you, don't you know in your heart? Lyudeo is a human, how can there be a fox son like you?" System 9 tails asked rhetorically. I'm his chakra condensate." The 9 tails' heart shook more and more. "Fart." The system 9 tails scolded, "You are a chakra condensate, isn't Lao Tzu? Come, look at you and me, the same mighty, the same domineering, the same handsome. Look at this smooth hair, look at the amount of hair of the author who envies the dead dog, look at this sharp claws, sharp teeth, all this, does not say anything? Stop kidding yourself, my good boy." The system 9 tails snorted. The 9 tails was stunned, his eyes were full of disbelief, and he stepped back in embarrassment. That look, like a cat that has lived for many years, has been meowing, but suddenly one day, it was told the fact that it was not a cat, it was a dog, and it should bark. Just when the 9 tails suspected the fox, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Yaz0 Feather's eyes, as if he had grasped the last life-saving straw, and eagerly shouted, "I know, boy, you are lying to me. It must be the Sherinan, right? You're lying to me with kaleidoscopic illusions, and I know. You people from the Uchiha family are terrible." The 9 tails said angrily, glaring angrily at Yoryu with a murderous gaze. Yaz0U did not speak, nor did he move, his expression was indifferent. Behind him, the System 9 tail shook his head and sighed with hatred. You turtle son, how can you speak to your father and my benefactor like this? Illusion is it? Lao Tzu hit you to hallucinate. The System 9 tails condensed a big hand with chakra, reached into the seal, and faced the 9 tails' face as a big BB. 9 tails? The 9 tails was stunned. He didn't expect that the system on the opposite side, the 9 tails, was not an illusion, but a chakra entity. But what made him most confused was that he was actually slapped in a big pocket. From as long as he can remember, he has always fanned others, and he has never been fanned by others, even if there are 6 ways. Insult, shame. The 9 tails were already teetering on the brink of rage. But the next second, call you disobedient. Call you disobedient. What do you want? Also illusion, Lao Tzu let you illusion again. Phantom 1? In front of you Lao Tzu and me, what kind of kohlrabi, honestly be your baby dish? Every time the System 9 tails said a word, he fanned a big BB pocket, and directly fanned the 9 tails in a circle. Do you know who your Lao Tzu is this time? Could it be that you? Are you really my daddy? The 9 tails wondered. Nonsense. Lao Tzu, of course, is your father. Come, daddy hug, so many years alone, no, so many years of fox, hard work for you. It's all bad to blame daddy, daddy is too weak and sealed, making you suffer alone for so long. In the future, dad will always accompany you. The System 9 tails used chakra to conjure out of his arm, grabbed the 9 tails, and said gently. The 9 tails were still confused, a little dazed, and a little happy. It turns out that he is not a lonely fox, but has a father. 2 big foxes, teary-eyed, staged a bloody scene. Subsequently, Zero Feather controlled the System 9 tails and brainwashed the 9 tails. Tell them that a long, long time ago, when the 6 Dao immortals and others had not yet descended into this world, there was already chakra and encountered an invasion by foreign enemies. And he and the father of the other tailed beasts worked together to defend against foreign enemies, which protected the world. But the price paid was that 9 of them were sealed. Before being sealed, the 9 of them left their respective chakras and condensed into a new life form, that is, the new 9-tailed beast. The new 9-tailed beasts were sealed by them and left behind images to support themselves. The 6 Dao immortals were the ones who lifted their seals and were left alone. It's just that at that time, the new 9-tailed beast was still small, unable to condense the entity, and did not fully open the spiritual intelligence, so it lived in the body of the 6 immortals. This was the matter of the 6 immortals separating the 9 of them from their bodies and forming new life forms. And Zero U, the benefactor who happened to unseal him, got his power. The System 9 tails also said that he is now physically weak to the level of chakra, and can only be comparable to the 9 tails. 9 tails, it feels so hurt. Now, he needs to sleep to regain his strength, so that the 9 tails will listen to your Zero Feather in the future. Zero Feather is a good guy and a friend of their tailed beast. You can really make it up. And under normal circumstances, the 9 tails can't believe the ghost words of the System 9 tails, but the chakra of the System 9 tails is exactly the same source as him, even if the 9 tails can't accept it in his heart, but the facts are in front of him. After the System 9 tails finished explaining, he returned to Knight Zero Feather's body. The 9 tails looked at the place where the System 9 tails disappeared, and his expression was a little stunned. Compared with the previous fierce image, it was like 2 foxes. However, in just a few seconds, the 9 tails returned to their previous appearance, and said condescendingly to Zero, you little ghost, what happened today? If you dare to say to others, the old man killed you. The 9 tails looked menacingly at Knight Zero Feather. But it's just a threat, and now he really doesn't dare to take Zero Feather. Don't worry, my mouth is very tight, and I will never talk nonsense. Zero, you promised. Just kidding, it was originally fake. If I go out and talk nonsense, what if I am pierced by the 6 Dao immortals, or the Toad immortals? I just don't know. Yura Zero Feather and 9 Tails looked at Naruto very tacitly. What do you think I do? What about the big fox just now? Who is whose dad? Who and who's who? Naruto snapped his fingers, his head a mess. Seeing this, Knight Zero Feather and 9 Tails thought in unison Naruto's situation. It is estimated that it is not clear. However, Naruto's Knight Zero Feather knew very well that this guy was not a master who could keep secrets. So, don't be a god. Yura Zero Feather directly modified Naruto's memory, making him forget what the Fankei System 9 Tails said and fell into a coma. Are you trying to let the old man enter your body and become your tailed beast like my father? The 9 Tails said to Knight Zero Feather. No need. Zero Feather shook his head. If you enter my body, won't you show your stuffing? Moreover, he now has a system that can light up the tailed beast guide, and he can completely synthesize a 10-tailed by himself, without the power of the 9-tailed. As for the future accident, let's talk about future things, at least for now. Yura Zero you then said to the 9 Tails, you can continue to stay inside Naruto, but I hope you can become friends with Naruto and help him become the perfect human pillar force. Naruto's childhood, you should know better than me, his personality and character, you should also know. I guess you like Naruto, right? The Nine Tails fell silent and looked at Naruto in a coma. Yu was right, he did appreciate Naruto. Although Naruto's strength is pitiful, his heart is strong, and his optimistic spirit has never been seen even after more than 1,000 years. The main thing was that Naruto gave him a familiar feeling, but he couldn't tell clearly. What the Nine Tails didn't know was that Naruto was the reincarnation of Ajura either. After being silent for a while, the Nine Tails said solemnly, "Okay, the old man promised you, but it is up to him to master the old man's power. Moreover, the old man can't help him too much now. The sealing technique of the little devil of the Wave Feng Shui Gate is good, the old man's power cannot spill too much, and in the future, it will be up to Naruto himself to lift the seal." The nine-tailed mouth said hard, just not admitting that it was pinched by the fourth generation. "I can help you lift the seal." Suddenly, Yes-Zero-You spoke. The Nine Tails was stunned, thinking that he had misheard, and asked in disbelief, "What did you say? Can you help me unlock the seal?" "That's right. Don't joke, it's the seal of the Wave Feng Shui Gate, so powerful that even the old man." The Nine Tails was excited, said it leaked, and quickly closed his mouth. If this is said, wouldn't it be an admission that he is inferior to the fourth generation? It's okay to be sealed, but you can't lose face. Don't worry, it's just a seal, it's hard for me, as long as you promise not to disadvantage Naruto. Yes-Zero-You said confidently. The Nine Tails looked at Knight Zero Feather's confident appearance, and became more and more interested in Knight Zero Feather. He was very curious about why Yes-Zero-You was obviously just a child, why there were so many shocking places on him. His father, Sharinan, and himself have a lot of chakra, and he is confident that he has a sealing technique comparable to the fourth generation. These things, just take out a random one, are not something that a 12-year-old can have, right? But he has it all. Outrageous. Well, the old man promised you that as long as you can lift the seal, the old man will definitely help Naruto, and the old man also wants to see how far this child can grow. After a slight hesitation, the Nine Tails agreed. In fact, what he wanted to say was that he wanted to see how far Yes-Zero Feather could grow. In a word, one man and one fox make a gentleman's agreement. The Nine Tails looked at Yes-Zero Feather, who was not much younger than him, regardless of his size or age, and suddenly felt a little excited. He had a feeling that in Yes-Zero Feather, he would definitely see a lot of interesting things. In the future, the ninja world will definitely change again because of this teenager. And just when the Nine Tails' heart was surging, he heard Yes-Zero-You say, "It doesn't matter if you are not honest, I will let your father beat you." Nine Tails, con_dash, doesn't the old man want face? Yes-Zero-You's mind sank into the system. What he now has is an arbitrary picture book intermediate lift card *1 and any picture book advanced lift card *2. Without hesitation, he directly used a high-level drawing guide direct ascending card to upgrade the sealing technique booklet to a high-level level. Although it is a little distressed, this direct lift card may be better used in the blood succession limit, and it can help him improve his combat effectiveness. But Yes-Zero-You felt that the strength of the strength was not only the improvement of combat effectiveness, but also the two master books of sealing and enchantment, which could also play a big role. For example, Dirt Rebirth, Tailed Beasts, Spell Seals, etc., can only be dealt with by sealing. There is also a big tube of wood Silly by Tien is also sealed. Although for now, most of the sealing techniques and enchantment techniques of the Hokage world are auxiliaries, who can guarantee that it cannot be used for battle? Development. At that time, a sealing technique is thrown out, sealing the opponent's senses and chakra. In an enchantment, throwing out, blocking the space in all directions, closing the door and hitting the dog. Handsome. The following does not count the number of words. The 56-chapter sealing technique guide is wrong, it has been changed, it does not affect the plot, there is no need to look back. Regarding the direct upgrade card, this is the benefit randomly given by the system, just like the full level Dan, level 1 is upgraded to level 2, level 99 is used to upgrade to level 100, mandatory. Therefore, the White Eye, which is more difficult to collect, is only a 10-level guide, and you can upgrade to the full level with the intermediate direct promotion card, and the advanced direct promotion card is also the same full level. However, the advanced progress guide can only be used with the advanced direct promotion card, and the ultimate direct promotion card that will be released later. Regarding the difference between the 10-level picture book and the ultimate picture book and the special picture guide, it is actually the difference between the blood succession limit and the secret technique. It's a pity that the Vortex clan has collapsed, and those powerful sealing techniques have been lost. Otherwise, if he gets the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, plus the system, Knight Zero Feather can definitely make him regain his prestige in the ninja world. Instead of the moment of the highest light, it was only used to seal Dirt Rebirth in the 4th Ninja World War. After Yes-Zero Feather lit up the advanced sealing art guide, unlocking the Bagua seal was no longer a problem for him, but he did not make a rash move. There is no other reason. What about Bo Feng Shuman and Juzine? After watching the anime, he knew that both Wave Feng Shuman and Jushina had done tricks in the seal, retaining a wisp of spiritual power to help Naruto at critical moments. For the two of them to help Naruto master the nine-tailed chakra, he didn't care. With him there, I believe that the nine tails didn't dare to go too far. The point is that he does not want to ruin the reunion of their family, which is important for Naruto and also for him, who loves the anime Naruto. No matter, let's try to unlock a layer of seals first. Yaziroyu's hands were sealed, and chakra and spiritual power were released at the same time, permeating the space. Open. An invisible wave rippled, and the Bagua seal of the double four-elephant seal was unlocked. Feeling the obvious weakening of the power of the seal, the nine tails showed surprise. He thought that Yaziro Feather was just talking, but he didn't expect it to really be done. What surprised him even more was that the way Yaziroyu unlocked the seal was not forcibly broken, but lifted by magic. He didn't dare to say anything else, but he knew too well about being sealed by the sealing technique. Full of tears. Therefore, he knew very well how difficult it would be to unlock a seal by magic, especially the Bagua seal, which was enough to seal his top seal. This not only requires Yaziroyu to have more than one way Feng Shui gate sealing technique, but also requires him to know the Bagua seal technique very well. No matter which of the 2 points was placed on Yaziroyu, who was only 12 years old, it was strange. And at the moment when the first layer of the four-elephant seal was lifted, Yaziroyu could clearly feel that a secret prohibition hidden deep in the seal was triggered. Immediately afterwards, a golden figure, exuding a kind, close, and gentle aura around his body, flashed with light, and appeared in front of Knight Zero Feather and Nine Tails. That scene, alive a kind old father figure, people unconsciously melted in this loving light. Seeing this, the Nine Tails were full of inflows. Not touched, but envious. The same old father, flickering for Mobo Feng Shui gate, his Pia Pia's slap? What a crime! Bo Feng Shuman set his gaze on Yaziroyu and walked towards him slowly, but the excitement in his heart was already like a gushing river, endlessly. It doesn't seem right. Who are you? Bo Feng Shuman looked at Yaziroyu's black hair and red Sharingan, his eyes narrowed, and he asked suspiciously. He looked at the Naruto in front of him, and he didn't know why, but suddenly felt that the pressure on his head was a little great. He is yellow-haired, Juzine is red-haired, how can he give birth to black hair? I remember Naruto was born with black hair? And why does he have the Sharingan? Yaziroyu Yan_, what kind of son is really there, what kind of father is there? Bo Feng Shuman's personality is like Naruto's, funny than this can be recognized. Yaziroyu took a step out of the way, pointed at the unconscious Naruto and said, I'm not Naruto, he is. Wave Feng Shui Man looked at Naruto, and then at Knight Zero Feather, as if several times, before he was sure that Naruto was his son. But immediately, Bo Feng Shuman did not show any joy, but his face sank, and he threatened Yaziroyu, who are you? Why did you appear inside Naruto? And why did you unlock the seal of the Nine Tails? Every time he asked a question, Bo Feng Shuman's face became cold, and his heart became more and more solemn. The Bagua seal, he used to seal the Nine Tails, except Naruto, no one could lift it, not even himself, just to better protect Naruto. Especially after the Night of the Nine Tails incident, it is better to prevent the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and avoid the Nine Tails being controlled again. But now, the seal has not only been unlocked, but also unlocked by the writing wheel eye. How can it not make Bo Feng Shuman alert and shocked? At this moment, Naruto woke up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and stood up. For a while, everyone's attention was focused on Naruto. Wave Feng Shui Man also temporarily forgot about Knight Zero Feather, tears in his eyes, looked at Naruto excitedly, and his body once again emitted the soft light of Bling Bling. After Naruto saw the Wave Feng Shui gate, he was stunned at first, and his expression became more and more excited. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became warm. But the next moment, who are you? Naruto narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, turning his head to look at Knight Zero Feather, as if asking Knight Zero Feather, who is this goods, why is it in my body? Bo Feng Shuman, I poor. He never dreamed that the first meeting with his son would be like this. According to his imagination, it should be very warm and touching, and you can see the other party at a glance, and everything is a tacit understanding seen without words. Or either party does not speak, and with eye contact, you can understand each other's inner thoughts. But now, it's not bad. Bo Feng Shuman comforted himself. What he didn't know was that if he had gone through several experiences, Naruto would indeed be as he imagined when he grew up. But now Naruto just graduated from ninja school, or a child's heart, how can he understand so much? Bo Feng Shuman coughed dryly, hiding his embarrassment. That's a lot, I'm your father. He thought to himself, I said it so bluntly, this time I should always know who I am, right? Come, for the good of the father. Why is this so familiar? However, Naruto still did not think as Hakafeng Shuman imagined. Nine Tails thought embarrassedly, can it be familiar? The old man was said by my father just now. Yaziroyu is even more embarrassed, I am your father. Naruto's unexpected reaction was like a knife, poking in the heart of the Wave Feng Shui gate. Please, be serious, this is the picture of our father and son recognizing each other for 12 years, can you not make it so casual? And next, the scene that made Bofeng Shuman even more crazy happened. Instead of looking at the Wave Feng Shui gate, Naruto looked at Yoro and asked, "Is he really my father?" "He is indeed your father." Naruto believed this, his expression gradually became excited, tears in his eyes, like a child, and threw himself at the Wave Feng Shuman. Bra-san. However, the good emotions brewed in the Wave Feng Shui gate have long been exhausted. He even wondered if this guy Naruto was his own son, and how did his IQ not look like his own? When he was young, how sunny, how handsome, how smart, how dashing. 10,000 words omitted here. Next, there is a large-scale warmth drama of recognizing relatives, and the two fathers and sons tell their hearts. Nine Tails watched from the side, a pair of big eyes full of envy. Why is a good daddy always someone else's dad? Yaz0U was thinking, can the spiritual power of Bofeng Shui Gate last so long? How is it different from the anime? Moreover, the picture of Naruto and Wave Feng Shuman reuniting does not seem to be so moved. Could it be because he knew that the Wave Feng Shui Gate would be dirt rebirth later? It should be. After talking with Naruto for a while, Hake Shuiman walked back to Yoro. When he looked at Yoro this time, his eyes were no longer hostile, but full of gratitude, and said, "Thank you for taking care of Naruto." Yoruto was embarrassed to say this, because he didn't take care of Naruto at all. What Yaz0U didn't know was that in the opinion of Bofeng Shuman, in the matter of the Nine Tails, Yaz0 Feather was already taking great care of Naruto. After all, in the eyes of normal people, human pillar power is bad luck and disliked, just like his wife Juzine. But Night Zero Feather not only did not dislike Naruto, but also took the initiative to help Naruto tame the Nine Tails. How not to make him grateful? It can even be called by the word benefactor. Of course, Wave Feng Shuman was not without suspicion, and Yoro was suspected of using Naruto. But thinking about it, I gave up this speculation. Yoro Feather has a kaleidoscope chakra eye, and can also unlock his Bagua seal, and he can directly forcibly unlock the seal and control the Nine Tails to kill Naruto, instead of being like now. He knew too well Kaleidoscope's ability to write chakra eyes, and he also knew Kaleidoscope's restraint on the Nine Tails. Even when he thought back now, he realized that Yaz0U was extremely careful when he lifted the seal just now, as if he was deliberately avoiding harming anything. This is one of the reasons why he mistook Yaz0 Feather for his son in the first place. Shide is polite, "I'm Naruto's friend." Yaz0U said with a smile. Bofeng Shuman took a deep look at Yaz0U, and his gratitude was unspoken. He was glad that Naruto had a friend like Yoro08A. Then, he looked at the Nine Tails again, his expression gradually solemn, and asked, "Nine Tails, did you really promise to help Naruto?" The old man counts when he talks. The Nine Tails looked down at the Wave Feng Shui Gate with a proud expression, but there was a trace of jealousy in the depths of his eyes. It was true that he hated the Wave Feng Shui Gate for sealing him in Naruto's body, but at the same time he recognized the strength of the Wave Feng Shui Gate. In addition to Senju Juma, known as the god of the ninja realm, and Uchiha Madara, Wave Feng Shuiman was the first to defeat him head-on. Wave Feng Shuiman not only defeated him, but also possessed the determination to die, splitting his body in two, half sealed in Naruto's body, half sealed in his own body, and devoured by the Shinigami. Such a fourth-generation Hokage, known as a man with yellow flashes, how could he not let him look at him differently? Compared to some people who only use the Sharingan to stab in the back, Bofeng Shuman has some respect for him. After hearing the words of the Nine Tails, Bofeng Shuman relaxed his heart, because he knew that the tailed beast would never lie, let alone play tricks. Even if they are sealed, they will never go against their hearts. This is the pride of the tailed beast. Therefore, since the Nine Tails said this sentence, then the Nine Tails will definitely be able to do it. Can't help but marvel at Yaz0U's identity and ability even more curiously. What magic does he have that can make the Nine Tails obedient? My time is up, goodbye, Naruto, and I will live happily in the future. Night Zero Feather, Naruto asked you to take care of it. The Wave Feng Shui Gate turned into a point of light and slowly dissipated. Dad! Naruto couldn't stop the tears from flowing out, and he cried out sadly. Yoro stepped forward and patted Naruto on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, you'll see your dad again in the future." Really? Of course it's true. Okay then. Naruto sniffled, and the tears that had been shed a second ago were instantly retracted, as if nothing had happened. There is still the last trace of the Wave Feng Shui Gate to see this, full of black lines. Is this sun biological? After the Wave Feng Shui Gate disappeared, Yaz0 Feather continued to lift the seal. To his surprise, Juzine did not appear. It seems that Juzine's spiritual power is not in the Bagua seal, but in another sealing technique, King Kong Blockade. It may be that she sealed her spiritual power in the body of the Nine Tails, and if the Nine Tails wanted to erode Naruto, Naruto would only appear when he could not bear it. The moment the seal was lifted, the Nine Tails only felt light, and finally walked out from behind the gate. Suddenly, chakra, as majestic as a vast star, gushed out. The Nine Tails subconsciously wanted to roar and announce his return to the ninja world. However, snap. Put away your chakra, Naruto is still small and can't bear it. Night Zero Feather condensed into a big hand with the system Nine-Tailed Chakra and slapped it on the Nine-Tails' head. Who is the Nine-Tails, who has received this kind of chi? Get angry right away. But when he saw Yes Zero Feather, he immediately honestly took back chakra, glanced at Yes Zero Feather with a little emotion, pretended to raise his head proudly, and thought, if it weren't for the presence of my father, the old man would be afraid of you? That's awesome. Naruto saw the chakra burst from the Nine-Tails, and jumped up excitedly, his eyes shining. He circled around the Nine-Tails several times, and the more he looked at it, the more excited he became, shouting long live and stroking the Nine-Tails' silky hair. The Nine-Tails also seemed to be adored by Naruto, and the Nine-Tails shook unconsciously. Seeing this, Yes Zero, you couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that no matter how strong the Nine-Tails are, they are afraid of being pampered. Okay, let's go. Yura Zeroha led Naruto out of the sealed space. After coming out, Yura warned Naruto that what happened today must not be said to anyone, not Sakura, and not even Nizu. And as a last resort, do not use the Nine-Tailed Chakra. The Nine-Tailed Chakra can only be used as a whole card. One was that he was afraid that Naruto would rely too much on the power of the Nine-Tails. 2. If you let Konoha know, can there be any good? For Konoha, it was indeed hoped that Naruto could control the Nine-Tails, so that he would be a qualified human pillar force and become Konoha's weapon. At the same time, this is also the fate that all pillar forces are imposed from the moment they become human pillar forces. In the Hokage world, no matter which village, almost no matter which village, has never seen Renzhuli as a person. The reason why the human pillar force was originally developed was to be used as the ultimate weapon. And the Nine-Tails, which lost its seal, is a bomb that can explode at any time. How could Konoha allow such an existence? Not to mention, if Naruto's situation of the Nine-Tails was known by the Xiao organization or other ninja villages, there would be an accident, and he would not be able to protect Naruto at all times. Naruto was still young after all and could not fully exert the power of the Nine-Tails. Use the multiple shadow doppelganger technique this time, Yura Zero said to Naruto. Naruto's hands froze, booming, and one shadow doppelganger after another appeared. What? After the shadow doppelganger came out, Naruto was stunned. I just want to be divided into 5 doppelgangers, how did 8 pop up all of a sudden? That's true. Yes Zero, you whispered to himself. The Bagua Seal of the 4th generation can indeed allow Naruto to use a small amount of the Nine-Tailed Chakra, but the existence of the seal itself will occupy a large part of Naruto's chakra and use it to suppress the Nine-Tails. Now that the seal has been lifted and the occupied part of chakra has been released, Naruto's control over his chakra has become more and more convenient. Naruto, who is not familiar with his current physical condition, will naturally make mistakes. But Naruto didn't know this, and suddenly realized, could it be that this is the power of the Nine-Tails? That's awesome. Naruto's eyes lit up. Yes Zero, you explained, think too much, this is not the power of the Nine-Tails, but your own power. My own? Me, I've become stronger? Naruto said in surprise. It's not that you've become stronger, it's that you're so strong, it's just that part of your chakra is used to suppress the Nine-Tails. Yes Zero, you continued to explain. Naruto thought for a moment. I still don't understand. Yes Zero Feather is really simple-minded. If you don't understand, forget it. Next, let you know the Nine-Tailed Chakra, the Nine-Tailed. Buzz, a huge stream of chakra gushed out from Naruto's body and wrapped around Naruto's body. Although it has not reached the state of the tailed beast suit, it can already be clearly seen that this is the Nine-Tailed Chakra. This force, so powerful. Naruto grew more and more excited, looking at the Nine-Tailed Chakra in shock. He now has a feeling that he can hit 10 of them. Sasuke. The tailed beast chakra is very powerful, it is not something you can completely control, it needs to come little by little, the Nine-Tails will help you, well, put it away. Yes Zero, you continued. Immediately, before Naruto could react, the Nine-Tails automatically took chakra back. Now I'm going to give you a ninjutsu, follow me. Yura Zero put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, opened the system map, and teleported to the border of the Fire Nation, the same place where he had been on a mission. Wow, aren't we in the house? Why did we suddenly run here? What kind of technique is this? It's so powerful. Naruto said in shock again. You can understand that this is Flying Thunder God Art, a time-space ninjutsu, which is your father's famous ninjutsu. Yes Zero, you said. Flying Thunder God? My dad can do such a powerful ninjutsu. Yes Zero, you was speechless and asked, do you know what Golden Flash is? Golden Glitter? A very powerful ninjutsu? Listen to the name so handsome, I want to learn. Naruto's eyes were full of little stars. Night Zero Feather. Your dad called Golden Glitter. Naruto, isn't he called Bofang Shuman? When did the name change? Really, such a big thing, I didn't discuss it with his son and me. Naruto complained. Yes Zero, you was speechless. Takako, Naruto, you are really a big filial piety. Your father died as soon as you were born, how to consult with you. Hey, in short, Flying Thunder God, you can't learn it, you don't have the talent of time and space ninjutsu, but you can learn this. Zero Feather stretched out his right hand, and the chakra and wind attributes continued to condense and rotate on his hand, and finally revealed the appearance of a shuriken. It is Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken. Although Zero Feather has never lit up this guide, his current ninjutsu attainments, coupled with his concept of spiral shuriken art, can be easily displayed. It's just the first time it's cast, and the power may be slightly worse. This no boom. The Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken exploded, only blowing up a deep pit with a diameter of about 20 meters. However, this power fell in Naruto's eyes, and it almost didn't startle his eyes. Great, too powerful. Naruto's heart pounded, and he was stunned by Zero-Zero's ninjutsu. If he can learn this ninjutsu, 100 pillars are not opponents. Zero Feathers and Zero Feathers, teach me quickly. Naruto kept bouncing in place, and couldn't wait to say. Zero, you poured a basin of cold water on him and said, you can't learn this for the time being. Why? Because you are too weak, this is an S-class forbidden technique. If it was Sasuke who said this, saying that Naruto was weak, Naruto would definitely rush forward without saying a word. But change to Zero Feather, although it is very unpleasant, what you said seems to be very reasonable. However, just as Naruto was lost, Zero you changed his tone and said, you can learn this ninjutsu first, and when you practice this ninjutsu, Kaze Spiral Shuriken, will soon be able to learn. This ninjutsu is not weak, it belongs to A-level ninjutsu, and it is also your father's ninjutsu. Saying that, Zero you rubbed a small ball and casually printed it on the tree trunk next to him. Boom! The trunk was not damaged, but a hole was drilled abruptly and exploded in the back of the trunk. So strong. Naruto was once again shocked by Zero Feather. However, compared to the previous Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, Spiral Pill is obviously not enough to see, which makes Naruto full of confidence. He is a person who wants to learn the S-level forbidden technique, a little A-class, how can it be difficult to defeat him? This is also one of the purposes of Zero Feather casting the Kaze Escape Spiral Shuriken in front of Naruto, not only to point Naruto to the future development direction, but also to give him a larger goal and build self-confidence. It might backfire if it were someone else, but Naruto knew that Naruto wouldn't. Next, Zero Feather briefly explained to Naruto the principle of Spiral Pill and how to practice it. However, he did not tell Naruto to use the method of rubbing balls by the shadow avatar, ready to let Naruto use his own brain. He then taught Naruto how to practice chakra control, climbing trees and treading water. Because of the absence of the nine-tailed seal, Naruto learned to climb trees faster than in the original book, but he was still not as skilled as Sakura. Zero's advice to Naruto was that instead of specifically practicing climbing trees, just attach the chakra to the solace of his feet when he walks. There is no special exercise, and it is more effective than usual hard work. And Naruto chakra has a large amount and is not afraid of consumption at all. After teaching Naruto, the two returned to Konoha. Naruto went to go over with Kakashi, and Yoro found Hinata. He thought to himself, can he use that copy card and help Hinata raise his eyes? He didn't want the little princess to be bullied by Ning Ci during the Zongnin exam. Zero Feather found Sunset Red and said, oh. Sunset Red raised her eyebrows and looked at Zero Feather provocatively. What are you going to do with us, Hinata? Hinata heard the provocative meaning of Sunset Red, her cheeks turned crimson, and she squeezed the corners of her clothes shyly. However, she was thinking in her heart, what is Zero Yajun looking for her for? Do you want to continue what happened last time? But, for a day, can I hold on? Do you want to go to Ino for help? And Zero U's next words made Hinata confirm the guess in his heart. Of course, it was for Hinata's special training. Zero Feather said to Sunset Red. Special training. Zero Yukon special training? Really? Ino, come and save me. Burst. Hinata blushed and fainted. Zero U's hand was quick, and he instantly turned behind Hinata and hugged her, his face full of doubts. What's wrong with this again? Why did you faint again? No matter, Teacher Hong, I took the person, and I will give you a complete Hinata tomorrow. After speaking, turn on the system and disappear. Sunset Hong looked at the place where the two disappeared, and muttered in a voice that only she could hear, it's okay if it's not complete. Near noon, Hinata woke up slowly. She looked at the neat clothes on her body, a little disappointed. This is already the second time. Bah, Hinata, what are you expecting? Hinata blushed. You're awake. Zero you came out from the side and handed over a grilled fish eat. Gollum. Tempted by the aroma of grilled fish, Hinata's stomach screamed uncontrollably. Although her big stomach king attribute had been exposed in front of Zero you, she couldn't help but be shy. Hinata took the grilled fish and took a bite. Well, it's so fragrant, it's the taste of love. Zero Feather also picked up the grilled fish and took a bite. Gagging, it's the taste of mush. Let's eat noodles, I'll cook noodles for you, Ichiraku ramen, I have a lot of them. Yura casually inserted the grilled fish on the ground, turned around and took out Ichiraku ramen from the system guide, ready to eat with Hinata. But after turning around, Yuzuru looked at Hinata, who fainted to the ground, his eyes turned straight in circles, and his head was full of question marks. What's wrong with this? Hinata's face turned red. Boil, noodles for me to eat. Hinata fainted twice, disrupting Yura's plan. Originally, he wanted to guide Hinata to cultivate first, see how much Hinata controlled the white eye, and then make plans. Who thought, such a toss, there is no time. Forget it, just give Hinata the full level of white eyes. Anyway, she is an orthodox white eye bloodline, her talent is not bad, she should be able to control it. As the day went west, Hinata slowly opened her eyes. She touched the corners of her mouth and said to herself, is it over? How is it different from what you imagined? Is it supposed to be like this? What's over? Yuzuru asked curiously. Ugh. Hinata was startled by the sudden appearance of Yuzuru, and then lowered his head and said shyly, didn't you say, you cooked noodles for me to eat? Yes, but you fainted, how can I feed you? Yuzuru asked rhetorically, pointing to Ichiraku ramen next to him. Also, if you pass out, it seems that you can't eat. Hinata whispered. What did you say? Yuzuru listened confused. Where is all this? Get down to business, Hinata, look me in the eye. Seeing that it was going dark, Yuzuru grabbed Hinata's shoulder and said to Hinata, oh. Hinata replied, looking straight into Yuzuru's eyes. But it's so shy. Hinata did not dare to look directly, and his eyes unconsciously glanced to the side. Yuzuru wondered, didn't I wash my face, or am I not handsome enough today, why do I always hide? So, Yuzuru held Hinata's face, stepped forward, and forced Hinata to look at him. Hinata was frightened by Yuzuru's actions, and then his heart pounded and his cheeks were red and hot. Zero-kun was so close to me and held my face, did he want to kiss me? My first kiss. Thump, thump, thump. Hinata fainted for the third time. Night Zero Feather. I'm numb, why? Yuzuru became more and more confused about Hinata. Tossed back and forth, and it was not until the evening that Night Zero gave Hinata a full level to Hinata. Drip. Any Pokédex copy card has been used, copy Pokédex, blood succession limit white eye. Transfer target, Hinata, character guide, name, Hinata ninja level, lower shinobi ability, blood succession limit white eye full level Hinata, how do you feel? Yoru asked Hinata cautiously. My eyes hurt a little, and my head was a little swollen, but I don't know why, there is another. Strange feelings. Hinata said uncomfortably. Yuzuru's brows furrowed slightly. It won't be an accident, right? Sure enough, it is still too abrupt, and Hinata should be allowed to grow again. As far as Yuzuru knows, no matter what kind of blood succession limit, it needs to grow, just like the evolution of the Sharingan. It's just that most of the blood succession limits are not as obvious as the changes in the Sharingan. For example, the same as Mudan, Yamato and Thousand Hand Pillar are incomparable, also white-eyed, Hinata is not as good as Hinata. This is not only related to the ninja's own chakra, spiritual power, etc., but also related to the growth and bloodline of the blood succession limit. Hinata is still young, and it is normal to suddenly give her a full level of white eyes, and it is normal that she can't bear it. It seems that only part of the ability can be sealed. Zero Feathers secretly planned. However, Yoru underestimated Hinata. The eldest daughter of the head of the Hyuga family, the white-eyed princess Hinata, is she a general? Despite the difficulty, Hinata persevered. Opening his eyes, Hinata suddenly felt that the whole world had changed. Although she did not open her eyes, her senses around her directly rose to a higher level, and details that were previously imperceptible could now be seen clearly. Even the ants on the ground can't escape her eyes. White eyes. Hinata rolled her eyes in surprise, which startled her again. This is my white-eyed world. Hinata's white-eyed world has not only doubled in scope, but also gained more insight. Previously, she could indeed see the flow of chakra in the ninja's body, but she could only see the flow. But now, every thread, every wisp, down to the cell, she can see clearly. The power of the soft fist cast in this state will definitely be even more powerful. Zero-kun, how did you do it? Hinata looked at Yoru with adoration and curiosity. Zero touched her hair and said with a smile, it's just that I used a little special means, and I can't explain it clearly. In short, you can adapt. As you grow, your white eyes will become stronger, and you can now try to develop your own ninjutsu. While the iron was hot, Yuzuru instilled the concept of Guardian Bagua 64 Palms into Hinata by the way. Probably because this is Hinata's self-created move, Yuzuru only mentioned it slightly, Hinata understood, and suddenly became cheerful. In this regard, Hinata became more and more admired and grateful to Zero Feather. Zero-kun not only helped her improve the blood succession limit, but also enlightened her new ninjutsu. Zero-kun is really good. Over the next few days, Yuzuru occasionally helped Hinata adjust to the new white eyes, and occasionally went to Ino to visit the door. In his spare time, it doesn't matter if he helps Naruto practice ninjutsu and Xiao Li practice physical skills. On this day, drip. Release task, the main line of the plot, Peachland no more slash and white rewards, chakra boost card *10, physical fitness enhancement card *10, mental power enhancement card *10, any Pokédex copy card, any ultimate Atlas direct lift card. Finally there is a task. Yes, Zero Feather thought that the system's task function was turned off. And this task content. Yes, Zero you touched his chin and raised his eyebrows. This task is a bit interesting. There are only 2 names, Mamakai will not be cut in white, and it is not said whether to kill them, or to subdue them, or whatever. Doesn't that mean let him play? Broad. The corners of Yes-Zero-U's mouth turned up slightly, his eyes flashed, and he had a plan in his heart. He still likes the pair of CPS who don't chop in white. Bai's experience when he was a child was undoubtedly miserable, and from the moment he met Zaewu chopping, the fates of the two were intertwined. Bai has the meaning of living, although this meaning is a bit extreme. No matter how cold and lonely the heart is, it quietly warms up, and there is an additional companion in life. Unfortunately, in order to liberate the misty hidden village from the blood mist, he was still raising funds for the next rebellion, but he was killed by the protagonist group and failed to fulfill his long-cherished wish. So, in the Wave Country incident, is it the bad side not to behead? Or did Naruto make a mistake and shouldn't have killed and never beheaded? Neither, just different positions. No more slashing is for the village of Kirai, Naruto they are for the village of Konoha. Not to mention that the 3 of Naruto were still young, and they didn't understand anything but blood, let alone the politics and partisan struggles in the village. Even if Kakashi knew the desire not to behead again, he would not be able to let go of not beheading again. However, Knight Zero Feather is different. He who crossed over is not a person from Konoha, nor a person from Mist Hidden Village, he is him. So, the trip to the land of waves, the blood mist, is very exciting. Yes, Zero you said to himself. Hokage building, office. Let go of me, I'm going to kill you. Who do you say is short and dull? Naruto yelled to kill Datsuna. Naruto, what are you going to do by killing the uncle we're about to protect, idiot? Kakashi grabbed Naruto by the back of his neck and picked him up. Suddenly, ugh, a figure appeared out of thin air. After seeing the person who appeared, everyone was stunned. 8th Fari was startled, and suddenly had a sense of foreboding in his heart. What is he here for? When this kid comes, it's probably not a good thing. Kakashi still has dead fish eyes, but in his eyes, there is curiosity about Knight Zero Feather. He had never fought Yes Zero Feather head-on, but he had heard a lot about Yes Zero Feather from Metkai, Sunset Red, and Asma. He is very strange. Yes Zero U, a child who has just graduated, is really that powerful. Sasuke still looked like he didn't have anything to look at, and he didn't put the crane tail of Yora Zero Feather in his eyes at all. Sakura didn't react, she and Yoro had no intersection. Instead, Naruto, after seeing Knight Zero Feather coming, immediately shouted excitedly, Zero U. After saying hello to Naruto, Yoritobi said to Sarutobi Hinata, I'm going on this mission too. Sarutobi sighed. He knew that something was wrong with Yes Zero Feather. But this is also good, he knows very well the strength of Knight Zero Feather, and with one more person to protect Naruto, he is more at ease, and then agreed to Knight Zero U's request. Hey, another useless imp. Dasna took a sip of wine, shook his head and stumbled out. Hey, who do you say is a useless imp? Say I can, say Zero Feather can't. No, say I can't either. You are a useless old man, a rotten old man who can only drink. Naruto yelled and went up and kicked Dasna again. Okay Naruto, be quiet, don't make trouble, I told you not to make trouble. Sakura's good words were fruitless, and the irritable punch solved the problem, causing Naruto to completely close his mouth and rub his head in pain. Yoru couldn't help but look at Sakura more. When I used to watch anime, I always felt that Sakura's violence against Naruto was purely funny, but now it seems that Sakura is so talented, it's no wonder that she was chosen by Tsunade. In this way, the group escorted Dasna towards the country of Bo. After walking out of Konoha village for a long distance, a puddle in the middle of the road was so abrupt. Yes Zero you glanced at it and sighed, brother, you two are going to come out again to give away people's heads. Ha, why do I say again? Without waiting for Knight Zero you to think more, boom, the sound of metal rubbing came, and Kakashi was bound by chains and shattered. Sakura was so frightened by this scene that her legs trembled and her face paled. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto shouted, also startled by the sudden accident. Only Sasuke looked indifferent, not a little surprised, but had already expected everything. Seeing this, Kakashi, who was hiding in the shadows, shook his head slightly. Sakura and Naruto were still too simple, not at all the calmness of a ninja, or Sasuke was a little better, and had already discovered that there was a problem with the pool of water in the middle of the road. Is this the gap between geniuses and ordinary people? Kakashi became more and more fond of Sasuke. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Yaziroyu again, his brows furrowed slightly. I saw Yaziro's expression indifferent, as if nothing had happened, neither surprised nor planned to do it, looking like a bystander watching a play. And just when Kakashi wondered why Night Zero Feather was so calm, multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Boom, 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 50 or 60 Naruto came from all directions, filling the already unspacious field. Seeing this, the two mist ninja were dumbfounded. Hold the grass, why are there so many shadow doppelgangers? There is not even a place to get off the foot and hide, how else to fight this? So, the result can be imagined, the two mist ninja only burst 4 or 5 Naruto doppelgangers, and then they were overwhelmed by the dense Naruto shadow doppelganger, pressed to the ground and kicked. The Naruto shadow doppelganger on the periphery even shot at his own people because he couldn't squeeze in, and with other shadow doppelgangers. Mizuki said, I am familiar with this. What? In an instant, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Dasna were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They didn't understand, how could Naruto, who was still afraid of just now, suddenly counterattack? Moreover, how could he distinguish so many shadow doppelgangers? Kakashi shed tears of envy. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto's shadow doppelgangers dispersed one after another, and the two mist ninja fell to the ground, struggling to lift even a finger. Dare to sneak up on us, eat enough to hold on, right? How's that, Sakura, am I awesome? Naruto immediately waved to Sakura. It's okay. Sakura forced a smile. Still in fear and shock, she suddenly felt that Naruto was a little strange and didn't know how to face him. After showing Sakura a show, Naruto ran to Yora Zero Feather again, and said with a stinky fart, Zero Feather, this is my newly developed ninjutsu, the art of kicking you to death, how is it? When Kakashi and the others heard this, their heads were full of black lines. What, the art of kicking you to death in a sea of people? It should be called the art of gangsters beating you without face, right? How could any ninja use such a playful way of fighting? However, yes, this technique is very suitable for you, and I will develop it more in the future. Yorozuroha patted Naruto on the shoulder with satisfaction. Everyone. Big brother, we are also ninjas, can we be a little pressing? Yorozero Feather and the two forced Sakura, who is a girl, to speak. Yeah, Zero, you pondered for a moment, pressing? It's really a little worse. Yes, we are ninjas, guardians of the village, the future, such a special identity. How can we fight in such a way of fighting that is worth losing? It's you, Naruto, don't use your harem art anymore, shame. Learn more about Zero U, so quickly comprehend. Without waiting for Sakura to finish speaking, she only heard Night Zero U say, in this way, Naruto, in the future, you will directly divide 1,000 doppelgangers, 1 normal battle, 999 flag-waving cheers, make him a gong and drum, firecrackers in unison, red flags on display, a sea of people, and a full of people. So it is, I learned. Naruto thought seriously for a moment and said firmly, everyone, I pour. You two are weird. Naruto even suggested, I think my harem art can also be added to it, come to him. Don't mention your harem art again. Sakura finally couldn't hold back and punched Naruto in the head. She really didn't know what was going on in Naruto's head all day. Kakashi also took the opportunity to come out and said, Naruto, I know you can multiple shadow doppelgangers, but when using this technique in the future, it is best not to separate so many shadow avatars at once. This technique is forbidden, and each shadow avatar will divide the chakra in your body equally, and 100 shadow avatars will be divided into 100 parts equally. If you divide too much, it will directly lead to the exhaustion of your chakra, and the body is in danger of life, understand? As he spoke, Kakashi became more and more envious of Naruto. At a young age, you can separate so many shadow doppelgangers at once to fight without the slightest sign of chakra's inadequacy, and grow up? Moreover, Naruto's reaction was very fast. He actually reacted from panic so quickly and took the lead in solving the two mist yin. He thought that it would be Sasuke who struck first. Just as Kakashi envied Naruto, Naruto said, only dozens, a lot. Zero Feather, I remember when we practiced before, I seem to have divided more than 5,000 doppelgangers, right? Naruto said thoughtfully. Yeah, Zero U nodded, put his hands around his chest and said, 5,540. This is the little trick he told him in order for Naruto to quickly learn to rub balls, and the experience of the shadow avatar can be transmitted back to the body. It is precisely because of his teaching that Naruto can almost rub balls with one hand, and directly cross the stage of rubbing balls by the shadow avatar, and the progress in this original work is much faster. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes that were directly shocked were about to fall out. 5 or 5,000, a lot? But in order to guide me before, Zero Feather scored more than me, Naruto said unknowingly. He only touched Zero Feathers overnight, thinking that 5,000 should be a normal number. After all, he was almost the limit to 5,000, but Night Zero Feather casually was 5,000. So in Naruto's opinion, 5,000, too little. When everyone heard this, after the eyeballs, their jaws also fell to the ground. Night Zero Feathers is more than 5,000. What freaks you two are? Sasuke, in particular, his eyes were red. The two crane tails in the class are so strong, and he can't even shadow doppelganger, let alone multiple shadow doppelganger, which makes him embarrassed by this first love? Sasuke clenched his fists and stared at the two. Well, when I didn't say it. Kakashi coughed awkwardly, not wanting to dwell too much on the matter of the shadow doppelganger, because he was afraid. Kakashi-sensei, how many shadow doppelgangers can you divide? Zero Feather raised his eyebrows slightly and asked playfully. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, how many shadow doppelgangers can you divide? You are a shinobi, you should have more than us, right? 10,000? 20,000. Kakashi, I'm afraid of what's coming? 20,000, Naruto, are you trying to let me be drained? Ahem, we should hurry. Kakashi coughed twice and kept silent about the two of them. Are you kidding, thinking that Lao Tzu will tell you that Lao Tzu can't even reach 1/5 of you? Lao Tzu also wants face, right? After seeing Kakashi's embarrassment, you're a zero, you couldn't help but feel funny. Kadayan is hit daily by crit. Instead, Naruto asked after Kakashi, hearing Kakashi's head grow bigger. When everyone reacted, the two mist ninjas actually disappeared. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Datsuna didn't feel anything, only thought that the three had escaped. Kakashi frowned slightly. The reason why he had been farts with Zero Feather for so long just now was because he saw that the two mist ninja were seriously injured and it was impossible to escape, so he relaxed his vigilance. However, he was just relaxing, not without paying attention to his surroundings. This is his quality as an elite shinobi, always paying attention to the vicinity. However, even so, the two mist ninjas, who were seriously injured and struggled to move, actually disappeared. How so? Could it be that there were ninjas who were more powerful than him in the shadows and rescued them? This task is not simple, and it is likely to be life-threatening. Kakashi's heart tightened. He looked at Naruto and Sasuke, and his heart wavered. Then, he looked at Dasna seriously and began the plot dialogue, questioning Dasna what was going on. As for the result, of course, Naruto continued his mission. It's just that this time, the reason why Kakashi agreed to Naruto continue the mission was not because of Naruto's mouth, but because of the presence of Knight Zero Feather. If it was only his own words, even if Naruto said the flowers, he would not be able to put the lives of the nine-tailed pillar and Uchiha in the depths of the orphan. After all, the other party could save two dying ninjas under his nose. But with Zero Feathers in the night, it's another matter. Just like that, the group continued on the road. And on the other side, somewhere in the forest. Save you, of course, to see how handsome you are. Yes, Zero, you said jokingly. He joked here, but instead stunned the two mist ninjas. See how handsome we are? We know. Sure enough, looks can save the world. After Zero, you saw the two of them a little shy and a little smug eyes. He was also stunned and blurted out, just kidding, you two won't take it seriously, right? The two mist ninja froze again, followed by shame. Is there a mistake? We are all going to die, more air intake and less outflow, such a serious occasion, you actually joked? We don't care, we take it seriously, Lao Tzu is the first handsome in the world. I don't know how many times I have been brushed by the protagonist group, and I still can't enjoy it. Is it handsome and swollen? Is it swollen at will? Forget it, just be handsome. Zero, you ruffled his bangs, and his handsome face was suffocating. Seeing this, the two misty shinobi, who were playing small emotions, were stunned for a moment, and then even more crazy. Abominable, abominable. It's just that the strength is strong, and he looks so handsome. Is there any heavenly reason? I can save you on the condition that you take me to see Peachland and not behead again. Knight Zero Feather returned to preaching. The two mist ninjas were stunned again and looked at Zero Feather in surprise. How did he know that we were the ones who would not behead Mr. again? We shouldn't have exposed any information, right? Who the hell is he? Surprised, but also like death. Give up, we will die, and we will never expose any information about Mr. Bullet and Chopper. Zero, you clearly felt the determination of the two to not be afraid of death. He couldn't help but sigh. Presumably Mamakai's position in the reform faction of Mist Hidden Village was probably higher than Kakashi's status in Konoha, right? It is clear that he is a rebel, but he is worshipped by the 4th generation of Water Shadow Guards and the 5th generation of Water Shadow Kojuro. Obviously, there is no blood relationship, but the first goal of Ghost Lantern Shuyu when he regains his freedom is not to find the flat sea flounder of his brother Ghost Lantern Full Moon, but the decapitation knife that Mamakai will not behead. Sasuke, a brother, said that he was very incomprehensible about this. Unfortunately, fate always misses that little bit. Even if Tadai does not live for another 3 or 4 years, he can see the liberation of Wien Village. Zero, you looked at the two who would rather die unyielding, and after being silent for a while, he slowly spoke, take me to meet Zay Bulletin, I can help you launch another coup d'etat and end the blood mist. The two mist ninjas were shocked and stared at Zero Feather in shock. You, how do you know? Zero, you not only knew that they were the ones who would not be killed in Peachland, but also knew that they were going to launch a second coup. This is their biggest secret. You know, in the eyes of outsiders, they should just be a group of outlaws. there can simply be no other purpose than to run for your life. And since the two can choose to follow Mamakai and not launch a coup d'etat and assassinate the fourth generation of Water Shadow, naturally they cannot be some passerby ABC role, but people with deep thoughts. Although the death was very sudden, he didn't even show his face. But this did not prevent them from thinking about the righteousness of Wien Village. As soon as Ye-Zero-Yu's words came out, the two looked at each other, and they both saw firmness in each other's eyes. They are dead, and they must also protect Mr. Zaiwu and will not leak the slightest bit of information. The small pill in the mouth was crushed by the two. A few seconds later. Hey, wake up, is it fun? Ye-Zero-Yu kicked the two. The two mist ninjas opened their eyes, and they were stunned. No, didn't we kill ourselves by biting poison? How is it still alive? Could it be that the poison has expired? Is there finally an answer to the century question of whether expired poison is non-toxic or more poisonous? But when the two saw Ye-Zero-Yu's eyes, the two were shocked at the same time and understood everything. Writing wheel eyes, illusions. Everything just now turned out to be all illusion. A new shock followed. Wasn't Uchiha exterminated, and why did he have the Sharingan? What's going on here? After all, the two Miss Ninja are Mamakai's henchmen, and they both have an understanding of major events in the ninja world, and they recognize Ye-Zero-Yu's chakra eyes at a glance, but they also bring more doubts. At the same time, they also recognize the fact that it is difficult for them to die now. The fate of life cannot be controlled, and the fate of death cannot be controlled. Give you another chance, do you take the initiative to take me to find it and not cut it, or will I find it myself? Although Ye-Zero-Yu's tone was calm, it was full of menace. The two had no choice but to choose the former. Choosing the former, they can at least find a chance to escape, or wait for the opportunity to help Mr. Bulletin when the time comes. But if they chose the latter and let Ye-Zero-Yu use illusion to forcibly deceive their memories, they really had no chance at all. Okay, we'll take you. One of the Mist Ninjas said quietly, and then said, but we are now seriously injured, we can't even walk, we need to rest for a while, and then. The Mist Ninja wanted to delay for a while. However, the two Mist Ninja looked at Ye-Zero-Yu, who was treating them, and were stunned. He even knows how to heal ninjutsu, and the technology is better than white. What a freak this is. Not long after, under the treatment of Night Zero Feather, the two recovered 7788, and the effect was better than going to the hospital. Don't try to run away, you know. Ye-Zero-Yu put his hands in his pockets, looking like he was eating you to death. The two looked at Ye-Zero-Yu's chakra eyes. How could they have the slightest idea of escaping? They even felt that they were still in the illusion of Night Zero Feather. In this way, the Night Zero Feather soldiers divided into two ways, followed the plot all the way, and went to the hiding place in advance under the leadership of two Miss Ninjas. However, Ye-Zero-Yu still underestimated the loyalty of these two ninjas to no longer slashing, and actually took him around twice. Although he quickly discovered it, it still delayed a lot of time. In this regard, Ye-Zero-Yu was speechless. You two are really good teammates who don't kill Mamakai. My side is desperately trying to save it. I want to let Mamadai never cut off the encounter with the protagonist group, and your side desperately sends it, so that Mamadai does not meet the protagonist group again. I really convinced you. Sure enough, by the time Night Zero Feather's shadow doppelganger and the two Miss Ninja came to Mamakai and did not cut the old nest was gone. Ye-Zero-Yu sighed and laughed. The two Miss Ninjas also laughed, their efforts were not in vain, the boss was not there, and escaped. On the other side, the body of Night Zero Feather had already met Mamakai again. After Ye-Zero-Yu felt that the peach land hidden in the shadows would not be cut again, he knew that the other side had failed. However, he didn't feel anything. Ugh. Just like the original plot, Mamakai is a throwing knife if he doesn't cut it up, and the decapitated knife rotates and flies over. You said that if he sneaks up, the decapitation is as big as a big knife, the sound of flying is not small, and the speed is not fast, but any Naka shinobi can sense it, let alone Kakashi, an elite shinobi. You say he's attacking head-on, it's not so upright. Therefore, Ye-Zero Feather summed up one word, pretending. However, in Ye-Zero-Yu's opinion, this time the forced pretense was too failed, and it was even a negative teaching material for the pretending world. Because, all on your stomach. The first moment Kakashi found out about the situation, he yelled loudly. Naruto and Sasuke hurriedly lay on the ground. Ugh. The decapitation knife flew past several people, almost cutting them off. However, there was one person who did not lie down, and that was Night Zero Feather. Not good. Kakashi secretly shouted badly. He had not yet fought Ye-Zero-Yu head-on, although he knew that Ye-Zero-Yu's strength was extraordinary, he still couldn't help but treat him as an ordinary ninja school graduate, and did not think that Ye-Zero-Yu could block this knife. But when he wanted to go up to the rescue, it was too late, and he could only watch the decapitation knife slash towards Ye-Zero Feather. The shadows in the Peach Land no longer saw this, and couldn't help but laugh. Konoha Shinobi is also too bad, he is just a tentative shot, and he can actually kill a person. It seems that today's operation will go well. But just when Kakashi and Mamakai didn't think differently, in the next moment, an unexpected scene happened to the two. Snap! Yaziroyu raised his right hand and firmly held the handle of the decapitation knife. His body did not move, as stable as Mount Tai. What? Kakashi and Mamakai were both shocked. Although Mamakai did not use full force without chopping, the decapitation knife is a heavyweight weapon, and it is difficult for ordinary people to pick it up, and after flying, the inertia is even more outrageous. Even if Mamakai didn't cut again, he needed to hold a knife in both hands, and Kakashi was unwilling to confront him head-on. But Zero Feather firmly caught the decapitation knife with one hand. Sasuke and Naruto also raised their heads and saw this scene, revealing shock. Especially Sasuke, his pupils shrank sharply, his fists clenched tighter, and he gritted his teeth. Drip. Light up the weapon book, decapitate the big knife, can be summoned the system sounds, and the book is successfully lit. Yaziroyu said, isn't this the negative teaching material? The two sides are at war, weapons are the key, but Mamadai does not cut down well, directly throws the weapon and sends it to him. Indeed, Naruto was weak and could not have taken the decapitation knife like him. But what if? Isn't there an accident now? How can you pretend to be so forceful? It's too humiliating for the pretense world. Therefore, Yaziroyu is ready to teach Mamadai another lesson, let him know that the essence of pretending is crushing. There is no absolute crushing force, do not pretend, be careful of being struck by lightning. Mamakai did not cut again, because of the shot just now, the position had been exposed, and in an instant, he appeared on the trunk of the tree, looking at everyone condescendingly. However, he had no decapitation knife in his hand, forcing the grid to drop another point. Kakashi saw that Mamakai was not chopping again, his expression was stunned, he protected Sasuke and the others on his body, and said nervously, I didn't think it was this guy. You stand back, protect Mr. Dazna, don't meddle. Saying that, while pulling away the forehead, he instructed Zero Feather, protect them. At this time, he didn't have time to think about Zero Feather's strength, and only Peach Land was no longer cut in his eyes. Uraziroyu did not stay behind, but stepped forward and said to Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, hand him over to me, or you go and protect Naruto and them. Don't mess around, do you know who he is? Kakashi frowned. In the face of Peachland, no matter how much he slashed, even he did not dare to be careless. Immediately, he will tell the information that Mamakai will not be cut again, so that Yoru and Naruto know how urgent the situation is now. But before Kakashi could speak, he heard Uraziroyu say Mamakai is no longer slashed, one of the 7 people of the ninja sword, the Oni of the Mist Hidden Body, is an elite upper ninja of the Mist Hidden Dark Division, known for his silent killing technique. When he graduated from the ninja school, he killed all the students who graduated in the same class. Later, because of the failed coup d'état, he became a rebel. Uraziroha casually said some information, so that Kakashi and Mamakai were no longer slightly surprised. If it was a ninja of the same generation as Mamakai, such as Kakashi, they would not be surprised to know his information. But Yaziroyu has just graduated from the ninja school, how do you know so clearly? Even if Zero Feather stayed in the dark part for a while, he wouldn't know that Mamakai would not be cut again, right? Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, you should have heard about my strength. Yaziroyu took the decapitation knife and walked to the front. Kakashi's brows frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said solemnly, okay, you can make a move, but you must retreat as soon as you encounter danger, don't be stubborn. After that, Kakashi pulled off the blindfold, holding the kunao in his hand, wary of Mamakai not chopping again, ready to strike at any time. He still didn't worry about Knight Zero Feather. No, Kakashi-sensei, that's Shangnin, how can Zero be an opponent? Sakura said anxiously, worried about Yoruto's safety. Although Sasuke did not speak, there was also worry between his eyebrows, but there was another emotion, that is, curiosity and disbelief. He didn't understand, how did Zero Feather have the courage to face Peachland and not cut again? That's a good patience. Even though he is very confident in his strength, he does not feel that he can win and endure. It was Naruto who said indifferently, don't worry, Zero Feather is very strong, isn't it a superior shinobi, I'm afraid. Without waiting for Naruto to finish speaking, Sakura punched him in the head and reprimanded, do you know what shinobi means? People like Kakashi-sensei are shinobi, very strong, right? Our kind of subjugation is not an opponent at all. Is Kakashi-sensei strong? Naruto questioned. Sasuke also showed a skeptical look. Sakura paused, froze in place, suddenly stopped speaking, and after a few seconds said not so convinced, it should. Strong, right? After all, it is Shangnin. Hey, what do you usually think of me? Kakashi was speechless. Yoruto looked at Sakura, but he was grateful for her concern. Although he still didn't like Sakura's emotional handling of Naruto and Sasuke, it wasn't to the point where he was annoyed when he saw Sakura. To put it bluntly, Naruto is willing, can he do it? Who hasn't had a crush like first love when they went to school? It's just that both Sakura and Naruto went too extreme. However, as an ordinary person from an ordinary family, Sakura's growth and personality are quite normal. For example, in this situation, in Sakura's opinion, they are all just children, and they can't be opponents of Shangnan, and naturally they won't let Yura-Zero die in vain. It's just that Yes Zero Feather is an ordinary person? Of course not. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Yura-Zero smiled at Sakura. This smile actually made Sakura a little stunned, and there was an inexplicable sense of security. Mamadai no longer squatted on the tree trunk and chuckled coldly. Little friends, have you finished everything that should be said? I don't mind if you talk a little longer. Mamakai no longer speaks very lightly, politely and arrogantly. The expression in the eyes is also in place, contemptuous but not pretentious. It can be said that if there is a full score of 100, this force can give 90 points. However, Mamakai is very depressed if he doesn't cut it. His knife is gone. I knew this earlier. I shouldn't have pretended to be forced to appear just now. This time it was good, forced not to pretend, and put the weapon in. No, you have to think of a countermeasure to snatch the decapitation knife back. Mamakai stopped thinking about how to snatch the decapitation knife back. Soon, he had a plan. Use the mist concealment technique to confuse the other party's perception, and then use the water body to sneak up and encircle and suppress on all sides. The other party is just a child, even if the strength is good, but he definitely lacks combat experience, and then there will be chaos. As long as the other party is in chaos, he can take the opportunity to recapture the decapitation knife. At that time, he with a big knife for decapitation, he will deal with a hairy boy, not cutting melons and cutting vegetables. It will be easy. Sigma, degree. Without waiting for Mamakai to finish thinking about it, he widened his eyes and stared at Yes-Zero. You, stupid. I saw Yes-Zero you take out a spatial scroll, put the decapitation knife on it, and seal the decapitation knife with both hands, and actually sealed the decapitation knife. Done! Yura-Zero Feather clapped his hands and placed the scroll that sealed the decapitation knife in the ninja bag, which was actually placed in the system space. Peachland will not be chopped again. Hold the grass. I am numb. How can you seal the decapitation knife? You sealed it, how else can I snatch it back? You'll have to fight with it. Why don't you kid play cards according to the routine? I'm still planning a yarn. Not only Mamakai no longer chopped, but Kakashi and the others also saw it. They had thought of many ways to start fighting with Knight Zero Feather in Peachland, but they didn't expect that before they started fighting, Knight Zero Feather would seal the weapon as soon as he came up. Normally, shouldn't it be to hit the enemy with his weapons? How many meanings are directly sealed? Okay, let's get started. Yes-Zero you ignored everyone's surprise and said to Mamakai no more. Mamakai didn't cut his eyes and narrowed slightly, hating his teeth. You little bunny cub is too much. See, I don't teach you a lesson. Kill you, and you can also snatch back the decapitation knife. Ugh. Mamakai jumped on the surface of the water again and began the mist concealment technique. Drip. Light up skill guide, mist concealment technique. Gradually, the surroundings are shrouded in thick fog, and the visibility is less than 3 meters. Alert! Protect Dasna, Kakashi said seriously. The three of Suzuki reacted quickly and formed an encirclement with Kakashi, protecting Datsuna in the center. Kakashi looked at Knight Zero Feather, which was gradually covered by thick fog, and thought to himself, in the face of the difficult mist concealment technique, what method would he use to deal with it? Mamakai, whose figure had completely disappeared, no longer sneered and looked at Yes-Zero Feather. He was not in a hurry to make a move, but was waiting for the moment when Yes-Zero U's mentality loosened. As an assassin, strength is important, but timing is even more important. Yes-Zero U looked around, and the surrounding fog was becoming thicker with the naked eye. He knew that the concentration of the mist concealment technique was directly related to the amount of chakra of the user. To this extent, it should cost Peachland and not cut a lot of chakra, right? Try it. Yes-Zero U's hands flipped quickly, and the seal was finished in the blink of an eye. Wind escape great breakthrough. A fierce wind erupted from the mouth of Knight Zero Feather, blowing away all the dense fog of more than 10 meters around. That's awesome. Naruto's eyes flashed with little stars, and Suzuki and Sakura also showed surprise. They are still children, they have short knowledge and little experience, and in their opinion, the current Knight Zero Feather is very strong. Kakashi frowned. If it were any other environment, Yes-Zero Feather's choice was not wrong, and Feng Dun did restrain the mist concealment technique, which could blow the mist away. However, this is near the river, and the other party is hiding the fog, and the method of using the wind to blow away the mist is simply not feasible. The Peachland hidden in the dense fog did not see this, but directly showed a sneer. Little ghosts are little ghosts. The most basic attribute ninjutsu restraint is to understand some, but only understand some. Even the surrounding environment does not know to observe. What you have learned will not be applied. It seems that you can easily take him down and snatch back the decapitation knife. Mamakai is no longer full of confidence and serves his hands. Kakashi was also ready to strike and take over Knight Zero Feather. Just when the two had their own thoughts, Yes-Zero U had the next move. Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Wind escape great breakthrough. Yaziroyu's hands were sealed, and more than 100 shadow doppelgangers were directly separated, lined up in a line, and cast a wind escape together. The wind escape great breakthrough, cast by a single shadow avatar, was even stronger than the one cast by the Night Zero feather body just now. More than 100 shadow doppelgangers added up, directly violent wind, blowing trees shaking, everyone standing unsteadily. If not for Sakura and Suzuki pulling, Naruto would have passed away with the wind. The thick fog around was blown away by the wind and clouds. Kakashi and Mamakai were stunned when they didn't see this scene again. It's okay. So playful? What a chakra amount this must be. A moment ago, the two of them still felt that Yazero Feather was naive, had no combat experience, and had to suffer losses. Now, Yazero Feather directly told them with facts that what combat experience they wanted. Only when facing opponents of the same level, they needed combat experience. Face the opponent of the next level, directly crush. One wind is not good, then 100. The thick fog dispersed, and Yazero Feather immediately locked the position of the Peachland and did not cut it. Ugh! Instantaneous technique. Night Zero Feather appeared behind Mamakai, no longer chopped, and raising his leg was a sweep. Boom! The Peachland did not turn into a stream of water, and was crushed by this kick. Drip! Light up skill guide, water body. At the same time, a sense of crisis came from behind Yazero Feather. Poof! Kuu pierced into the back of Yazero Feather, and the cold voice of Mamakai no longer cut the yin sounded. Little ghost, I admit that your ninjutsu is good, but unfortunately, you are still too young. Boom! Before the words were finished, Mamakai's pupils suddenly contracted, full of disbelief. I saw that Yaziroyu, who was stabbed by him, turned into a stake, and it was actually substitute technique. When Peachland is no longer like being struck by lightning. If Yaziroyu used the shadow doppelganger technique, even if it was a second-level doppelganger technique, he could accept it, but that avatar technique was simply off the spectrum. As we all know, avatar can only replace the position of the body, and cannot make a substantial attack. Even if it is doppelganger, it can only do simple feint moves, and cannot use ninjutsu and complex attacks. That's why ninjas of various lines developed shadow doppelganger art, water body art, and so on. In other words, when his water body was drained, Night Zero Feather was still the body. Not only did Mamakai not slash again, but even Kakashi, who did not use the Sharingan, did not expect and discover that Yoryu would use the low-level ninjutsu avatar technique in such a high-level battle. On the contrary, Naruto and the others, because of their lack of experience, did not feel anything, and even felt that Night Zero Feather avatar technique was wonderful. And at this time, suddenly, a pair of hands stretched out from the ground and grabbed Mamakai's legs that were not cut off. Mamakai was not surprised again. When was this used again? Could it be that he used when summoning the shadow avatar to use the wind escape just now? Without waiting for Didai to think about it again, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Flames struck from the back of Peachland, engulfing it. So strong. What a thought, Kakashi said solemnly. If this battle is replaced by him, he will definitely choose to use the Sharingan to see through all the ninjutsu and movements that Mamakai does not slash. Then use the same ninjutsu as the other party to confuse the other party, and even break the other party's mentality, and finally achieve the goal of victory. He wasn't like Yazero Feather. From the beginning of the battle, he thought of using that avatar technique to trick Tao Di and not behead, hiding his shadow doppelganger underground in advance. With such rich combat experience, is he really only 12 years old? After Yaziroyu's blow, Mamakai rolled out without chopping and was already seriously injured. He looked at Yazero Feather in surprise, as if he was looking at a monster. He didn't expect that he didn't even perform a ninjutsu, and he was beaten into this appearance by Night Zero Feather, and it was he who underestimated Night Zero Feather. According to his estimates, Yazero Feather's strength is definitely at the level of upper patience. 12 years old, with the power of upper ninja, Konoha is really afraid. No, withdraw first. Mamakai looked deeply at Yaziroyu again, and then at Kakashi, knowing that he couldn't get benefits today, and said ruthlessly, "Little ghost, your strength is good, I will accompany you to have fun next time." After speaking, the body fogged and disappeared. In the shadows, Bai also quietly disappeared and left with it. After Shiro left, in a tree not far from him, one of Yazero Feather's doppelgangers also dissipated. Familiar with the plot, he has long known that Shiro is hiding in the shadows. Therefore, the original collective shadow doppelganger wind escape, ostensibly blowing away the fog concealment technique. In fact, while the fierce wind attracted everyone's attention, Yazero Feather had already used the earth doppelganger and the wooden doppelganger to hide the doppelganger underground and in the trees. If it is other tricks, with Bai's third-person perspective and delicate mind, 9 times out of 10, you will find it. However, Yaziroyu used Mu-Duen. Bai just wanted to break his head, and he didn't think that Yazero Feather would Mu-Duen. For the escaped Mamakai, neither Yaku nor Kakashi chased after him. The former felt that it was unnecessary. Anyway, there was another shadow doppelganger waiting for him. The latter felt that it could not be committed. Their first task is to escort Xena, and it would definitely be unwise to go after and kill Peachland now. Zero, you are so good. What kind of ninjutsu did you just use? Teach me. Naruto's smelly fart came up and wanted to learn ninjutsu. Sakura looked surprised, she didn't expect the end of the class Crane to be so strong. While Sasuke was shocked, he was still not convinced. Among his peers, there are actually people who are so much stronger than him. How can someone be stronger than Uchiha? Although Kakashi still hasn't been able to fight Urazuroha, his opinion of Urayu has changed dramatically. It seems that Asuma was beaten unjustly, and Zero Feather is really strong. After repelling Mamakai, the group continued on their way. The other side. Don't cut Mr. again, you're okay. Bai stepped forward to meet the Peachland and did not cut again. It's okay, it's just a minor injury, Mamakai said without cutting his gloomy face. Hearing this, Bai smiled, and smiled very innocently. Mamakai pulled down without chopping his face again, and said unpleasantly, "Are you mocking me? Don't cut Mr. anymore, you laugh, my life is all yours, how can I mock you? I'm just a kid who loves to laugh." Shiro smiled harmlessly. You guy. Mamakai was no longer speechless, and this kid became more and more presumptuous. Suddenly, he had a wit and said maliciously, "You are about the same age, the next time we meet, you will deal with that kid, and I will deal with Kakashi." He thought to himself. Zero Feather's strength is no worse than yours, let you laugh at me, the next time you suffer a loss. Who knew that? Bai said, even the beheading knife that does not behead Mr. Zay has been robbed, how can I be his opponent? Next time, let's take the shot. You, the next time I see that little ghost, I will definitely kill him. Mamakai could not be killed by the anti-general army, and he was also mentioned in Pain and Vain, and he was almost not blown up. His big hanging. Ah no, his big knife. However, Mamadai no longer beheaded no one and did not spoil it, that is, spoiled White. Even if he was scolded by White every day, he was still not angry, just snorted coldly, and walked towards the stronghold. Mamakai will not cut the stronghold again. Zero, you sat on a chair, eating an apple. Next to them, the two Miss Ninjas stood honestly, silent, but their eyes looked left and right, looking for a possible opportunity to escape. Suddenly, Zero you was stunned and said softly, "I'm back." Not long after his words fell, ugh, swish. There were two sounds of breaking outside the door, and two figures pushed the door in. It is no one else, it is the returned Peachland that is no longer cut in white. After the door opened, everyone inside and outside the house, except for Zero you, was stunned. When the two Miss Ninjas saw that it was Mamakai who was no longer chopped, they immediately shouted in surprise, "Mr. No More Chopping, you are back. This person is an enemy." The two quickly jumped away, changing their honest appearance just now, holding chains, vigilant against Zero Feather, ready to strike at any time. And Mamakai was stunned after seeing Zero Feathers in the night. I wipe, isn't he supposed to be with Kakashi and them? How did he run to me? And also with the Ghost Brothers. In other words, didn't you two sneak up on Kakashi unsuccessfully? Are you dead? How are you still alive? Even if you are alive, how can you still bring the enemy home? Then again, why is he here? Mamakai no longer chops his brain into a mess. At this time, Bai interjected, "Don't cut Mr. again, I didn't expect to get your wish so soon, let you meet him again, come, shoot, kill him." Mamakai didn't scare anymore, and then stared at Bai with eyes as if he was about to eat Shiro, as if to say, "You are an undercover agent sent from the opposite side, right?" Just at this time, the Ghost Brother also helped by his right, "Don't cut Mr. again, this kid knows our plan, he must kill the mouth." While speaking, the two looked at Mamakai and did not behead, and suddenly paused, and asked puzzled, "Mr. Beheading, what about your beheading knife? Peachy doesn't chop again, ah." After seeing Mamakai's unslashed appearance, the Night Zero Feather Shadow Doppelganger knew that the body had met them and had also won. As for the specific situation, he did not know, but he did not need to know. He stepped forward, raised his eyebrows and said to Mamakai again, "Don't come unharmed." Mamakai didn't look at the Ghost Brother again, and then looked at Yaziroyu, and after calming down, he thought carefully and found that something was wrong. The Night Zero Feather in front of him and the one just now don't seem to be alone. With a serious face, he said to the Night Zero Feather Shadow Doppelganger, "What the hell are you?" "Me? My name is Yaziroyu, and I am the one who has come to bring you warmth." Yaziroyu said with a smile. "Peachland will not be chopped, send the warmth of a hanging, almost no fire can burn me to ashes." "Did you send warmth like that?" "Mr. No More Chopped, he is a ninja of Konoha, he has the Sharingan, and he says that he wants to help us stage a second coup and liberate the village of Kiraiai." The two Ghost Brothers took the opportunity to tell Mamakai what happened to them. After Mamakai didn't finish listening, his expression was grim, and he stared at Yaziroyu deadly. He was now very sure that the knight in front of him was 100% Shadow Doppelganger. Because he didn't want to believe that he was defeated by Night Zero Feather's Shadow Doppelganger and snatched the decapitation knife, that must be the body. But even so, Mamakai was extremely shocked if he didn't cut again. A shadow avatar and the body have been separated for so long, so far apart, they can still exist. How much chakra does this have to be? Moreover, he actually has the Sharingan. Wasn't Uchiha exterminated, and only one person remained? How could he have the Sharingan? If he has the Sharingan, who is the other kid wearing the Uchiha crest? What puzzled him even more was why Yezero helped them launch a second coup d'etat and liberate the blood mist. Mamakai looked at Yezero in shock, and a bunch of questions popped up in his mind. Don't be nervous, everyone is friends, sit and talk slowly. Yezero casually summoned a set of tables, chairs, and benches from the system guide and placed them in front of him. Mamakai no longer looked at Yezero Feather's natural appearance, and his face was a little ugly. Please, this is my home, okay? How do you make it like you're the master? However, he didn't pay much attention to these details, sat down at the table, and confronted Yezero. Boy, what are you? Mamakai didn't say anything more, and as soon as he spoke, another person sat to his right. Turning his head to look, Bai was looking at him with an innocent smile on his face. Mamakai stretched his neck again, frowned, and looked at Shiro in surprise and puzzlement, as if to say, what are you doing? This is a negotiation between the leaders of the two sides. Well, what are you doing sitting down with one of your subordinates? You should stand behind me like a ghost brother and hold me up, like. Mamakai no longer turned his head to look to the left, and the heart of scolding the mother was there. Rub, why are you two sitting down too? Go and stand in the back and give me a scene. It's over, it's all gone. Peach Land is no longer loveless. Hey, this subordinate is too difficult to bring. Yezero couldn't help but laugh after noticing that Mamakai no longer cut in white, and the ghost brothers' eye contact. It seems that the Peach Land will no longer cut the poison that is already deep and white, and a forbidden emotion has already flourished. Boy, why did Konoha help us with the second coup? What are the conditions? Mamakai didn't ask Uraha's identity first, he cared more about Konoha's attitude than Uraha's identity. But I heard Yezero say, correct one point, it's not Konoha who wants to help you in the second coup, but I want to help you. Mamakai didn't bother for a moment, looked at Knight Zero Feather's ninja forehead, and the fox asked, aren't you a ninja from Konoha? Yes. Then you don't represent Konoha? Yes. Mamakai is no longer stunned. Is there a problem with his ears, or is there a problem with his brain? Such a big thing, it can even be said that it affects the situation in the entire ninja world. As a ninja of Konoha, you actually say that you don't represent Konoha? Has Konoha already been troubled internally and externally to this extent? The ontology is doing tasks over there, and the shadow avatar is engaged in conspiracy here? Besides, if you don't represent Konoha, what are you talking to me about? We're going to stage a coup, understand? The opponent is the entire Mist Hidden Village, as well as the 4th generation Nizuke Jakura. Just one person has a fart use. Mamakai shook his head in disappointment and said, in that case, then there is no need for us to talk. Even if Yezero's strength is good, if he is alone, it will have no impact on the overall situation at all. Are you sure? Yezero raised his eyebrows and asked. Of course I'm sure, Mamakai said without hesitation, if you represent Konoha, we still have something to talk about, but you only represent you alone then. Mamakai didn't finish speaking, and was shocked by the scene in front of him and couldn't speak. I saw Yezero take out a handful of kunao wrapped around the talisman paper, throw it into the air, and the next second, a flower in front of him. Yezero Feather was still the same Knight Zero Feather, sitting indifferently at the table, and the bitterness wrapped around the rune paper fell steadily, and fell firmly in his hand. The scene just now was as fast as a millimeter, as if nothing had happened. But Mamakai's eyes widened in amazement, and he was very sure that the Knight Zero Feather in front of him was no longer the Knight Zero Feather just now, but the body. In an instant, the body and the shadow avatar exchanged. So if he didn't guess, the mechanism would be on that talisman paper. Rune paper, space movement, is it that legendary technique Flying Thunder God? He actually knows, Flying Thunder God. Mamaji no longer stared at Yezero, his eyes full of disbelief. How, is there a talk this time? Yezero asked again. After Mamakai was silent for a few seconds, he put his hand on the table and said solemnly, yes. And the Bai and Ghost brothers next to them, although they didn't know what happened specifically, they also knew that 9 out of 10 amazing changes had happened in the Knight Zero Feather in front of them, and their hearts were shocked. Well, let me talk about my conditions first. Yezero leaned on the back of the chair, already fully grasping the initiative in the negotiation, and said, I can help you solve the 4th generation of water shadows, on the condition that the 3 tails belong to me. As for the other upper shinobi and the dark part of the Mist Hidden Village, you and Terumi can drag it out. I believe you have this strength. Rest assured, I won't have to delay too long, I will be able to end the battle soon. Yezero said comfortably. As soon as these words came out, Mamakai's face became more and more solemn, and he was surprised. How do you know about me and Terumi? Yes, he does work with Terumi. It's just that he and Ghost Lantern Full Moon and the others are the ones who assassinated the 4th generation of Water Shadow, while Terumi is responsible for the aftermath. That is, after the death of the fourth generation of Water Shadow, he took the opportunity to seize power, ascended to the position of the fifth generation of Water Shadow, and led the reform of Wien Village. And they will always be wanted by Wien Village and become the sinners who killed the fourth generation of Water Shadow. Even if the new top brass knows that they are the key to seizing power, they will not vindicate them. Because, whether for the village or for the outside world, Wien Village needs to give an explanation, and cannot let the four generations of Water Shadows be shamed. That is the face of Wien Village. And he conspired with Terumi to this matter. Except for him and a few key people, even the Ghost Brothers did not know. How could Ye-Zero know? You don't care about this. In short, you only need to stabilize the Mist-Hidden Village, and the fourth generation of Water Shadow will be handed over to me. Knight Zero Feather did not explain and did not need to explain. Anyway, he just wants to fulfill the dream of not cutting the Peach Land again. Even without them, he can sneak into the Mist-Hidden Village and light up the three-tailed book. Mamakai was silent again. He suddenly found that the Knight Zero Feather in front of him was a mysterious dense fog, and he couldn't see anything clearly. On the contrary, in front of Ye-Zero Feather, he was as transparent as a bubble, and the secret was at a glance. Okay, I promise you, but how do you guarantee that you are the opponent of the fourth generation of Water Shadow? I've fought him before, and he's the perfect man. Although I don't want to admit it, don't say 1 me, it's 3 me, and it's not his opponent. Mamakai said without hesitation. Forget it, show you a hand, otherwise, you won't be at ease. Ye-Zero Feather shook his head and said. Suddenly, buzzing, red chakra permeated his body, exuding a terrifying aura and full of oppression. The fourth door, Duman, open. The red chakra was like a blowout, forming a layer of chakra coat, and the momentum became more and more terrifying. Ye-Zero you stood up and stepped hard. Boom! The house collapsed with a bang, with Knight Zero Feather as the center, forming a deep pit of tens of meters. Mamakai no longer looked around, stunned in shock. If this kick kicks on him, it is estimated that it will kick his out, right? He still thought that Ye-Zero was a superior shinobu of the same level as him, and he was a younger brother compared to him. And the red chakra on Ye-Zero's body, could it be chakra of the nine tails? He is the nine-tailed pillar force. Has the pillar power of this generation of nine-tailed people grown to the point where they can use the nine-tailed chakra at will? It's terrifying. Mamakai no longer mistakenly thought that Knight Zero Feather was the pillar force of the nine-tailed man, and was deeply shocked. Mamakai is like this no matter how he doesn't cut it, let alone the Ghost Brothers. It was white, and at the same time he was shocked, his face was more solemn. He originally thought that he was already the best among his peers and the best tool for not chopping Mr. Z, but he did not expect that Ye-Zero Feather, who was even younger than him, was stronger than him. No, he must become stronger and surpass Knight Zero Feather. Not only did Mamadai not cut 4 more people, but even Ye-Zero himself did not expect that the strength of his kick was so strong. 9 tails plus 8 doors of Dunjia, YYDS. And this he only invoked the power of 3 of the 9 tails, and only opened 4 doors. If he fully invoked the power of the 9 tails and opened another 8 doors, then he would still have it? Don't punch a spotty? Knight Zero Feather has another way of fighting. After putting away the 9-tailed chakra, Knight Zero Feather said to Mamakai again, trust me this time, right? Believe, absolutely believe. Mamakai said with no more certainty. Now what Ye-Zero said, he believed. But the next second, okay, let's go. Go. Where to? Mamakai said without hesitation. Of course, I went to Wien Village to find the 4th generation of Water Shadows. Ye-Zero said. Go now? Nonsense, otherwise wait for the new year? I don't have that much time, I have to settle things early, I have other things. But we weren't ready, and I was hurt. Mamakai said without being stunned. Ye-Zero was speechless. I have solved the 4 generations of Water Shadows for you, what else is there to prepare? Let's go, I'll go around when something happens. After that, Ye-Zero walked towards the distance. This, Mamakai is a little big without beheading, a little unable to keep up with the rhythm of Knight Zero Feather. Is it really okay for you to rush such an important thing? Not ready to prepare? Let's be a little nervous, making it seem like we're going on an outing to Wien Village. Very faceless, right? Wait, give me at least 1 day to inform Terumi. Mamakai does not fight for the last time. Ye-Zero thought for a while, nodded and agreed, it's okay, just when I go back to have a meal, I'm also quite hungry. Mamakai didn't finish listening to the first 2 words of Ye-Zero thinking that Ye-Zero finally realized the importance of this matter, but after listening to the second half of the sentence, he was directly a good guy. After a long day, it turned out that hunger helped us by a day. But being born out of nothing is better than not having a day. Immediately, Mamakai was about to inform Terumi and let her prepare for the reception in advance, but was suddenly stopped by Ye-Zero. Come here, I'll help you heal the injury. Ye-Zero Feather did not wave to Mamakai again. You also heal ninjutsu? Mamakai said without surprise. Slightly understood. Yes, Zero, you said modestly. The ghost brother next to him listened and complained, if you understand a little, there will be no one in the world who can heal ninjutsu, both of us are about to die, and we have been saved by you. But before Mamakai stepped forward, he was stopped by Bai. Bai stubbornly said, no need, thank you, I will help him treat Mr. Chi's injury if he doesn't cut it. Yes, Zero, you was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Hey, this kid Bai is actually jealous. Well, I'll give you this chance. Yes, Zero, you turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Mamakai again. Wait, what's wrong, anything else? That. Mamakai didn't hesitate anymore. Combined with his always cold and ruthless personality, it is a bit of a contrast cute. However, this is in the white eyes of the Peachland is not chopped, in the eyes of Yezero, there is something to say quickly, what is the ink of the big man? Can you return the decapitation knife to me? Mamakai said without clenching his teeth again. Poof. Shiro smiled. The ghost brother did not dare to laugh, turned his head, and held it hard. If Peachland is not chopped, his old face is red. After that, he threw his face to his grandmother's house. When the coup was over, he retired to the mountains and forests, returned home to farm, and never came out again. Yes, Zero, you also smiled. It is strange that the Peachland who can be forced does not cut such a tough guy and beg him. He took out the decapitation knife from the system space and threw it to Mamakai without beheading. Mamakai didn't behead again, and when he saw the decapitation knife, his eyes suddenly shone with joy, and he raised his hand to catch it. My big knife, you are finally back. But the next moment, after separating from Mamakai and no more, Zero went straight back to Naruto and them. At this time, Kakashi and the others had already come to Dazna's house, and Naruto's first oral escape was quietly brewing. Both sides of the fight, Naruto and Ina, were actively preparing for battle. Of course, there is one more thing that is indispensable, and that is chakra control training, climbing trees. It's just that it turned out that what inspired Sasuke and the others to cultivate was Mamakai no longer chopping in white, but this time it was replaced by Night Zero Feather. After seeing Yoru's strength, Sasuke Sakura felt pressured and begged Kakashi to teach them. Naruto didn't. It's not that he doesn't seek advancement, but in his opinion, isn't it normal for Zero Feather to be stronger than them? And when Naruto saw what Kakashi had instructed them to cultivate, he said disdainfully, that's it. Then, climbed directly to the top of the tree, gently jumped from the tip of the tree, and land smoothly on the surface of the water, rippling layer by layer. Sasuke and Sakura were dumbfounded. They had a hard time climbing trees, and Naruto was actually able to stand on the water. When did his chakra control become so strong? Obviously, a while ago, I was still a doppelganger who didn't use the crane tail well. Not only them, but Kakashi was also stunned. According to his judgment, Naruto should be the one with the worst control of chakra, but how did he become the strongest now? Just when a few people were puzzled, Naruto showed his hand. These introductory things, Zero you has already taught me. When the three heard this, they suddenly realized. It turned out that Zero you had taught Naruto in advance, no wonder Naruto was so skilled in using it. Moreover, being able to teach Naruto is still so skilled, how did Zero Feather do it? Naruto is known to be an idiot. The three looked at Zero Feather in amazement. Naruto, who was about to enjoy the surprised gazes of Kakashi and the three, saw the three looking at Zero you, and suddenly became unhappy. Hey, look at what he does, look at me, I'm the powerful one. However, the three of them didn't pay attention to Naruto at all, still looking at Zero Feather. After experiencing a series of incidents, Sasuke finally couldn't help it, and pointed at Zero you in disbelief. Zero you, I want to challenge you to fight me. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he allow anyone in his generation to be better than him? Today, he must defeat Zero Feather. But just when Sasuke was in a mood, Sasuke, don't make trouble, you can't beat him, you know. Sakura persuaded. Sasuke was stunned. Don't make trouble? I know? Sakura, what the hell are you, you fake fan? Stimulated by Sakura, Sasuke was even more unconvinced, and looked at Yoryu stubbornly. At this time, Naruto came to mend the knife again, and kindly persuaded Sasuke, although I usually don't deal with you, but you have to listen to me in this matter, you are really not Zero U's opponent, give up, cultivate well, maybe there will be a chance in the future. Kakashi also said, yes Sasuke, you are no longer a person of the world. Sasuke, I'm cracking. Whose teachers are you? Whose teammates? If I don't encourage me, forget it, and help him talk. No, this fight must be fought today. Zero you looked at Sasuke, and suddenly felt that this guy was really lean, knowing that his strength was invincible, but he still thought that he could fight. Leng Tou two pillars. He was ready to teach the stupid Udaru a lesson. Come on, let you have one hand, lest you say that I bully you. Sasuke was stunned, and then became even more angry. Let him have one hand, this is insulting his personality. Therefore, words are words, no remorse. No remorse. Zero you put his left hand behind his back. That is, the moment he turned his backhand, Suzuki moved and swept the Knight Zero Feather face door with a kick. Yeah, Zero Feather raised his eyebrows slightly. He also know about the sneak attack. But that's right, ninja battles only need results, not processes. Boom, boom, boom. Suzuki used his feet together, like a small spinning top, to launch a ruthless physical attack on Yorizuroyu, which was called a dazzling-looking Sakura called Tsukuniaki. However, it is not the same. Yorizuroyu Feather blocked all of Suzuki's attacks with only one hand, and the range of movement did not exceed a meter. This is still the case of taking care of Suzuki. If Yorizuroyu really wanted to move the real thing, Suzuki would have already laid down. Metkai's physical skill level can't completely suppress Knight Zero Feather, let alone Suzuki. However, realistically speaking, Suzuki's physical skills are indeed strong among his peers. But the Knight Zero Feather is hanging. Snap! Yorizuroyu appeared behind Suzuki, slapped him on the back of the head, and said, "Urjuzi, one hand is not enough for you, do you need me to let you too?" You! Suzuki's eyes were red. Then, one by one, shurikens and kunao flew out of his hands, which was the famous throwing technique of the Uchiha clan. However, it is not the same. Snap! Yorizuroyu Feather slapped Suzuki on the back of the head again. "Urjuzi, work hard, I believe you can." Touched the corner of my clothes. Ah! Fire escape, how fireball art. Suzuki finally used ninjutsu, and it was a big move to come up. Unfortunately, this is a how fireball can kill? Oh no, can hurt people? Of course, it's not the same. Buzz! Yorizuroyu Feather waved his hand, and with the chakra alone, he blocked Suzuki's fireball. Immediately, Dodge appeared behind Suzuki and slapped him on the back of the head again. "Urjuzi, the technique is good, don't use it next time." Suzuki was going crazy and yelled, "Don't hit me on the back of the head again, and don't call me Urju again." Snap! "Okay, Urju." As soon as Suzuki finished speaking, Knight Zero Feather spoke again. Suzuki was stunned, the resignation and unwillingness in his heart, as well as anger, erupted like a volcano. He grew so big, no one except his brother touched his head, but Yorizuroyu beat him 3 times and called him Urju. Although he didn't know why, as soon as he heard the words 2 pillars, he was very angry and felt insulted. Suzuki swore to Ho-Ho Fireball that he would definitely win the Knight Zero Feather and trample him under his feet. In an instant, Suzuki's eyes changed, turning blood red, with Goya spinning in the middle. And it's not a single hook jade, but a double hook jade with both eyes. Yorizuroyu was slightly stunned after seeing Suzuki's eyes. He was indeed deliberately provoking Suzuki's anger and making him realize that he had opened the Sharingan, but he didn't expect that there was actually an unexpected game, and both eyes were double hooked. If Yorizuroyu remembers correctly, Suzuki opened his right eye double hook jade during the battle with Shiro, and when he first met Xiaoli in the Naka Shinobi exam, he opened his left eye double hook jade. But this time, he actually opened his eyes and double hook jade at one time. What Yorizuroyu didn't know was that the title 2 pillars did a lot of damage to Suzuki's critical attack, but more importantly, the strength he showed during this time had long been accumulated in Suzuki's heart for a long time, making Suzuki hold his breath all the time. Now that it has broken out, the effect is of course outstanding. After Suzuki opened the Sharingan, Sakura noticed the strange appearance for the first time and said worriedly, "Kakashi-sensei, Suzuki's eyes? Sharingan. And it's still a 2-hook jade riding wheel eye," Kakashi said in a deep voice. He didn't expect that Suzuki actually opened his eyes, and directly opened his eyes in double hook jade. It is worthy of being the younger brother of that person, the genius of the Uchiha family. Of course, he also noticed something strange, that is, Yura seemed to be deliberately helping Suzuki open his eyes. Even Uchiha's way of opening his eyes knows that this Knight Zero Feather is a bit mysterious, and he has to report to the 3 generations when he goes back. "Sharingan? What is that?" Sakura asked, puzzled. "Sharingan, the blood succession limit of the Uchiha family, through." Kakashi opened his mouth to do science for Sakura and Naruto, but he was only halfway through the sentence, but he heard Naruto say, "Wow, Naijuko's eyes are all red, so angry? God red eyes." Kakashi was speechless. The first time he heard someone say that the blood succession limit riding wheel eye was one of the best in the ninja realm, he was angry and red-eyed. If this is known by those dead Uchiha family members, they must not climb up and take you away? But then again, it seems that it is indeed she red eyes, Kakashi thought. He then continued to explain to Sakura what Sharingan was. Sakura was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect Suzuki's family to be so powerful, and Suzuki awakened the Sharingan, wouldn't that be? Sakura said excitedly, "Kakashi-sensei, Suzuki awakens the Sharingan, will he be able to fight Knight Zero Feather?" When she said this, Sakura was full of joy for Suzuki, but after saying this, she realized the fact, and without waiting for Kakashi to answer, she took her own words and said, "Impossible, absolutely can't beat it." Although she really hopes that Suzuki will win, but Yorozuyu is a person who can fight shinobi. How can Suzuki be his opponent? And that's exactly what happened. After opening his eyes, Suzuki's strength has directly increased by 2 notches. Even in the middle of the ninja, he is also a top-notch existence, but in front of Yorozuyu, it is still not enough to see. Suzuki only felt that what was in front of him was not a person, but a huge mountain that stood still and did not move. In front of him, he is a small shovel, vainly trying to dig up the mountains. Finally, boom! Suzuki was thrown to the ground by Yorozuyu's kick, and he no longer had the strength to stand up, gasping for breath, and his eyes changed from Sharingan eyes to normal eyes. He lost, there was no suspense in losing, and the loss was doomed from the beginning. How's it going? Are you still fighting? Yes, Zero Feather's face is not red and breathless, and even the corners of his clothes are not dirty. Don't fight, I lose. Suzuki's tone was calm, and after being beaten, the previous anger and disobedience were gone. He even said shyly that, Knight Zero Feather, thank you. After speaking, Suzuki's face blushed. Next to him, Sakura looked overly frightened, and the whole person turned gray and white, and with a click, it cracked from the middle. It's over, is it Suzuki? He. Like, my heart is broken. Go, eat, I'm hungry. Yes, Zero, you beckoned everyone to go back. As for helping Suzuki open his eyes, it was his intention. It's just that the original plan was to take the Chunin exam, but I didn't expect Suzuki to take the initiative to find him. In the evening, Kakashi reiterated that Mamakai would definitely come back if he didn't chop again, and he had to be ready at all times. Yes, Zero, you wanted to say, come back, what, come back? Everyone went home. One night without a word. The next day, we in village, a secret place. Don't kill you crazy anymore, now you want a second coup? A woman said coldly. The woman has turquoise eyes, long curly brown hair, her right eye is blocked by hair, and she is wearing a blue dress that sets off her tall figure to the fullest. But this is not the most eye-catching place. The most striking thing is, the Earth Brother, big, breathing, black socks, seductive, full of temptation. This woman is none other than Terumi. Terumi is very angry now, and somewhere in her anger she rises and falls sharply, as if she is about to burst. She didn't understand, such a big thing as liberating the blood mist, how could Mamakai not even make a little preparation, and it had to be implemented. They don't do anything with funding, personnel, plans, etc. Simply vexatious. I need an explanation. Terumi suppressed her anger and said to Mamakai no more. Angry is angry, but in addition to being angry, she also knows that Mamakai is not the kind of person who comes nonsense, and there must be his reasons. Mamakai didn't feel anything angry with Terumi, on the contrary, it was normal to be angry. If you replace him with Terumi and Shiro with him, he will also. Not angry, not angry. Mamakai said solemnly to Miu, you may not believe it, but I have found a very strong person who can help us solve the 4th generation of water shadows. At that time, we just need to. Needless to say, I believe you, I don't. Terumi cut the railway. Mamakai no more, is it okay to do this? Okay, the discussion is over, withdraw. Terumi turned around and was leaving. She also thought that Mamakai would not cut any whole cards, but she didn't expect it to be just one person. Just one person, implement the plan in advance, kidding? It is estimated that Mamakai is also crazy if he doesn't cut it, and he wants to end the blood mist quickly. However, she would never implement the plan without absolute certainty, and she didn't want to let more people sacrifice. Moreover, they don't have as many opportunities. But just as Terumi turned around, he heard Mamakai say without chopping, that person is very strong, beating me is like beating my brother, and my big knife has been snatched away by him. Terumi paused, and after being stunned for 3 seconds, he turned around, changed his previous attitude, held his chin, sat at the table, and said solemnly, brother, tell me about the situation. Don't cut it, talk about the situation well. Mamakai no longer chopped. Mamakai was no longer speechless, and one by one he knew to take advantage of him. Then, he briefly explained the situation of Zero Feather. When Terumi learned that Yorikai was a Konoha ninja, but did not represent Konoha, his reaction was almost exactly the same as that of Mamakai no more. Konoha ninjas don't represent Konoha, Konoha is decadent. And when she learned that Zero Feather actually had the Sharingan Eye or the 9-tailed pillar power, the whole person was stunned. The 9-tailed human pillar force has grown to shadow level strength, and it does not represent Konoha, but also to help them end the blood mist, and also intends to be 3-tailed. This matter is definitely not simple. Terumi felt that there must be something strange inside, maybe it was Konoha's trick to take the opportunity to attack the mist-hidden village. Although since the end of the 3 wars, the 5 hidden villages have been relatively stable, but who can guarantee that there will be no accidents? This matter requires serious consideration. But just as Jiaomei was about to discuss carefully with Mamakai, he heard Mamakai say again, I can't plan it, we don't have time. Terumi was stunned and asked, why? Because, he only gave us 1 day to think about it, whether there was a result or not, he would go to the 4th generation of Water Shadow, and the reason why he cooperated with us was just by the way. Mamakai said without a wry smile. Thanks to the fact that he wears a mask, otherwise as a ghost, he would not be smiling bitterly, called a ghost laugh. Scare the individual to death. What? Time of day? Or just ask us to cooperate by the way? It's too arrogant, I don't put our Wuyan village in my eyes. Terumi patted the table and said angrily. Mamakai didn't chop again, so, what do we do? Terumi sneered, what else can I do? Of course it is, Mamakai no more, kill him? Zhao, of course, we should hurry up and find a way to arrange, no matter what his strength is, whether he can fight 4 generations of water shadows, we can't miss this opportunity, we must take the opportunity to do something. Mamakai no longer chop, speechless _ then what are you excited about? Terumi continued, and although he said that we would only be given 1 day to think about it, in fact, we had at least 2 days to prepare. Why? Mamakai asked without being puzzled. Terumi gave him a blank look and said, you stupid, don't you need time to hurry? This is the misty hidden village, which is far away from the land of waves, and he can't, flying thunder god, can he still fly over? He will, flying Thord. Mamakai suddenly interjected. Terumi was stunned, as if she hadn't heard clearly, and as if she didn't want to believe it, she blinked her eyes wide and asked, what did you say? I said he would, fly Thord. Nanny! Terumi slammed the table again, stood up, his chest and heart trembled violently, and said incredulously, isn't he a 9-tailed human pillar force? Yes? You also have a chakra eye? Yes? Then how can there be, flying thunder god? Mamakai didn't cut again, does this have anything to do with whether he will, flying thunder god? Terumi was asked. It's like, it doesn't matter. No, it's a big deal. It is already difficult for the human pillar force to control the tailed beast and master the power of the tailed beast, and it is almost necessary to use all the energy of the human pillar force. In this case, how could there be energy to learn other forbidden techniques? What's more, it's a forbidden technique of the level of flying thunder god? You know, Kana has golden flash, but with this technique, it directly turned the tide of the third ninja war. Normal people, how can it be that the 9-tailed person pillar force is also a chakra eye, and he can, flying thunder god? After all, there are not many geniuses like me who have mastered the 2 blood succession limits, the book of official formations, of dissolution and boiling, and at the same time are proficient in water done, and have the 4 attributes of fire, thunder, earth, and water. Mamakai no longer looked at Terumi, who was in trouble, and was speechless again. He just wanted to say, you really don't want a face. Why didn't you think you were so shameless before? Is this the reason why the face is blocked by the hair? But he really knows, flying thunder god, I've seen it with my own eyes. Mamakai didn't open her mouth again, interrupting Terumi's last trace of doubt. No, it turns out that there really is a genius like me. Terumi covered her head with her hands, still unable to believe it. Peach Land no more, you're enough. However, Mamakai said again without chopping again, he doesn't seem to have left me the flying thunder god mark, which means that he still has to rush to Wuyan village himself. When Zaome heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, well, we have to find a way to do it quickly. Now she has to pay attention to the man named Yezero that Mamakai no longer cuts. She had a hunch that the Wuyan village would change drastically because of the night and 0 feathers. But just as Terumi's words fell, ugh, a figure appeared out of thin air. Who? As if she had been beaten, Terumi immediately entered a combat state. The same is true of the Peach Land no longer chopped. But when he saw the person coming, he was stunned. Night 0 feathers. What, he's Night 0 feather? Terumi looked at the boy in front of him, full of shock. Her first reaction was, handsome. How can there be such a handsome beautiful boy in the world? It's the perfect marriage partner. Mamakai will not behead sister, this is a crime. The second reaction was to be shocked beyond belief. Judging by the age, he has just graduated, is he really a 9-tailed human pillar force, and will also, flying thunder god? By the way, flying thunder god, don't cut it again, didn't you say that you don't have the flying thunder god mark on your body, so why did he suddenly appear here? Terumi asked Mamakai without asking. Mamakai no longer looked confused, and instead asked Yezero, yes, I don't have the flying thunder god mark on my body, why are you here? For a while, the two of them fell their gazes on Yezero in unison, waiting for Yezero's answer. Yezero Feather spread his hands and said, who said that you must use flying thunder god? My sudden appearance must have something to do with flying thunder god? Terumi and Mamakai were stunned as if they didn't look at each other again. Why are these remarks so familiar? However, if you don't need flying thunder god, what else can you use? Within the ninja world, except for the flying thunder god, I have never heard of any ninjutsu that can teleport from a distance. Don't think about the useless things, Terumi, right? Yezero changed the topic and dropped his gaze on Terumi. He couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being the famous big man in Hokage, the 5th generation of Water Shadow, really worthy of the name. Beauty, sexiness, intellectuality, it seems that all the beautiful adjectives of mature women can be used on Terumi. In addition, Yezero also felt the oppression of the strong woman. He swore that the light bulb was definitely the oppression of a strong woman, not other oppression. Inadvertently, you're zero. You thought of another person with the same status as Terumi, that is, Tsunadeheim. The same shadow. I don't know who is more oppressive when the two stand together. You know me? Terumi said with a frown. Since the mist-hidden village entered the blood mist period, the information in the village can be said to be the most mysterious of the 5 hidden villages. Especially her, she is well hidden, rarely goes out to do missions, and few people know her intelligence. How can the 2 great blood succession limit realm owners, a generation of strong women in Wien village, not know each other? Sit, don't look outside. Yes, zero. You motioned for Terumi to sit down. Terumi's eyes narrowed slightly, a little hairy. This seems to be my home turf. How do you get me to be a guest? Mamakai no longer means that it is good to get used to it. My name is Yes Zero Feather. I should have introduced me to you again, right? Yes Zero. You took out fruit melon seeds from the system space and placed them on the table. Terumi looked at the host-like behavior of Night Zero Feather and was even more confused. This really should be my home turf, right? Mamakai said again that habits are good, habits are good. I heard that you are a 9-tailed human pillar force, and you also have the Sherinan? Terumi asked tentatively. It can be understood that way. Yes Zero. You replied. Terumi was once again stunned. Yes, no, what can be so understood? Is there any other answer to this kind of thing? What Terumi didn't know was that for Yes Zero there were other answers. He has not only the Sherinan, but also the white eye. He is not only a 9-tailed human pillar force, but also a 3-tailed, 4-tailed, and all-tailed beasts. Can you really fight 4 generations of water shadow? Terumi looked serious and began to ask key questions. Yes Zero. You ate a grape, the tempting and delicious kind, and said confidently, of course, when the time comes, you only need to take care of the aftermath. After that, Yes Zero Feather ate another grape. I don't know why, but today's grapes are particularly delicious. Terumi looked at Mamakai and nodded to her, then pondered a little and said, well, we believe you, but we are not ready. According to the agreement, we will act in a day. When Yes Zero heard this, he frowned and asked, didn't I give you a day? Terumi asked suspiciously, yes, so we need a day to prepare. Yes Zero was speechless and said, yesterday to today, isn't it a day? Did you fall for the illusion or what? Terumi and Mamakai will not be stunned on the spot. Good guys, so your day is such a day. After Yes Zero saw the expressions of Terumi and the two, he asked in disbelief, don't tell me, you haven't done anything this day. Mamaji said without embarrassment, I really didn't do anything, I just rushed back to Wien village this morning. Yes Zero was speechless and said, don't you have a way to summon the message? Do you have to meet and talk? The two said awkwardly at the same time, no. For the sake of safety, they have always met and talked, and the method of communication is easily intercepted by Wien village, which is far from being safe for meeting. After all, they are strong, and it is difficult for anyone to detect them. You guys, well, okay, then I'll give you another day. Yes Zero said helplessly. He suddenly knew why the ninja world had developed into a modern society after Boruto's legend. It's really inconvenient. However, before that, Yes Zero looked at Terumi and said, is there any fun to talk about? Zhao Mei's beautiful eyes flashed, and the bird wanted to try, that's the intention. She wanted to see how powerful Yes Zero Feather really was. One is curiosity, and the other is to confirm whether Zero Feather can suppress the 4th generation of water shadows next night. If not, she will immediately stop the plan, continue to hibernate, and wait for the moment. At this time, although Kirihide village is still in Yakura, more precisely, it should be under the control of Obito, but Obito cannot control Yakura at all times, and Misten village is not completely under Nagato's control like Yushin village. Therefore, with Terumi's identity and status, it is not difficult to find a hidden place to fight. Shall we order until we get there? Terumi asked. Good, Yes Zero promised. When the words fell, Terumi took the lead and rushed towards Yes Zero Feather. Like other ninja fights, Terumi also chose physical testing at the beginning. If Yes Zero Feather's physical skills are not even as good as her, even if the ninjutsu is strong, it is impossible to be the opponent of the 4th generation of Water Shadow. Physical arts are the foundation of ninjas, and ninjas of all attributes, even those who are proficient in illusion, need to be introduced to physical skills. And one of the strongest means of Yes Zero Feather is physical skills, and close combat with him, not to deliver vegetables to the door. Boom, boom, boom. The two intersected, and Zhao Mei was completely suppressed, without the slightest suspense, but contributed a lot of beautiful scenery to Yes Zero and Yes Zero felt a tremor when he saw it. Fortunately, he received a lot of education from Zhao Mei before he crossed over, otherwise, who can withstand this? After Terumi found out that he was defeated by Night Zero Feather in close combat, he immediately chose to retreat and distance himself from Night Zero Feather. Immediately, his hands froze. Water Dragon Bomb. A huge water dragon rose up from behind Terumi, roaring towards Night Zero Feather. Yes Zero looked at the water dragon and couldn't help but sigh. It is worthy of the future water shadow, there is really a lot of water. However, I met him. Tudun Tuliu wall. The earthen wall rises to block the beautiful water. How is it possible, such a strong Tudun? Terumi looked at the earth of Zero Feather in disbelief. Although she has 2 major blood succession limits, these 2 blood succession limits are also her strongest means, but as the elite of Mist Hidden Village, she is also proficient in water escape. And this is still Wien Village, and they are on the edge of a lake, and the water escape has an extra bonus. But even so, yes, Zero Feather easily blocked her water escape. It seems that she needs to come up with her real technique, dissolving monster art. Terumi opened her mouth, spewed out acid, and covered Night Zero Feather. Drip. Light up the special book, Blood Succession Limit, Dissolution, Collection Progress 1/10 drop. Light up the special guide, The Sound of the Monster Dissolving System Sounds, and the book is successfully lit. Yes, Zero You looked at the acid that was covering him in a large area, did not dare to be careless, and immediately cast Flying Thunder God to dodge. When he saw the stained ground corroded by acid, he couldn't help but snort. Spew out such a horrible thing from the mouth, then you still have it? Is this how the mouth is used? What if something goes wrong at a critical moment? No, this habit must be changed by Terumi. Night Zero Feather directly turned on the 9 tails plus 8 door mode, and instantly came to Terumi's side, and directly turned on the crushing mode. Terumi was shocked. She did know from Mamaji Zeba that Night Zero Feather was the 9-tailed human pillar force, but this was the first time she had seen the 9-tailed chakra, and it was really extraordinary. And when she wanted to resist, it was too late. Even though her dissolution is very strong, her melee combat is too weak, and she can only let the Night Zero Feather ravage, and there is not even time to connect the seal. Boom! Finally, Terumi deliberately sold a flaw, hard took Zero U's blow, and took the opportunity to win a chance. She sealed her hands again, Boiling Mist Art, Blood Succession Limit, Boiling, Collection Progress 1/10 drop. Light up special guide, The Art of Mist. Zero Feather looked at the corrosive mist that spread out, and was speechless again. This bad habit must also be broken. Night Zero Feather did not use ninjutsu, and directly used the violent chakra chi wave of the system 9 tails to blow the boiling escape. Then, it was another meal to Terumi. Even if Jiaomei has 2 blood succession limits, and his own strength is good, he is not the opponent of the Night Zero Feather who has the system 9 tails. In a short time, Terumi could not stand the violent output of Night Zero Feather and was defeated. I lost, Terumi said with a wry smile. Even though she had prepared in advance, she did not expect that Zero U's strength was so strong, and she had no respite. Now, she is absolutely sure that Zero Feather will definitely be able to defeat the 4th generation of Water Shadow. But it also made her more vigilant and worried. What if Night Zero Feather solves the 4th generation of Water Shadow and wants to be unfavorable to Wien Village? Although she felt that if Wien Village gathered all her strength, she might not be Zero Feather's opponent, but in that case, Wien Village would definitely lose a lot. However, if he didn't believe Zero Feather's words, the 4th generation of Water Shadow could not resist, and the Mist Hidden Village would continue to be shrouded in bloody rule in the Blood Mist. And even if he doesn't believe in Zero Feather, he will still make a move on the 4th generation of Water Shadow. For a while, Terumi fell into a dilemma, and could only take one step at a time. After fighting with Zero U, Terumi went back to arrange the action. Zero U did not leave, but quietly sneaked into the misty hidden village. With his means and strength, naturally no one can find him. Before entering the Mist Hidden Village, he only learned some information about the blood mist from the formula book, and there was no plot in the original anime. But after entering the Mist Hidden Village, he knew what the blood mist was. The entire Wien village was shrouded in dense fog, and the visibility was only more than 10 meters. Although there was no smell of blood in the dense fog, it was filled with a depressing, murderous, and icy aura, as if he was not careful, he would be killed from behind. It is not difficult to imagine how bad the minds of people who have been in this atmosphere for a long time will be, and it is only a matter of time before they collapse. No wonder Mamakai is that kind of personality if he doesn't cut it, and it's no wonder that even if Terumi lets go of gambling on his uncertainty, he will end the blood mist. According to Zero U's estimate, if Wien Village continues like this, in less than 10 years, without the attack of the outer village, it will collapse first. Long-term non-human oppression will inevitably bring resistance and rebellion. Time flies. The next day, after receiving a signal from Terumi, Yorudo came to the office of the 4th generation of Mizuke Jakura. When Yakura saw the moment of Zero Feather, he couldn't help but be surprised, and then sneered, "Kanaha is so daring, he dares to appear directly in my office, is this meant to provoke war?" The words fell, and Yakura had disappeared into his seat. In the next second, a chilling wind sounded, and Yakura swept out with a weapon in hand, and the end of the hooked side slashed towards the neck of Night Zero Feather. The speed was completely out of proportion to his petite figure. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying power and speed would erupt in such a small body. However, showing strength and speed in front of Zero U is not a big knife dance in front of Guangong. Yakura looked at Yoryu, who was stunned in place, and sneered in his heart. Konoha sent this garbage to provoke him, didn't he give away people's heads? I don't even know how to hide. But just when Yakura thought that Knight Zero Feather would definitely die, snap. Yes, Zero Feather opened the 4 doors instantly, raised his left hand, and held Yakura's weapon with one hand without moving. What? Yakura was flabbergasted. He didn't expect that Yes Zero Feather's power was so strong. Moreover, looking at the chakra overflowing from his body, could it be Konoha's 8 Gates Dunjia? To say that among the 5 great ninja villages, who knows 8 Gates Dunjia best, it must be the Wien village. At the beginning, the 7 people of the original ninja soared, but in the hands of a subordinate ninja in Konoha, they were beaten by 8 Doors Dunjia, and they were directly destroyed. Now that he sees this technique again, how can Yakura not be surprised? But what surprised him even more was still to come. The moment Yo-Zero grabbed Yakura, the two suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, it actually appeared on an isolated island outside Wien village. At this moment, the surprise in Yakura's eyes has turned into shock. Because this technique is also familiar to him who has experienced the Third Ninja World War. Can't help it, a name comes to his mind, the Yellow Flash of Konoha, Flying Thunder God. This boy in front of him can actually Flying Thunder God. The moment Yakura and Knight Zero Feather appeared on the island, Yakura immediately flew and kicked, distanced himself from Knight Zero U, and the contempt in his eyes had long disappeared. At the same time, drip. Release mission, defeat the 4 generations of Water Shadow rewards, Chakra Boost card *20, Physical Fitness Improvement card *20, Mental Power Enhancement card *20, any picture book copy card *1, any Ultimate Picture Book Direct Lift card *3. The system mission sounded, and Knight Zero Feather was slightly happy. Unexpectedly, the previous task was not completed, and another task was triggered, and the mission reward was so rich. And defeating the 4 generations of Water Shadows can trigger the mission, but what about the shadows of other villages? Well, let's have a good chat with 3 generations of old men after you go back. Yes, Zero you thought in his heart. But now is to solve the little man in front of him first. It's not that Yes Zero Feather discriminates, it's just that the more he really looks at Yakura, the more interesting he feels, and the whole thing is a little pot friend. Obito controls Yakura and won't do anything strange, right? Yakura saw that Knight Zero Feather would Flying Thunder God, and would also 8 Doors Dunjia, knowing that he could not underestimate the enemy, and directly completely tailed the beast. Roar! The huge body of the 3 tails appeared, roaring up to the sky, and the sound wave turned into a wave of chi, mixed with chakra, rippling in all directions. With Mio Yakura as the center, the mist in the air spreads outward in waves, creating a vacuum, and this voice naturally reached Wien village. Suddenly, everyone in the Wien village was shocked, and looked at the source of the voice in chakra in shock. This is, the breath of the 3 tails is Lord Mizukage. What happened? Wasn't Lord Mizukage supposed to be inside the village, and why did he run outside the village? Why did Lord Mizukage become a completely tailed beast? Is there an enemy attack? But why was the attack not detected? At this moment, because of Yakura's complete tail beastization, Wien village immediately entered the alert state of the entire village. The radicals who supported Yakura seemed to smell a little and gathered together. Tailed beast, 3-tailed, summonable system, the 3-tailed booklet is lit. Thank you to Yakura little brother for the benefits. Just try how big the gap between the chakra of the 3 tails and the 9 tails is. Yes Zero you said to himself. System, put away the 9 tails, summon the 3-tailed ISO. In an instant, the 3-tailed chakra replaced the 9-tailed chakra and appeared in the body of Knight Zero Feather. It was at this moment that Yes Zero you felt a burst of emptiness in his body, and the amount of chakra directly decreased by several levels. This gap is not ordinarily large, no wonder Meow just stays in the lake, not in the middle of the sea. Feeling the amount of chakra of the 3 tails and the 9 tails, as well as the quality of the chakra, Yes Zero you shook his head inside. It's not that the 3-tailed chakra can't do it, compared to normal humans, the 3-tailed chakra is undoubtedly unimaginably large, and the quality of the chakra is far stronger than the human chakra. But compared to the 9 tails, it's much worse. It should be enough, though. Yura Zero you looked at Yakura, who was completely tailed and beastly, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Such a big turtle should be very resistant to beating, right? Buzz, the 3-tailed chakra coat appeared outside the Knight Zero Feathers and went straight into perfection. At the same time, the 4th door, the wounded door, opened. The 5th gate, Duman, opened. The 6th gate, Jingman, opened. Knight Zero Feather paid attention to Yakura and opened directly to the 6th gate. In an instant, the chakra around Knight Zero Feather was like a raging fire, exuding unparalleled oppressive power. Even if the size is not proportional to the completely tailed beast of Yakura, the breath is only strong and not weak, forming a huge contrast. And at the moment when Knight Zero Feather summoned the 3-tailed chakra cloak, Yakura was stunned. This is 3-tailed chakra. How can you have a 3-tailed chakra? Yakura's big return is full of question marks. He is the three-tailed human pillar force, the complete three-tailed is in his body. How can Knight Zero Feather have the three-tailed chakra? It's not scientific. Yes, Zero, you did not explain, but told him with facts what is called more unscientific. Bang! Knight Zero Feather stepped on his feet, and the ground was like a spider's web, cracking every inch and shooting towards the three-tailed Yakura. Although the body did not touch the ground, the place where it was crossed was brought out a deep ravine by the violent chakra. Shui done. Seeing that Knight Zero Feather was coming, the three-tailed Yakura didn't have time to think about why Knight Zero Feather had the three-tailed chakra, and hurriedly cast a water escape to block Knight Zero Feather. Mio is already proficient in water escape, plus Yakura as a water shadow, and the sea is all nearby. The bonus is maximized. In an instant, a tsunami-like wave, nearly 100 meters high, roared and pressed towards the Knight Zero Feathers. However, in the face of such a catastrophic water escape, Yes Zero Feather did not dodge. Ugh! It turned into a sharp blade and plunged into the wave, without any splashing ripples. But in the next second, it went straight through the water, and the chakra coat on his body evaporated all the water, hovering over the three-tailed Yakura. What? Mio Yakura was shocked. He didn't expect that in the face of his water escape, Yes Zero Feather would deal with it so easily. And the way he coped also surprised him. Others face water done, either using earth done to resist, dodge, or use other ninjutsu to resist. But the Knight Zero Feather poured well, and directly passed through. In other words, such a large-scale water escape he launched was empty for Yes Zero Feather, and the egg was useless. Without waiting for Mio Yakura to think more, Knight Zero Feather had already fallen with a volley. Feeling the oppressive force coming from above the turtle shell, Yakura's face was solemn. He knew that Yes Zero Feather's next attack was coming, but he didn't panic at all. He admitted that his water escape attack had little effect on Yes Zero Feather, but as the Great King ate, he was confident in his defense. So far, no one has ever been able to break through his tortoise-shell defenses head-on. The next moment, boom, click, Knight Zero Feather was like a meteorite, smashing down on the back of the three-tailed Yakura, and the hard turtle shell cracked several cracks. Mio Yakura, little problem, don't panic, defense, there is always a day when it is broken. But, roar, it hurts. The heart-rending roar spread to the sky, and far away in Wien village, they could hear it clearly, and their hearts trembled. This is the roar of the three tails. What exactly did Mizukichi-sama go through? And the third generation of Yakura received a huge impact, and the entire turtle was kicked to the ground, smashing out a deep pit. For a time, one person and one turtle fought together, and the momentum was huge. The already small island was almost razed to the ground. The three-tailed Yakura has a huge body, but it is no match for Knight Zero Feather, and he is pressed to the ground and rubbed. So much so that later, he was forced to flee to the sea, and his strength was blessed, but he was still no match for Yes Zero Yu, who opened the 6 doors. Finally, the three-tailed Yakura was forced into a corner, opened his mouth, and the yin and yang chakra quickly condensed, forming a high-speed rotating black energy ball, exuding an aura of destruction. Oh, Tailed Beast Jade? Drip! Light up the special skill guide, Tailed Beast Jade System Sounds, light up the Tailed Beast Jade guide. In fact, if it is not lit, with the current strength of Knight Zero Feather, it can also be explored. And the human pillar force completely condensed the Tailed Beast Jade at a very fast speed, and it was completed almost in the blink of an eye, shooting towards the Knight Zero Feather. Facing the Tailed Beast Jade, Yes Zero Feather did not hide, he wanted to see how strong this thing really was. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the chakra wave swept around, setting off a huge tsunami nearly 100 meters high. In the center of the explosion, a vacuum was formed, engulfing Knight Zero Feathers. Is it over? Mio Yakura said to himself with some doubt. If it is another enemy who dares to take him a shot, Tailed Beast Jade, then the battle will definitely end. After becoming a perfect human pillar force, he knew that compared to Tailed Beast Jade, those human ninjutsu were not worth mentioning at all. Unless it is a super shadow level existence, it cannot compete with Tailed Beast Jade at all. But for Yes Zero Feather, he actually raised a trace of doubt. There is no other reason. Yes Zero Feather is too strong, and he is not a person at all. With a human body, breaking through the shell of the three-tailed turtle that is good at defense, and pressing him has no power to fight back, is this something that a human can do? Although the one from Union Village had also shook Yaoi with his physical body, it was the Thunder Shadow of Union Village, who specialized in ninjutsu. And at that time, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow was not young, and it was at the peak of ninjas. But the Knight Zero Feather in front of him is only how big it is, and it is simply incomparable. Therefore, Yakura is very skeptical. As it turned out, his suspicions were correct. At this time, the knight was embarrassed, his clothes were ragged, and his hair was burned a lot. Fortunately, at his last moment, he replaced the 3-tailed chakra with the 9-tailed chakra in time, otherwise, he would really be injured. However, although he was not injured, there was one thing that made Yes Zero Yu very depressed, saying that the clothes and the good hokage would not be damaged, and the hairstyle would not be messy. Anime whose clothes will be damaged should be Demon High School, Parrot Goddess, Stigmata, Queen's Blade, New Sister, Stick Brave, Demon Secret Stick, 0 Degree Battleheim, Magic Costume Academy, War Love, Skyfall, Magic Girl, 100 Flowers, Demon King and Summoning Girl in another world, open a thick bow in the labyrinth of another world. Are these okay? Brother, the anime I watched, there are not 1,000 or 800, a certain flower and a certain car, the CDEF station have turned over, and the points class have saved hundreds of GS, I still don't understand this truth? Wait, as if there is a kind of Hokage suit that will be damaged. Rub, young, go back to makeup classes. And when Neo Yakura saw Yora Zero U, who was embarrassed but had no obvious signs of injury, he was stunned and returned to the elder. He doubted that Knight Zero Feather could take the tailed beast Jade, but he didn't expect it, and he didn't dare to imagine that Knight Zero Feather would take it without injury. That's outrageous. No, that's nine-tailed chakra. How could he have a nine-tailed chakra? And what about the three-tailed chakra? Can one person still become a human pillar of two-tailed beasts? No, the three tails are in his body. What is going on? Isofu, do you know why? Yakura asked Neo Iso. I don't know. Neo Isofu's tone was low, full of seriousness and solemnity. At this time, his thoughts are exactly the same as the nine tails. What is the situation? Why did he feel the power of the same source in Yes Zero Feather? Isn't he the only three-tailed man in the world? Could it be his long-lost brother? And what about this nine-tailed chakra? Enough playing, it's time to end the battle, and if it drags on, the body should not be able to withstand the side effects of the 6 doors. Yes Zero U said to himself. He no longer hides his strength, and he who replaced the three-tailed chakra with the nine-tailed chakra, and with a crushing momentum, kicked the great King Haki over, forced Yakura to separate from the three-tailed, and fell into the sea with serious injuries. Drip. Release mission, defeat the 4th generation of Water Shadow, completed rewards, Chakra Boost card *20, Physique Improvement card *20, Mental Power Enhancement card *20, any Pokédex copy card *1, any Ultimate Atlas Direct Lift card *3, issued, the battle is over, the mission is completed, and the Knight Zero Feather is discharged from the 8-door state. Suddenly, a strong pain invaded his mind. If it weren't for Yes Zero Feather's strong mental power, it is estimated that he could appear in temporary blindness. And the body is even weaker, falling to the surface of the sea, barely standing on the surface of the water. Yes Zero U shook his head and smiled bitterly. The side effects of 8 Tails Dungia are really big. It seems that I still underestimated. This is still in the case of a cure of the 9-tailed chakra. If there is no 9-tailed chakra, it is estimated that the side effects will be even greater. No wonder every time Kai opened 6 doors, it seemed like he was going to die. However, if you can get the complete body 9 tails, the side effects should be able to offset a lot. Yes Zero Feather said with an estimated touch. Use the reward, and it can be alleviated. Drip. The reward has been used. Host, Knight Zero Feather Comprehensive Level, Elite Shang Ninja Chakra, 20 cards Body Strength, 15 Kai Spiritual Power, 15 Weasel in an instant. Knight Zero Feather obviously felt that his comprehensive quality had improved a lot. The side effects of Bayman Dungia have also slowed down a lot because of the increase in physical strength, and they can already act normally, but they can't fight at full strength. Sure enough, the system is God. Yes Zero U sighed. Oh yes, suddenly, as if remembering something, Yes Zero U said, the little man is still calm in the sea. Knight Zero Feather cast a water escape and fished Yakura up. Ahem, Yakura, who was salvaged, spat up water and almost drowned. If you do drown, it will be a big joke. Water Shadow was drowned by the water, and this was the only one. Yes Zero U looked at Yakura and couldn't help but sigh with some emotion. This little man is also miserable. 3 generations of Water Shadows died. Yakura took the throne. With big ambitions, Wind and Fire led Terumi and others to carry out reforms, wanting to change the village of Mist Hidden Village. Even in order to improve his own strength and the strength of the Mist Hidden Village, he took the initiative to become a 3-tailed human pillar force, and was able to fully control the 3-tailed human pillar force, almost perfect human pillar force, but the relationship with the tailed beast was not as good as that of Yaoi and Kiribi. Unfortunately, it didn't take a few years to be controlled by Obito, so that the Wien village, which had just stepped into the early stage of reform, returned to the blood mist, or even more. This made a group of people with lofty ideals that Yakura had been hard to assemble gradually split with him, either assassinate himself like Mamakai no longer beheads, or lie dormant in the dark like Terumi, ready to stab him in the back at any time. Later, Terumi and Aoi discovered that Yakura had fallen into illusion, forcibly lifted it, and died and cocked. Although Terumi inherited his will and brought Kirihide village back on track, this life is undoubtedly a tragedy for Yakura himself. For your sake, I'll help you. Yes Zero U sighed. Yes Zero U felt that the main reason why Yakura would die was to lift the illusion method. Normal dismissal of illusion has an acceptance process. It will make the illusionist realize that he has fallen into the illusion, and then slowly lift it. But Yakura is different. His illusion is forcibly lifted by Ching with a white eye. In addition, the illusion in Yakura is too long, and it is an illusion with a kaleidoscope of soil. The intensity is high, and after it is forcibly lifted, the side effects are better than moon reading, only strong but not weak, and it is strange that the will and spirit do not collapse. In addition, there were so many years of persecution of the mist-hidden village, which was completely contrary to his dream, and hit Yakura even harder. And the way Yora chooses to rescue Yakura is, defeat illusion with illusion. Obito didn't use illusion to control Yakura, well, he used a more advanced illusion to control Obito's illusion, so that Yakura slowly realized that he had fallen into illusion and lifted the illusion himself. And the illusion technique that Yora chose to use is, of course, the Bishinjin, which is known as the strongest illusion. It is worth mentioning that the Bitenjin of the system is not cooled, but it needs to consume a lot of mental power every time it is used. Yora summoned the kaleidoscope Sharingan Eye and cast Bitenjin on Yakura, and Yakura gradually fell into a coma. With so many years of memory, it is estimated that it will take a while. Next, it's time to tackle some trash fish. Zero Feather looked around, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes turned into white eyes, turning on the ability to see. In an instant, everything around you can be seen. Although Obito controls Yakura with illusion, he does not have a common consciousness, and will inevitably send Baiju to monitor Yakura. As early as yesterday, he had already cleaned up the white of Wien village, but he didn't expect that it would be another day later, and this thing was really fast and fast enough. Unfortunately, the strength is too weak. Too done. Zero Feather casually cast a dirt escape and crushed several Baiju to death in the ground. And in the system, there are several more books that belong to Baiju. This is the picture book that Knight Zero Feather lit up yesterday. Subsequently, you returned to Wien village. At this time, although Wien village did not have complete civil unrest, it was also on the verge of civil unrest. The ordinary people, who were already oppressed, hid at home and did not dare to come out after feeling the strangeness of Wien village. The low-level ninja didn't know what was going on and made a mess. The mid-level forces have been stabilized by the Terume people, and there is no turmoil. Only the real radical high-ranking faction, after seeing Terume leading people to find them, guessed what happened and fought with them. These radical top brass were surprised. They knew that Terume was a different faction from them, and they usually fought against them, and they were always on guard against Terume. But I never expected that your shot was too abrupt, right? The other day was fine, but suddenly came out and brought us under control. Can you prepare something? Zhao Mei said, everyone is the same, and Zero Feather has not prepared for me. Without the fourth generation of Yakura, Terume is undoubtedly the strongest in the mist-hidden village, plus there is no longer a group of 7 people who will not kill this ninja knife, and soon subdue a group of high-ranking radicals. The high-ranking members of the radical faction stared at Terume and said viciously, Terume, you are rebellion, or colluding with the rebellion of rebels. When Lord Shui Ying returns, he will definitely not let you go. Water Shadow. Terume recalled when she first shared a dream with Yakura and the others, and she was a little sad. They should have worked together for the development of Mist-Hidden Village, but who thought that later Yakura changed his sex and made the blood mist intensify? Suddenly, Terume caught a glimpse of a person approaching in the distance, and couldn't help but look back. His gaze gradually became firm, and said, the 4th generation of Lord Mizukage is dead, don't do any more senseless struggles. What? Impossible, Lord Mizukage is a human pillar force, and can also fully control the 3 tails, how can it be killed? Moreover, as the strongest person in the Mist-Hidden Village other than Lord Watershadow, you are all here, who can kill Lord Watershadow? You're lying to us. Everyone glared angrily at Terume. Terume ruffled her hair and said shyly, even if you praise me so much, facts are facts, and the 4th generation of Mizukage-sama is dead. Everyone. It's really shameless, where have we praised you? At this moment, everyone saw Zero Feather approaching, as well as Zero Feather's forehead, his pupils shrank sharply, and he shouted angrily, Terume, you actually colluded with Konoha. Suddenly, he glanced at Zero again, and then roared even more angrily at Miu, I also seduced a handsome little white face. Terume was stumbled by this sentence, almost didn't fall, wiped her sweat, and said, borrow your good words. When Zero heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Isn't he just handsome, as for such a big grudge? Hey, handsome is also a sin. Ahem, Terume coughed awkwardly twice, and said with a slightly red face, there is no matter of Konoha here, although we are hostile, you should know me about this, I will never betray the Mist-Hidden Village, he just happened to pass by. Terume glanced at Zero Feather and said matter-of-factly, crowd, can your Konoha ninja pass through the center of Kirihide Village? And also happen to be at such a critical moment? Terume, I wish it was my family. In short, give up resistance, the 4th generation of Water Shadow Lord is dead, and after that, the elders will temporarily take over the Mist-Hidden Village until a new Water Shadow is elected. Terume said sternly. The radical crowd showed unwillingness. It is clear that only their policies can make the Mist-Hidden Village stronger, and only the blood mist can create the strong. Why is Terume paranoid and obsessed? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, which made everyone present stunned and look towards where the voice came from. Terumi, you want me to die so much? Yakura walked out with a resentful look in his eyes. Lord Mizukage, you are not dead. When the radical crowd saw Yakura, they said excitedly. Yakura glared at them and did not speak. You're actually alive. Didn't you say you were going to kill him? How could he still be alive? Terumi said in shock. The first half is said to Yakura, and the second half is said to Yorazero. Zero Feather spread his hands and said innocently, who said I was going to kill him? I said kill him. Doesn't killing mean killing? Terumi is full of question marks. Who said that? What is taught to you in school textbooks? To do is to do or to kill or to kill, right? I'm going to you, which means I'm going to kill you? Zero Feather shook his head and said. Sure enough, the chest is big and brainless. How did this guy become a 5th generation water shadow? Terumi was stunned. Dry is not the meaning of killing. Dry me is to me, kill me is kill me, then what does it mean to do me? Oh my god, my life is messy. Terumi's brain is a little inadequate, and she just said in front of so many people that Yakura died, but Yakura suddenly appeared, so embarrassing. And since Yakura is not dead, then didn't they fail again in this coup? They all want to become traitors, and there are no new forces to reform in Wien village? Just as Terumi was full of questions, she heard Yakura sigh and said with a dark look in her eyes, let's all stop, have a meeting. Meeting? Isn't it settled after the fall? Terumi and the others were stunned, and looked at Yakura in bewilderment. When they saw Yakura's bleak eyes, they seemed to sense something. Yakura seems to be changed. They looked at Zero Feather again, but found that Zero Feather had disappeared. A few days later, the Misty Hidden Village began to introduce new policies to gradually end the Blood Mist Mile. For a time, the whole village of Wien was shouting, and everyone was happy. Years of gloom have finally dissipated, and the sun will shine on Mist Hidden Village again. At the same time as the reform of the village of Kirai, Yakura once again interviewed Terumi. What do you think of this person Zero Feather? Yakura asked seriously. Him? Very handsome, strong strength, but also helped our Wien village. The heart should be very kind, just a little younger. Terumi touched her chin and said while thinking. She didn't see that the face of the opposite Yakura was dark. You are an old leftover girl, who asked you to evaluate him as handsome. Stop, I'm asking you to talk about his intentions, not for you to praise him for being handsome. Yakura really couldn't listen anymore, and said with a gloomy face. Terumi's face turned red, and she couldn't wait to find a scene to get into. It's over, this time the personality has completely collapsed, and I am a cold beauty. Ahem, I think he's very intriguing. Terumi changed her words awkwardly, but in Yakura's ears, it means something else. What else do you want to find him? Lord Mizukage is not what you think. I don't want him to be handsome, I still think he has an inside. Terumi stood up and hurriedly explained. Yakura jumped up and said, I knew you were going for someone's house. No, Lord Mizukage, you listen to my quibbles. Terumi said in a panic, her face even redder. Okay, don't say it, give you a task. Yakura waved his hand, and Masashi said, this task is very difficult. Konoha village is about to hold the Chunin exam. I decided to send you to Konoha village to seduce. No, send you to get close to Knight Zero Feather and take the opportunity to make friends. Wait, Yakura, you just said seduction, didn't you? You actually want the old lady to sacrifice you? Terumi said excitedly. No, you heard it wrong, it's all an illusion. Yakura held his chin, his immature face, but he pretended to be an old god, but said in his mouth, besides, isn't this very suitable for your wishes? You are not young, it is time to get married. Rest assured, in case you marry Konoha one day, our Mist Hidden Village will not lose your bride price, and it will definitely help you save face. Terumi's face flushed with shame. But if you think about it, why are there still a little expectations? For the sake of the Mist Hidden Village, I will help you take this trip to Konoha. Terumi turned and left. But after turning around, his expression became solemn, and he lost his previous impropriety. After Terumi left, Yakura leaned back in his chair with a solemn expression. Jokes are jokes, but both he and Terumi know the importance of Knight Zero Feather. 9 tails, 3 tails, Kaleidoscope Sharinon, Flying Thunder God, just take out one, it is enough to shock the ninja world, not to mention that the 4 are concentrated on Knight Zero Feather alone? This is only what they know, and what they do not know does not know how much. Most importantly, Zero you seem to know a lot of secrets, even he knew that he had fallen into illusion, and he also knew a lot about the situation in Mist Hidden Village. How can they not pay attention to such a person? Yakura has a hunch that in the near future, the ninja world will definitely be in chaos, and Yorazero is likely to be the key figure. And another one is that masked man. A haze flashed in Yakura's eyes. And just a few days ago, at the same time that Obito solved the illusion, Obito also had induction. Has the illusion been unraveled? After so many years, I found out that Wien village is really a bunch of waste, but this is enough. Baiju, find out the current situation in the Misty Hidden Village, see how Yakura is doing, and who is ruling. Obito ordered Shiro. However, dead, all dead, Baiju said in shock. Oh, Obito chuckled and said with a sneer, are they all dead? It seems that there has been a coup d'état inside Wien village, the situation is still very serious, it's good to die, they all deserve to die. They obviously didn't know what poop felt like, so they all died. Before Obito finished speaking, Baijueju suddenly grabbed his head, his eyes widened, and said excitedly, I don't know what. They don't deserve to know what poop tastes like. Wait, poop? What poop? Obito asked. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and asked with an ugly face, who is dead? Of course it's my desperate sons, all dead, one left, flattened in the ground, like, poop is the same. Oh, my desperate sons, you did not die in vain, although you do not know what poop feels like, but you have become poop, and you can be considered dead without regrets. Baiju looked at the sky with emotion, his eyes full of old fatherly tears. Obito. Obito was speechless, and then said frantically, can you speak next time without gasping for breath? Can you finish speaking at once? Also, don't get tangled up in poop anymore, it's been so many years, you can't put aside the obsession in your heart? It's a shame for me to take you out. Really? After complaining, Obito's face gradually became solemn. Yakura was out of his control, the Kuonwian village, he didn't particularly care, the point is that Baiju was actually discovered, and all of them were killed. At present, the 100,000 Baiju, as well as the matter of Baiju lurking all over the ninja world to collect intelligence, only he and Madara, as well as the Black Jew Baiju body, know about it, and the others don't know at all. And Baiju will be Woody, with the top latent ability, and will hardly be discovered. But now, Baiju was not only discovered, but also killed. If it's just one or two being killed, it doesn't matter, it may happen to coincidence. But Baiju of Wien village was all killed, and the other party was obviously purposeful and targeted. Who is it that can perceive Baiju on a large scale at the same time and kill it? Could it be that someone secretly knew about his plan? Impossible, he hid so well, no one knew of his existence except Madara, how could anyone know? But even so comforting himself, Obito still felt flustered, and there was always a feeling that someone was secretly pinched. No, you still have to look it up. Baiju, sneak into the Wien village, you must find out what happened. On the other side, after Yezero solved the affairs of Mist Hidden Village, he returned to the Land of Waves. At this time, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were still practicing hard, and Kakashi was still on guard against Mamakai not to be cut again. As everyone knows, it is impossible for Mamadai to come back and fight him if he is not chopped. As for Cardo, maybe it was because Wien village wanted to sell the Night Zero feathers, or maybe it was for other reasons, and he was killed by the returned Peach Land. After the incident in Wien village, Mamakai did not return to Wien village, but continued to live as a rebel. However, the Wien village has given up the pursuit of Didai, although it has not been chased and killed much before. In the words of Mamakai, Wien village is back on track, he is now a free man, after so many years of running, he can't enjoy it? Go, white, wave. Now there is not much else, just more money. Mamakai will not cut the startup capital raised for so many years, because of the Night Zero feather, it is not used at all. And when Kakashi learned that Kato had been killed, he felt very inexplicable. He knows this person Cardo, the force is not small, unless Shinobu village mobilizes, no one can kill him. But why did he die suddenly? Forget it, don't care. The main plot line, Mamakai no longer chops and whites, completed rewards, Chakra Boost card *10, Physical Fitness Enhancement card *10, Mental Power Enhancement card *10, any Pokédex copy card, any Ultimate Atlas Direct Lift card, issued after Kakashi ordered to return to the village, the mission was completed. Yes, Zero you was speechless. Good fellow, it's obviously a task that Mamakai doesn't cut and white, but it's Kakashi who decides whether the mission is completed or not, is it okay? However, to spit is to spit, the reward still has to drop. System, use the lift card. Drip, the lift card is used. Host, Night Zero Feather Comprehensive Level, Elite Shang Shinobi Chakra, 26 card Body Strength, 20 Kai Spiritual Power, 20 Weasel, Night Zero Feather's own strength has been improved again. Now he is already at the top of the film level in terms of basic quality alone. Coupled with all kinds of conventional means, it is impossible to hang up, who fights with the front? If the hang is tight, let's also open the hanging. 9 tails, 3 tails, New Duen, Kaleidoscope, White Eyes, etc., what to offer. It doesn't matter if not, as soon as the system is turned on, the enemy has it, and the Zero Feather will also have it that night. After completing the task, in order to save time, Night Zero Feather directly cast Flying Thunder God and returned to Konoha with 4 people in an instant. This hand, Sasuke and Sakura were stupid to watch. What kind of technique is this? It can actually teleport. Flying Thunder God. You actually, Flying Thunder God, Kakashi said in shock. This was his teacher's famous ninjutsu, and Konoha had not seen anyone other than the second Hokage and his teacher learn it. But now, yes, Zero Feather will actually cast Flying Thunder God. And the casting distance is so far, from the land of waves to Konoha, and take 4 people at once. Kakashi-sensei, what is flying thunder? Sakura asked curiously. Flying thunder, the time-space ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage. Kakashi explained to Sakura and Suzuki seriously. After listening, the two were shocked and speechless. While they were still trying to climb trees and tread water, Night Zero had already learned time-space ninjutsu. The gap between people and people, why is it so big? Previously, Suzuki felt that as long as he worked hard, he would one day surpass Night Zero Feather in the future. After all, he was a member of the Uchiha family. But now, beyond the egg, it would be nice to be able to catch up with Yes Zero Feather's footsteps. Suzuki looked at Yoro Zero Feather unwillingly but helplessly, and Sakura, whose already shocked brain was in chaos, did not know what to think. Kakashi took a deep look at Yoryu and didn't ask more. He knew that ninjas always had all sorts of secrets, as long as they didn't target Konoha. However, he had to report this to 3 generations. 3 generations of offices. Kakashi solemnly reported the mission situation to the Ape Flying Sun. Whether it was Night Zero Feather defeating Mamakai and not chopping, or Flying Thunder God, he said it clearly. And yet, I know, go down. Ape Fei said lightly, without waves. Kakashi, why is Naruto-sama so calm? Didn't you hear clearly? Also, Naruto-sama is older, not as good as the day, and the back of the ear is normal. So, Kakashi emphasized again, Naruto-sama, Yorudo-he. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sarutobi and said, needless to say, I know, you just don't have to do anything without making a fuss. Kakashi. Kakashi was stunned. When nothing happens? No fuss yet? Please, Naruto-sama, that's the strength of the 12-year-old Sharingan and the Flying Thunder God. How can nothing happen when nothing happened? When you are old, your ears are not good, and your brain is not good. Naruto-sama, I think Yorudo should focus on it, Kakashi suggested. In his opinion, an uncontrollable genius like Yorozuroyu, in addition to determining his loyalty to Konoha, must be taken care of and monitored. Ape Fei exhaled a mouthful of smoke, through which he could see his old face, full of melancholy and helplessness. Do you think I don't want to focus on taking care of it? You think I'm not spying? Lao-Tzu put him in the dark part in order to use the dense eyeliner of the dark part to probe the secrets of his body and monitor his every move. As a result, 3 days, just 3 days, Lao-Tzu still didn't have time to arrange anything. That little ancestor almost didn't lift Lao-Tzu's dark part. How else to monitor this? However, it is not without gains. At least it can be determined that the relationship between Yes Zero Feather and Union Village is to be determined, but it should have nothing to do with Union Village. When Yes Zero U was originally sent to carry out that mission, one was to drag Yes Zero U down, and the other was to test whether Yes Zero Feather had a relationship with Union Village. In fact, they had already investigated the ninja stronghold of Union Village. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of the 4 of them in Yes Zero Feather, they were not the opponents of those Union Village ninjas at all. If Yes Zero U was really a traitor in Union Village, he could take the opportunity to contact them, or deliberately delay. But the Night Zero Feather, without saying a word, killed all the people. After killing people, it's just that, and come to him to give him a horse. When I thought about it, Ape Flying Sun Chopper felt depressed. Suddenly, Sarutobi glanced at Kakashi inadvertently, and calculated from his heart. Ha! Sarutobi put his pipe down and looked at Kakashi with a kind eyebrow. After Kakashi saw the smiling face of Sarutobi, I don't know why, but he had the feeling of being stared at by the perverted old man, and he was numb when he saw it. Kakashi took his hands out of his pockets, took a step back, and asked warily, Naruto-sama, what are you going to do? Ha! Sarutobi laughed twice, beckoned at Kakashi and said, come here, don't be afraid, you know me. Kakashi, no, I don't understand. Naruto-sama, you can say something bluntly. Ahem, okay then I'll be blunt. Actually, I want you to monitor Yes Zero Feather. Ape Flying Sun said squarely. Kakashi was relieved when he heard this. Fortunately, he was just monitoring Yes Zero Feather, and he thought that Ape Fei was trying to kill him. Wait, spy on Night Zero Feather? Kakashi was shocked, only then reacted, and then hurriedly refused. Naruto-sama, this task is too difficult, I don't think I can do it. Just kidding, Night Zero Feather is so strong, and he will also, Flying Thunder God, how can he monitor? Don't be tired of surveillance? Such a tired work, who loves to do it, he doesn't do it anyway. But, no, you have to believe in yourself, you can. Ape Fei smiled kindly and said encouragingly, Kakashi, why? And said that after Yes Zero U came back, he went to find Hinata for the first time, and happened to meet Hinata and Ino who were secretly talking about something together. From time to time, Hinata was still a little shy, and her little face was slightly red. What are you whispering? Yes Zero Feather suddenly appeared and asked curiously. When he appeared, Hinata's face turned even redder, and he lowered his head shyly. But Jingyi, after seeing Yes Zero U, not only was he not shy, but more excited, rushed over and hugged Yes Zero U's arm, rubbed it, and asked, how is it, has it grown? Yaziroyu lowered his head slightly, felt it with his arm, closed his eyes, and was silent for several seconds before suddenly saying, I feel it, there is growth. Ino. Oh, can you pretend to be a little more fake? Well, Wild Airways. How could you think about it for so long? Saying that, she rubbed again. Obviously she is very progressive, well, she has a lot every day. Suddenly, she looked at Hinata, smiled badly, grabbed Yuraziroyu's arm, stretched out the demon to Hinata and said, try Hinata's, she's working hard. Oh, is it? I'll take a look, Yaziroyu smiled wickedly. Hinata's face turned even redder when she heard this. However, she was still brave and did not retreat, but straightened her chest and raised her head, looking brave. In this way, it made Yuraziroyu, who wanted to tease Hinata, a little embarrassed. He withdrew his hand in embarrassment and said, okay, stop making trouble, take you to eat something delicious. It's not that he doesn't like Hinata, it's not that he doesn't want Hinata, it's that it's just too small. Although in the Hokage world, the two have become adults, but Yazero Feather is not a person in this world, and his concept is different. Don't be in a hurry, another 2 or 3 years will do, soon. Yazero Feather comforted himself. Cut. Seeing that Yaziroyu withdrew his hand, Ino cut it ruefully. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. But when she saw Ino, who was tightly wrapped around Yaziroyu's arm, especially the part where the two were close together, she was a little unwilling. She looked down at herself, then at Ino, and in Yaruto's surprised gaze, she hugged his other arm. When Yaziroyu felt a strange sensation coming from his arm, he was surprised and a little surprised at the same time. Happiness always comes so suddenly. Yaziroyu left and right, took the 2 women to eat barbecue. The 3 of them walked down the street, attracting shocked glances. Almost the whole village has heard about the matter of Night Zero Feather and Hinata, and everyone is envious that Night Zero Feather hugged the lap of the Hyuga family, and 9 times out of 10 there is a chance to enter the Hyuga family. But they never expected that poverty limited their imagination. Yura Zero Feather not only provoked the eldest miss of the Hyuga family, but also took down the eldest miss of the Yamanaka family. What shocked them even more was that they could still take the 2 of them to the street hand in hand. That's awesome, right? The men all envied Yazero Feather, and the envious ones were almost kneeling. I'm a role model. Although the woman is disgusted, but the Night Zero Feather is too high, stunned and can't hate it. Soon, word of the matter reached the Yamanaka family. However, the Yamanaka family is a famous family, and there is usually a marriage in a famous family. They didn't say anything when they saw Hinata's house. What did they say? And there is only one reason why the Hyuga family can keep talking, that is, this Night Zero Feather is definitely not simple. Therefore, the Yamanaka family quickly found the ape Flying Sun Chop and inquired about the situation of Night Zero Feather. When Sarutobi Hinata was found by Yamanaka Heike to inquire about the situation of Night Zero Feather, he was also stunned. Yamanaka Heike's status in the upper echelons of Konoha is not low, he is the leader of Konoha's analysis class, he holds a lot of secrets, and he is definitely an important person among important personnel. But the question is also this, he and Yaziroyu should not have any chance to be related. Why Yaziroyu's intelligence? After some inquiry, Sarutobi Hinata learned that it was Yamanaka Heike's baby daughter, Yamanaka Ino, who was very close to Yuraziroyu. Ape Flying Sun Chop learned the situation and called the good boy. Just took away the eldest lady of the Hinata family, and abducted the baby of the Yamanaka family. This is also too powerful, right? Thanks to Akimichi, Nara, Inyazuka, and Yaru, these 4 new generations are all boys, otherwise they will all have to be abducted? At that time, no matter who Hokage is in Konoha, won't he have to take care of Yoruto's face? Obediently, I was almost stolen. Ape Flying Sun Chopper seemed to see the earth-shattering conspiracy. He also did not keep it from Yamanaka Heike, and told Yamanaka Heike the relevant information about Yoryu. Of course, it is not detailed to everything, such as the fact that Night Zero Feather almost lifted the dark part, which is just an understatement. Lose face. It's just that Yamanaka Heike's position is inextricably linked with the dark department. How can he not know what happened in the dark department before? And when he knew that the person was Yes Zero Feather, he was stunned. For Yes Zero Feather, he had heard his own daughter say it before. Handsome, very handsome, very handsome. Handsome to the point where Ino wants to grow up and do tasks to raise Night and Zero Feathers. Then there is Night Zero Feather, who is a waste that cannot refine chakra. But in the blink of an eye, how did he become a genius with the strength of Shangnan? I'm just buried in the analysis class every day, I don't like to pay attention to other things. Why can't I suddenly keep up with the pace of the times? No, you have to quickly find out the situation with Ino to understand the situation. After Yamanaka left, Sarutobi Hinata also called Kakashi, as well as a few people from the dark part, to let them pay more attention to Ura's emotional life, especially the relationship. In the past, he only focused on the strength of Yuraziroyu and the relationship with the younger generation such as Naruto, but he missed this aspect. You have to focus on it later. These are a series of things that happened after that, and after Yezero and Hinata Ino finished eating, they were quarreled by Ino and said, Zero you teach me to cultivate, the serious kind. Hinata has become so good lately, and I want to be like her. Night Zero Feather Sweat _ What is serious, and can it teach you that the unorthodox cannot be done? Yura Zero you looked at Hinata, who apologized nervously, I'm sorry, I told Ino about that. Saying that, Hinata bowed her head apologetically. Yezero was stunned, looking at Hinata's appearance, and immediately guessed Hinata's thoughts. Must be afraid that she will leak his secret and make him unhappy, right? After all, he directly helped Hinata's white-eye blood succession limit to reach the full level, which was a rare opportunity for any ninja and a shocking secret. It's just, how can Night Zero Feather blame Hinata? Besides, he didn't even think about keeping Hinata a secret. He touched Hinata's head dotingly and coaxed, It's okay, I didn't let you keep it secret, don't think about it. Hinata heard Yura Zero's gentle voice, and her mood gradually eased, but even so, she still felt a little sorry Zero Feather. Although Night Zero Feather doesn't matter, in Hinata's opinion, it is a secret that cannot be leaked to outsiders. But, Hinata blushed at the thought of what Ino had said to her and the promises she had made in order to learn the secret of her strengthening. Yura Zero asked Ino. For the development of Ino, Zero you really didn't have much idea. In the original work, you said that Ino is weak, people are 12 small strong, famous in Konoha, and the only one in the spiritual mountain secret art, but you say Ino strong, well, there are almost no highlights from start to finish. Physical arts don't work, illusion doesn't work, ninjutsu doesn't work. It is clear that he is a famous family, but in the end, he wants to learn medical ninjutsu with Sakura. But Sakura has Narasa, who learned from Tsunade, learned monster power and Hyakuhou no Jutsu, and dumped the street of Ino. So much so that Zero now doesn't know where to help Jingya improve his strength, it's too decent. Is anything okay? Ino looked at Zero Feather with little stars in his eyes. Anything goes. Zero nodded. Is our family's mountain secret technique also possible? Ino asked tentatively, skeptically. After all, their family's secret art in the mountains is not a secret, and outsiders will not know it at all. But when she thought of Hinata's white eyes, she had a trace of hope. The white eye is the blood succession limit, and the mountain secret technique should also be able to do it, right? Of course, Zero said with a smile. Yay! Ino jumped up happily, and the doubt in his heart finally fell. Are you sure of the secret art of the mountains? Zero asked. Sure and sure, Ino said impatiently. After Zero was silent for a while, he persuaded, actually, you can choose others, such as the Nara family's shadow secret art, such as Muduen, Flying Thunder God, and other forbidden techniques. You can, do you want to think about it? Yura Zero still felt that it was better to let Ino choose a battle-type technique. Although the secret art of the mountain has its own unique characteristics, the future ninja world is full of crises, and the ability to protect oneself is very important. As soon as these words came out, Ino and Hinata were all stunned, and asked in shock in unison, Can Mudun be okay? Yes. Zero nodded indifferently, as if telling a sparse and ordinary trifle. But Ino and Hinata are not calm. Zero you're not kidding, are you? Mudun is the unique blood succession limit of the original Hokage-sama, and the original Hokage-sama created Konoha village with Mewtwo. Except for the original Hokage-sama, no one has awakened the Mewtwo blood succession limit. How could you? The two stared at Zero without blinking, their spirits tense, expecting Zero to say, I'm joking, in fact, I won't go away. It's not that they don't want to believe that Zero Feather can't go away, but it's too weird, and even subverts their worldview. And yet, Zero shook his head, put his hand on the shoulders of the two, and in the next second, the three suddenly disappeared in place. Before the two women could slow down, they had already appeared in an open area. Immediately after, Mudun Tree Realm arrival. Under the shocked gazes of the two women, trees rose up one by one, and in the blink of an eye, they grew into a towering continent. Do you believe it this time? Zero Feather spread his hands and said. Then again, this was the first time he had used Muduen. Oh my god, it's true. You really can get away with it. The two women were stunned in surprise, and the shape of their mouths opening was just right. They couldn't believe in their dreams that Zero Feather would really be able to escape. Zero why are you Muduen? This is the art of the original Hokage-sama. Ino asked curiously. Learned, and not only the first generation will be Mudun, in fact, there are several people who will also, and there are two people in Konoha besides me. Zero explained. What, can you really learn? Isn't Mudun the blood succession limit, and the blood succession limit can also be learned? Moreover, there are still people in Konoha who can go away? Ino asked. With their current status and seniority, they naturally did not know about the existence of Yamato and Danzo. Of course you can learn, if you want to learn it or not, I will teach you. Zero said with a smile. Ino and Hinata were silent, looking at Yorozero in shock and complexity. Before, Yazero said that they could learn to dun, and they didn't believe it. But when they saw Yorozero Feather exhibiting new dun and recalled that Yorozero Feather had helped Hinata raise his eyes, they believed it. Although it is very whimsical, if they are with the help of Yazero Feather, they really have the possibility of learning new duen. Only, can they learn? Ino and Hinata looked at each other, and after a few seconds of silence, they said with a wry smile, "Forget it, we don't learn." Seriously, New Due's reputation is famous in the ninja world, saying that it is false that they don't want to learn, but they can't learn it. First, they themselves had a few pounds and tails, and they knew very well that they really did not have the confidence to control the original Hokage-sama's New Duen. Second, if they learn to use wood, they don't need to do it at the top of Konoha village, and they have to be nailed to the wall by their respective fathers to study when they go home. The bloodline of their two families, how could New Dun appear? Clearly overhead, green grassland. That's fine. Yazero thought about it carefully, and did not force it. He only cared about making the two stronger, but ignored one point, that is, physique. He has a system in place and can continue to improve, but Ino and Hinata don't. With the amount of chakra of the two, at most, it is at the level of Yamato, and they are striving to be the pioneer of woodleaf greening. Then you still learn the secret art of the mountain? Yazero asked. Ino nodded. Okay, Yazero promised. Drip. The Ultimate Picture Book Direct Lift card has been used, and the Mountain Mine Secret Art Guide has been upgraded to the Ultimate Point Drop. Any picture book copy card has been used, successfully copied the Yamanaka Mine Secret Art Ultimate Picture Guide. Night Zero Feather has Hinata's first time, and Ino's first time is also much more proficient, and he is familiar with the road to give the Manchu Yamanaka Secret Art to Ino. And Ino's reaction, which was even greater than Hinata's, directly fainted in pain. Fortunately, there was no danger and withstood the gift of Night Zero Feather. When Ino woke up and felt that his level of secret skills had improved significantly, he excitedly hugged Yazero Feather and kissed Yazero's cheek. With this kiss, the three people were stunned. Even Ino herself didn't expect that she would be tempted to kiss Zero Feather. Yazero didn't expect that Jingya was so wild, he really dared to kiss. Hinata didn't expect that he was preempted by Ino. How can this work? So, tweet. Hinata blushed and kissed Yoryu on the other cheek, blushing like a ripe apple. This, Night Zero Feather blinked. So fragrant. After sending the two back, Yoryu also went home. Over the next few days, Yoryu took advantage of the fact that Ino and Hinata had no task to guide their respective techniques. This day, to save Rasha? Are you kidding? Sarutobi didn't take care of Naruto as his own grandson, and it was understandable. After all, Naruto was really not his own grandson. His wife still died to protect Naruto. If he didn't have a little emotion for Naruto, it was not normal. And as far as the level of cultivation of Ape Flying Sun chopping, I really dare not compliment. The eldest son died without showing his face. Phasma, the youngest son, only reconciled with him when he was about to be killed by the Fei Duen duo, but it was the grave grass chopped by the Ape Flying Sun, and he didn't know how many feet high. The little grandson stabbed his head whole, and in the end Naruto educated him. Thanks to Sarutobi Hinata, he didn't raise Naruto as his own grandson, otherwise, Hokage would have ended before it started. But Luo She is different. You are my love Luo's father. My wife died in childbirth. It's normal to be sad, so it's normal to hate my son, but I love Luo in death, or start from a young age. Don't you think it's excessive? That's your own son. After dirt rebirth, it was hard washed there, with standing white or tied? The key is to wash it in the village. Washing in the village is not unacceptable. Luo She is indeed conscientious and dedicated to Cheyenne village, but you wash my love for I love Luo. Wang Defa? Who believes? And this time he went to find Cheyenne village, completely for Luo She's magnetic escape and magnetic evil sandgold. He didn't want to wait until the time of the final battle to light up the guide from Luo She of Dirt Rebirth, it was too long. Moreover, it is not certain that he will not give the opportunity to cast Dirt Rebirth. And although he already has unlimited coins now, but that is summoned by the system, how cool is it to make money himself? Outside the village of Cheyenne. At this time, I love Luo. They should have left early. Luo She should still be in Cheyenne village, right? Night Zero Feather speculated. In the original anime, Rasha's death is not described in detail. However, at the time, Orochimaru, Yu, and Junmaro were present, and the time should probably be before the last round of the Chunin exam, and Luo She was on his way to Konoha. Go inside and take a look. Yazero transformed his eyes into three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes, cast illusions, and swaggered into Cheyenne village. After entering, Yazero found that the environment in Cheyenne village was really bad, and it was a world away from Konoha. No wonder Luo She would take a desperate step and attack Konoha. If it were to him, he would. Let's have a wooden escape, beauty, and nourishment. New Dun loved nature. Night Zero Feather put on the nine-tailed chakra, put his hands together, and with him as the center, the trees rose up and quickly spread outward. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire sand-hidden village was covered, and it continued to extend outward. It stretched for about 5 sand-hidden villages before slowly stopping. If you look down from the sky at this time, you will find that in the vast desert, a forest is full of leaves, and there are springs flowing in it. This is a new ninjutsu developed after Yozuru Hiji reached the full level. Among them, there are not only wooden dun, but also water dun, earth dun, and the fusion of 3 kinds of escape. Whether it is greening or fighting, it is very beneficial to Yezero Feather. It's a bit draining chakra. However, with 9 tails and 3 tails, he will be afraid that chakra will not be enough. When performing this technique, he also deliberately made a few large flowers of the kind between the 1,000 hand pillars within the scope of Cheyenne village to use it for stunning. Although he will not flower tree realm arrival, the effect should be similar. The people of Cheyenne village, which had low strength, were stunned, and Yezero Feather did not hurt them. This forest should be a gift to me, Arrow. As for whether you can do a good job of green protection and whether you can keep this forest, it is up to you. Yezero said to himself. And the movement he made was so big, which naturally attracted the attention of the 4 generations of Wind Shadow Luisa and many Shangnan in Cheyenne village. Whoosh! Su! Su! One after another figures appeared in the forest, their faces full of shock. It's the forest! How could such a large forest suddenly appear in Cheyenne village? Is it an illusion? Illusion, you are big. Is there an illusion among so many of us? What's that about? Many Sand hither on the Endure is confused. Luosha was the same, looking around in amazement, his head as big as a fight, not knowing what was happening. It's not that they didn't think of Muduan, but they didn't dare to associate it. Mudan is the first generation of Hokage 1,000 hand pillars, pacifying the blood succession limit of the warring states, almost a godlike existence. How dare they associate? Not to mention that Muduan, who has such a large scope and such a strong range, dare not think about it. Just when everyone was confused by this forest, a figure suddenly appeared behind Luosha. Ha! Luosha is worthy of being the 4th generation of Wind Shadows, and instantly sensed the existence of Night Zero Feather, and before his body turned around, the attack had arrived. Phew! A 1,000-book dark weapon made of black sand iron shot out from the ground and shot towards Night Zero Feather. The speed is so fast, so hidden, if it weren't for the super anti-detection ability of Night Zero Feather, plus this forest is his domain, it would be really easy. Yes, Zero Feather retreated, without a seal. Boom. A giant tree moved according to his heart, stopping in front of him, blocking the sand and iron dark weapon. At the same time, drip. Light up the special book, Blood Succession Limit, Magnetic Escape, Collection Progress 1/10, Goal Completed *1. This is not over, the system task is triggered again, drip. Release mission, defeat the 4 generations of Wind Shadow rewards, Chakra Boost card *15, Physique Enhancement card *15, Mental Power Enhancement card *15, any picture book copy card *1, any Ultimate Picture Book Direct Lift card *2. Oh, good guy, the same shadow, but the mission reward is less. Is it because it is weak? However, it doesn't matter how much there is a reward. Mudan's silent killing technique. The surrounding branches suddenly stretched out, entwining Luosha deadly. Luosha was shocked and looked at Yezero Feather in disbelief. You really know how to go away? Are you a ninja from Konoha? Luosha didn't expect that after several decades, Konoha actually produced another wooden ninja, and he was so strong and so young. What shocked him even more was that Konoha would actually send ninjas to attack the village of Sand before they could implement the plan for the collapse of Konoha. Could it be that Konoha already knew their plans? Luosha was full of doubts, but more shocked. Yezero, you didn't give him time to think about it. For Luosha, he had nothing to say. Directly used the 9-tailed chakra, completely suppressed. After Luosha saw the 9-tailed chakra, he was stunned again. Why does he have the 9-tailed chakra? Could it be that he is the 9-tailed pillar force? According to the first plot, Konoha is the identity of Naruto as the 9 tails pillar force, and it is still good to hide. At least the first final boss, Orochimaru, has begun to implement the Konoha collapse plan, and they all find Sasuke and beat Naruto up, and they have not yet discovered Naruto's identity. Naruto reported the surname of Uzumaki, and did not suspect it, and even wanted to kill Naruto. It wasn't until he saw Naruto's 9-tailed eyes that he probably dared to guess the identity of Naruto's 9 tails. When Naruto was slightly more serious, his face changed significantly before he completely determined Naruto's identity. And at that time, Orochimaru actually thought that as the 9-tailed man pillar Naruto, he might have died. Even, he didn't suspect that Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage. Not to mention the sand-hidden village, he hadn't considered Naruto's 9-tailed matter at all, but he had already used it as a weapon. Even the ONI mackerel of the Xiao organization was led by Ataka to recognize Naruto as the 9-tailed man pillar force. Unfortunately, after the second part, I don't know how to get it, and the identity of Naruto, who Orochimaru doesn't know, has become the news of the rotten street that even any vendor in Konoha village knows. Should it be said that the espionage ability of the pocket is too poor, and he does not know the secrets that the merchant knows? or should he say that it was a stroke of God? Under such a background, how could Luo Xie not be shocked when he saw the nine-tailed chakra of Knight Zero Feather? It was even more shocking than IAI Luo called him daddy. And Knight Zero Feather, who turned on the nine tails mode, beating Luo Xie is the same as hitting his son. I love Luo Xie can't call Luo Xie's father, but Luo Xie, who can fight Ye Zero Feather, calls him daddy. Spiral Pill. Datama Spiral Pill. Super Large Jade Spiral Pill. Under the blessing of the nine-tailed chakra, a group of balls set by Knight Zero Feather came down and pressed Luo Xie to fight. Even so, he did not use the Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, not for anything else, afraid of losing his hand and beating Luo Xie to death. Luo Xie's ninjutsu has not yet been fully lit, and he has to let him live a little longer. Finally, Luo Xie's chakra was exhausted by Knight Zero Feather, and there was no power to fight again. On the other hand, there are 0 feathers in the night, and even the chakra with a tail is not consumed. The amount of chakra of the 9 tails is large. Is it over? Luo Xie half knelt in the placer gold, looking at Ye Zero Feather coldly, full of unwillingness and helplessness. Unwillingly, as a wind shadow, he not only failed to protect the village, but he was not even qualified to die with the enemy. Helplessly, how could Ye Zero Feather be so strong that he couldn't do anything at all? He also plans to destroy Konoha with Orochimaru. Ye Zero, you destroyed the sand-hidden village alone, and they also destroyed a hanging Konoha. Hurry up and dig a hole and bury yourself. Thinking of this, Luo Xie looked at the golden placer gold nearby, and his mood suddenly became much better. It's good to die in such a place, and you didn't live your whole life in vain. Unfortunately, Ye Zero, you did not follow his wishes. After solving Luo Xie, all the placer gold was taken away by him. Dead man's money? Hee hee, dead man's wealth is also wealth. Take this back and refine it, but it's all gold. Who can't be interested in gold? Not long after Ye Zero you left, the ninjas of Sand-Hidden Village were finally able to break into the battlefield and look at Luo Xie's body with sorrow. My Lord Wind Shadow, why did you say it's gone? You haven't seen us destroy Konoha. Luo Xie, destroy a hair, don't you see that I am all destroyed? At the same time that Luo Xie's body was transported back to Cheyenne Village, the battle damage in Cheyenne Village was also counted. Looking at the report in hand, everyone was stunned. All numbers, including civilians and ninjas, wounded 0, killed 0, missing 0, there was no loss at all. No, one died, that is. Everyone looked at Luo Xie in unison, with strange expressions. Kazekage-sama, is this counted? Died in vain? When Eight Flying Sun saw this, he would definitely feel inexplicably familiar. Konoha Village. Drip. Release mission, defeat the 4th generation of Wind Shadow, completed rewards, Chakra Boost card *15, Physique Improvement card *15, Mental Power Enhancement card *15, any picture book copy card *1, any Ultimate Guide Direct Lift card *2, issued after killing Luo Xie, the system mission is completed. After Knight Zero Feather used up the reward, his strength was increased again. However, if you don't count the tailed beast, he is still incomparable with the later hangers. And Ye Zero Feather's goal is to suppress Tsutomu Kagaya him without relying on the tailed beast, relying on its own chakra alone. There's a long way to go. Ye Zero you stretched. Ha! Suddenly, Ye Zero you was stunned, because he found that 3 people had passed through the enchantment of Konoha Village and entered Konoha Village. These 3 are none other than Iero, Temeri, and Kankuro. It is said that Knight Zero Feather has the ability to connect the enchantment of Konoha Village and perceive the entire village of Konoha, thanks to Ino. The principle of this ability is to use the secret art of the Yamanaka family and the enchantment technique of the Knight Zero Feather, cross the village of Konoha and directly connect to the enchantment. To put it bluntly, it is a system vulnerability and a wall over. According to the original plot, I love Luo, they should meet Naruto, right? Go check it out. Ye Zero Feather disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Yora saw Kankuro and Temeri who were confronting Naruto, Sakura, Konohamaru, and the others in a street somewhere. Of course, Ye Zero you also saw the second pillar squatting on the tree, ready to look at the right time, and IAI Luo hanging upside down on the head of the 2 pillars. Especially when I saw that I love Luo, Ye Zero Feather couldn't help but feel it. It is worthy of being a gourd baby, and always likes to hang on the tree. At this time, Kankuro was arrogantly holding Konohamaru's neck, looking at Naruto with disdain, thinking, is Konoha shinobi? It looks like a waste. At this time, Naruto did not endure for a while as in the original book, but rushed directly to this Kankuro. Let go of Konohamaru. Cut. Kankuro cut in disdain. Rushed straight over. Does this yellow-haired boy have no brains? Just this ninja? Kankuro's fingers moved slightly, and a chakra thread appeared at Naruto's feet, and the tripping Naruto lost his balance and fell towards the ground. Sure enough, garbage is garbage, it's too weak, Kankuro taunted. But before he could finish, boom. A fist slammed into his jaw, sending him flying out, taking the opportunity to snatch Konohamaru. and that tripping Naruto has turned into a piece of wood. What? It turned out to be avatar technique. Kankuro took 3 steps back, steadied his figure, and said in shock. Temari also looked at Naruto in surprise. She had been watching from the sidelines just now, but she didn't find that the other party had used that avatar technique. Hey, handsome, huh? I used the simplest avatar technique to fool this person. After Naruto rescued Konohamaru, he crossed his waist and said proudly, "Wow, brother Naruto, that's awesome. It turns out that avatar can also be so handsome." The Konohamaru trio looked at Naruto adoringly. Sakura next to him and Sasuke on the tree saw this, and the corners of their mouths moved slightly. Isn't this the means by which Knight Zero Feather dealt with Peach Land and did not cut it again? It's a shame to be handsome. However, Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. Naruto's hand avatar technique was indeed just right. If he hadn't seen the operation of Zero Feather for the night, he would have been really easy to be deceived by Naruto. Damn, he has improved again. Sasuke hammered a fist into the tree. Overhead, Killua swayed with the tree. And below, after Kankuro was punched by Naruto, he immediately became angry and said angrily, "Abominable little ghost, you actually dare to hit me." Kankuro manipulated the chakra thread and tied Naruto's hands and feet, controlling him and immobilizing. What is this? If it was a normal battle, Naruto could still fight, but the first time he came into contact with the puppet technique, he was immediately confused, and he didn't know what was happening. "Naruto," Sakura said eagerly. Immediately took out the kunai and warned Kankuro, "Let go of Naruto, this is Konoha village." "Kankuro, it's okay, don't go too far," Temari also persuaded worriedly. However, Kankuro was arrogant in his heart, and was played by a little devil with a low-level ninjutsu that was so basic that he could no longer be basic, and he was punched. How could he give up? He ignored Sakura's warning and Temari's advice, and the corners of his mouth curled and said fiercely, "I must teach them a lesson." "Hey, okay, then I don't care, don't look for me if something happens," Temari said helplessly. Hearing this, the smile at the corner of Kankuro's mouth became more and more rampant, and he was about to manipulate the chakra thread to Naruto's neck. But the next second, snap! A stone shot abruptly and hit Kankuro's hand, bringing up a trace of blood, interrupting Kankuro's control. "Ah, my ass!" Naruto fell to the ground and rubbed his ass and cried out in pain. "Who is it?" Kankuro and Temari looked at Sasuke on the tree at the same time, their faces surprised. They didn't even notice anyone in the tree. And the stones that flew in just now, they didn't even find it. Just imagine, if it was not a stone that flew just now, but Kuwu, and it was not his hand but his neck that was aimed at it, wouldn't he be? Damn it! Kankuro gritted his teeth and looked at Sasuke unwillingly and unconvinced. Instead, Temari, after seeing Sasuke's handsome face, felt good. "Do it in someone else's village, aren't you afraid of being beaten?" "Oh sorry, you've been beaten up," Sasuke said sarcastically. I don't know why, his brain suddenly sounded the appearance of Yaziroyu when he first taught him, and even the lines he said were different from those in the original work, which was particularly arrogant. This scene almost made Sakura cry. The Konohamaru trio were also attracted to Sasuke's handsomeness. Sasuke felt the change in the sight and mood of several people, and his heart was happy. If it had been before, he would never have been like this. When he was in school, he was often treated with this kind of adoration, and he was used to it, even tired of it. But since he completed the task with Yaziroyu a while ago, he suddenly found that he couldn't do it anymore, and he couldn't stand up anymore. Although he doesn't feel anything, it's not just the worship of the outside world, it's all tacky things, it doesn't matter. However, as a man, his self-confidence was unknowingly hit. Today I am once again paid attention to by adoring eyes, so cool. Urjuzif felt that he could do it again. Kankuro was ridiculed like this, where could he bear it? The hand grabbed the bandage behind him and wanted to strike. But at this moment, a voice came, not loud, but it made Kankuro's face show horror and tremble. "Kankuro, stop, disgrace the village," Iroh said in disgust. Someone behind it. Sasuke, who was proud, looked shocked, but he didn't expect that someone would appear behind him silently, and he was about to turn around and look at it immediately. But his body turned slightly, and he stopped. "No, keep it pressing." Sasuke thought of Knight Zero Feather, and the look of surprise disappeared from his face, replaced by indifference, as if he had known that there was someone behind him, and turned his head slightly to look at Iroh. But seeing that I love Luo, Sasuke is angry again. Damn, this gourd baby didn't even look at him. What made Sasuke even more angry was that Era continued to ignore him, turned into sand, and fluttered and reunited around Kankuro and Temari. "Let's go, we're not here to play," Ero said expressionlessly, turning around and leaving with Kankuro and Temari. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to the empty wall, "I remember you." When everyone saw this, they were confused. What is he doing? Why is he talking into the air? But the next moment, "Oh, found me? Not bad. Yaz0U wrapped his hands around his chest, slowly appeared by the wall. Knight Zero Feather. Sakura and Suzuki looked at Yoru in shock. Temari and Kankuro acted even more exaggeratedly, widening their eyes and looking at Yoruha in disbelief. They didn't expect that all this time, less than 3 meters away from them, without any cover, there was actually a person hidden, and they didn't even notice the slightest breath. It's terrifying. But then Temari found out again. This person is so handsome, even more handsome than the person just now. Yaz0U ignored everyone's surprised gazes, but looked at Hilloa with interest. The hiding method he used just now is actually an enhanced version of the mist concealment technique, which uses the principle of light refraction to hide his figure. It's just that the fog concealment technique needs to rely on the low visibility of dense fog, and Knight Zero Feather does not. Suzuki didn't even find him, but Hilloa did. It seems that Hilloa is stronger than he thought. We'll meet again. Iai Luo left a word and left with Kankuro and Temari. Hey, the one who doesn't have eyebrows, kind of stay and fight. Naruto. Naruto shouted, but was stopped by Sakura. Suzuki said angrily in his heart, damn, it was pretended by Knight Zero Feather again, obviously it should be my famous pretend scene. The trio of Konohamaru looked at Yoru Zero Feather with little stars in their eyes, tugged at the corner of Naruto's clothes, and asked, Brother Naruto, who is he? What a powerful look. He looks like he should be about the same age as Naruto's big brother, and he is actually stronger than you, Konohamaru exclaimed. That's of course, I'm a younger brother in front of Zero-U, and Urjuzi is a little brother, Naruto praised proudly. Suzuki, who was a little upset because of the failure of pretending, became even more angry after hearing Naruto's words. What do you mean I'm a little brother? The younger brother is the younger brother, why add small print? Also, don't call me Urjuzi. I still have business, go first. Recently the village is conducting the middle ninja exam, there will be many ninjas from other villages, you guys be careful. Yaz0U reminded, turned into white smoke, and disappeared. But a shadow doppelganger. Naka Shinobi exam? What is that? Naruto asked curiously. Stupid, of course, as long as you pass the exam, you can become an exam of Zonnin. Sakura was speechless. She really didn't understand what Naruto had in his head, how she didn't even know such simple common sense. Naka Shinobu? As soon as he heard the word Naka Shinobi, Naruto's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, I have decided, I want to take the Naka Shinobi exam and be promoted to Naka Shinobi. Ah, it hurts. Before Naruto could finish speaking, Sakura punched him in the head. Don't think about it too much, we have just graduated, and our strength is too weak, it is impossible to take the Zonnin exam. Sakura spoke cruelly to reality. However, I must take the Chu Shinobi exam. Suzuki and Naruto ignored Sakura at all, and said in unison with enthusiasm. At the same time, a figure appeared in the hearts of both of them, that is, Knight Zero Feather. Although they don't think they can beat Knight Zero Feather, they won't give up easily, and this time the Zonnin exam will definitely achieve good results, so that Knight Zero Feather is impressed. Naruto, Nizu, you're all great, come on. The two fantasized at the same time, fantasizing about the scene of Knight Zero Feather praising them. Hey, it's over, you two are not saved. Sakura held her forehead helplessly. Knight Zero Feather body. Drip. Release story tasks, take the Zonnin exam, promote the Zonnin reward, Chakra improvement card *20, physical fitness improvement card *20, mental power enhancement card *20, any picture book copy card *2, any advanced picture book direct lift card *3, any ultimate picture book direct lift card *1. When the shadow avatar sees the 3 of my AI Luo, the system automatically triggers the task. Take the Chunin exam? The corners of Yaz0U's mouth turned up slightly, and he was interested. Even if the system does not post tasks, he will take the Chunin exam. After all, there were many famous scenes in the Chunin exam, and he didn't want to miss them. As for the aspect of being too strong, there is no need to worry at all. The Chunin exam was originally intended for daimyo and other shinobi village shows, and the participants were either famous children or excellent graduates. Ninjas like those who have lived in the dark since childhood will not participate at all. Otherwise, all the ninjas in a village are put on the surface, and all the intelligence is leaked. How else to play? If he wanted to take the Zonnin exam, Sarutobi would definitely approve of both hands and feet. How could such a good opportunity to show Konoha's strength be missed? Thinking of this, Yaz0 Feather opened the system, found the location of the 8th flying sun, and directly teleported over. Temporary tent for the Naka Shinobi exam conference. The 7th class led by Kakashi, Suzuki Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, the above 3, in the name of my flag Kakashi, recommend them to take the Chunin exam. The 8th class led by Hong, Hinata, Inazukaya, and Urashino, the above 3, in the name of my Hong, are recommended to take the Chunin exam. As soon as Kakashi and Red said this, everyone in the audience was shocked. If they remember correctly, the class that Kakashi and Red are leading now should be the graduates of this class, right? How long have they only graduated, and they are recommended to take the Chuninja exam? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Under normal circumstances, it should be 2 years at the earliest to graduate, basically about 3 years, before you are eligible to take the Zongnin exam, right? Especially Irika, when he heard that baby Naruto was going to take the Chunin exam, he almost didn't jump out in a hurry. Naruto is still so young, how can he take the Chunin exam? Did Kakashi let them go to die? On the far right, Asma, who was in Lu Guan, was extremely excited, quite proud. Fresh graduates take the Zongnin exam, this forced not to pretend too cool. Shikamaru, Ino, Dingji, you three really give the teacher a long face. Hey, why is it so slow? Kakashi, what are you grinding, saying hurry up? Red, say slowly, not in a hurry. Hurry up. It's up to me, it's me. Asma was cold on the surface, holding a cigarette, and the actual movements of Lu in his hands were getting faster and faster. Ape Flying Sun Chopper looked at the movement of Asma's hand, and he was loveless. Brush up, Big Pen. I'm sorry, Konoha, for having such a thing, I'm sorry. Finally, after Red finished speaking, it was Asma's turn. The 10th class led by Asma, Ino Yamanaka. Long time no see, hey, there are quite a lot of people, what about a meeting? Asma was only halfway through speaking, and yet Zero Feather appeared out of thin air and greeted the Ape Flying Sun. He looked around and found that there were quite a few familiar faces. Kakashi, Red, Irika, Azuki, Ibiki. Depending on the situation, it should be in the arrangement of matters related to the shinobi exam. Oh yes, and a reckless baby. As soon as Yes Zero Feather appeared, everyone was shocked again. Who is this kid and why did he suddenly appear here? You know, the top priority of the Zongnin exam, the temporary tent where they are located, there are fortifications all around, and it is impossible for ordinary people to enter. But this kid actually broke in. Surprised, but also a little dissatisfied. No matter what Yes Zero U's strength is, it is a little too big or small to rush into an important meeting. And when the Ape Flying Sun Chop saw the Night Zero Feather that suddenly appeared, he went crazy again. Others only saw Yes Zero Feather break in, probably using that instantaneous technique, but he clearly felt that it was not that instantaneous technique at all, but the time and space ninjutsu. What else can space-time ninjutsu have besides Flying Thunder God? However, he has already gone home carefully, from the inside out, every inch of skin, every hair has been inspected, there is no Flying Thunder God mark on his body. How did Zero Feather appear that night? Where the hell did he hide the mark? In addition to the Ape Flying Sun, his son Asma is even more crazy. Why? Why the hell is that? Why did I show up as soon as I pretended to force you? Last time I established my prestige in front of the students, I was beaten by you, and those 3 little dolls now look at me like that. Ape Flying Sun slashed to relieve the embarrassment in the field and said. When he said this, the atmosphere in the venue not only did not ease, but became more and more tense. Is it Night Zero Feather? Everyone looked at Yes Zero Feather in amazement. They didn't expect that the boy in front of them, who was only about 12 years old, was actually the recently rumored Night Zero Feather. Those present were able to take the Zongnin exam, and their status was not ordinary. For example, Ibiki and Azuki Bean, although they are only particularly tolerant, their status in Konoha is not low, and they have long heard about Yora Zeroha. It's just that they have only heard of it and have not seen Zero U himself. I came here for nothing else, this is not to take the Zongnin exam, I want to sign up, no problem, right? Yes Zero Feather ignored everyone and said to Ape Flying Sunday. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. In particular, Kakashi, Red, and Asma looked at Yora Zero U with wide eyes and surprise, as if to say, are you sure you're not joking? Elite Upper Ninja Strength, and a group of lower ninja to participate in the Middle Ninja exam, what about trouble? The dimensionality reduction blow did not drop so much, right? The 3 shook their heads, not thinking that Sarutobi would agree to Night Zero Feather's request. In their opinion, talents like Yes Zero Feather should be hidden and cultivated secretly. At that time, whether it is doing a task or doing something, it can make other ninja villages unpreventable and surprisingly victorious. However, okay, the old man agreed. Sarutobi agreed decisively. Yes, that's the most correct. Hey, Naruto-sama actually agreed. The 3 watched in disbelief as the ape flew into the sun. They don't understand, why did the ape fly the sun chop agree? Ape Flying Sun chopped his heart bitterly. Do you think I want to say yes? But if you don't promise to have Mao, he won't listen to me at all, right? Moreover, it is not a good thing to let Yes Zero U take the Zongnin exam. Since the sacrifice of the 4th generation, the death of the water stop, and the incident of Uchiha destroying the door of Itaki, Konoha's high-end combat power and the new generation of geniuses have not been connected. Although there were still Kakashi and Asma to support them, they were still worse after all. Just took this opportunity to let Yora Zero U win the first place in the Chunin exam and re-establish Konoha's prestige. Yes Zero U ignored the surprise of the 3, and had already guessed the idea of Ape Flying Sun, and then said, the middle ninja exam is a group of 3, and the other 2 think of a way. No problem. Ape Flying Sun Chopper agreed crisply. After speaking, Yes Zero Feather disappeared in place. From the time Night Zero Feather appeared to the time he left, a total of 3 words were spoken, but it was only a dozen seconds. The speed of the incident made everyone stunned. Yorudo Zero Ha is not asking Naruto-sama for instructions, this is informing, right? Who are the superiors and subordinates? Ahem, okay, let's go on. Asma, what are you going to say? Ape Fei Ri coughed twice, attracted everyone's attention, and said, I want to say, our 10th class. You don't need to say, I know, your class also takes the Chunin exam, right? So be it. Ape Flying Sun interrupted Asma. Asma, damn it, damn old man, you stopped me from pretending. Are you biological or not? Sarutobi Hinata, I don't know if I'm biological, but you must be. In the evening, Yes Zero you received a document that it was 2 of his fellow team members. When he saw the names of the 2, he couldn't help but be strange. Classmates A, B, Yes Zero Feather called out the good guy. Are these 2 people running through the main line? Can this appear? Do you want to wait until the last time to hit the big tube of wood Kagaya him, 800 miles away to throw a kunao? Also, where is classmate C? Yes Zero you remembered that the 3 of them were in the same class when they graduated and were divided, right? The next day, Yes Zero you found the 2. After the 2 saw Yes Zero Feather, they were still shivering, forced to laugh, and did not dare to breathe. No way, I'm afraid. In fact, after experiencing the school brawl incident before, they found that Yes Zero U's attitude was much better for them. But yesterday, the 2 of them suddenly received an A-level task to team up with Yes Zero U and participate in the Zongnin exam. So scared that they almost ran out of pee. That's the middle ninja exam with a very high mortality rate. They have just graduated, isn't it to send them to death? And they also accompanied Yes Zero U to participate, not their original class of 3 to participate in a team. Intuition tells them that there must be something tricky. This is clearly Yes Zero U's retaliation, wanting to use this exam to kill them. Shame before the snow. Don't be nervous, I won't eat you again. Aren't you 3 of you? What about that person? Seeing the 2, Yes Zero U asked casually. In fact, he didn't care about what happened at the beginning. It's not a level anymore. He's doing other tasks. The 2 replied tremblingly. Oh, Yes Zero U replied, and continued, on the morning of the registration for the Chunin exam, wait for me here. I'm okay, are you okay? No, goodbye then, don't be late. After speaking, Yes Zero Feather disappeared. Classmates A and B were a little confused. This is finished? Shouldn't it be more arrogant and ruthless? In the blink of an eye, a few days passed, and ninjas from other villages came to Konoha one after another. It is worth mentioning that the test for Naruto and other newcomers to the 9 Small Strong carried out like the original plot, but Konoha Hospital. Quick, emergency. Irika can't do it. What, 3 more? What the hell did you do? They shouldn't be field ninjas, why were they so badly injured? Naruto Nizuko, have you encountered an enemy from the outer village? Yes, I also encountered, I beat that person all over the ground to find his teeth. He also called it his own person. Who is his own person? Naruto said proudly. Sasuke glanced at him and said grimly, I beat that man unconscious 3 times and woke up 3 more times. Hinata, why would Konoha ninjas attack me pretending to be ninjas from another village? Could it be a spy, taking advantage of the Zongnin exam to make trouble? I can't show mercy to my subordinates, so I just tried the new ninjutsu that Zero Yukun taught me. Ino, cut, there are actually ninjas from the outer village who are jealous of Miss Ben's beauty, looking for death. Miss Ben let you break your eggs. On the day of registration for the Chu Shinobi exam, you came early. Yes Zero you saw classmates A and B from a distance and greeted them. Students A and B, can it not be early? We started waiting before dawn. Big brother early. The 2 bowed deeply to Yes Zero U. Yes Zero U was stunned, but he didn't expect these 2 to remember this stubble. Then he waved his hand and said, don't be so restrained, just call me by my name. I was afraid that I would be killed by Night Zero Feather because I called Night Zero Feather the wrong name. Yes Zero you shook his head with a smile, very speechless. Is he so terrible? Forget it, let it be, go, sign up. Yes Zero you beckoned to the 2. The 2 walked and prepared to go to the ninja school, but were stopped by Yo Zero U. How slow to go, we fly. Flying? The 2 were stunned, not understanding what Yes Zero U meant. But the next second, they knew. Ugh. Yura Zero U grabbed the shoulders of the 2 and disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already inside the ninja school. Classmates A and B were dumbfounded. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It really flew over. Ninja school, 2nd floor. Bang. Xiao Li was kicked away. Just this kind of goods still want to take the Zongnin exam, a group of milky little fart children who have not dried up. The 2 Konoha shinobi teased. Please, please let us pass. Tian Tian pretended to be weak and pleaded. Saying that, she walked towards the two, ready to eat the two of them with a punch just like in the original anime. But just as she walked in front of the two, she suddenly glimpsed a figure, and her eyes widened. It's him! At this moment, the fists of the two Konoha shinobi had already beckoned towards Tian Tian. Almost everyone thought that Tian Tian would be punched by this punch, and while feeling nervous for Tian Tian, they were also resentful that the two Konoha couldn't bear to pity Xiang Ziyu. How could they even beat girls? But the next second, boom, boom, as if he had changed his personality, Tian Tian turned his body and kicked one by one at the two Konoha shinobi. These two Konoha shinobi were actually pretended by the examiner, and under normal circumstances, it was impossible to be attacked every day. But at this time, they are all holding the mentality of playing, not serious at all, one careless, and they are kicked to the ground every day. The two were surprised, and they didn't understand how Tian Tian, who had just looked soft and weak, suddenly seemed to have changed as a person. The others were also stunned. They didn't expect Tianatian's strength to be so strong. Especially Suzuki, who was ready to strike, did not expect Tianatian's strength. Seeing this, Ning Ci said speechlessly, "Okay, low-key, I thought that Xiaoli couldn't help at first, why did you strike first?" However, Tian Tian ignored everyone at all, cut through the crowd, and pointed at a person. "Stop. Say, what about you, where to look?" Yes, Zero, you looked left and right, and looked at Tian Tian again. Oh, wipe, why did you forget about this every day?" Knowing this, he should have changed his appearance and took the Zongnan exam. Since he was discovered, Yes Zero, you did not intend to escape, and stepped forward and said, "Hey, long time no see. You still have the face to say you haven't seen it for a long time? Hurry up and pay me the money that damaged my family last time." Tian Tian stretched out his hand to Yes Zero. "You, money? What money? I shouldn't have bought Kuwu at your house, right?" Yes Zero Feather pretended not to understand. "I haven't bought Kuwu in my house, but my family's Kuwu has damaged a lot of you because of you, okay?" Tian Tian said angrily. Because of that incident, she was also scolded. Although later, because of the bitterness given to her by Yes Zero Yu, she was praised by her father. However, merit cannot be compensated, and this revenge must be repaid. Yes Zero Feather spread his hands and said innocently, "You broke it yourself, what does it matter to me? But because of you, I broke it. Isn't that something you broke? I also advise you that your family's suffering is all good, let you not try, who don't you listen to?" It seems to be the case. Every day was wrapped around by the Night Zero Feathers. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is really not about Yes Zero Yu, it is her own stubborn temper, and she has to try it one by one. But, why do you always feel that something is wrong? Seeing Tianatian's confused appearance, Yes Zero Yu couldn't help but snicker. This silly girl, the strength is good, why is the brain spinning so slow? No wonder she would choose a ninja tool, covered with firepower, without using her brain. Besides, the value of the 10 kunyu view he gave to Tian Tian should be far greater than the destroyed kunao, right? Thinking of this, Yes Zero Yu continued, "Well, how about you return the 10 handfuls of bitterness I gave you, and I will make up for the money lost by your family." Think beautiful. I just don't do it. As soon as Tian Tian heard that Yes Zero Yu wanted to return the 10 kunao, he immediately seemed to protect the treasure and refused. How great is the value of those 10 bitter rests? 5 of them have been given to her father to study, and if they are researched, the value is limitless. How could she possibly return the Night Zero Feathers? Seeing that he was at a loss every day, he couldn't say it, and he didn't need her set of Night Zero Feathers, so he simply stopped mentioning it and pretended that nothing happened. However, after a closer look, after a few months, this little brother seems to have become handsome again. Every day secretly looked at the Night Zero Feather. At this time, Zero Yu-kun. Xiaoli shouted excitedly and ran to this side. Zero Feather, what a coincidence. Naruto also ran over. Suzuki and Sakura followed. You guys know each other? Tian Tian asked curiously. Ning Ci also came over. Yes, he is the Yes Zero Feather I told you about, a genius in physical skills, stronger than me and Teacher Kai. Xiaoli looked at Yes Zero Yu with an adoring expression. What, he's Night Zero Feather? Tian Tian and Ning Ci said in shock in unison, and they both looked at Yes Zero Yu. They don't know how many times they have heard the 3 words Night Zero Feather, and even the cultivation slogans of Xiaoli and Kai, the 2 mad demons, have changed from burning youth to beyond Night Zero Feather. Therefore, the 2 of them once thought that Yes Zero Yu was some physical master who was stronger than Teacher Kai, but it turned out to be a teenager younger than them. And as far as he is concerned, can his physical skills surpass Xiaoli, even surpassing Teacher Kai? Make no mistake, right? Tian Tian and Ning Ci were deeply skeptical. It's not that they don't believe Xiaoli, it's just that in comparison, they are more willing to believe that Xiaoli is the first person in Konoha's younger generation of physical arts. This is their affirmation of their companions. And the Night Zero Feather, impossible, must be fake, unless there is a miracle in the world. Zero Feathers. Naruto walked closer and greeted Yoro again. He saw Xiao Li's thick eyebrows and exclaimed, "Wow, your eyebrows are so thick, are they painted?" Tenten and Ninji were a little angry when they heard Naruto's words. It was so unreasonable to laugh at Xiao Li's thick eyebrows as soon as he came up. Although it's really thick. However, Tian and Ning Ci cared, but Xiao Li didn't take it seriously at all. "No, it's been like this since I was a child," Xiao Li explained seriously, and even chatted happily with Naruto. "You also know Ye Zero Feather?" "Yes, he's my classmate, and we've done tasks together." "Really fake?" "Really, he's super strong." Yes, it's so powerful that it makes me doubt life." Tian and Ning Ci looked at the two who were familiar with each other, and they were speechless. "I thought these two are poisonous, right?" Sakura and Sasuke also walked over. After Xiao Li saw Sakura, he decisively confessed, and then, he was decisively rejected. "Okay, the time is coming, let's go. Who will lift this illusion?" "Yes, Zero, you said." The uninformed people around heard this, inexplicably. "Illusion? What illusion?" "I'll do it." Sasuke slipped his pocket in and stepped forward. His eyes were slightly closed, and by the time he opened them again, they had become chakra eyes. "Open." With a light drink, the illusion was unraveled. Ninji's pupils froze after seeing Sasuke's chakra eyes. Sharingan, Uchiha family. The orphan of the Uchiha clan actually opened his eyes. Born in Hinata, although he has no hatred with Uchiha, he used to be a large family, so he naturally knows the prestige of Sharingan. It seems that this newcomer is more powerful than expected, no wonder he will come to take the Zongnin exam, Ning Ci said to himself. And Naruto and the others, led by Yora 0HA, had already walked upstairs. Except for Jixiao Qian, the others discovered that this was not the third floor, but the second floor. All of them had fallen for illusion, and none of them found out. And the two examiners of the Zongnin exam on the second floor were a little confused. "It seems to be our home turf, and suddenly there is nothing wrong with us." Because of Knight Zero Feather, Sasuke not only did not fight with Xiao Li, but Xiao Li even greeted Sasuke warmly. Kakashi was also absent and did not pretend in front of classroom 301. It is estimated that he also guessed that with the presence of Knight Zero Feather, the three of Sakura would definitely take the Chunin exam. Coming to the exam room, Yes Zero Yu pushed open the door and walked in. "Zero Feathers. Zero Yu-kun." Ino flew over, and Hinata also walked to Yora Zero Yu, blushing. "You came so early." Yes Zero Yu rubbed the heads of the two and said. He did not agree with the two to come to the exam together, after all, both of them have their own classes, and he interferes too much, which is easy to affect the normal class life of the two. The 9 small Chians are all important partners with each other. For example, now, Naruto and Ya have argued, Shikamaru had an expression on his face that he wanted to go home and sleep. Ding Ji and one more. "Who's coming?" Suddenly, Hinata looked stunned, lowered his head, hid behind Yo Zero Yu, and timidly tugged at his clothes. Yes Zero Yu's brows furrowed slightly, and he followed Hinata's gaze and saw Ning Ji enter the room. Ning Ji just glanced at Hinata indifferently, then ignored it, and instead dropped his gaze on Yes Zero Yu. He knew about Hinata and Yora Zero Feather, but he didn't know that the person was Yora Zero Yu, because he didn't care about anything about Hinata at all, and he also guessed it when he saw Hinata and Yora Zero Ha's intimate behavior. For a while, Ning Ci smiled coldly. It seems that this Chunin exam is becoming more and more interesting. 3 figures flashed in Ningji's mind, Xiao Li, Sasuke, and Yes Zero Yu. And Yes Zero Yu only glanced at Ning Ci, and then ignored it. He gently touched Hinata's hair and asked curiously in Hinata's ear, "How are you going to beat him?" Yes, while Ninji was still competing with Kori, Sasuke and him, Yura Zero Yu had already discussed with Hinata how to beat Ninji. Ninji is strong, however, Hinata is even stronger now. Hinata felt the heat coming from her ears and her face turned even redder. But so happy. She secretly glanced at Ning Ci and said in a complicated way, I don't know. Then beat him hard. Yes Zero Yu encouraged. That, all right? Hinata hesitated, remembering when he was a child with Ninji. Yes Zero Yu continued to persuade, what's so bad? The younger sister beats her brother, righteously. Hinata, and that? How about I beat him up for you? Promise to beat him up to the top. Yes Zero Feather clenched his fists, looking like he was about to strike. Hinata thought of Yes Zero Yu's strength, and hurriedly stopped, don't, or I'll beat him. If he changed to Zero Yajun, brother Ning Ci would probably be abolished. Zero Yajun said, his sister beat his brother, it was righteous. Brother Ninkai rest assured, I will show mercy to my subordinates. Hinata said darkly, hey, you guys, it's better to be quiet. You're newcomers, or you've just graduated from school, and it's not good to be noisy on this occasion, you see. A Konoha ninja wearing glasses walked up and motioned for everyone to look around. Everyone looked around, only to find that everyone was focusing on them, and their eyes were not good. There is contempt, disgust, and displeasure. Everyone had no doubt that if it weren't for Konoha, if it weren't for the exam classroom, they would definitely be beaten by the group. In this atmosphere, even if Xiaoqian came from a famous family and had a good heart, he was also taken aback. After all, although the people present were only forbearing, they had all experienced killing and death, and there was more or less murderous in their eyes. However, Ye-Zero-U didn't care about this. As long as he wanted, everyone present, except for a few people, could destroy them with one technique. However, being watched by so many people is somewhat uncomfortable. Although he is very handsome, but it is for beautiful women, what is the excitement of your group of foot-picking big men? So, buzz. An invisible momentum spread out from Ye-Zero-U's body, and where his eyes passed, as if he was stared at by a heavenly god, he shocked the people present to tremble. Their eyes were terrified, and they didn't even dare to breathe. The originally ostentatious and tense classroom, there is only one atmosphere at this moment, that is, depression. It was so depressed that the space seemed to freeze. There was no killing intent in Ye-Zero-U's eyes, no threat, only one thing, pure power. Overwhelming power. Ugh. Finally, someone couldn't stand it, his eyeballs were bloodshot, and he rushed out. With the first, there was the second, and a dozen people ran in a row. Hee hee, interesting, it's exciting. Iroh covered her eyes wide, and she smiled maniacally. Not good, I love Luo, calm down, can't put it out here. What to do? Damn it. Kankuro and Temari came back to their senses in shock at the appearance of my era and comforted my era. After seeing Ye-Zero-U's eyes, the medicine master was also shocked, and his body stiffened unconsciously. What a terrifying sense of power oppression. This kind of feeling, he has only felt in one person, that is, Lord Orochimaru. Could it be that he has the same power as Lord Orochimaru? No, it can't be. The medicine man was shocked. In fact, there was a reason why he took the initiative to contact everyone. One was to see Sasuke, and the other was to investigate Knight Zero Feather. As a spy, he had long heard the rumors of Ye-Zero-U, but he had no chance to investigate deeply. Unexpectedly, the first time I came into contact with Ye-Zero Feather, I felt the terrifying strength of Ye-Zero Feather. No, this matter must be notified to Lord Orochimaru as soon as possible. I love Luo, Yakushi and others, not to mention Shikamaru and other newcomers. It's just that Ye-Zero-U didn't deliberately target them, and they didn't feel such a strong sense of oppression, just a little nervous. After Ye-Zero Feather gave a dismount to those present, he regained his momentum and refocused his attention on the medicine master. Take a closer look, the medicine master is still quite handsome. The figure is moderate, the appearance is handsome, wearing glasses, and the writing is weak. Unfortunately, I don't know how I was trained by the big snake pill, and in the end, I actually adjusted it into that look. To be honest, Ye-Zero-U was really curious about what had happened to the medicine master and the big snake pill. Oh yes, what did you say? Ye-Zero-U looked at the medicine master pocket and teased. Nothing. The medicine master had a professional smirk on his face, but his heart was a MMP. You were all so frightened on the spot that they were all about to pee, and asked me what to say? Do you have to hit me in the face? Because of Ye-Zero Feather's chaotic entry, the medicine master had no chance to pretend, and the three people of Otobi also had no chance to pretend. Soon, Mori Hibiki and others appeared in the classroom. After some optional speeches, everyone submitted applications, received their numbers, and sat down by seat. When he heard that he was going to take the written test, Naruto was dumbfounded. Written test? Questionnaire? And a written test. No one told him that Naka Shinobu still has to take a written exam at the beginning. After getting the exam papers, Naruto was even more stupid. Not a single question. It's over, the points are calculated according to the team, and you will definitely be scolded by Sakura after that. What to do? Naruto covered his head, cold sweat breaking out. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Hey, is there a sound? Hear that? This voice sounded not only in Naruto's head, but also in the minds of Hinata, Ino, Sakura, Sasuke and others, and everyone was stunned. It only took them a second for them to react that it was Ye-Zero-U who was communicating with them in his mind in a way they didn't know. However, Naruto didn't know. Zero Feathers? Is that you? Where do you speak? Naruto said loudly, looking around. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone in the classroom focused on Naruto, as if looking at the pen. The corners of Ibiki's mouth moved slightly, already on the verge of anger. Where does this stupidity come from? Quiet. Remember to cheat once, Ibi said solemnly. Naruto, it's over. Naruto grabbed his head, shivering with fear. He is not afraid of fighting, he is afraid of exams. Naruto, are you an idiot? Can't hear that Zero-U's voice is in your head? Sakura complained. Sakura? Are you talking? Naruto spoke up again. Remember the cheat again. The corners of Ibiki's mouth twitched again, eager to pry Naruto's brain open to see what was inside. The candidates he had invigilated did not know geometry, and he had never seen such a strange one. Stupid. Naruto, you big. Don't talk. Sakura said furiously, her whole body was already crazy, and the pen in her hand was almost not broken by her. Stupid Naruto, use your mental power to speak in your head, we can all hear it. Sasuke covered his forehead, not knowing what to say. I can only say that with Naruto, I am really tired. Hey, like this? Naruto asked tentatively. That's right, Sasuke replied. Naruto, are you stupid, don't you understand this? Teeth popped out and taunted. Hey, trouble, Shikamaru said lazily. Naruto-kun, this is Zero Feather-kun's technique, I don't know what it is, but it's so powerful, it can actually connect our thoughts, it's worthy of being Zero Feather-kun. Xiao Li worshipped. My family Zero Feather is powerful, right? Ino said proudly. In fact, she also wants to say, this is the secret technique of our mountain family, super powerful, right? It's just that she doesn't want to expose the secret technique of the Night Zero Feather Society, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble to Night Zero Feather. You know, her father talked to her alone a few days ago, that is, about Yes Zero Feather. Ahem, okay, it's important, don't forget, we're still taking exams. Yes Zero, you said. That's right, exam. I don't know a single question. Sakura, save me. Naruto pleaded. Don't worry, I have the right answer. Yes Zero, you comforted. What, you have the right answer? Where did you get it? When everyone heard this, Chi-Chi was surprised. The Zongnin exam is a secret, how can Yes Zero you have the correct answer? Of course I did it myself. Yes Zero you rightfully said. Everyone was speechless. How confident is it that the answer you made yourself is the right answer? However, when they thought of Yes Zero Feather's various magical methods, they also believed 9 times out of 10. Even if Sakura, Shikamaru, and the like, there are a few people who may not believe it, but they also have the intention of listening to Yora Zero Ha. It's a big deal for them to check it out and correct what they think is wrong. After all, this is the cheat answer of the white, no need to use it in vain. Okay, I'm going to get started. The first question. Ahem, don't overdo it. Poof. Ha. Just as Yes Zero you was about to say the answer, a majestic, suppressed anger, but a trace of embarrassment sounded in everyone's minds. This was followed by a mess of laughter. After hearing that majestic voice, everyone chuckled in their hearts. This voice is too familiar, isn't it, Examiner Ibiki? These laughters should be other examiners, right? Hold the grass, why are they there? Doesn't that mean that what they just said was heard by Ibiki? In front of the examiner, engraved the word cheating on the examiner's face. He's done. All the small strong were struck by lightning, all petrified. Oops, careless, forget about them. It's okay, it's not a big problem, bye you inside. Yes Zero you suddenly said, kicking Ibiki and the others out of the group chat. He is to blame for this situation. The technique he performed was created by him temporarily. Although the Yamanaka family has a similar secret technique, it was used in the Fourth Ninja World War, and it contacted the ninja army on a large scale and commanded the battle. However, he did not light up the book, and he did not. In desperation, he had to rely on the man-level Yamanaka secret art to create his own ninjutsu. The principle of this technique is to divide into 2 levels based on mental strength and forcibly invade the other party's mind. Because Yes Zero you knows that the 12 little strong are not ordinary people, and their spiritual power is absolutely strong, otherwise they would not be called the protagonist. And his own spiritual power is super strong, even if he forcibly invades, he will not hurt Naruto and the others. Therefore, he just specifically avoided AI Luo, Medicine Master Pocket and a few others, and then performed this technique. After Ibiki was kicked out of the group chat, he was stunned, followed by anger. Damn, in front of him, the blatant group cheated without saying anything, and kicked him out without saying a word. It's too much. Boom, Ibiki was excited, slammed the table, and stood up viciously. When he boarded, many candidates were just startled by Naruto, and they were attracted to attention by Ibiki, and their heads were full of question marks. What's wrong with the ninja of Konoha? It's okay if Shinobi is shocked, and the examiner is like this. What's the big thing that can't happen? Feeling the gazes coming from around him, Ibiki realized that he had gaffed, looked embarrassed, and sat down with a cold face. This group of imps. However, Ibiki was very relieved. This exam tested the ninja intelligence acquisition ability, and Yes Zero you and the others not only did not foul, but could even be counted as a bonus performance. Although it made him a little uncomfortable, especially Yes Zero you, which impressed him. After kicking Ibiki out, Yora Zero you continued to announce the answer, and everyone rushed to write, except for one, that is, Naruto. Zero you, what do you mean? Naruto listened loudly. People are ears will come, hands, what? Naruto is ears, what? Hand, what fuck? End. Sakura was completely speechless. Yora Zero you didn't expect that Naruto would be like this. Forget it, take care of Naruto thoroughly. Naruto, don't resist. "You're a zero," you said to Naruto in his mind. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked suspiciously. But before he could hear Yaziro's answer, the next moment, a shocked look appeared on his face. "My hand! My hand!" Naruto shouted in panic again. "Ibiki! Cheating 3 times, disqualification 5 times. You little yellow hair, I'm mad. Just like you, what kind of teammates can drive you? How can a cheat shout so loudly? Don't! I was wrong," Naruto exclaimed sadly. "Stupid! I served you." Sakura was about to die of Naruto's anger. "Don't move, just sit honestly." Yaziroyu was speechless. He really didn't expect Naruto's reaction to be so big. But my hand," he moved on his own. Naruto panicked. Apart from that situation, this was the first time he had encountered a situation where the hand moved on its own. How could he not panic? "I did it, don't mess around." Yaziroyu said. "What? 0 feathers you did?" Naruto was full of question marks. "How did you do it? You don't understand it. In short, you just leave anything alone. You're a 0." You didn't explain it to Naruto, lest Naruto make any other moves. Immediately afterwards, Zero Feather began to control Naruto's hand, and when he started the question, Naruto's eyes were straight, and he was about to marvel when he opened his mouth, but he quickly closed his mouth and sneaked at Ibiki in fear. Naruto made such a big move, and Ibiki naturally stared at Naruto all the time. Naruto's small movements, small expressions, how could it escape his eyes? Can't help but get even more angry. If this wasn't for the exam, he would definitely have to teach this kid a good lesson. And Ibiki also quickly noticed the movement of Naruto's hand, and couldn't help but look at Yoryu in surprise, because he knew that it must be the ghost of Yorudo, with Naruto's IQ. Sorry, he didn't have that thing. Ibiki also quickly noticed Naruto's shadow, which turned out to be a shadow mimicry. The secret art of the Nara family, how could he? Ibikito noticed it, and Shikamaru, who is a descendant of the Nara family and has an extremely high IQ, naturally noticed it as well. Shikamaru looked at Naruto's shadow in shock, as if looking at a monster. He was equally surprised. How could their family's secret technique, Zero Feather? And what shocked him even more, and even shocked, was that the shadow of Night Zero Feather was not connected to Naruto's shadow. So how did he perform the secret technique? What the hell is going on? Could it be that he has a stronger shadow secret art than our family? Thinking of this, Shikamaru suddenly looked shocked and recalled something incredible. Could it be that person? It's him. No, it won't, right? Shikamaru looked at Yoru in disbelief, and his heart was beating wildly. No, this matter has to be reported to Dad quickly. Shikamaru stared at Yoru Zero Feather. Yoru didn't know about Shikamaru's reaction, but he knew what Shikamaru would definitely find, but he didn't care. Anyway, the matter of his shadow secret art will have to be exposed sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Soon, Yorudo controlled Naruto's hand and helped him finish the test paper. Of course, he did not forget my classmate Ab and also helped them complete the test paper. Others began to check the papers. Although Zero Feather helped them, they did not feel that the questions Zero Feather did were all right, and it was still necessary to check it. But the more you check, the more surprised everyone becomes. The answers that you gave them were really all correct answers. Their questions and answers are exactly the same as Zero Feather. The questions they can't do, they can also make them according to Yaziro's thinking, and they are also very correct. Oh my god, is Night Zero Feather a ruthless learning machine? How is it so powerful? When I went to school, didn't I find him studying so well? Soon, the exam reached the final stage, and Ibiki began to amplify his moves. Balabala said a lot, all kinds of threats and all kinds of roars, wanting to give many newcomers a disgrace. Naruto, in particular, received special care from Ibiki, and all the words were said by looking at Naruto. It looked like it was aimed at Naruto. Ibiki thought to himself, let you kid make trouble, it won't scare you. Then, if it was the original anime, Naruto would definitely be frightened and maybe give up. But now it's different. Lao-Tzu's questions are all right. You tell Lao-Tzu that these are useful? Just kidding, huh? Naruto folded his arms around his chest and looked at Ibiki with a smile, not afraid at all. He even said defiantly, teacher, can you hurry? I'm still waiting for the exam to finish and eat Ichiraku ramen. Suddenly, because of Naruto's words, the classroom burst into laughter. The corners of Ibi's joyful mouth twitched, and his fists clenched, desperate to punch Naruto now. But he still held back, comforting himself, not angry, just a little fart child, the exam after that has him good looking. After some self-comfort, Ibiki's mood stabilized a lot. But then, he was depressed again. Why didn't anyone give up? I have oppressed you so much, are you not afraid? Is it that the scar on my head cannot fight? Where did Ibiki know that long before they came, many shinobi had been threatened by Night Zero Feather? Those who can't run away, and those who remain are naturally elite. Even if some of their hearts are shaken, they have become firm because of the Night Zero Feathers. In desperation, Ibiki had to end the first exam depressed. Hello everyone, I'm the examiner of your second exam, might. Clams? Mitere Red Bean pretended to speak halfway through, and he stopped and looked at the classroom with a confused expression. She turned around and asked Ibiki suspiciously, Ibiki, is your first exam sure it's over? What do you mean? Why are there so many people left? 1, 2, 37 groups? Just kidding, right? Are you transgender? No, wait, you wouldn't be another village spy pretending to be, would you? Mitarashi said warily, as if looking at a stranger. Ibiki clenched her fists, resisting the urge to hammer Mitarashi to wash the red beans. Is he an out-village spy pretending to be? Even if Naruto-sama is a spy from the outer village pretending to be, he can't be it, right? Is it really that he, the captain of the dark torture and interrogation team, is in vain? Don't look at Mori Heiki as just a special shinobi, but his status in Konoha is much higher than the average shinobi. In the original work, Sunset Red became a Stolrant, but he had never even heard of Ibiki's name, and he hadn't even touched deep things. It is only Kakashi, Kai, Asuma, who are the absolute cronies of the ape flying sun, that can be compared with it. Ahem, this session is very good, and the pass rate is very high. Ibiki cheeked and said embarrassed. Excellent? Cut, that's your dish. My second exam, I'm going to knock you out in half. Mitarashi Red Beans crossed the waist with one hand, and the front finger of one hand, and the spirit is high. However, nothing happened. Everyone looked at her quietly, as if they were looking at a fool. Moreover, this scene is familiar. Many candidates fell their gazes on Naruto in unison. Naruto, Mitarashi Ajaki Bean, it's embarrassing. Ahem, the exam is on the second day, the location asks your leading ninja, disband. Mitarashi Red Bean blushed in embarrassment and turned into smoke and disappeared. Yazero, you looked at the place where Mitarashi Red Beans disappeared, and sighed, a good sister paper, how did it become a ball in the end? Hey, it's all Mariko's fault. And Hinata also looked at Mitere Ajaki Bean, but her focus was not on Mitere Ajaki as a person, but on her clothes. Dark web. Teacher Hong is this style of clothing, this main examination teacher is also this style, even more daring, there is a small leather skirt left, or the super short kind. Is there any special charm of this style of clothing? Would you like me to try it too? Good shame. Hinata's face grew hotter and hotter. After the first exam, everyone dispersed one after another. Yazero, you and the two women warmed up for a while, and then they left separately and went home. But Yora did not go home, but came to the roof and overlooked the bustle of Konoha's night. And under this prosperity, there is a conspiracy hidden. Here it comes. Suddenly, Yazero Yu's expression was shocked, and he disappeared in an instant. Konoha village, somewhere. Who are you? The three Kusanagi village ninjas held kunao in their hands, wary of the three people opposite. Don't be nervous, you should feel lucky, because you are the ones I have chosen. The first one, pale and with an eerie smile on his face, who is not the big snake pill? And the three people who can be sent by Kaien village to take the Zongnin exam are naturally not vulgar people. Although the talent is not as strong as Kana has 12, he has only a lot more experience, and he immediately judges that the other party is not good. Do it, among them whispered. In an instant, the three of them shot together, one by one, attacking the three of the big snake pill, extremely tacitly. However, how could they, who were just shinobi, be the opponents of the legendary Konoha Sanshinobi? Ugh. Three snakes appeared, entangled the three at an unknown time, and bound them in place, unable to move. Good, so strong. The three Kusanagi village ninjas were shocked, but they didn't expect the other party to be so powerful, they didn't even have a chance to strike. Ha, I love you, woo. The big snake pill's body twisted and stretched, like a snake, and tied the man with a hair butterfly behind his back, long hair, and a feminine appearance. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked the man's face. Hold the grass, gag. Seeing this, Yazero Yu, who was standing in the shadows, almost didn't spit out his dinner, and said in shock, it's worthy of being Ant Snake, this taste, heavy. Originally, he was extremely interested in the snake escape of the big snake pill. In particular, people spit snakes, snakes spit people, and people spit snakes, snakes spit swords, and people spit people, and so on, all kinds of commotion operations. But when Zero Feather Reality saw the big snake pill that night, he vomited. This meow is not a snake, it's a tongue shield. Ant Snake, your tongue skills are so good, where did you practice it? Pharmacist's pocket? Shigego? Junmeru? Wait, after Suzuki followed Orochimaru, why did he start to like Tan's fierceness? It won't. Hold the grass, think about it is terrifying. Snake escape, or not? Phew. Yazero Feather threw out a handful of kunao in the air and shot it at the extended neck of the big snake pill. I twist. The big snake pill stretched out his long neck, like a leather band, and shook lightly, avoiding Kuwu. But the next second, boom, Kuyuzui actually wrapped a detonation charm, and at the moment of being dodged, it was detonated by Night Zero Feather. The smoke and dust of the explosion dispersed, and there was one more person in the field, and there were 0 feathers in the night. When the 3K in village saw the person who had rescued them, they were shocked. It turned out to be him. Can't help but recall the terrifying eyes of Yes0U before the first exam. Let's go, get out of here and act like nothing happened. Yes0U turned around slightly and said to the 3. The 3 glanced at Yes0U with trepidation, and after a slight pause, one of them said in a deep voice, "Retreat." After speaking, the 3 quickly fled. Their first reaction was to inform them to lead the team, but when they recalled Yes0U's indifferent eyes, they dismissed this idea. Still is good when nothing happens. The other side. Hee, it's interesting to find me, Orochimaru said with an eerie smile. Since the great snake pill had just entered Konoha, he was discovered by Knight Zero Feather, so the medicine master had not yet had time to report the situation of Knight Zero Feather to Orochimaru, and the big snake pill was extremely surprised by the appearance of Knight Zero Feather. Because he was once the Konoha legend Sanshinobi and served as a high-ranking person, he had a way to avoid the Konoha enchantment and not be discovered by Konoha. This is also one of the strength of his daring to unite with the sand-hidden village to attack Konoha. But to his surprise, Konoha didn't find him, but the kid in front of him actually found him. And the big snake pill knew that this was no coincidence, but that the kid in front of him was coming for him. Looking at this kid's age, it should be about the same age as Suzuki, right? In addition to Suzuki, Konoha actually had such an interesting child, and he was getting more and more excited. The big snake pill did not talk nonsense, directly shot, and a dense snake burst out of the sleeve of his right hand, opened his mouth wide, and shot out. He couldn't wait to try Yes0 Feather's strength. And Yes0 Feather wants to give the big snake pill a surprise. No, it should be said that it is a shock. Mewtwo Great Forest Art. Yes0 Feather's right hand turned into vine branches and wrapped around the snake of the big snake pill. Boom, boom, boom. One snake after another was crushed by the vine and turned into a blood mist. What? The big snake pill looked shocked, not shocked by Yes0 Feather's strength, but, Mewtwo, you can actually go away. Are you one of those kids? No, you are not that batch of children, there is no you in those children. The big snake pill squinted slightly, his eyes turned into vertical pupils, and the original banter disappeared, replaced by solemnity. This is Mewtwo, one of the powers he longs for the most. Once for the sake of Mewtwo, he did not hesitate to be discovered by the 8 Flying Sun, engaged in conspiracy with Tuanzang, and even experimented with young children. Unfortunately, all failed, and only one semi-finished product of Tuanzang was made. Eventually, he had to abandon the study of intercolumn cells. But I never expected that now in Konoha village, there was a second Mewtwo, and he could feel it. Knight Zero Feather's Mewdun was by no means comparable to Tuanzang's kind of half-hanging, but a pure Mewdun blood succession limit. At this moment, the big snake pill's heart was beating wildly, and the blood gradually warmed up. He thought of the terrifying power between the 1,000 hand pillars. He's excited. He wants this man's body. He wants to get Mewtwo. Ugh! The big snake pill turned into a long snake, his body was attached to the ground, twisting and quickly attacking Knight Zero Feather. Mewdun. Yes0 Feather cast a wooden escape, and one wooden thorn after another rose up and stabbed at the big snake pill, but he was stunned and dodged by the big snake pill. Yes0 Feather was slightly surprised. Although this was just his tentative attack, he did not expect that Orochimaru hid so easily, worthy of the legendary 3 ninjas. Although in terms of frontal combat ability, the big snake pill is the worst of the 3 ninjas, but that is also the 3 ninja, which is not comparable to the elite upper ninja that Momokai no longer kills. However, want to pester him and disgust him, is it possible? Since you want to scare the big snake pill, then simply scare to the end. Yes0U's eyes changed, and under the incredulous gaze of the big snake pill, he turned into a 2-eyed 3-hooked jade riding wheel eye. As soon as the riding wheel eye came out, Yes0 Feather's insight ability was further advanced on the basis of the ultimate guide, reaching the hanging level. In his eyes, the big snake pill was like a maggot, constantly chrysalising. Yes0 Feather clasped his hands together and cast Mewdun again. This time, the big snake pill could not be avoided, and was entangled by Mewtwo, unable to move. The big snake pill who was caught did not have time to be surprised that he was caught, but as if he had seen a ghost, stared into Yes0U's eyes. You actually have a chakra-eye. The big snake pill's heart was shocked by the terrifying waves and turning the river and the sea. Ever since Mewdun failed, and when he was by a weasel, he has been obsessed with the power of Sharingan. His action this time was mainly to attack Konoha, kill the 8 Flying Sun, and also have a purpose, that is, to take Suzuki's body while the chaos is chaotic. He can't get his brother's body, and he can't get his brother's? At that time, as long as he raises Suzuki well, adjusts it, and opens his eyes, he can take away Suzuki's body and have the most perfect and pure Sharingan. But what I didn't expect was that in addition to the 2 Ataki and Suzuki brothers, there were other people in the Uchiha family, and it turned out to be Sanguyu. He didn't know how old the weasel opened the 3-hook jade, but the young man in front of him, about 12 years old, the three-hook jade writing will I, such a talent, the weasel is just that, right? What shocked the big snake pill even more was that he also owned Mu Duen. The events of the Warring States period, Orochimaru naturally understood, and also understood some of the grudges between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Although it is not the kind of detail, one day he is absolutely sure that it is the two blood succession limits of Mu Duen and Writing Will I, which almost rule the entire Warring States, and are absolute peak power. And now, the two blood succession limits gathered in one is simply a miracle. Orochimaru's gaze was reddening when he saw Yaezero, and his eyes were about to fall out. He was so excited. He was so eager for Night Zero Feather's body. However, because of this excitement and eagerness, Orochimaru calmed down. He knew that this was Konoha, and if he made a rash move, let alone get Night Zero Feather, it would be a question of whether he could escape alive. Although the Ape Flying Sun chop is old, it is not dead yet. As an apprentice, he knows very well the ability of Ape Flying Sun, otherwise he would not have to work hard to establish Oto Ninja Village, and then learn Dirt Rebirth, before he dares to instigate Sand Hidden Village to jointly attack Konoha. Not to mention Konoha's other upper shinobi, as well as the dark part. The Konoha collapse plan must go ahead as scheduled. And this kid in front of you, let's stamp you first. As long as he seals it, he is his person, and don't want to escape. Orochimaru's neck stretched out, wrapped around and biting towards Yaezero Feather. However, boiling doppelganger. A cloud of mist suddenly erupted from Yaezero Feather's body, and the corrosive air was rattling. The big snake pill that came quickly did not have time to dodge, and took a bite. Then my tongue, my teeth, my mouth, my head. Damn, you mean bastard. The whole head of the big snake pill was melted by the boil, and the pain was tearing his heart and lungs. He did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly cast the great snake flow avatar technique to escape the boiling corrosion attack. The big snake pill looked at the Night Zero feather body that reappeared after the boiling doppelganger disappeared, full of resentment. He has always been yin by others, but this time, he was actually yin. But in addition to the resentment, there was an even more indescribable shock. If he remembered correctly, this should be the boiling of the misty hidden village. In addition to Mu Duen and Writing Will I, he will actually boil. What kind of monster is this? For a while, the big snake pill was a little scared, and did not dare to expect to get Yaezero Feather's body. In front of him, Yaezero Feather was a fog that made him unable to see through and touch clearly, and it was even more difficult for him to grasp than that man. It seems that this matter needs to be considered in the long run, and it is not as simple as he imagined. Withdraw, the big snake pill said coldly, retreated into the ground, and disappeared. The other two disappeared with them. Yaezero did not block or chase, because he knew that the big snake pill would not give up, and there would inevitably be other actions in the Zongnin exam. And swish, swish. Several masked ninjas appeared in the scene. It was the dark part. Before the arrival of the dark part, Night Zero Feather disappeared into the darkness. Here is Konoha, or during the Chunin exam, it is too troublesome to fight now. Ino, Hinata, Naruto, they all have to grow and live here, and he can't be like Tsunahide Village, patting his ass and leaving. Drip. Release mission, defeat one of Konoha's 3 shinobi. Great Snake Pill rewards, Chakra Boost card *10, Physique Improvement card *10, Mental Power Enhancement card *10, Any Picture Book Copy card *1, Any Ultimate Picture Book Direct Lift card *2. As the big boss of the first part, Orochimaru naturally triggered the system mission for Night Zero Feather. And after Yaezero left, several secret passages arrived, and after seeing them, people were stunned. This is Mu Duen? Just now Captain Tianzo was fighting people here? Then why wasn't he present and didn't leave a mark? As a dark captain, you wouldn't make such a low-level mistake, would you? Are you stupid? This is Mu Duen. Besides Captain Tianzang, who else will use Mu Duen? Also, I was stupid. Let's go and report to Naruto-sama. A few minutes later, the Hokage building. I see, you go down first. Yes. After Yamato reported the relevant situation, he prepared to leave. Just then, swoosh, a dark figure appeared. What's going on? Sarutobi asked. The dark department just wanted to report about Mu Duen, but after seeing Yamato, he changed his tone and said, since Captain Tianzo is here, it will be fine. Sarutobi Hinata, huh? What do you mean? Could it be something about Tianzang, which is inconvenient for Tianzo to say here, or is there something Tianzo didn't report to him? Sarutobi looked at Yamato suspiciously. Yamato was also stunned. What do you mean I'm okay here? It made me feel like I was hiding something from Naruto-sama. Say something directly. Ape Flying Sun said in a deep voice. The dark department did not hear the meaning of the Ape Flying Sun, but looked at Yamato and said, there is nothing wrong with the subordinates. I believe that Captain Tianzo has already finished reporting. Yamato, hold the grass. How do you talk about it darker and darker? Hurry up, didn't you see that Naruto-sama's face was dark? I didn't offend you, don't me. Yamato opened his mouth and hurriedly urged, if there is any latest situation, report directly to Naruto-sama. In particular, the word latest accentuates the tone and shows that it has nothing to do with me. When the dark man heard this, he was confused. What is the latest situation? Obviously it is the situation you just reported, right? Isn't that new done what you cast? What's wrong with you guys today? Helplessly, the dark department had to report the intelligence just now. But as he spoke, he found that the situation seemed to be a little wrong. Why are the faces of Captain Tenzo and Naruto-sama ugly? Could it be that Captain Tenzo didn't report the situation to Hokage-sama just now? Shouldn't it? So important intelligence has been fought, why not report? It's over, I seem to be on the stall, the big thing is on the stall. Yamato, you called the big thing on the stall, I called the big thing on the stall, right? Tianzang, you should be clear about the information just now, right? After the dark part left, Sarutobi said solemnly. Obviously, Ape Flying Sun was a little angry. If it was usual, the situation just now would be just fine. But now it is during the Naka Shinobi exam, the enemy has invaded Konoha, and even a battle has already occurred. How can such a big thing not be reported? Just when Sarutobi wanted to complain about Yamato, Yamato smiled bitterly and said, Naruto-sama, if I say I don't know, do you believe it? What do you say? Sarutobi asked rhetorically. New done, who else but you? Isn't that a joke? I believe. Ahem. Ape Fei Ri choked on the smoke, glared and asked, Tianzang, I'm so old, don't joke with me. Naruto-sama, do you look at me like I'm joking with you? Tianzo took off his mask and revealed an eerie face. Sarutobi was startled by Yamato, and almost blurted out and shouted, hold the grass, escort. Naruto-sama, it wasn't me who fought just now, it should be the wooden dun used by others. Yamato Masachido. Sarutobi was silent, smoking his pipe non-stop. If you look closely, you will find that his hands are actually trembling slightly. That's the original Hokage pacifying Warring States Mu Duen. Others may only hear about Mu Dun in rumors, but he has really seen it, and it is no exaggeration to describe it as a miracle. And now, there are actually two Mu Duen. Ape Flying Sun glanced at Yamato, was slightly stunned, and then sighed. There was a half-wood owner appeared. Who is the person who owns Mu Duen? Could it be? Suddenly, Ape Fusion's pupils shrank and he thought of a person he least wanted to think of, but the only person he thought was possible, Zero Feather. Only 12 years old, from an ordinary person who can't refine chakra, to being able to refine chakra, to middle ninja, elite upper ninja, and finally even learned Flying Thunder God, violently beating Tuanzang, with shadow-level strength. Night Zero Feathers are a fog, a miracle. Such a person, Mu Dun appeared on him, it seemed very reasonable. But it's still impressive. Yamato seemed to have thought of this as well, and his expression froze. Tell you to go down, and don't spread this matter. Sarutobi ordered Yamato. Yes. After Yamato answered, he disappeared and hurried to chase the dark part just now. Sarutobi walked to the window and looked down at Konoha, his heart surging. At this time, he didn't know what position and how to treat Zero U more and more. And it seemed that the trouble caused by Night Zero Feather to the Ape Flying Sun chop was not enough, and there was a sudden knock outside the door. Sarutobi straightened his mind and sat back in his chair. After seeing the person coming, he said kindly, it turned out to be Lu Ju. What happened? The person who came was none other than Nara Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaesa. 5 minutes later. Snap. Syllable. My hand, why are you shaking? Ape Fei Ri slashed his hand twice. At this time, a knock sounded on the door again. It's Hiki, why are you here again? Naruto-sama, you don't want me to come. You think too much, what's the matter, say it. It was another 5 minutes later. Boom, boom. The ape fluttered and pounded his legs. My legs, why are you shaking? And my heart, why are you trembling? Stop it. No, don't stop. The Ape Flying Sun collapsed, and his mentality completely collapsed. The purpose of Nara Shikaesa and Yamanaka Heiki is not anything else, but also about Yora Zero Feather. According to what the two said, if they hadn't made a mistake in judgment, Zero Feather had perfectly mastered the secret art of the two families, and even surpassed it. Ah, my heart. Ape Flying Sun Chopper felt his heart about to explode. What happened there in the Ape Flying Sun, Zero Feather did not know. The next day, the Forest of Death, the second exam went ahead as scheduled. Before distributing the Book of Heaven and Earth, the three Kusanagi ninja village were stunned when they saw Zero Feather. It's him! The three of them looked at Zero U vigilantly, not knowing whether to step forward to say hello or when nothing happened. It wasn't until the three of them saw Zero Feather waving his hand at them that they chose to shut up and say nothing. After Matere finished explaining the rules and distributing the Book of Heaven and Earth, many exams disappeared one by one and walked into the door and entered the Forest of Death. Night Zero Feather is no exception. Boss, what should we do? Classmates A and B asked, and the two of them are now leading the night. Go to the central tower. Yes Zero you said. When the two heard this, they instantly understood Yes Zero Yu's thoughts and said, "Boss, you want to intercept the people going to the tower there and rob their scrolls, right? It's a good method, but just the three of us, won't it be bad? After all, there will definitely be many strong opponents who have also thought of this method." The two analyzed rationally. Yes Zero You looked at the two strangely and said, "What do you think? Our scrolls are already aligned. I want to send you to the tower, so as not to encounter danger." She, "Boss, you're not kidding, are you? Does it look like a joke to me?" Yes Zero Feather took out two scrolls, one heaven and one earth. Huh? Students A and B's eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. They had just entered the forest of death. How did they collect the scrolls? How did they know that as early as outside, Yes Zero Feather had already secretly collected the scrolls? With his current strength, it is too easy to escape the perception of Materai red beans. In short, you don't care about the scroll. I will send you to the central tower first. You can stay there, don't come out, so as not to encounter danger. Yes Zero You didn't explain much, picked up the clothes of the two, and quickly sent the two to the central tower. Central tower, monitoring room. Has the second exam begun? I don't know how long the first place will take. I estimate that at least one day, the fastest exam in the past, is about this speed. I feel the same. Wait, it's like someone's coming. Impossible, you read it wrong. The second exam has just begun. Just rushing here with all your strength, with the speed of that group of shinobi newcomers, it is impossible to arrive. But there are really people, you see. One pointed to the surveillance screen. The others looked at it, and they were all stunned. Unexpectedly, someone really came and entered the house. Could it be that they have already collected two books? No way. Many Naka shinobi stared at the three of Yes Zero Feather in shock. They have all taken the Chunin exam and know how difficult it is. Just like they just said, in such a short time, running from the periphery to here, it is impossible to complete, let alone collect the two sealing scrolls of heaven and earth. But the truth is right in front of them. Cheat. Must be cheating. Very likely. Hurry up and report to the examiner. Soon, Materai was notified that three people had arrived at the central tower, suspected of cheating. When Mitarashi Red Bean just heard the news, he immediately became angry. What guy who doesn't know how to be evil dares to cheat under her proctoring and is tired of living? But when she heard the three words, Night Zero Feather, damn it, how could it be him again? Mitarashi Red Beans viciously bit off the balls on the wooden skewers, as if biting on someone, and they were aggrieved and angry. Just this morning, she temporarily received a notice from the Ape Flying Sun, asking her to observe the Night Zero Feather more and report the situation at any time. Of course, Ape Flying Sun Chopper also said that when necessary, you can turn a blind eye. To put it bluntly, it is convenient for Yes Zero Feather. And Materai Red Bean's understanding of this is that Night Zero Feather is a spy arranged by Ape Flying Sun in the examens to prevent sudden accidents. This happens every year, but she can't say it explicitly, she understands it. But who knows, Yes Zero Feather put her together as soon as she came up. When she just sent the scroll, she found out that there was actually one scroll missing when she sent it to the last person. That is, the scrolls were stolen a pair. Recall the details of the Night Zero Feather collar scroll. Who is it not Night Zero Feather? If it weren't for Mitarashi Ajiki having a spare scroll, her embarrassment would have grown. I can't say anything about it. First, the Ape Flying Sun has an explanation, and second, why say it, lose your face. The exam has not started, and the candidate has played with it, so he must not be laughed out of his big teeth? Yes Zero you did this little action, she can treat it as if it didn't happen. However, why did you run to the central tower and complete the exam like a fly? How round do you make me? Everyone can see that there is a problem, right? Isn't it sincerely embarrassing me? Mitarashi's towering chest rose and fell rapidly, and he crushed the wooden skewer in his hand, obviously angry. But the words that came out were, "I know, don't worry about them, I'll take care of it, you just do your job." After speaking, Mitarashi Red Beans cut off contact. The group of Zongnin examiners at the central tower were stunned. They can become Zongnin, their brains are naturally enough, and the implication of Mitarashi Red Beans is not to let them be less nosy and pretend not to see it? Materai Ajikuma is going to use his power for personal gain. But why? With the status of Materai-sama, how could he do such a thing? Everyone was puzzled. And when they recalled Yes Zero Yu's handsome face, they suddenly realized. I see. It's also Materai Ajikuma who has been single for so long, and it's time to think about the future. Although it is the old cow that eats the tender grass. No, that's called true love across ages. Well, just pretend not to see it. Outside the forest of death. What's going on? Why is it getting weirder and weirder? Damn Night Zero Feather, it's all to blame on you. Mitarashi huffed. On the other side, Yes Zero You sent the two into the tower and left again. He opened the system guidebook, and there were small points of light on it. All of them were candidates who took the Zongnin exam this time. And one of them, unusually bright, was the point of light of the big snake pill. Is it really coming? Looking at the location, he has found Naruto Sasuke nearby, and the action is quite fast. Go check it out. Zero Feather didn't use system teleportation and Flying Thunder God, because then it would be discovered by the Great Snake Pill. He was ready to sneak over and observe it secretly first. Presumably, when Orochimaru saw Naruto's nine-tailed chakra, he should be shocked, right? If it is the original work, although the three of Naruto are not caught in a bitter battle, they are not easy to deal with. Naruto was even more miserable, and he was played with a bundle at the beginning. But now well, multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Sharingan. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto and Sasuke divided by 2 by 3 and 5 to solve the Rain Ninja village. Then, the two fell into deep thought and looked into each other's eyes affectionately. Urjuze, is this definitely the Zonnin exam? How could it be so weak? Did we go to the wrong set and run to Boruto next door? Quite possibly. Sasuke touched his chin, a serious sermon. Behind the two, Sakura held Kuwu in her hand, with a black line on her face. Can't you leave me a chance to strike? Although I am a flower, you flower messengers are a bit too much, right? Flowers also need to be moisturized by rain, right? Sakura thought to herself that she felt good. At this moment, another figure appeared and stood in front of the three. After seeing the forehead protection of the person who appeared, the three of them were startled. Oto Shinobu? But why is it so raw, not at all impressive? Moreover, the Naka Shinobi exam is a team of 3, how can he only have one person? Alert! Sasuke whispered. Naruto and Sakura understood, holding kunao in their hands, wary of each other. If it is the original, the big snake pill at this time, seeing Sasuke's eyes and double-hooked jade writing wheel eyes, is like seeing Shell Lang Si, and he is almost excited. But now, good garbage, how to open to double-hooked jade? You can't do it. Last night, the one was all open to the 3-hooked jade, not to mention Udon and Boiling Duen. Forget it, the difference is a little worse, and it's not bad to keep it as a backup, Orochimaru said in disgust. For some reason, Sasuke actually gave birth to an uncomfortable feeling, as if he had been abandoned. Grief is not counted, but there was a hint of jealousy and unhappiness, as if it was clearly his sugar that had been robbed. And the big snake pill did not be polite with the three, and it was a wave of momentum oppression when it came up. Buzz! The invisible killing intent was like substance, shrouding the three of them. Not to mention that the big snake pill is ruthless, and has done countless human experiments, just as name of Konoha 3 Shinobi. After experiencing the Second and Third Ninja World Wars, its tempered killing intent is not something that ordinary people can resist. Kakashi's killing intent is small compared to it. So, Orochimaru was confident and craned his neck, ready to kiss Sasuke while he was shocked. But the next second, Naruto. Sakura. Sasuke dodged and shot several shurikens at Orochimaru. Naruto's movements were even faster than Sasuke's, and he had already answered when Sasuke called him. Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Several Naruto jumped out in a row, jumped onto Orochimaru's elongated neck, and hugged him fiercely, when Sasuke's shuriken hit accurately. Ugh! Orochimaru screamed, full of surprise. His momentum shock actually didn't work. Holding the grass, could it be that I have gone farther and farther on the road of motherhood over the years, and my masculinity has deteriorated? The medicine master said, No, Lord Orochimaru, you misunderstood, you don't have that thing at all. Where did Orochimaru know that with Naruto and Sasuke's current hearts, few people could deter them? Because, the surprise that Zero Feather brought them was too much, and they were immune. Seeing that the momentum was shocked, Orochimaru decided to go straight to the dry and press Sasuke under him to kiss him. With a little force, he threw Naruto who had grabbed him off, and then used his unique avatar technique to replace his injured body. Biting his finger, psychic art. Summon a large snake and bite Naruto. He himself was stuck to the ground, twisting and crawling towards Sasuke. As for Sakura, sorry for ignoring it, he really wasn't interested in women. Interesting. Sasuke was not afraid of rejoicing, and the double-hooked jade riding wheel rolled his eyes drippingly. He wants to fight the strong. No, he wants to fight the strong snake, become stronger, and surpass that man. The appearance of Knight Zero Feather came to Sasuke's mind. Ugh! Swish! Swish! Fire escape how fireball technique. Fire escape Phoenix immortal fire art. With the help of Sharingan, Sasuke was like a fish in water and frantically output at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was also stunned, but he didn't expect that Sasuke's kid was quite powerful, worthy of being the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, the son of the head of the Uchiha family. He has been famous for so many years, he has always exported others, and he has never been exported like this. Unfortunately, compared to that kid last night, it's still too far behind. Orochimaru shook his head. And he had had enough, and with a little seriousness, he knocked Sasuke wall on the tree. It's not that Sasuke is too weak, it's that he's too strong. The current Sasuke is indeed much stronger than in the original work, but it has not yet been opened. How can it be a single boss? You look at Naruto, let go of my second pillar. Naruto kicked Orochimaru in the face with a volley, kicking Orochimaru into the air. Humph, I didn't expect that you little devil still has some skills, and actually killed that big snake. Orochimaru stood up from the ground and looked at Naruto contemptuously. Naruto, take Sakura, let's go quickly, he's too strong, we're not opponents at all. Sasuke said solemnly, and the previous confidence and arrogance disappeared. Strong? Is there a zero feather strong? Naruto asked. Sasuke was suddenly stunned. No. If it was before, when the big snake pill heard the rookie chicken who was abused by himself, he didn't say that he was strong, but said that he was inferior to others, he wouldn't feel anything. As a 3 ninja, how could he possibly deal with a little fart child? But last night, he had just been abused by another little fart child, and when he heard Sasuke's words, he was extremely upset. He is a big boss, how can anyone be better than him? You two are looking for death. Orochimaru re-attacked Sasuke and Naruto. Run away. Seeing that Orochimaru was attacking again, Sasuke didn't have the heart to fight at all, and pulled Naruto up and was about to run, but was broken free by Naruto. Naruto said excitedly, escape? Impossible, I'm going to kill him. Naruto did not retreat, his hands were sealed, and one shadow avatar after another appeared, like a carp crossing the river, and blasted towards the big snake pill. Orochimaru looked at the overwhelming shadow doppelganger and was stunned. What a large amount, why is this kid's chakra so much? This amount, even if he can't do it, right? Since the multiple shadow doppelganger art is distributed to the shadow avatar chakra in proportion, the number of doppelgangers of a ninja, from lower ninja to upper ninja, has not changed much. Even if later through cultivation, it will increase by a certain amount, but it is still within a certain range. Thousands of shadow doppelgangers like Naruto are simply unheard of and unseen. You little ghost, it's a little interesting, but it's a pity that it's too weak. What's the use of dividing more? Psychic art. Orochimaru bit his finger again and summoned 2 large snakes. One stepped on the foot to pretend, and the other swept, sweeping a series of shadow doppelgangers. A little ghost is a little ghost, and no matter how many shadow doppelgangers there are, they are also little ghosts. Orochimaru said disdainfully. Naruto, retreat, you guys don't fight anymore. Sasuke shouted. He knew Naruto's strength, and it was impossible to be the opponent of the man in front of him. However, at this moment, spiral pill. Among the many Naruto shadow doppelgangers, a pill suddenly burst out and was heavily printed on the head of the big snake. Boom! The head of the big snake was exploding, and it was screaming for its life. What? That big snake was actually killed. What kind of ninjutsu is that, so strong? How come I've never seen Naruto use it? Sasuke was stunned and looked at Naruto in disbelief. The big snake pill's pupils shrank, and he said in a deep voice, Spiral pill, A-grade ninjutsu, this is the ninjutsu of the 4th generation of Hokage, you actually can. Orochimaru looked at Naruto in surprise. Spiral pill, it's difficult to say, but the principle is that everyone understands. It's not difficult to say, but few people can show it, and it has extremely high requirements for chakra control and chakra quantity. For example, although he can use Spiral pill as a Konoha Sanshin, he cannot use it to fight. The reason is ashamed, the amount is not enough. There is Chakra who casts Spiral pill, enough for him to perform several advanced ninjutsu, but this yellow-haired boy in front of him actually will, incredible. Naruto saw Sasuke's surprised look, touched his nose proudly, and said with a sigh, how is it, Nezuko, powerful, right? This is a ball I prepared specifically for you, but unfortunately, you didn't taste it. But it doesn't matter, sooner or later, I'll let you taste it. Now, I'm going to kill this guy. Naruto was in a mood, rubbed the balls with one hand, and ran away for the big snake pill. Damn, what Naruto has become so strong. Sasuke looked at Naruto's back and clenched his fists unwillingly. Night Zero Feather is just that, even Naruto has learned such a strong ninjutsu, what is his uchiha prestige? However, the idea is beautiful, and the reality is very face-shattering. It's good, but you're still too weak. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Orochimaru did not use psychic, but did it himself, instantly reducing Naruto's shadow avatar by half. Although the rest managed to get in, and some held pills, but the big snake pill was a snake, and seriously, Naruto couldn't touch him at all. A few minutes later, boom! Naruto slammed into the tree trunk, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and said unwillingly, damn, why is he so slippery? Hey, do you dare to stand still and let me beat me up? Sasuke, Orochimaru, your kid's brain has been beaten stupid, how can you stand still? But to be honest, Naruto gave them enough shock. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke again, twisted his body, licked his lips with his long tongue, and said in a wave, Sasuke, I'm coming. Orochimaru's neck suddenly stretched and went to Sasuke. Sasuke! Naruto shouted anxiously. At this moment, a pair of terrifying eyes suddenly opened in his spiritual consciousness. Those are the eyes of the 9 tails. The power of the 9 tails is about to move. No way! Naruto immediately suppressed this power. Zero, you said, it is not a last resort, it is best not to use this force. But, Suzuki Naruto was torn between Suzuki and Yoru Zero Ha. While Naruto was tangled, boom, a figure suddenly appeared, kicking the big snake pill in the face, kicking him away. After seeing who was coming, Suzuki and Naruto showed surprise. Night Zero Feather. It was Night Zero Feather who came to save them. Yoru Zero, you looked back at Suzuki and said with satisfaction, good performance, keep up the good work. Suzuki received Yoru Zero's praise. I don't know why, he was a little shy, but his heart was happy, as if he was recognized by someone important. What about me? What about me? Naruto ran over, eager to get Yoru Zero's compliment. Just now, he was even more majestic than the second pillar. But what you get is bad reviews. 1-star bad review. Why don't you use it if you have the power? But didn't you say that you can't use it as a last resort? Naruto was puzzled. Now is not the last resort? So are you going to wait for grass to grow on the pillar before using it? Yes, Zero, you said speechlessly. He didn't understand. Naruto was quite flexible, a baby. How did he become so woody? And how did he know that Naruto was just listening to his words? After listening to Yoru Zero's words, Naruto looked at Suzuki, and after a slight hesitation, said firmly, I understand. Suzuki? I don't understand. What are you talking about? What has the power not to use? Naruto was beaten into a pig's head like him. What power was there? But in the next second, Suzuki understood and looked at Naruto in shock. I saw that Naruto's body was wrapped in a layer of terrifying red chakra, and his momentum changed drastically. Although it is not as good as Yes Zero Feather, it is far from what he can reach. What's going on here? How could Naruto have such great power? Suzuki was horrified. In particular, he has the Sharingan, and he feels the power of the nine-tailed chakra more truly. However, Yes Zero Feather frowned slightly. As far as he knows, the perfect nine tails mode should be a golden coat. How is Naruto red? His nine tails is systematic, not counting the human pillar force, so it is red, but Naruto is a real human pillar force. Just when Yes Zero was puzzled, the voice of the nine tails sounded and explained, this is not to blame the old man, it is that he is too weak to withstand the old man's chakra. The tone of the nine tails was not so much an explanation as an excuse for himself, for fear that Yes Zero would find him to settle the score. Yes Zero was speechless again. Am I that scary? Isn't it just a few big slap for you? As for? You're a nine-tailed maniac. You little rabbit cubs, look for death. Orochimaru roared angrily, and jumped out of the ruins in embarrassment. The first time, he was beaten by Suzuki and was tied up for barbecue. He endured. After all, it was his fancy prey, it was he who wanted to kiss Suzuki. The second time, he was kicked in the face by Naruto, and he also endured it. After all, Naruto was Suzuki's companion. But the third time, why kick in the face? Can't you just change places? Do you know how much effort and cost I spent for this face? People can die, their faces cannot be kicked. Whoever dares to kick him in the face, he will let whoever dies. The big snake pill rushed up angrily, but when he saw the person who kicked him, he was stunned and surprised. The big snake pill didn't expect that the person who kicked his face was actually the boy who wrote the wheel I last night. How could he be here? Since the big snake pill had not yet met with the medicine master at this time, he did not know the specific situation of Yes Zero. Of course, even if he met with the medicine master, he couldn't know much. At most he knew a name. Because, the medicine master has no information about Yes Zero Feather at all. And Orochimaru was just shocked by the appearance of Night Zero Feather, and was shocked by Naruto. This chakra, it's the nine tails, you're that baby, you're not dead yet. What surprised Orochimaru even more was that Naruto not only was not dead, but he also mastered the nine-tailed chakra, and there was no sign of violent escape. How old is he? How can he master the nine-tailed chakra? And it's still the strongest nine tails. Ape Flying Sun slashes, you old fellow, the intelligence is hidden deep enough. I'm already implementing the Konoha collapse plan, and the medicine master has not collected such important intelligence. Sarutobi Hinata, don't say you didn't collect it, I don't know. It's the first time to officially use this power, so excited. I'm coming, Naruto said excitedly, turning into a streamer and slamming into Orochimaru. Boom! There was no ninjutsu, no skill, just a simple punch fell, trees shattered, the ground collapsed, and the entire forest of death trembled. This blow is no less than S-level ninjutsu. For a while, everyone in the forest of death looked at this side and was shocked. Such a strong battle movement. Which village is this ninja? Is it really shinobi? Even the Mitarashi red beans outside the forest felt it and looked over in surprise. But her reaction was different from the others, and she thought, it must be that Night Zero Feather again. Listening to Naruto-sama, Yoruto has the strength of the elite upper ninja level, and a group of lower ninja participate in the middle ninja exam, not to mention, but also use such powerful ninjutsu. Seriously? No matter, pretend not to know. Mitarashi continued to eat the balls until a technique appeared. Mi Rashoman. Orochimaru was blasted by Naruto and finally used one of his strongest defensive ninjutsu. However, boom. 3 doors, directly smashed too. The remaining one was also punched again by Naruto, violently shattered. Boom. Naruto bombarded Orochimaru with a punch in the face, sending him like a sandbag, flying out, and breaking more than a dozen trees in succession. SI Kuyi. Is this really Naruto? Sakura, who had been disconnected for an unknown amount of time, exclaimed. Compared to Naruto, her Sasuke is a scumbag. Sasuke, Sakura, you better keep dropping. The power of the 9 tails is really powerful. Orochimaru spat out the blood from his mouth and looked at Naruto with a sinister smile. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and staged the famous scene, I spit out snakes, snake spit swords. Drip. Light up the weapon book, Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru edition, can be summoned. Is this the Kusanagi sword? Yes, Zero, you looked at the sword in the big snake pill's hand, and his eyes flickered. I have to say that Kusanagi sword is really handsome. The big snake pill holding the Kusanagi sword obviously went up more than 1 notch in combat power. And Naruto is not yet familiar with the 9-tailed and the 9-tailed fighting method, and he has some strength and chakra, and he is not the opponent of Orochimaru at all. Even if Orochimaru couldn't fight Naruto head-on, if Kusanagi sword stabbed out, it would really hurt. In a short time, Naruto suffered several injuries on his body. Although he was cured by the 9-tailed chakra, it could already be seen that Naruto had fallen behind. Okay, Naruto, that's enough, leave it to me next. Knight Zero Feather called Naruto to a halt, and his eyes were eager to try. He couldn't help but want to test the power of the Kusanagi sword, and, of course, his systematic synthesis of Ku-Wu. Yes, Zero U's right hand flipped, and a handful of Ku-Wu appeared in his hand. It was the Ku-Wu synthesized by the system. At this time, this Kunao had been synthesized by him to level 8, and both hardness and sharpness had reached a terrifying level. He once tried to use the system to decapitate the big knife, and the decapitation knife was directly cut into 2 segments. It's not that the decapitation knife is too weak, but the decapitation knife specializes not in sharpness and hardness, but in blood-sucking and self-healing. But this also proves that the bitterness of system synthesis is indeed strong. And why yes Zero you only took out the system until now and fought hard, it is not that he forgot, but there is really no chance. Who let him have too many means, so much that he can't remember some means, even if he doesn't use them repeatedly, he can't use them all. Hey, too many means are also a kind of annoyance. Orochimaru saw Naruto retreat, and Knight Zero Feather came up, his face gradually solemn, but there was a hint of madness. The solemn thing is that he knows that Yes Zero Feather is very strong, and has Mu Duen, Writing Will I, and Boiling done. The crazy thing is that this is the Zongnan exam, it is the forest of death. As long as it doesn't make too much trouble, no one will care. He can finally use his fists and feet and fight with Yes Zero Feather. Last night's shame, he must wash away. Ugh. Orochimaru held the Kusanagi sword and slashed towards Knight Zero Feather. When he saw that Yes Zero Feather did not use Mu Duen, but used a small bitter wood to fight, he couldn't help but have some doubts. With your own shortness, the strength of attacking the enemy, do you have a hole in your brain? This is the legendary Kusanagi sword, how can it be incomparable to ordinary suffering? Even if you don't know the Kusanagi sword, you won't use a short weapon and collide with a long weapon, right? Could it be that he deliberately sold flaws and had other backhands? Or does he think that he can defeat me with an ordinary kunao? Too underestimated me, right? No matter, cut him off first. The big snake pill slashed horizontally with a sword and slashed at Yes Zero U's neck. Just when the Kusanagi sword was about to slash at Yes Zero Feather took a step back, avoiding the point, and used Kusai to block it. Seeing this, the big snake pill couldn't help but sneer. I thought that Yes Zero Feather had some backhand, but it turned out to be really just fighting with bitterness. Wasn't it looking for death? The big snake pill seemed to have seen the picture of Ku-Wu being cut off by the Kusanagi sword, and then slashing towards Yes Zero Feather. However, dang. With a crisp sound, Kusanagi blocked the Kusanagi sword, and not even a trace of opening appeared. How is it possible? The big snake pill was stunned, and looked at the kunao in Yes Zero U's hand in disbelief. Although his Kusanagi sword is not the sharpest in the world, it is not something that ordinary bitterness cannot resist. But now, it's blocked. What kind of bitterness is he? How many secrets are there in this kid? Yes Zero U looked at Ku-Wu and was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Yes, this hardness and sharpness he likes. It seems that in the future, it is possible to continue to synthesize kunao with the system. Dang! While the sound of metal clashing continued to sound, and the big snake pill and Yes Zero Feather began to fight cold weapons. And as the two fought, Orochimaru became more and more shocked. This kid's weapon use and physical skills are actually so strong. Open and hanging, right? Not long after, the big snake pill was not lightly injured by Yes Zero U, and he was defeated and retreated. Do you have to force him to do that trick? It was a gift he had prepared for his mentor. Orochimaru thought seriously, but he soon dismissed the idea. Little ghost, I remember you, we'll see you next time, I hope you can bring me more surprises next time. The big snake pill let out a cruel word, smiled darkly, and slowly fell into the dirt, ready to use the earth to escape. But the next second, want a surprise? Say it early, I can give it to you now, why wait until next time? I'm a very talkative person. Magnetic escape placer gold burial. Golden placer gold gushed out from the ground, like a fierce beast, swallowing everything and sweeping towards the great snake pill. The big snake pill's eyes were straight, and the original snake's vertical pupils were stunned by him. This is the magnetic shadow secret of the 4 generations of wind shadow. How could he even do this? Mu done, writing will I, boiling done, magnetic done, the 4 major blood succession limits. Is your family selling blood succession limits? How can a person have the 4 blood succession limits? No, 5, 6. My snake bile was shattered. The big snake pill looked at the white eyes of Yes Zero Feather, and the dissolution that was cast. The snake was subverted. He thought that he had changed from a human to a snake, from a man to a woman, and he was strange enough, but when he looked at Yes Zero Feather, he was a younger brother. No, he's a sister. The 6 blood succession limits, as well as the existence of Mu Dun and Sherry Nan, which are second to none in the entire ninja world, are outrageous. His previous research on the blood succession limit and bloodline was almost completely overturned by Night Zero Feather. Theory and practice contradict each other, and under the full play of Night Zero Feather, even if he can't use Dirt Rebirth, and he doesn't dare to channel the big snake pill, he can only be pressed and pounded. He was already injured, and his injuries were even worse. However, Yes Zero Feather still underestimated Ant Snake's ability to escape, and was run away by him, making Yes Zero Feather call 666, after Orochimaru escaped. Drip. Release mission, defeat one of Konoha's 3 shinobi Orochimaru, completed rewards, chakra boost card *10, physique enhancement card *10, mental power enhancement card *10, any Pokédex copy card *1, any ultimate Pokédex direct lift card *2, released, Mission accomplished? Night Zero Feather was shocked. The previous tasks of Yakura and Luo She were fought until they were half dead before they were completed. The Great Snake Pill hadn't fought seriously yet, how could he finish it? Besides, the Great Snake Pill hasn't cast Dirt Rebirth yet. Orochimaru, thank you, thanks to you not being serious. If I'm serious, I can't turn into a snake soup? However, the task is naturally good when completed, and who doesn't like to have a reward? Look at the rewards, chakra boost card *10, physique enhancement card *10, mental power enhancement card *10, any picture book intermediate lift card *1, any picture book advanced lift card *2, any item picture book unlimited card *3, any picture book copy card *2, any ultimate picture book straight lift card *3. Looking at the various upgrade cards available, Night Zero you muttered, there are only 2 copy cards, too few, not enough at all. Although the duplicate card does not increase the strength of Yoryu himself, it can improve the strength of Hinata and Ino. He didn't want to be unable to get out due to some force majeure and put the 2 in danger. And now there are only 2 copy cards, he does not dare to use them, for fear of accidents, save the key moment for backup. I hope I can give more tasks in the future. Night Zero Feather prayed. First of all, the strength is improved. Drip. Boost card has been used. Host, Night Zero Feather comprehensive level, Elite Shangnin Chakra, 45 body strength, 40 spiritual power, 40 blood succession limit, white eye, Mu Dun, 3 hook jade writing wheel eye, water stop right eye kaleidoscope, dissolution 1/10, boiling 1/10, magnetic done 1/10, 1 arbitrary Pokédex intermediate jack card and 2 arbitrary Pokédex advanced jack cards are also used. The dissolution, boiling, and magnetic escapes have all been raised to the full level. Feeling the increase in strength in his body, Yes Zero Feather became more and more confident. After all, power is capital. Yes Zero Feather lowered his head and looked at a certain part, becoming more and more confident. Power is one of the capitals. I don't know if after beating Ant Snake will carry out the Konoha collapse plan. Forget it, don't care, love is dripping, anyway, the task is completed, let it be. Yoru returned to Sakura Narasa. Come, I'll help you heal. Yoru Zero you performs medical ninjutsu and helps Suzuki heal. Naruto didn't have to, his injuries had long been healed by the 9 tails. This surprised and convinced Suzuki again. Why does Naruto have such great power? As for Sakura, hang up, don't care about her, it is estimated that she will have to wait until Tsunade is online, she can team up with Naruto to brush the book. And Yoru Zero you frowned slightly after seeing Suzuki's eyes. The reason why the original Suzuki was seduced by Ant Snake was on the one hand stimulated by Itaki, but more by Naruto. Proud of the name of Uchiha, he was overtaken by Naruto the Crane, and his heart was very uncomfortable. Now, Naruto is stronger than in the original work of the same period, and although Suzuki has also improved, he is still much worse than Naruto. The second pillar will not be blackened in advance, right? The free skin given by Ant Snake is not good looking, and it is uglier than the 6UN skin. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to give Suzuki some confidence. Night Zero Feather said darkly. You guys go ahead and look for the scrolls, I'm leaving. Zero Feather cast an instant and disappeared. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura also left one after another. Not long after they left, a figure appeared in the scene. It was Mitere Red Bean. She really didn't plan to come over at first, but then the movement was too big, and she just couldn't say anything. When Mitarashi saw the battlefield, he was shocked. That man's ninjutsu. He's coming. Knight Zero Feather is fighting that man. No, this matter must be notified to Naruto-sama as soon as possible. Mitarashi left in a hurry. After Yorozuyu left, he secretly looked at Hinata and Ino. Because both of them had his help, the White Eye and secret art had been improved, so the second stage was not a problem for them at all, and they did not need his help. Idle, Knight Zero Feathers lay on the tree to rest. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared in his line of sight. That was small fragrant phosphorus? At this time, Xiangfos was being chased by a giant bear and was in danger. As early as the first exam, Yaziroyu discovered Xiangfos, but he didn't take the initiative to contact it. Unexpectedly, Kakago, who should have been met by Sasuke, happened to be met by him. Since I met it, I saved you by the way. It is estimated that Urjozi is now looking at Naruto with a resentful little look. Phew! Shout! Yaziroyu casually threw out 2 shurikens, pierced the bear's head, and appeared in front of Xiangfos. Ki, Konoha ninja. What do you want to do? I don't have a scroll on me. Yaziroyu was speechless. Do you look like a bad person, obviously so handsome? However, Yaziroyu's gaze moved down, from bottom to top, and from top to bottom, carefully looked at it, and sighed. Glasses, slipped through the net, classmate, you know very well. No, add drama, classmates A and B must add drama. When Yaziroyu saw the bite marks accidentally exposed on Xiang Fa's arm, his heart was still tight. What kind of perverts are the Grass Ninja Village? Destroy it. Don't move, Yaziroyu said to Xiangfos. Xiangfos looked at Yaziroyu, who was walking towards her, so frightened that she didn't dare to move, and said in fear, "What do you think? Do you want to bite me too?" Yaziroyu was speechless again. "You little girl, why don't you learn well? Why do I bite you? You bite me almost the same. Don't move, I'll help you heal your injuries." Yaziroyu came to Xiangfos and used medical ninjutsu to help her heal her injuries. When I looked closer, I found that Xiangfos was not only bitten and injured, but also had an unusually thin physique, and it is estimated that he was not less abused. Suddenly, Yorozuyu somewhat understood Madara and Nagato's desire for peace in the ninja world, and also understood the reason why they went to extremes. For peace is important only for those who have experienced suffering. On the surface, the ninja world seems to be peaceful, and the 5 hidden villages are safe and sound, but in fact, the war has never stopped. Koto, Junmuro, Shiro, etc., they are just a few of them. It seems that the ninja world really needs reform. Yaziroyu said silently. Xiangfos looked at Yaziroyu, who was treating her. Her heart was warm, and her cheeks were flushed with a crimson like first love. This person is not only handsome, but also a good person, so loving. Okay. Soon, Zero Feather healed Xiang Fa's injuries. Fragrant phosphorus is a little lost. It would be nice if it could go on like this. Or will I give myself a knife? Just as Xiangfos was thinking about it, Yaziroyu took out a scroll, handed it to her, and said, "If you don't want to stay in Kusanagi village, or need help, you can open the scroll and I will come out to help you. But remember, be sure to think carefully before opening the reels, as there is only one chance." Yaziroyu said solemnly. He pities Xiangfos, but he doesn't like to force others to do something. So, he gave the choice to Xiangfos. But after speaking, Yorozuyu thought of Naruto and reiterated, "Actually, you don't need to think too deeply, your thoughts need to be flexible." In the other place, Naruto's heart chirped and received one critical hit. Yaziroyu continued, "You may not believe it, but in Konoha, you are probably still of the same clan, half of the same clan, maybe there is a little relative, that is, the blood relationship may be so far away." Yaziroyu rubbed his fingers. And the relative he was referring to was naturally Naruto. Naruto's mother is a Uzumaki clan, and Kazuki is also a Uzumaki clan, and there must be a blood relationship. It's just that there are a few branches in between, then it is unknown. Xiangfos held the scroll that Zero Feather gave her, and her heart trembled violently as she listened to what was said to her. Is this a vow to her? And when she heard Yorozuyu say that she might have the same clan in Konoha, it was another shock. Is there really any kindred? By the time Xiangfos reacted, Zero Feather had already walked away. She looked down at the scroll in her hand, and memories of the past came to her mind. Bullying, despising, taunting, punching, and kicking. For as long as she can remember, life has been malicious to her in addition to malice. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, his eyes were firm, and his hands gripped the scroll tightly. She didn't know Zero Feather, nor did she know what Yaziroyu's purpose was, whether she was pretending, and whether she was coveting her body. But how bad can it be? Xiangfos opened the scroll with both hands, as if opening the door to a new world. Boom! The white smoke cleared, and Yes-Zero-U appeared, his face expressionless, very speechless. You little girl, what's the joke? I just walked on my front foot, why did you remove the scroll on your back foot? That's serious business, right? Yura-Zero-U now seriously doubted that Naruto's personality was to follow her mother Kushina and follow the Uzumaki clan. Just as Yes-Zero-U wanted to complain, he heard Xiangfeng clenching his small fist and shouting loudly, I am willing to go with you, you can do whatever you want to me. Knight Zero Feather, what can I do to you? But to be honest, Xiangfo's is really good when it grows up. Ahem, don't get excited, have you thought about it? Yes-Zero-U coughed twice in embarrassment and said, I think about it. Without thinking, Xiangfo's immediately replied, staring at Yes-Zero Feather without blinking. You answered so quickly, and you still called thinking about it? Forget it, anyway, it is Xiangfa's choice, respect her. Besides, even if Xiangfo's doesn't follow him now, he will be deceived by the big snake pill in the future. It's better to follow him than to follow a more perverted snake, right? Take off your forehead, from now on, you will be my man. It might be a bit bad to say that. Yes-Zero-U just wanted to speak, you should follow me, but heard Xiangfo say, I understand, from now on, I will be your person. Don't. Yes-Zero Feather hurriedly refused. If this is heard by Hinata and Ino, what else? From today onwards, you will follow me. Yes-Zero-U rubbed the little head of Xiangfo's and said. Suddenly, Xiangfo's only felt unprecedentedly warm and steady. She didn't know she would be in the future, but at least now it was much better than before. By the way, what's your name? Xiangfo's suddenly asked. Yes-Zero-U remembered this, and he hadn't told Xiangfo's his name yet. And Xiangfo's didn't even know his name, so he dared to go with him, and his heart was really big. My name is Knight Zero Feather. My name is Xiangfo's, please advise. Xiangfo's bowed deeply to Yes-Zero-U, raised his head, and revealed a sunny smile. Don't take this Zongnin exam, go, send you to a place. Yoruto grabbed Kakashi's shoulder, and when he reappeared, he was already in Hokage's office. Xiangfo's was shocked. What kind of ninjutsu is this, it's so powerful. After the ape flying sun chop saw the comber, his head grew big again. He silently took out a small medicine bottle from the drawer, and it said, Special Effect Heart-Saving Pill. That's right, not quick effects, but special effects. He felt that the quick effect could not save him. Aren't you taking the Chunin exam? Why did you come to me? I have something for your help. Yes-Zero Feather pulled Xiangfo's over. Do you recognize her? After seeing Xiangfo's, Sarutobi stood up from his chair and was surprised. This hair color, she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? That's right, moreover, she is also a student of this Chu Ninja exam. Yes-Zero-U nodded. Ape Flying Sun was shocked. Uzumaki Orphan also participated in the Chunin exam held by Konoha, such a big thing. Why didn't you tell me? She is a ninja from Kusanagi village, but not anymore, she has been abducted and rebelled by me. Now, I want her to stay in Konoha for a while, okay? Yes-Zero-U said lightly. It's not that he's afraid of Ape Flying Sun, but since Kakai wants to live in Konoha, with her hair color, she will inevitably attract attention. People like Kakashi and Asuma can basically guess the identity of Kakashi. Instead of troublesome at that time, it is better to find the Ape Flying Sun to make it clear earlier. Ape Flying Sun chopping words, inhaling, exhaling, opening the drawer, opening the bottle cap, pouring out the small pill, eating it in one bite, and then inhaling, exhaling, exhaling. Yes-Zero-U watched the Ape Flying Sun chop the small pill, and asked curiously, what did you eat? Nothing, jelly bean. Ape Fei-Ri said indifferently. Actually, the heart has exploded. Is it okay, can it be a fart? Don't you know that Kusanagi is an ally of Konoha? You abducted the special bloodline of the people at once, or from the Zongnin exam, and you have to join Konoha village. My ancestor, are you trying to destroy the alliance between Konoha and Kusanagi village? These big families in Konoha village are not enough, and they have to make some trouble from outside? I really obeyed you. However, with Yes-Zero-U's current strength and identity, as well as his special status, can he say nothing? Sarutobi smoked his pipe, and after thinking for a while, said, yes, I will send a letter to Kusanagi village later, so let this little girl be an emissary between the two villages, increase the communication between the two villages, and live in Konoha. Yes-Zero-U thought for a moment, nodded and said, that's fine. On the surface, it is said to be an envoy, and to increase exchanges between the two villages is actually to ask for people from Kusanagi village, but to put it mildly, this is the privilege of the 5 great hidden villages, who makes Konoha stronger than Kusanagi village? In this way, Xiangfo's can also avoid the name of rebellion and be more convenient to go out. Then arrange her residence, Naruto-sama, near me. Knight Zero Feather slashed at the Ape Flying Sun. Then he said to Kakari, this is some money, Konoha is better than Kusanagi village, you can walk around and buy something to eat and wear. Spend it casually, don't save, I have a lot more when I finish it. Ye0U took out a large sum of money from the system and gave Xiangfo's. After speaking, he looked at the ape flying sun. Naruto-sama, I went back to take the Chunin exam. It's not good to come out for a long time, bye. I'll go find you after I finish my exam. After Ye0 Feather touched Xiangfo's hair again, he cast Flying Thunder God and left. In the room, only Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Xiangfo's remained, looking at each other with different thoughts. Ape Flying Sun Chopper was speechless. Why throw yourself a little child again? Also, do you still know about the Zongnin exam, and you know that it is not good to come out for a long time? Don't you know that if you leave the examination room, even if you fail the exam? That's you, hey. Ape Fairy Chopper silently ate 2 small pills, and all of a sudden, it was much more refreshed. He decided that in the future, he would let Konoha Hospital vigorously produce this kind of thing, and when Night Zero Feather really became famous, it would definitely sell well, and then he would be able to take the opportunity to make a fortune and boost the economy. And Xiangfo's is suspicious, this old man in front of him is really the Hokage of Konoha village? Why did Brother Zero-U talk to him, ostensibly calling Naruto-sama, but in fact he was ordering, Naruto-sama, it's not good. Suddenly, Mitarashi Azuki pushed the door out. On the other hand, after the matter of Xiangfo's was resolved, Ye0U went back to take the Zongnin exam. Soon, 5 days passed, and the second stage of the exam was over. Before the end of the exam, the medicine master finally met with the big snake pill. When the medicine master opened the door and saw the big snake pill, he was stunned, then closed the door, walked away silently, and said, "Sorry, I went to the wrong room. Orochimaru, damn it." Returned the handsome face of the old lady. In addition to Suzuki, is there any intelligence on the other 2 people? One is Naruto Uzumaki, and the other is a brat who is very close to Suzuki Naruto? Orochimaru said gloomily. You mean Night Zero Feather, right? The medicine master guessed that the big snake pill was asking Ye0U, took out 2 cards, and handed them to the big snake pill. Orochimaru first looked at the first one, Naruto Uzumaki, and all the attributes were at the lower ninja level. It was good that the big snake pill didn't look at it. The more he looked at it, the more angry he became, squeezed the card in the palm of his hand, and said angrily, "This is the intelligence you collected." Yes, what's wrong? The medicine man asked puzzled. What's wrong? None of it is right, okay. Do you know that this Uzumaki Naruto will have an A-class forbidden technique? Do you know that he is a 9-tailed human pillar force? Do you know that he can also control a large part of the power of the 9 tails, and beat me almost to the point that my mother doesn't even know? Every time the big snake pill spoke, he was one step closer to the medicine master's pocket, and in the end, he almost stuck his mouth to mouth on the medicine master's face. The medicine man stood straight like a schoolboy under criticism. He looked at the face of the big snake pill who was close at hand, holding back a smile, and wanted to say, "Lord Big Snake Pill, don't need others to beat, your mother doesn't know you. Don't talk about your mother, I don't know you now. No, I'm not your father, why compare with your mother? Besides, Naruto is a 9-tailed pillar force, didn't tell me He even told the mask seller on the street, but he didn't tell me. And this person, why is there no intelligence at all except for the name?" Orochimaru picked up Yura0U's intelligence card again and questioned. Yakushi said innocently, "According to my investigation, this person is a crane tail who is even dumber than Naruto." Naruto is not a crane tail. The big snake pill interrupted the medicine master's pocket unpleasantly. If Naruto is the tail of the crane, then he was beaten by the tail of the crane, what is it? If Naruto knew what Orochimaru thought, he would be very moved. Woohoo, after the Night Zero Feathers, there is another person. A snake recognized me, go on. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. As far as I know, before graduating, Ye0U was still a waste who could not refine chakra, and then I don't know how, he was suddenly able to refine chakra, and his strength was not weak. As for the specific situation, I did not investigate it. The medicine man said truthfully. Orochimaru, no need to investigate, I know his strength, and I list him and Naruto Uzumaki as S-level targets. S-class? So high? The medicine man was surprised. Only if the shadow level exists, it will be listed as an S-level target by the Great Snake Pill. Although Ye0 Feather is very strong, it will not be. After seeing the murderous gaze of the big snake pill, the medicine master wisely closed his mouth. He looked at the embarrassed appearance of the big snake pill, as if he knew why he listed the 2 of them as S-class targets. Then Lord Orochimaru, is the Konoha collapse plan still going ahead? Are you questioning my means and strength? The big snake pill looked at the medicine master with cold eyes. Don't dare. The medicine master lowered his head and hurriedly said respectfully, "Today's Lord Orochimaru is a little cranky. Although he was beaten and in a bad mood, this is not the first time. When I first knew something, wasn't I often educated? At that time, I didn't see Lord Orochimaru so irritable, but I was quite happy. Could it be that those days came? It's possible. It seems that you have to follow Lord Orochimaru these days." The medicine master thought so. The plan went as usual, and although I was injured, it was irrelevant. Look at what, come and help me. The big snake pill said unpleasantly. Are you still a top spy? You don't have any eyesight at all, don't you see me walking hard? After the big snake pill and the medicine master met each other, soon, the third exam preliminary round began. In the original work, 21 people passed the second exam, and after the pharmacist withdrew, 20 people took the third exam. However, due to the incident of Night Zero Feather, the number of people in the third exam increased, and after removing the medicine master's pocket, there were 29 people left, one more person. That is, one person will be left empty. The first person to draw a lottery. Looking at the scrolling screen, everyone who knew Yes Zero Feather was silently praying, Yes Zero Feather. Night Zero Feather. Hurry up and don't let us face him. People who don't know Yes Zero Feather are thinking, you must empty yourself. In the end, the result appeared, and the Night Zero Feathers were empty. Great. Those who were familiar with Yes Zero Feather breathed a sigh of relief, and the rest were unhappy. Why was that kid hollowed out? Believe it or not, I beat you all over the ground looking for teeth. Yes Zero Feather didn't care about this result. Anyway, he came to go through the scene. It doesn't matter if he fights or not, it's good to watch the play on the side. And that night, Zero you saw the battle list of others, fell silent, and sighed, the mysterious power is really powerful. Obviously, there are 8 more people, and the opponent in the original work has not changed. Yes, poisonous, right? No, is it because, up is close, the mysterious power has been strengthened, even he can't change the original? Yes Zero you looked at classmates A and B, and was shocked in his heart. He suddenly realized that these two people were not the ruthless characters who threw shurikens at the final boss 800 miles away, but they were the final boss. Hey, young. Soon, the battle began. The first is Suzuki in copper armor, one of Orochimaru's men planted in Konoha. Seriously, if it weren't for the electronic bulletin board, Yes Zero you would have forgotten that there was such a person. But if you recall carefully, this person's ability seems to be good. What is the source? Can't remember, take a look later. Yes Zero Feather shook his head. There are too many small supporting roles, and he can't remember them. Not long after, the battle begins. Drip. Light up the special book, Chakra Suction, current progress, 1/10. The system sounded, evoking the memories of Night Zero Feather. Remember, Chakra Suction, as long as the palm touches the other party's body, you can absorb the other party's spirit and chakra. Looking at the setting alone, that's quite a bull. But as soon as the actual effect is seen, the red copper armor is about to be beaten out of by Suzuki. At this time, Suzuki did not have the side effects of the spell seal, and playing the red copper armor was like playing, although he suffered a small loss at the beginning, but it had no effect at all. After Yes Zero Feather mastered the chakra absorption technique, he also learned that this technique could actually be regarded as a failed blood succession limit. Because only the red copper armor can be alone, it should be a body mutation, and this technique was developed by accident. Unfortunately, his own bloodline physique was still too weak to fully develop this ability. In addition, you can only use your hands, other parts can't, you must also contact each other, and the efficiency is not too high, which greatly limits the play. And the absorbed chakra cannot be used for its own like macro muscles, and it can also be regarded as chicken ribs. You know, in addition to humans, the chakra of ninjutsu can also be absorbed, and the strongest can even absorb the tailed beast Jade. However, this ability is still quite interesting, and it is not impossible to use it in the future battle. Boom, the battle is over, winner, Suzuki Uchiha. With the announcement of the Ala Horn Blast, the first battle is over. Suzuki is so handsome, Sakura exclaimed excitedly. It's good, but it's nowhere near me. Naruto snorted. Since the battle with the big snake pill, his little tail has not been lowered, and he is almost up to the sky. In the second scene, Otono Sak vs Urashino. Process. It's a bunch of bugs, secret fear warning. But I have to say that Shino is the one who likes to use strategy the most besides Shikamaru among the 12 small strong, and he is also the one with the most ninja literacy. According to the ninja setting, Shino is the most suitable person to be a ninja. The third and fourth scenes were faceless passers-by, and everyone watching was confused. What is this mixed in with the four? Did you go to the wrong set? In the fifth scene, Ken Misumi vs Kankuro. In other words, why is a man called Misumi? Ant Snake's hobby is really special. There is no doubt that Kankuro Katsu. It is worth mentioning that although the battle was between Kankuro and the two, the person who profited was Yes Zero Feather. Drip. Light up the weapon book. Golem, Crow, can be summoned. Hey, it's ugly. How can you be so ugly? Yes Zero you originally wanted to play with the whole 2 puppets, but now it seems that forget it. In the sixth scene, Sakura Harino vs Ino Yamanaka. Sisters love each other. The battle is over. Why the hell is this? The defeated Sakura sat on her knees, covering her head, disheveled. Before the battle, she was full of spirit, just like Naruto Suzuki, full of energy, ready to surprise her little sister. During this time, not only Naruto and Sasuke were working hard, but she was also working harder than the original work under the encouragement of the two, and her strength improved a lot. But the result was I throw in the towel. Yamanaka Ino directly manipulated Sakura and threw in the towel. This. For a while, everyone, including 8 Flying Sun Slash, was stunned, and even Yasuo was speechless. He suddenly remembered a sentence from teacher Jong-san, legal, but immoral. Originally, Yasuo thought that his various operations were commotion enough, but he didn't expect that there was a commotion in the commotion, and Ino was more than him. Did you learn from him? Ino, I'm going to strangle you. You're actually playing yin, Sakura said frantically. In the face of Sakura's questioning, Ino suddenly had tears in his eyes, and shouted in a deafening and hissing voice, Sakura, we are the best sisters, right? You consider me a lifelong confidant, right? Sakura was confused by Ino. Shouldn't it be me angry, what are you yelling at? But she subconsciously replied, yes, we are the best sisters, we have always been since childhood. Do you want to see sisters talking to each other? Ino stepped forward and continued to ask. Don't want to. Sakura took a step back and replied. Then do you want to see the sisters face each other? Ino took another step forward. Don't want to. Sakura took another step back. Do you want to see your sisters turn against each other? Ino then approached. Don't want to. Sakura then stepped back. Do you want to see the sisters, in order to compete for a place in the middle of the district, beaten their heads and bleed, covered in injuries, or even seriously injured and disabled? Sakura, you answer me. Ino stood still and yelled. No, I don't want to. Sakura took a step back again and looked at Izuno with some fear. Suddenly, Ino seemed to have changed his personality, with a smile on his face, and he spread his hands and said, yes, so I'll let you admit defeat. Sakura was dazed. It's like, that's true? Ino asked. Yes. Sakura replied. Then shouldn't you dedicate yourself to a good sister? Yes, but why don't you dedicate yourself and admit defeat? Because I want to take the Chu Shinobi exam. Don't I want to? Hey, don't care about these details. What is the relationship between you and me, and what to do so clearly? Ino put his arm around Sakura's shoulders and walked towards the field. Yasuo looked at the two and was even more speechless. When did Ino's mouth become so powerful? Could it be that for something special training was done? That has to be strongly supported. Next to it, hey, Ino, you're playing tricks. Where is there such a thing as you? After seeing Ino's immoral behavior, Naruto was the first to be upset for Sakura Akira and pointed at Ino unpleasantly. Sasuke also clenched his fists. Even Ino's teammates, Shikamaru and Dingji, couldn't stand it. Hey, shame. Yoruto patted Naruto's shoulder and persuaded, okay, don't make trouble, Sakura did lose. As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention was immediately attracted to the past, and he looked at Yasuo in surprise, as if to ask, when you say this, won't your conscience hurt? Do you dare to say that the Konoha people do not lie to the Konoha people? Ahem. Yasuo coughed dryly twice, and his old face turned red. Well, he is indeed biased, who let it be his family Oino. But, this is also true. Yasuo continued, this is also the exam, if it is a real battle, Sakura is already dead. Ninja fighting, there is no fairness in the first place. Could it be that when you seal the seal, the opponent still has to wait for you to finish the seal? If you use physical arts, the opponent must use physical skills, but not ninjutsu, magic? And the Zongen exam does not have the so-called absolute fairness. As long as you can defeat the opponent, it is a victory. It seems to be right. Naruto lowered his head, as if he understood. Kakashi's big hand pressed his head and continued, Naruto, Yasuo is right, you are still too young, you will understand later, a way to win directly like Ino is the best way to minimize losses. Okay. Seeing that Kakashi said this, Naruto was not good to say anything more, but still muttered in a low voice. Doesn't that mean that whoever Ino fights against in the future can make the other party admit defeat and win directly? Yasuo shook his head and said, not necessarily, just interrupt Ino before he performs ninjutsu. In the 7th scene, Temari to Tiantian. Well, another black silk, grid. And the result. Although Yasuo likes the Chinese style of Tiantian very much, he is suppressed by the opposite level and restrained in attributes, and Tiantian is not an opponent at all. Temari, win. In the 8th scene, Nara Shikamaru vs Oto Ninjin. The result is also undoubted, and Shikamaru won, the big winner of the Naka Shinobi exam. In the 9th game, it was another pair of passers-by. The 10th scene, finally arrived Prince Naruto to the teeth. As soon as they appeared, the two came to a contest of peak blood succession limits, mouth escape. The initial teeth, the mouth is quite powerful, plus you can also let the dog bite, out to gain the upper hand. But Naruto is not easy to mess with, Shishin Irika, isn't it a good generation? And Naruto's appearance naturally attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hinata, who was eager to see how far Naruto had grown. In Sarutobi Hineda's opinion, there is Kakashi. Kakashi is a disciple of the fourth generation, or his confidant. When he went to see Naruto, he also specially took Kakashi to see Naruto's residence, so that he took special care of Naruto. Kakashi should live up to his expectations, right? Moreover, Uraziru and Naruto were also very close, which should also help. Little Naruto, let me see your growth. But the others, who didn't know Naruto and had an impression of Naruto that were still stuck in school, didn't put Naruto in their eyes at all. A crane tail, if it weren't for Suzuki's presence, he might not even be able to pass the second exam. What threat could there be? For a while, everyone in the audience had different thoughts. Begin. With the sound of the wind half dead, the competition begins. Tooth hand sealed, beast ninja technique, 4 legs art. The nails of the teeth elongated, becoming sharp, and the palms of the hands were more powerful, clinging to the ground. He looked at Naruto contemptuously, as if he had seen Naruto being beaten by him. On the other hand, Naruto, at such a tense moment, actually touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Naruto, what are you doing? Hurry up and get in the state, the battle begins. Sakura shouted when she returned. Kakashi, Suzuki, and the others also didn't understand what Naruto was doing. Especially Sarutobi Hineda, he was looking forward to Naruto's performance. But for now, Kakashi, how did you become a teacher? Look at people every day. Before starting, they learn to occupy a favorable position, both offensive and defensive. Naruto, this has all begun, still thinking, can you do it? But then, everyone was dumbfounded. Zero, you said that there is no such thing as absolute fairness in the Zonnin exam. As long as you can defeat the opponent, it is a victory. Then, multiple shadow doppelganger technique. One by one, Naruto appeared, and under the shocked gaze of everyone, he directly filled the entire venue, crowding people. Hey, don't squeeze me. Who squeezed you? Did you squeeze me? Don't argue, we're all our own people. No, we're all one person. Whoever is closest to the tooth, kick him for me. Step aside, I'm going to fight. Ah, something bit me. It's Shiu, go, kick him. Let Jean, leave me some space, okay? Don't grab it, I'm the essence, listen to me. By what? I'm the essence, right, I am. You hit me? Oh, our own people. There was a lot of noise in the room, and it was all Naruto. Even the examiner was squeezed into the crowd and could not move. Looking at this scene, everyone froze and their jaws dropped. Is it okay to be like this? I'm numb. Eighth Sun's face turned green. Naruto's way of fighting, although it is in line with the rules, but it is also damaged, right? What exactly did Kakashi teach you? Kakashi, it's really none of my business. The battle is over, winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The sound of the wind powerless to break the breath came from the crowd. If Naruto didn't lift the shadow doppelganger again, he would really be out of breath. However, come on, do it. Don't think I'm afraid of you. A bunch of Naruto didn't hear it at all, and himself up. Everyone, even Uraziru, you shut up and secretly said, it's worthy of you, Naruto. Although he intends to guide Naruto in the direction of the human sea tactics, it is not a real human sea. In the end, it was still Night Zero who made a move, separated a group of shadow doppelgangers, used C to rule C, and helped Naruto lift the technique. And when 8 Flying Sun Chopper saw Zero Feather's hand, he suddenly realized, good guys, it turned out to be you. The battle between Naruto and Ye not only surprised everyone, but also made someone extremely excited, that is, Luo. I saw Naruto's huge amount of chakra, his body trembling with excitement, and fine sand fluttering around him. I love Luo, hold on. Tamari noticed the strange appearance of Luo and said nervously, if my love Luo broke out at this time, it would be bad. But to be honest, that yellow-haired kid named Naruto, the amount of chakra is really huge. That amount, even if it is a tail of my Luo, may not be able to do it, right? Who the hell is he? Soon, the foaming teeth were carried down. The next game begins, Hinata Ninja versus Hinata. Sunset Hong, who was familiar with Hinata, looked serious when he saw both sides of the battle. The thing she feared the most still happened, Hinata. Sunset Red looked at Hinata worriedly. Kai, Sarutobi Hinata, Kakashi and the others, who knew the origin of the Hyuga family clan and the Split family, also looked at the field with serious faces. They knew that this duel was not only between Hinata and Ninja, but also represented the sect and the division. Zero Feather Kun. Hinata looked at Zero Feather hesitantly. Uraziru, you came to Hinata's side, touched her head, and said, show your strength and prove it to him. Hinata nodded heavily, as if he had made up his mind. Zero, you looked at Hinata's appearance and was very pleased. Hinata has grown a lot more than in the original game. However, Uraziru was still afraid that Hinata would not be able to get his hands off. After all, Ningji was Hinata's important brother, so he whispered in Hinata's ear, if I meet him in the final, I will give him special care. SHHH. Even though Hinata was not the first time to get close to Uraziru, he couldn't help but blush. And when she heard Uraziru's words, the whole person clanged and stood up straight. Zero Yejun wants to take special care of Brother Ninkai, doesn't that mean, no, I have to win? Brother Ninkai, this is all for your good. Hineda's gaze was firmly towards the field, opposing Ninji. The competition begins. Moonlight said weakly. Ningji looked at Hineda and said with an expressionless and indifferent tone, before the competition starts, I want to give Miss Hineda a piece of advice, you abstain, you are not suitable to be a ninja. You are too kind, always pandering to other people's ideas, and you have no confidence in yourself and always harbor an inferiority complex. In this way, you are not suitable to be a ninja, so be honest and be a ninja. Roll your eyes. Saying that, Ning Ci opened his eyes, and the momentum pressed towards Hineda. He let Hineda know that the gap between her and him made Hineda abstain. At the same time, he also had to prove to the Zong family that the separation of the family was by no means worse than the Zong family, and his father should not sacrifice for the sake of the Zong family. And yet, Ning Ci looked at Hineda, who was calm on the other side, and did not even have the slightest fluctuation in his eyes, and was stunned. No, I opened my eyes, why didn't you react at all? Is it because my eyes aren't wide enough? White eyes. Ning Ci's eyes widened again. However, nothing happened. Hey, why? Ning Ci was even more confused. He remembers when he was a child, he was afraid as soon as he glared at Hineda, don't want the faint of heart, now what's the matter? Could it be that his eyes weren't big enough? Then a little bigger. White eyes, white, rolling his eyes. Ninji was about to glare at himself, bloodshot on his eyeballs, but Hineda still didn't react at all. At this moment, Ning Ci was completely messy. On the other side, Hineda was also stunned. In her impression, although brother Ning Ci was strict and fierce, he also revealed gentleness in his harshness, giving her a very safe feeling. But now, why is the brain bad? What is he glaring at? Isn't it already open and white, why not attack, but stare in place? Could it be that this is a newly developed ninjutsu developed by brother Ninkai, who died by glaring and laughing? Oh no, scare each other to death by glaring at the divine skill? However, the effect seems to be so much worse. No matter, I'm going to make a move too, brother Ninkai, don't blame me, it's all for your good. Hineda thought of Yezero Yu's words, and suddenly rolled her eyes. Buzz. In an instant, Hineda's white eyes pressed towards Ningji. Others may not feel anything, but Ning Ci, who also has white eyes, suddenly shook his heart, as if he was targeted by death, and his body trembled unconsciously. What does this feel like? Why is this? How could Hineda's white eyes be so strong? Is this the Zong family? Ning Ci was doubting, and his heart was trembling. At this time, Hineda had already made a move, and he came to Ningji and made a blatant move. Ningji is worthy of being the genius of the Hyaga family, and even after being shocked by the white eyes of Hineda, who was upgraded by Yora Zero Feather, he quickly recovered and cast a soft fist to fight Hineda. For a time, the two of you came and went, there were going, and they couldn't get along. The overflowing chakra, seemingly soft but deadly moves, made everyone's eyes fascinate. And Ningji, who should have gained the upper hand and blocked Hineda's meridians with a soft fist, was just the opposite at this moment, and every key confrontation would be sealed by Hineda. In the end, one term older than Hineda, in addition to hanging up, Ningji, the strongest shinobi under Konoha, was knocked to the ground by Hineda's palm, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Why is this? Ning Ci looked at his hand, his gaze wandering. The injuries on his body were small, but the mental impact had broken through his sanity. Hineda is obviously a child with low self-esteem, obviously has no talent, and is obviously much weaker than him, but why was he defeated by her? When he was a child, he finished abusing Hineda. No, I'm going to stand up. Ningji insisted on standing up, his eyes firmly looking at Hineda. He must not lose. Hineda looked at the unyielding Ningji, and couldn't bear it. But brother Ninkai, I'm all for your own good. Thinking of Yezero Yu's words, Hineda attacked Ningji again. Hui Tian. Ning Ci also made his ultimate move, return to heaven. Hineda wanted Ningji to completely submit, and also used the ninjutsu that was unique to her to guide by Yora Zero Yu, Guardian Bagua 64 palms. The final result can be imagined. In terms of chakra quantity and physique alone, Ningji is stronger than Hineda. But this is not only a duel between chakra and physique, but also a duel with white eyes. Now Hineda's white eyes have long been stronger than Ninkai, and Ninkai has undoubtedly lost. When Ning Ci's brain went blank, as if he had lost all hope, and fell to the ground, a figure appeared and caught him. Looking at the familiar face and cute appearance, the memories of his childhood emerged in Ning Ci's mind. Naive, rotten, and loving. In Ningji's heart, he loved Hineda's sister after all. If he could, he also wanted to go back to when he was a child, to the time when the clan family had no grudge with the separation of the family. But at this moment, a word sounded in Ning Ci's ears. Brother Ninkai, I'm really all for your good, don't blame me. Ning Ci slowly closed his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ah, what a familiar gentle voice, ah, what heartfelt words. Quick, medical class, on, Ning Ci was carried down. On the surrounding second-floor platform, a group of people looked at Hinata in shock. They didn't expect that Hinata, who was soft and weak, was so strong. Shikamaru and the others, who didn't know the strength of Ninji, and the difference between the Zong family and the Split family, were okay, but they were just surprised by Hinata's strength. But Kai, Xiaoli and the others, who knew Ning Xi's true strength, their eyes were about to pop out, and at a glance, they had obtained Ning Xi's true legend and practiced the glaring skill. Before Yezero did not appear, they agreed that Ning Ji was Konoha's strongest shinobi. Even Xiaoli, it was not Ning Ji's opponent. Even, Ning Xi's strength was far beyond ordinary endurance. But now, Ning Ji was completely abused by Hinata. How could this little girl be so strong? Is it because she is Yezero's girlfriend? Suzuki and Yorizeru walked very close and were very strong. Ino also seems to have a different relationship with Yezero, and Ino won without a fight. Naruto and Yaruto walked closer. Naruto was stronger. Now it's Hinata again. Since Xiaoli had crossed paths with Yezero, he also began to grow stronger rapidly. I see. Kai and Xiaoli seem to have discovered a new world. If you want to become stronger, you must have something to do with Yezero. This is a shortcut to getting stronger. And as Sunset Hong, who has been in contact with Hinata since childhood and knows the relationship between Hinata and Ninji better than anyone, she is even more surprised to close her mouth, as if she wants to swallow something. She always felt that Hinata would be suppressed by Ning Ci, and her heart would be impacted, but she never expected that on the other hand, Ning Ci would collapse. Hinata returned to Yorizeru's side, pinched the corners of his clothes, and said, "Zero-kun, am I okay?" "Good, very good." Yorizeru needed Hinata with satisfaction. "Although it is bitter Ninkai, it doesn't matter, brother, it should be." Hinata was praised by Yorizeru, and her heart was warm. She said silently, "Today I got Zero Yujun's praise, and I also saved brother Ninkai. What a fulfilling day." The next game, Xiaoli loves Luo to me, and it is another big war. Xiaoli, who untied the weight and opened the 5 doors, directly ignited the audience, and set the atmosphere to the extreme. Unfortunately, on the opposite side is a human pillar force, and there is the will of Garaluo. Xiaoli is finally defeated and encounters Waterloo in life. And just when AI Luo cast Sand Binding Coffin and was about to crush Xiaoli's feet, a figure suddenly appeared, and with a light step, it broke my AI Luo's ninjutsu. The person who appeared was none other than Yezero Feather. He who has known the end for a long time, how can he let Xiaoli get hurt again? Although the wound would be healed by Tsunade, even him, the pain was essential. "It's you." AI Luo didn't expect that someone would appear to save Xiaoli, let alone that this person would be Yezero Feather. Involuntarily, Iroh recalled the first time I met Yorizeru. That's when he knew that this person was strong. Gradually, my AI Luo's eyes became crazy, and there were voices in his head urging him, "Kill him. Hurry up and kill him." AI Luo manipulated a large amount of sand, like a wave, towards the Night Zero Feathers. The next second, boom. With a wave of his hand, even Chakra was useless, and he blasted the sand of my Luo. Now that he has a physique that has long surpassed the shadow level, how can AI Luo, who has not used the power of Ichigo, be his opponent? Xiaoli also exhausted the last trace of strength, and under the side effects of Wumen, he lost consciousness. What? Luo, Kankuro, and Temari were all taken aback. They know best about my Luo's strength, and that is the killer of Konoha's collapse plan. Even if AI Luo didn't use the power of Ichigo Shaojuru, it was close to the existence of Shangnin, as can be seen from the battle he fought with Xiaoli just now. If Yezero Feather is a superior ninja who specializes in physical arts, but he is obviously just a lower ninja younger than them and took the middle ninja exam with them, how can he defeat the sand of my AI Luo with one blow? Is his strength so strong? Those who were initially unhappy with the Night Zero Feathers being empty were all afraid for a while. Fortunately, the Night Zero Feathers were empty, and if they were matched, they would be finished. The contest is over. Winner, I love Luo. Moonlight Wind quickly took the opportunity to appear and announce the result. At this time, Xiaoli, who had lost his will, actually stood up with his physical instincts. This scene shocked everyone's hearts, including Yezero Feather. He looked at the Night Zero Feather, as if looking at a mountain, seemingly crumbling, but in fact standing majestically, straight into the sky. Anyone who came had to look up. Xiaoli's will is unmatched. Matkai appeared in front of Xiaoli, bursting into tears, and hugged Xiaoli distressfully, as if holding his own child. Naruto Suzuki was already silent and speechless. Suzuki, in particular, clenched his fists and trembled slightly. He did not expect that Xiaoli's will would be so strong. Even Luo, who wanted to kill Xiaoli a second ago, was silent at this time. Although his eyes are still ruthless and fierce, it is more admiration and jealousy, making him feel that he is inferior to Xiaoli, and wants to ruin Xiaoli and ruin all the good. Leave it to me. Yezero took Xiaoli from Matkai, returned to the second floor in an instant, and began to treat Xiaoli. After checking it again, Yezero found that Xiaoli's injury seemed serious, but it was actually okay, but the side effects of Baemon were relatively large. After all, the heaviest blow was blocked by him. Yes-Zero you performed medical ninjutsu and began to treat Xiaoli, and after a while, he almost treated the injury, and the rest only needed to recuperate. In the battle between my AI Luo and Xiaoli, Yes-Zero you didn't think about it, and took the opportunity to light up one of my AI Luo's golden fingers Absolute Defense. Drip. Light up the special book Absolute Defense, collect progress, 1/10, said to be Absolute Defense. In fact, it is my love Luo mother, the sand fused by Garurura's will, which can automatically protect my AI Luo. It's just that the system guide can't light up Garurura's will, but it can light up ninjutsu, and then replace the system will with Garurura's will, just like replacing the 9 tails. In this way, this technique has not only not weakened, but strengthened. Garurura has limited will and can only control part of the sand. But the system is different. As long as the Night Zero feather does not die, it can control a lot of sand. It is the enhanced version of Absolute Defense. Of course, the so-called Absolute Defense is only against ordinary ninjas. In front of the hanging, it is a piece of paper. After all, it is just ordinary sand. If you upgrade this Pokédex to full level, the effect may not be necessary. This depends on whether there is a need in the future. Just imagine, when the 4 battles are decisive, getting a full level Absolute Defense to come out. In fact, it is quite good.